Okay, Filmo Mike. Let's go. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. It's the morning roast. And I got to be honest. For this first iteration of the morning roast, I don't think we could have asked for a more, whatever the word is, chaotic, dumpster fire if you're a certain fan base. Just an insane show we have coming up. An insane weekend in sports. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, I am Joe Spadoni. I am not Bonte Hill. Don't worry, everyone. If you tuned in and say, where's Bonte Hill? Bonte's not going anywhere. He's not on the morning roast anymore, but he's still right here, 95.7 The Game. He's going to be joining us every Friday at 9 a.m. We love Bonte, and I'm sure Bonte had a plethora of thoughts in regards to one Luka Dončić, Joe Shasky, being traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. I mean, it's insane.
I couldn't believe it. My head exploded. So I'm at the crab feed at the Olympic Club for my niece's 22nd birthday. We got a table and we're all chilling, and they had live music. And so the girls are all dancing and my wife's like, come on, let's dance. And Carter knows exactly what I'm talking about. Big Carter over there on the board. And so I'm sitting there and my nephew, Kieran, goes, well, did you see this trade? Very nonchalant. And he shows me a screenshot of a Shams report saying that Luka has been traded to the Lakers. And I go, come on, you just got by the internet. He goes, no, it's real. And I go, no, it's not. And then I look down at my phone and I start scrolling through the internet. And the first thing I see is Shams tweeting, this is real. I was not hacked, or whatever the hell he was saying. And I was like, oh my God.
Real quick, when he said this isn't fake or this is real, that I actually thought it was even more fake. I was like, wait, Shams doesn't have to qualify anything with any, but he had to because it's that insane.
I was like, oh my God, does this mean LeBron to the Warriors? What, like, were the Warriors in on this? Did we have any ammunition that we could, finally do? Like, why is Luka being traded? What's going on? What? For Anthony Davis? And then you look at the compensation and you look at the package and you're like, wait a minute. You got a 25-year-old superstar, maybe the biggest international superstar in all of sports domestically here in the United States, but who will sell overseas outside of maybe Ohtani, okay? And you're saying he got traded for one first-round pick in his prime, and they're filing it under, we don't think his conditioning is up to par? Have you seen Jokic the last few years? Guy looks like he comes out of bed and drinks a 2-liter of soda and goes out and gets a triple-double. Like, what are we talking about? My head exploded when I saw this, and all I kept thinking was, dear God, the Warriors better do something.
So if you're just joining us and you've been under a rock over the last 48 hours, a blockbuster trade in the NBA happened Saturday night. We were all getting into bed. If you weren't getting into bed, you're at the club or you're at the crab feed, you're doing something. I'm sure the DJ came on anyways during whatever mix was playing and had to let everyone know about this news that shook the NBA, not just the NBA, the sports world. Even Patrick Mahomes, who has the Super Bowl is coming up Sunday, had to go out and tweet, no, man. So, seriously? And Patrick Mahomes, big-time Dallas Mavericks fan from Texas.
Like his life hasn't been going well the last couple
That's
years.
just brutal for
Patrick
Mahomes. That guy.
Give me a break.
It's just, things haven't broke right for him these last few years.
I got to talk to the refs before this deal goes through. This is what Patrick was probably thinking.
So the Lakers, Mavericks, and yes, the Utah Jazz. I think everyone forgets the Utah Jazz were in on this trade as a 3-team trade.
I thought Danny Ainge was hard to work with.
Hey, Luka Dončić goes to the Los Angeles Lakers. Anthony Davis goes to the Dallas Mavericks. As well as Maxi Kleber from Germany and Markieff Morris, former Laker, now back with the Laker, also going back to the Lakers. And as you mentioned, Joe Shasky, a 2029 first-round pick from the Lakers, as well as Max Christie and Anthony Davis going back to the Dallas Mavericks. The Jazz received Laker Jalen Hood-Schifino, so he's now a Utah Jazz.
Who?
And the Clippers 2025 second-round pick, Jalen Hood-Schifino, the pick that they should have used on Jaime Jaquez a couple years ago out of Indiana. Jalen Hood-Schifino, teammates with Trace Jackson Davis, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Sure, I'll take your word on that.
Huge.
I mean, this is an Anthony Davis-Luka deal. This is, look, whatever you think of Anthony Davis, he's one of the best players in the league.
He's the top 75 player of all time, according to all the votes in the anniversary.
He's awesome, right? Like, we could say, hey, the guy gets hurt a lot, and, maybe he hasn't lived up to whatever you thought the hype was. They did win a championship. And when he's healthy, which isn't all the time, but when he's healthy, he's an absolute force. I mean, he's one of the main reasons, as well as Lonnie Walker, why you got bounced in the playoffs a couple years ago. He was spectacular. He's one of the best bigs in the game.
I just watched him on Saturday night, last Saturday, when the Lakers were in town on ABC on prime time, and he absolutely dominated. I felt bad for Quentin Post. God love the guy.
Well,
he's played 5 games, and he's asked to guard Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis is going to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Say what we want. He's going straight to the Hall of Fame. And they sold a lot to get him. I'm talking about the Lakers. Remember that whole back and forth, and he wanted to pair up with LeBron. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, did the Warriors know Anthony Davis was available? Do they have anything on their roster that the Lakers would even want? Did they know Luka was available? Do they have anything on their roster that Dallas Mavericks would want? Like, is this an indictment on the team that they've built that nobody wants any of their parts?
So not only that, Joe Shasky, and we'll continue to break down this trade, and I want to hear from all the people at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text, 888-957-9570. And also, shout out to those watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Yes, we are streaming on all of those platforms. Go ahead and search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. And it's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. There was that trade. And then there was another trade that occurred yesterday, right after we got off a call with each other, talking about today's show. Another thing happened. The San Antonio Spurs, Chicago Bulls, and Sacramento Kings had a 3-team trade.
Yeah.
And there was a big name in there, 2 big names actually, that, one of them, a lot of Warriors fans were, kind of talking themselves into. One of them being Zach LaVine. Well, Zach LaVine is now a Sacramento King. De'Aaron Fox is now a San Antonio Spur. What's out there for the Warriors at this point? Vucevic, I guess. Is that going to be good enough?
Well, I was disappointed they weren't in on LaVine. And then I'm sitting here and I'm saying, like,
I think they were in, but not at the price point that
clearly the Bulls weren't in.
Yeah.
And this goes back to, like, what are you offering? Like, I've been saying to Warrior fans for about a month and a half now, like, guys, and actually it's been probably 2 or 3 years if I'm thinking about it, you got to give a little to get a little. And it's crazy to me when I look at the Laker fans. I don't expect Warrior fans to be Laker fans. Laker fans know when it's all said and done and the dust settles, they will always be in the mix for someone via trade or free agency. Being like, that is the biggest brand in the sport. Whatever you think the Yankee or Dodger brand is, that's what the Laker brand is in the NBA. And there's really nobody close. Celtics don't lure free agents the way the LA Lakers do.
Lakers and Dodgers.
I've watched
Yankees,
them in my life, okay? In my life, they obviously got Kareem, what they did, acquiring Shaquille O'Neal, Pau Gasol. Like, it just never ends. LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and now Luka.
Say what you want about Dwight Howard.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And so I'm sitting here and I'm like, the Warriors told me they were going to be on the level of the Lakers. And the reality is, it feels like the league is telling you, we don't want what you are going to give us. We don't want your used parts. Everybody doesn't want to, can't move off of Dre, can't move off of Wiggins, can't move off of this guy. Laker fans are saying, how can we win the next decade? Forget the title we just won a couple of years ago. How can we win moving forward? And there is something that frustrates me because I don't feel like we're loyal enough to our athletes, but simultaneously, I'm like, I do kind of wish we had that mentality locally because we're still here like, maybe Wiggins will be consistent again for a couple of months. It's never going to happen. It's just never going to happen. Anthony Davis's high water mark was better than whatever Wiggins' high water mark was. And he's been better longer and more consistent, and he's just a better overall player. And they couldn't wait to get rid of him for Luka. And I don't know what it does to their championship aspirations for this year, but we would all say, sign me up for the next decade of Luka Dončić. Everyone in the league would.
Everyone. And, that brought us to an interesting question we had in the thread. We'll get to that a little bit later at some point. But, just knowing that a guy like Luka Dončić was available, it changes not only the fans' mindset, but every GM in the league has to be like taking a deep breath, sitting back, sipping some whiskey and saying, I got to look at everything now. I got to look at, what are the Celtics? Hey, something came out about Jaylen Brown, right? Like, do we look into the Celtics? Do we look into Joel Embiid? If I'm the Warriors right now, and I'm Mike Dunleavy and I'm Joe Lacob, how do we spin this, right? How do we spin this forward? Because everyone, they were at their their poker tournament they have every Saturday or every year. That was Saturday night at charity, and I guess the reaction, everyone was stunned, right? Steph, Draymond, everyone was stunned at this trade.
I guess Dre didn't get the clutch memo.
No, I guess
the trade went out.
Didn't get the memo, I guess. Rich Paul and co. But you have to think, if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, you have to think big. And if you weren't thinking big prior to this, you have to think even bigger now. I think you pivot, not to Jimmy Butler, I'm looking at a guy in New Orleans right now that is also young and also has some weight issues, also had some injury issues. But when he is healthy, like Luka, he is one of the best and most explosive players in the league. Go get Zion. Go get him. Go get that guy. He is out there. I know he is.
Okay, but
no, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. You need to sell future after Steph. What we have been talking about, the future of the Lakers and the Warriors, and even the Suns to an extent. The Suns and the Lakers, they had Devin Booker and Anthony Davis respectively. So you can kind of see life after LeBron. I don't know what life after Steph is right now. Can you tell me what life after Stephen Curry is?
Oh, yeah. It starts with an L. It's called lottery. Right? I mean, that's what we're... Right?
And that's all about chance and luck.
Yes.
And maybe someone falls into your lap. I'd rather go with a somewhat of a known, and I know what I'm going to get with a guy like Zion Williamson, who's out there. Again, we'll see. I know we've had Anthony Slater on, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic. He's very tapped in. He's skeptical, but I think this sort of trade that shocks the NBA and the sports landscape has to make you reevaluate everything if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob.
But
everything.
Here's the part that I'm struggling to compartmentalize. You referenced Jimmy Butler. Did I think that Jimmy Butler was the fountain of youth for everything that ailed the Warriors? No, I'm not that delusional.
And by the way, the latest report from Brian Windhorst, ESPN, saying Jimmy Butler, if he were to get traded to the Warriors, would not sign an extension here.
Which, okay, say that last part again. I want everyone to hear it, because this to me was as disappointing as anything I've heard all weekend. And it's not about Jimmy Butler. It's about how he perceived the Warriors.
Senior NBA reporter with ESPN, Brian Windhorst, reported yesterday that Jimmy Butler, if he gets traded to Golden State, will not sign an extension.
That was the twisting of the knife of what was a horrific 36 to 48 hours for Warrior fans. It just was. Like, what? What? Anthony Davis is going to the Mavs? What? Luka's going to the Lakers? What? De'Aaron Fox is going to go team up with Wemby? What? Levine, the guy we've been tagged, he's going to the Kings? Like, that's all very, 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 very disappointing. Okay? And then whether you were in on Jimmy or not, the fact that Jimmy Butler, at the end of his career, who's looking around the NBA and there's like maybe a couple of teams, maybe there's 2 teams that would extend him and give him the $60 million, which we all see as a bad deal. He's thumbing his nose down at you like you're beneath him? Jimmy Butler? Jimmy Butler doesn't want to sign an extension here? Is that how the league views us? That's all I kept thinking. And I'm saying to myself, like, as disappointed as I am right now, that might be the worst spit in the face of the whole weekend.
888-957-9570. I want to hear from all the Warriors fans. I want to hear from all the emotions taking place these last 48 hours. First, just your reaction. Like, everyone was absolutely stunned.
I didn't believe it.
I can't think of a bigger trade in sports history. Listen, I'm only 31 years old. I'm sure there was something prior to that. But in the age of social media, the age of all these clicks, we couldn't believe the most credible NBA reporter. We couldn't even believe him.
He had to basically retweet his own tweet with a caption saying, "This is real." And even then, I was like, are we sure?
He even spoke this morning. We'll get the sound on it on Get Up on ESPN, Shams Charania. He was saying, yeah, I even thought I was getting duped when I got the text from my source about this. I thought I was getting duped. And he wasn't. Like, we had to see not 1, not 2, but 3 tweets from Shams to really believe, oh, okay. All right, now I guess I believe it. But even then, like, how? How?
Joe.
Luka Dončić, I can't get over this, Joe Shasky.
25 years old. Okay,
one first-round pick.
But whether you love him, whether you hate him, we all would agree. One of the most I coach 14-year-olds. There are like 3 players that resonate with that age group, and Luka's one of them, okay? He is a megastar. There's only a handful of them. I don't even think SGA hits like Luka does. Luka is a one-word player.
He's a one-word guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Luka, it's Giannis, right? It's Ja.
Exactly.
That's kind of the air we're talking about here. And so
he's the most popular domestic, even though he's not from here, and international player going to one of the most popular brands in the sport. And I would even take it a step further. His style of play is very polarizing. And now he's going to one of the most polarizing organizations league-wide, because you either love the Lakers or you're like me and you hate the Lakers. I think this if I step back, take my Warrior hat off for a second, I step back. This is huge for the league. Huge for the league.
Are you kidding me?
Huge.
Adam Silver could not have asked for anything better. The week of the Super Bowl, everyone's talking about the NBA.
Everyone.
We're not talking about Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. And this is going to linger for a few days now because the NBA trade deadline, which has been it's brilliant now that I'm thinking about it all. I didn't even think about that aspect of it, but the NBA trade deadline, all the drama, and this is what we love about the league is the drama. Shout out TNT, we know drama. Yeah, the NBA and Adam Silver does. And we're getting a helping heap of that this week. Not the contrived nature of the Super Bowl and Media Day in New Orleans. No one cares about that. I don't care about Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift and Taylor Swift giving Beyonce the Album of the Year award last night at the Grammys.
The only B anyone wanted to see last night was Bianca.
Relax.
Just Google Kanye.
Oh, not if you're at work. Do not do that if you're at work, by the way.
It's a new segment. It's called Google This.
Yeah, Google. Yeah, you got to Google it. Thanks, Trent.
What is going on here?
You know exactly what's going on. Why do we have to pretend like that didn't happen? We all know it happened.
We all know it happened. You know what else is happening today? Jerry Rice, just the greatest football player of all time, joining us at 8:30. I wonder if he had any reactions to that trade Saturday night. And if it, I think about teammates, and we're talking a lot about teammates right now and how good of a teammate Anthony Davis was with LeBron James. I mean, people like to make fun of him because he gets hurt all the time. He's glass man, all that sort of stuff. But when he's on the court, he's amazing. And I don't.
He's incredible.
I don't question the commitment level of an Anthony Davis. The Dallas Mavericks are telling you they question the commitment level of a Luka Dončić and how much he cares about his body, about his work ethic, about his ability to be a teammate. They're talking about it all. So I'd love to get Jerry Rice's thoughts at 8:30 when he joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. Joe Shasky. I can't wait to talk to the GOAT.
I just, Warrior fans have got to be sick right now. Everyone's making moves. We're sitting here twiddling our thumbs, and I'm sure that, it's not for a lack of trying, but dear gosh, you can't tell me you're trying. 2 years ago, we're trying at the deadline. Okay, it's the offseason. Oh, we're trying in the offseason. Oh, it'll be better at the next deadline. All right, we're trying at the deadline, and then we're going to try in the offseason, and now we're here at another deadline. It's been 2.5 years of telling me about what they're trying to do. At some point, I hear you. I understand. Trades are hard. I get you're trying to do stuff. The whole league is making moves. The whole league is making moves. And you know what I don't want to hear? I don't want to hear ever again that any of us in media is clickbaiting ideas when it comes to trades and whatnot, because clearly anything can happen.
Anything is possible. KG, baby. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Warriors taking on the Orlando Magic tonight at Chase Center. Coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Live. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. We're going to continue to talk about this trade that shook the sports landscape, people. Luka Dončić is a Los Angeles Laker. It's insane. It's also Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game. Levine to the Kings. It's all going down right now ahead of the NBA trade deadline, which is this Thursday. Are the Warriors going to get in on the action, people? That's the question. In 888-957-9570. We'll start going to your calls here in a second. I just wanted to let everyone know, though, we are having multiple contests all week long, starting with Knockout. Yeah, you want to go play at Chase Center? Go play a little bit of Knockout? Well, you got to listen to the keyword in the 8 o'clock hour. And when we call for it, be the first caller to the contest line, and you will play Knockout on the Chase Center floor on Monday, March 3rd. So be listening in the 8 o'clock hour for that. Also, Got a huge national contest I'm going to be telling you a little bit later. Maybe go to Las Vegas with some friends, get some cash. Why can't I be a part of this contest? Because that sounds freaking amazing right now. We're going to go to the calls here in a second because I know some of you have just a lot of thoughts. Warriors, what moves are there to be made? I think you go get Zion right now. I think it's a perfect pivot. I think you can sell the fan base with it. If it takes Wiggins, if it takes, I don't know, any combination of not Stephen Curry, you go get Zion Williamson. Luka was on the table. Why not Zion?
Joe, I've been in a lot of relationships over the years, whether it's with family members, with my significant other, etc. And I was taught long ago, life is about credits and demerits. And I'm not talking about, accruing enough detentions because of my demerits in school. But there's a reality that, like, trust is earned, right? In life, period. I don't wear my wedding ring every day, okay? I don't like wearing jewelry. I'm not a big jewelry guy.
I'm telling Michelle.
But Michelle and I have been together for so long, she trusts me. I'm not running around doing anything, and I've earned that trust from my wife. And other people, like, there's different stickling points for everyone, and I don't know what that is. My wife, she doesn't lose her mind about me not wearing the wedding ring. She trusts me. I trust her. Are there times where I've broken her trust? Absolutely. And I don't want to get too deep into our relationship, but like when we've been together as long as we have, going on 15, 16, 17 years, right? We've been through a lot. And there are certain things that I know that she is going to trust me when I'm doing it. When I say I'm going to do something, I go out and do it. Now, does she still ride me and whatnot? Absolutely. And where I'm going at with this is that the Warriors have built up a level of trust. And for each individual fan out there, I don't know where the trust gets broken or you start to lose and zap some of that trust, but they are entering the Giants zone. And what I mean by that is you can only tell me about the deals you're in on for so long to where I lose faith in your ability to actually swing a deal. I'm at the point with the San Francisco Giants where I'm trying to build my trust back up with Buster Posey. It was so low. Anytime their name was linked to a big player, I was like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I have zero trust that you're going to do it. You know why? Because time and time again, they let me down. And I demerited them for it. The Warriors have built up so much trust with me because of the championships and all the moves and whatnot that I allow for some leeway. Hey, you miss out on this guy. You miss out on this guy. I get it. I'm starting to run out of patience. I'm starting to lose the trust because we're getting into the Giants zone where I can't hear about the moves you're going to make for 2.5 years without a move being made. I'm not fully there, but boy, I'm getting close.
Just think where we were last summer, right? Lauri Markkanen, you couldn't get him. You didn't want to move off Pods. You didn't want to move off Kuminga. You didn't want to trade every single thing for a Lauri Markkanen. Fine. They pivoted. Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, right? D'Anthony Melton. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Melton gets hurt. It kind of just threw a monkey wrench in the entire season right there. And a guy at that caliber that has to make that much of a dent in your season, it kind of tells you all you need to know about the rest of the team where they weren't going to be. Like if your season's hinging on D'Anthony Melton, I'm sorry. Like you're just not a good team.
I agree with you. Which goes to show how important he was.
Exactly.
Which how flawed you are.
You haven't gotten anything from Buddy Hield outside of the first month of the season. He just hasn't been good. Let's just call it what it is. He just hasn't been good. Kyle Anderson, is he even on the team still? He made a buzzer beater shot against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Anderson. Like, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, if there was ever a time to make a move, and it's not a panic move, you're not making a panic move. You need to make a move for the now and the future.
Well, this is why I like the Laker deal.
That's exactly why I love the Laker deal for them. And I actually kind of like it for the Mavericks.
Sure.
For the short term.
Sure.
For the long term, it makes no sense for them. And I think Nico Harrison, the GM, said as much in their presser yesterday, where it's like, yeah, I don't anticipate, me and Jason Kidd to be here next decade. Well, okay. So they basically put their own, expiration date on themselves with this move. Rob Pelinka did the opposite. He extended his runway.
100%.
Not only was he there to architect the Anthony Davis deal to bring him into Los Angeles and then win a title, now he flipped Anthony Davis for the next decade in Luka Dončić, which is crazy. I know Rob Pelinka, we think he's all just a figurehead. It's lead GM, it's LeBron James. He does everything. I actually genuinely believe, and maybe I'm being, I don't know, naive, maybe. I actually don't think LeBron knew about this.
I think he knew at the end.
Maybe.
I don't think you make this deal without him being yep, take him out.
They didn't they didn't notify him at the beginning at any of this. Like, I think they told him when it's already been signed, sealed, and delivered, maybe like the early morning, the day before the Knicks. Maybe they told him then. It's like, hey, this is what's going to happen. I'd really appreciate if you didn't say anything. And the fact that there was 0 leaks from this is actually insane.
Well, that's because it's a clutch factor.
Right?
Because LeBron can't have any blood on his hands. Like, see, to me, this was classic mafia moves. Like, Anthony Davis is a made man, right? Well, we agree he's a made man. And in this one, you got to get the top dog. You need the Jefe. You need the main boss to sign off on taking out a made man. Otherwise, you get taken out. Haven't you seen Goodfellas?
The Capo regime?
Exactly. If you don't think LeBron, I hear you. I think Pelinka did do that. LeBron was somehow, some way, he maybe wasn't the trigger man, but he didn't say no.
Do you pivot to LeBron James now if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob? Do you try to do whatever you can to bring him in?
The Warriors are drunk dialing right now, like that dude at the end of the bar, and they're like sitting around like, KD, you want to hook up? I know it's been a couple years. Like, LeBron, can we revisit that deal? But again, the time to make the deal was last year at the deadline when you had Clay's expiring contract, when you had CP3's expiring contract. Like, the Warriors have... It's not just right now. They've been kind of botching this for about a year and a half now in terms of their asset allocation and their insistence on clinging to people who you know are going to let you down, Draymond and Wiggins. It's just, it's led them to where they are now. And your point about Zion, take a swing on Zion.
Yes.
Like, let's do this. It's pretty much the only way I can be appeased as a Warrior fan, because I'm telling you right now, Vucevic doesn't move me.
Too old. It's too old. Like, he's not going to do what you need to do, and that's get into a place where you feel secure about your future after Steph, because that's what the Lakers just did. They secured their future after LeBron. The Suns have Devin Booker. They have a future after Kevin Durant. What do the Warriors have? What is their future right now? I hope Jonathan Kuminga becomes a superstar. I don't know. He's been hurt, which sucks. I like Brandon Podziemski. He's not, like, come on. Like, Zion Williamson checks all the boxes, so they got to pivot. They cannot do nothing, though. That is what I do know.
Yes.
If they sit back and do nothing and nothing happens at this trade deadline, you better not be selling me on the summer, because I don't know what's going to be available in the summer now. Luka Dončić, like the Mavs say, you know what? Luka was going to force his way out this summer. We had to act now. Like, there's part of me that understands Nico Harrison in the Mavs. I just think they went about it all wrong. Like, I understand their thought process, saying we got to get ahead of this thing. I just think they panicked. And then they boxed themselves into one relationship and with one guy with the Los Angeles Lakers and Rob Pelinka, because they're tight going back to Pelinka's agency days. Nico Harrison used to work with Nike, be up there. Famously, Nico Harrison, if you guys don't know this, he botched the sell job to Stephen Curry. When they were trying to pitch Nike to Stephen Curry, he botched it so hard, he called him Seth Curry. He called him his brother's name. And that's why, Steph is with Under Armour. The rest is history. So I think he botched this in a big way. I want to go to Coach in Los Altos, though, because he's been hanging on. I want to hear from all the Warriors fans.
I'm down and out.
888-957-9570. How disappointed are you? What's your emotions going through your mind right now? What trade do they need to make? Do they not need to make a trade? I just don't think that's an option. They got to make some sort of a trade at this point. Coach, what's going on, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Hey, Spadoni and Shasky, the Joe and Joe Show. Good morning, fellas.
What's up, Coach? I needed your therapy today. What you got?
Hey. Well, you know what? So first of all, I got to say shout out, peace out to Vontae, but congrats, Spadoni, on stepping up into the, stepping up to the plate. Appreciate you. Yeah. Hey, so first of all, when I saw the news, I literally thought it was fake news. I couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was real. I think, like the rest of America or maybe the world. I think the Mavs got shafted, completely shafted. I don't even think it's close. I mean, AD is a great player, but he's 6 years older. Like you said, Shasky, Luka's, he's like, a one word phenom. I don't know if he's the most popular international guy or if Jokic is, but the bottom line is it's, there's, like you said, there's a handful. So that was my reaction. And so here's where I'm at with the Warriors. I'm a loyal fan, and I'm a season ticket holder. I'm literally in Colorado driving to go fishing, and I had to call in because I think there's one of two things the Warriors have to do. This middling place just stinks for everybody. And I love, Shasky, they're entering into the giant zone, because that's where they are with me. So to me, there's one of two things they need to do. They either need to get real and surround Steph with some talent that will allow this guy to go out on top, allow him to win one more, which means you pull out all the stops and you sell for right now, or you trade him and you get 5 or 6 first-round picks and you start the clock over again for the Dubs like OKC did. But this hanging around in the middle does no one any good. You can just see Steph's shoulders slumping. The fans, I mean, it stinks because you're not even seeing the great Steph because he's having to carry it with no support. So you got to do something, and it's either you go all in for right now, one for the Gipper, give Steph one more chance, or you trade him and you stock up on first round and you build for the future.
Absolutely. Hey, Coach, appreciate the time. We're up against it, man, but that's a great call. It's going to lead us into this next segment right here, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. 888-957-9570 is the number.
You,
Warriors fans, how we feeling about that? Which trade hurt more to hear? Like, honestly, because you were actually like kind of in on Zach LaVine. You weren't in on Luka. I don't think anyone was.
I'll answer that on the other side because I'm looking at this, and as a Warrior fan, just looking at the standings, we're in trouble.
And that's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What's up, LJ? Other LJ, not baby LJ. Larry June, right there. Spadoni and Shasky. This is the Morning Roast. And if you're just tuning in, well, there's a lot happening today. Let's just start there. Luka Dončić is a part of the Lakers. De'Aaron Fox is a San Antonio Spur. Zach LaVine is a Sacramento King. Those are all basically the big stuff. There's some other little machinations, little smaller packages, smaller plays elsewhere, but that's the big news today as we prepare for Super Bowl Sunday next week in New Orleans. The NBA is dominating today. And again, if you're just joining us and you're hearing my voice and you're wondering, where's Bonte? I'm Joe Spadoni. I've been with the station now for, 8 years, 7 years, whatever it's been. And been doing the pregame show. If you've been listening to me the last couple of years, the 5 a.m. slot. I've been a producer on the Morning Roast for the last few years. It's a dream come true for me. And don't worry, if you're wondering if Bonte's, he's gone off into the sunset. No. Bonte's still here. He's probably listening right now at 888-957-9570 because he's a huge hoop head, obviously, and his role with NBC has expanded. And he's going to be joining us every Friday at 9 o'clock. And we'll have him this week in studio. Can't wait to talk to Bonte about this trade, about Super Bowl Sunday, all of that. And I'm just excited, Joe Shasky. I don't think I could have asked for a better first day when it comes to topics. It's not like we're talking spring training, although I know you listen to spring training. We're talking Luka Dončić to the Lakers. What the hell are the Warriors going to do? And I'm just happy. I'm excited to be here. And man, let's get it going, bud. Let's get it going.
I'm looking at it like this weekend was kind of a blow to my psyche as a Dubs fan. You're 24-24. You played a heartless game on Friday night. Let's call it what it is. I mean, that was like, in the words of Steiny, gutless. I mean, you just rolled the ball out there after beating OKC, and you looked horrible.
Completely forgot about that game after everything that took place this week, I'm going to be honest. Completely forgot about that. They just got absolutely obliterated by the Phoenix Suns.
Who are a game and a half better than you, or whatever it is. They're 25-23.
Coming off the best win of the year, too.
What?
Coming off the best win of the year against the Thunder.
Again, which is why, you can't get rid of this guy. You can't get rid of that guy. Why? So that they could completely disappoint me the next night? Like, this team is not good enough. So I'm looking at it. You lost to a Phoenix team at, I know you're missing Draymond and Kuminga, but you didn't even look close. So that team is better than you, period. There's just no arguing. Dallas Mavericks, they're the 9 seed right now, okay? Phoenix is 8. They're 26-24. They think that they got better for right now. Luka hasn't played since Christmas. They're bringing in Anthony Davis. They think that their defense is going to be better. Fine, that's fine. For right now, let's just operate. They are better than you. I think they are too. With Kyrie and Anthony Davis, that's better than what you got, period. And then you throw in all their ancillary pieces. San Antonio Spurs are a little behind you right now. They're 21-25. They're in the 12 seed. They got infinitely better for the now, this year, and the future. They now have Victor Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox to pair with for the next, 5 to 10 years?
Yeah.
That's what they're hoping. Everyone around you got better. The Kings, who are the 10 seed, lost De'Aaron Fox. It's a big loss for them. Wow. Their consolation, some picks, throw those to the side, and they got Zach LaVine, the guy you wanted. So they're better in their mind in terms of, okay, we lost a really good player, but we offset it by bringing in somebody who is ready to go right now. And I don't think they're done dealing. I think DeRozan might get dealt. I don't know. I'm not convinced that Sacramento is finished. I think they're still going to make other moves. I don't know why. I still got my eye on them. Phoenix is still going to make moves. If you think Phoenix is standing pat, I got another thing coming for you.
I think they're getting Jimmy Butler still.
Okay.
I think they're getting Jimmy.
Fair enough.
And by the way, for just joining us, Jimmy Butler does not want to get traded to the Warriors, basically because he's not going to sign an extension with them. So he wants to force his way to play with KD. He's been wearing the shoes. He's suspended indefinitely right now. I think he was at a San Diego State basketball game over the weekend, Jimmy Buckets. He's probably at the Grammys for all I know yesterday, dancing with Charlie XCX. I don't know what Jimmy's doing. He doesn't want to be in Golden State, and quite frankly, I don't really want him here. Like, that's not the move for me.
No,
We've been talking about the move.
It's not about Jimmy, the player.
No, it's about the perception and how you guys look. And right now, listen, you mentioned at the top, the Lakers are the Lakers First and foremost, because they're in Los Angeles.
Yes.
That's a part of it. The Dodgers are the Dodgers because they're in Los Angeles. The Yankees are the Yankees. The Mets are the Mets because they're in New York City. The Bay Area is not those places.
No.
Which is okay. And we love the Bay. We work here. We travel here. You live in the city. I live in Oakland. I love this place. I don't want to leave this place. But the sell job of it right now is a little difficult. The Giants know that. The Warriors know that. The Niners don't seem to have a problem with it per se. They just keep getting players, and they draft well. Football's very different.
Football's different. Cincinnati is a destination.
Exactly. I actually kind of was,
you know what I mean?
I was kind of going nuts with the comparisons everyone kept trying to make about this Luka trade to the Lakers, because there is no other sports comparisons. No. There's just nothing that touches this. Nothing in baseball, even you brought up today, like trades that shocked you. Yeah, when the A's traded Cespedes, that shocked me.
Not on this level.
Not on this level. Cespedes was not Luka Dončić. He wasn't a top 5 player in the Major League Baseball like Luka Dončić is when he is healthy. And that goes back to all this for me. And we could just talk about the trade itself right now. We'll get to the Warriors angle, and we'll be talking about the Warriors angle. And Joe in Burbank, I want to get to you in a second here, as this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Like, this notion that this was a bad trade because Luka doesn't play defense.
It's ridiculous.
And that you gave up Anthony Davis, a great two-way player and a champion. He's 25 years old, and whatever you want to say about his conditioning, while unconditioned, he took his team to the NBA Finals last year.
We just watched a player take over the league for a decade who plays no lick of defense. His name's Steph Curry. Like, we all love Steph, but like, let's call it what it is, Warrior fans. Like, he's compromised defensively, and that's being very. And look, he's gotten better as the years have gone on, but the word defense is like the 17th paragraph of his Wikipedia page.
What do we say about Steph?
Am I wrong?
What do we say about Steph? God, he's trying really hard. That's what we say. That's what we say. Like, and I think the problem with Luka was, and you're going to hear from all the Dallas radio heads, everyone, but the want to, and the commitment and the caring. Like, I know Steph, at least with his body, he is committed. So, like, that's something I will not compare when it comes, like, defense, sure. But the commitment level, I think there is serious commitment issues from the Dallas Mavericks perspective on why they moved a guy like this.
Show me a 25-year-old in life who doesn't have commitment problems. I mean, like that, when you are a zillionaire at the age of 18, all right, and you come from another culture, yeah, like, and he's still dominating. Like, he's still dominating. I have questions. Like, Jokic's body he looks ridiculous. Like, let's call it what it is. He doesn't look like he's, chiseled out of granite. He's been dominating the league for 5 straight years. People are questioning, does he even love the game? I don't know, but he's dropping 30, 12, and 12 every night.
Hey, I'm pumped about this. We got Mike Bassick coming up at 7 a.m. That's in about, 3 minutes. And Mike Bassick from our sister station out in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan. He's beside himself right now. Wow, I love Mike.
I would be too.
Mike, former athlete. I wonder how this would resonate with him if he had a teammate like this and he gets traded. Like, I cannot wait to hear from Mike Bassick here in a couple minutes. Real quick, before we get to Mike, I want to get to Joe in Burbank, though. Yep. He's been waiting patiently. What's going on, Joe? You're on with another Joe and Joe. What's going on, man?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call, and congrats to Joe Spadoni for joining the Morning Roast Show.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to you guys together. On Jimmy Butler, when you think about it, the Warriors were on his list of 3 teams originally that he wanted to play for. And then there was word for a few weeks, it seemed that there was word from the Warriors locker room that they had concerns about his fit. And it sounds silly, but I think he heard that and he got kind of ticked, and he got his feelings a little hurt because he knows more than likely that came from Steph and Dre. That's the Warriors locker room. So that's my comment on Jimmy Butler. Anyway, and then on the trades, shocking like everybody just shocked at that. I still think for right now, because Dallas picks up defense, and it's great for the future of the Lakers to have Luka, but right now it looks like Dallas is in a win now mode, and so I think that helps them. But anyway, thanks for taking my call.
Good call.
And once again, congrats to Joe Spadoni once again for being on the Morning Roast Show.
There we go.
Thanks, Joe in Burbank.
I'll
send the check in the mail.
It's just so frustrating. Here's the thing about Jimmy Butler. Everybody realized he's old as hell. Everybody realized he's just complete malcontent. It's what he represents The fact that he's the one saying no when he's looking around the league and it feels like no one is going to give him an extension, and he's actively telling the Warriors, even though no one else in the league is going to give me an extension, I don't want to extend with you. Like, it's not about him coming to the Warriors. It's about him saying no to you. It's like, really? We've all had that moment where a specific person from that you were going after said no to you, and you're like, you're saying no to me?
Yeah.
Really?
Is
that how down bad I am?
Right. It's almost like it's not you, it's me. The George is, if anyone, it's me, right? You're damn right it is. I think of that all the time.
Exactly it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We got Mike Bassick from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas joining us here momentarily. And Mike, just a huge sports fan and a Dallas sports fan, obviously being from that market. And I just wonder his feelings and thoughts, because you sent it in the chat, Joe Shasky. People losing their minds.
So bad.
Like, we think Warriors fans are freaking out right now. Imagine how Dallas Mavericks fans are freaking out right now. I kind of feel for them right now, but I don't think the hope is lost this season, but the future. That's what you look forward to, right? The future. You want to have your franchise in the best hands possible for not just 2 or 3 years, because that's kind of what this feels like, but for the 10 years. And after that, and right now, they kind of put an expiration date on themselves within these next couple of years with Kyrie, with AD, who are both 32, 33 respectively. But let's get to Mike Bassick as he joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Mike, what's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. How's the last 48 hours been for you?
Man, pathetic. Bonte Hill's out, so we got a new guy, huh?
Hey, Bonte, he's still at the station. He's still at the station. He's taking an expanded role with NBC over there on the television side. And we're so happy for him. He's going to be joining us here on the Morning Roast every Friday at 9. Still be part of the station, doing some fill-ins here and there. But he's still part of the station. But yeah, I am now part of the Morning Roast. I'm Joe Spadoni, and nice to talk to you, Mike.
Awesome, Joe. Well, congratulations. And this is the worst nightmare come true. I hate the Lakers more than any sports franchise in sports. And the Mavericks traded Luka, which I'm not opposed to. I want to make this clear. I'm not opposed to trading Luka. I see all of his faults. He's still unbelievably great, but I know he does not care about cardio. He does not care about practice. He does not care about defense. Those are things that are tough to overcome. And at times he shows you that, and you're like, oh my gosh, if he wanted to, he could be the best player in the NBA. Not the best defensive player, but the best overall player. He has that ability, and he refuses to get that out of himself. And still doing that, he's consecutively 5 times in a row an all-NBA first-teamer. But the Mavericks, I think, made the worst trade in sports history. De'Aaron Fox got 3 first-round picks and Zach LaVine, and you got a guy who's consistently hurt and 1 first-round pick. Worst trade in sports history.
Mike, I don't understand. Well, first off, like, the second you saw it come across your timeline, because I was at a crab feed, my head exploded. My nephew showed it to me. I go, that's not real. Like, I literally told him there's no way that's real. And then I started looking on the internet, and I go to myself, there's no way this is real. And then Shams is like, this is real. What went through your head the second you saw that this was real?
I was in bed. Remember, I'm in Central Time, so I was almost asleep, and my son was coming home from a thing that he was out to, and he calls me, "Are you kidding me?" And I'm like, "What?" Like, at first, I'm nervous about him driving and being 16, and I'm like, "Well, what's going on?" Like, he goes, "The Mavericks traded Luka." And I'm like, "No, they didn't. Shut up." And he's like, "Traded him to the Lakers for Anthony Davis." I'm like, "This is a stupid joke. You got to make it at least like more believable. And who are you following? Like, what Nimrod are you following that you're believing this on social media?" And he's like, "Are you kidding me? You don't know this? Like, turn on YouTube, do something." Like, I'm not lying, Dad. And I'm like, so I turn on the television, hit YouTube, search Luka, and I see like 5 or 6 people going live with this trade. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And then I'm thinking, this isn't good, but you know how trades sometimes, like, it takes 30 minutes for all the details to come out. So the Mavericks are gaining 2 first-round picks also from Utah Jazz or something. Like, no, 1 first-round pick and Anthony Davis. Good luck, guys.
hosts KNC Masterpiece from 10 to 2 p.m. on our sister station out in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan. Mike Bassick, kind enough to join us here, just getting the Dallas perspective on all this as, Luka Dončić, Joe Shasky is a Los Angeles Laker. I just can't believe it.
It's crazy. So, Mike, when I think of the Dallas Mavericks, I think of Dirk. I guess to a lesser degree, Jason Kidd, Rolando Blackman. How beloved is Luka as a player for the Dallas Mavericks, for this fan base? Because you guys made one of the great draft day trades of all time, and it ended up being a juggernaut. And he's got to be a financial cash cow for that area and for this team.
Yeah, you have to understand, and I'll get to this in a second, the Adelsons, the new owners, don't care at all about the NBA or money because they have more money than God. But when it comes to Luka, my kid's like, who do I root for now? Or who? I'm like, I guess Derek Lively, that he develops into something special. He has a child's body, so I do love him as a player, but he's always hurt because his body hasn't developed into a man yet. With this, everybody is. They're going to lose 30% of their fan base. They're going to lose a lot of season ticket holders. This isn't a hey, we just support the Mavericks no matter what. The Rangers, the Mavs, and the Stars have to win or they lose support. I think this is maybe the death of the Mavericks franchise. I was there when it all went to hell in 1990-ish, when Roy Tarpley was a drug addict and Mark Aguirre asked out, and you got 5,000 people in the building at Reunion Arena on a consistent basis. The only time it would ever sell out was for the Lakers or for the Bulls. And it's going to happen again, and I think that might be the overall plan here is the Adelsons want gambling in Texas. They want a new arena with a casino next to it. And I don't think it's going to happen in Texas. I just don't think the lawmakers are going to do it. So when the Mavs don't have their picks in 27, 28, 29, and 30, those are all gone. So if this goes bad, it doesn't matter. They can't even rebuild. All those picks go to other teams. So when that happens, and then in 2030, when the lease is up here in Dallas, the Adelsons are going to go, nobody's showing up. We can't get the state of Texas to do gambling. We can't get any city here in Dallas-Fort Worth to give us $500 million to split the cost of the new arena. We're going to Las Vegas.
Wow. That's kind of a bomb you just dropped on us there, Mike, that this literally is a franchise death move, if you will. And I was kind of joking, saying Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd kind of put their own expiration date on the next few seasons, right? Because you can sell Luka for the next 5 to 10 years. But if this doesn't work out in the next couple of years, as you mentioned, it's a wrap. And listen, Kyrie can opt out after this season, correct?
Yeah. Yes, and from what I understand, I don't know this factually. From what I understand, rumors is he walked out of a room where he was getting a workout or treatment and walked out when he saw it on his phone and said, what the F are we doing?
So, Mike, I watched the video with Jason Kidd and the GM.
Nico Harrison.
Thank you. It looked like Jason Kidd was in a hostage video, and I'm not trying to, make light of hostage videos, but he did not look like he was thrilled. Do they just hate this guy, or is this all financially driven? Because I know that there's some TV revenue stuff with Bally's, that was the local television broadcast partner, and I know that entire company went under, and there's a lot, baseball and basketball, there's a lot of teams that are counting their chickens right now, and they don't want to dip into the luxury tax, and if you pay a guy $350 million, it's really difficult to field the team without dipping into the tax. How much of this was they just can't stand the guy? How much of this was the money? And how much of this was them just pretending like they can win a championship with Anthony Davis right now?
Well, first, just to make sure, and you guys can look this up, the Adelson family, the family that bought the team from Mark Cuban is like a 5 to 7% owner. They have maybe 5 times the amount of money of Jerry Jones. Money's no issue for them. They didn't buy this team for NBA. They bought this team for casinos in Texas. So this has nothing to do with financial stuff. I do think Nico might be making a move going, I don't like Luka. There might be some issues. I don't want to speculate, but there might be some issues that end up coming out over time that he has. But he does not care about defense. He intentionally lost Game 3 in the NBA Finals because emotionally he can't handle adversity still at 24, 25 years old. He's unbelievable as a player, but there are things that he's just immature. He's fat. He's out of shape. He doesn't care about practice, and he's still this good. That's the crazy thing, is how good he is without caring a lot about the things that you would think you have to care about. But I understand why you trade him. I know that one of his favorite coaches is in Orlando. I'm throwing this out. You don't think you could get like Jalen Suggs, Paolo Banchero, and a first-round pick in the Orlando Magic, or like we just got Luka Doncic?
We totally agree with you. If you this reminds me of a private.
Would be like,
keep going.
Yeah, the Houston Rockets could go. We got 5 first-round picks in Jalen Green. We'll take Luka and see if we can win a championship with this 25-year-old. Like, there were so many trades you could have made. Like we talked about last year, like, would you trade Luka for Giannis? And it's like a 50-50 debate. And would Milwaukee ever do that? Probably not. But we don't like, would you trade him for John Morant and Jalen Jackson? Like, those are real conversations where you could have about Luka. That's why 29 teams are like, are you kidding me? Like, I know Steph Curry is a legend in San Francisco, Golden State forever, rightfully so, one of the greatest players in NBA history. Right now, I'm going to ask you guys this question. If the Mavericks called up and said, we want Steph Curry and a first-round pick for Luka Dončić, do you guys say no?
I am doing that deal, but I don't know how many Warrior fans are. I would do it even as much as it would pain me. I would do it in a heartbeat because I have the next guy for the next decade.
Thanks for producing the rest of our show, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real question when you look at what in the world were they doing? Even if you think Luka has major issues off the court, has major issues defensively on the court, has major issues with teammates off the court and possibly at times on the court because of his lack of care on defense. All right, how many teams are willing to give you 5 to 8 first-round picks or 4 first-round picks and 2 premium prospects? I know he probably doesn't want to play in Utah. Utah has a zillion picks. You could have been like, this works out financially, by the way. Give us Lauri Markkanen and 5 first-round picks. You guys have like 12 in the next 6 years because of your Donovan Mitchell trade and Rudy Gobert trade. Like, does Utah go, hey, can we convince Luka to be here and build a team around Luka? Like, these are once-in-a-lifetime players where you get 10 years of making the playoffs for free. Remember, Luka in his second year. Look at what Wemby's doing. Luka in his second year with a bunch of trash made the NBA playoffs and took the Clippers with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. He took them to Game 7. That was second year in the league at 19 years old. He's already made a conference finals, got hammered by Golden State, but made the conference finals. Last year made the NBA finals in year 6 in the NBA at age 24. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is older than Luka. People forget this, and I get Oklahoma City has a very young team. Shai Gilgeous is older than Luka Dončić.
It's insane. Hey, Mike, man, we appreciate it. We're up against it here, but don't worry.
Yeah.
Baseball season's right around the corner,
I'm hugging
brother.
you through the phone, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Enjoy the NBA. I'm done.
There you go. That's Mike Bassick.
There is something about the fans.
Masterpiece from 10 to 2. Go ahead.
There is something about like the fans. I want to get into all that. And then he brought up a great question that you and I were kind of kicking around. Like, if you had to, hypothetically, trade, Curry for the next 10 years of Luka, I don't know how many Warrior fans are doing that. I think I'm doing it. I'm not sure how many other are.
That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your own vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Right. Taking on the Orlando Magic. I'm sure the players, the coaches, everyone's going to have some thoughts on the biggest trade, maybe in the history of sports, that happened over the weekend. Luka Dončić is now a Los Angeles Laker. Anthony Davis is a Dallas Maverick. We just had Mike Bassick on last segment. If you missed any of that interview, Mike Bassick, who hosts the KC and Masterpiece show from 10 to 2 p.m. on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan, he thought it was a franchise killer move for the Dallas Mavericks. And he went so far to say that they might be moving to Las Vegas because of this move. Sounded insane, but the way he kind of broke it all down kind of sounded reasonable at the end of it. I was like, oh my God, this could actually happen. So if you missed any of that, download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game, where you can listen to us, Spadoni and Shasky, every single day on the free Odyssey app and thousands of other stations. Also, you want to download that because you want a chance to shoot hoops at Chase Center, right? I mean, who doesn't want to do that? Well, we're giving you that opportunity with the 95.7 The Game knockout tournament. Yes, it is back. We're going to be giving out a keyword sometime between 8 o'clock and 8:30. Be listening, 8 o'clock to 8:30. So the next hour, you're going to hear a keyword that I'm going to give out. And when you hear that keyword, you're going to hold on to it in your brain. And then the next segment, we're going to have Jerry Rice on. And then after that, we're going to be playing a sounder. Then you're going to call in. I'm going to give out the contest line. You're going to give that keyword. And if you're 18 years old and you live in California, well, then you're going to be shooting hoops at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. So I can't wait for that. And it's happening all day. So if you don't miss it, if you miss it this morning and you have something to do, be listening to Steiny and Goo and Willard and Dibbs. They'll also give you some opportunities to shoot hoops at Chase Center, Joe Shasky.
Chili, I've been thinking about this long and hard, right? And there aren't a lot of metaphors that I think ring true. Unfortunately, I've been a part of a couple of different issues with, someone passing away, and there's an estate, and there's a group of people in the family that have to come to an agreement on selling, let's just say, a house, right? For example, I'm using a loose example. Your grandfather, your grandmother lived in this house for 60, 70 years. They bought it for $2,000.
Sure.
And now the house is worth $1.5 million, right? And you've got all these aunts and uncles, and everybody wants to, hey, no one wants to buy the house. We're going to sell it on the open market. We all want the money. We're going to divide the money. You owe it to the rest of the family members in there to get the most amount of money on said property, because no one's going to keep it in the house. So you realize, hey, none of the aunts and uncles wants to buy it at face value. So we're just going to put it out on the open market, and we're going to take as many bids as we possibly can, and we're going to try to drive the price up so we can get the maximum return on it.
Sure.
That's smart. Like that's smart. And when it comes to maximizing your return, the equivalent to what the Mavericks did was, all right, we've got this estate, we've got this home that we're going to sell, but we're not going to put it on the open market. We're going to talk to our real estate agent, and we're going to say, hey, do you know anybody who might be interested in this house? And they're like, yeah, I've got one bidder, one person who would want that house. And whatever that bidder wanted is what you're going to sell it for. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Once you realize that you want to sell the house, okay, it's over. You put it on the market and you get as much as you possibly can, because now once you've made the determination you don't want that home, you owe it to yourself and everyone else in the family to get maximum return. In this situation, the Dallas Mavericks knew internally we want to get rid of Luka. And they can make all the arguments that they want that, well, once we didn't want it to get out because then it would what? You were done with him. You were done with him. You should have told the entire league. You should have put a huge billboard. Luka's out the door. You owe it to your team, the players, and the fans to get maximum value on the return. I don't understand why they were quiet and they only went to one team to dealt. It's one of the dumbest business decisions of all time.
Well, it just sounds, again, and I tweeted this out, and you can follow me out, Spadoni_Joe on X or Twitter, whatever the hell you want to call it these days. And I was like, well, why just one person you talk to? I get it, you're homies with Rob Pelinka, and you guys are tight, and you guys go way back. If you're Nico Harrison, the GM of the Dallas Mavericks, why just the team, and why just one first round pick? And I get it, it's not a like for like thing, but the fact that Rudy Gobert went for 5 first round picks.
That's crazy.
Rudy Gobert is not the player of a Luka Dončić.
But has the
not
CBA,
even close.
I agree. Has the new CBA completely changed the algorithm of these trades?
Sure. But also, if that's the case, and let's say, just for hypothetical reasons, Luka just wanted to go to the Lakers. Okay, They can wait till the summertime.
Yeah, squeeze them.
And squeeze them for at least a couple more first-round picks.
Totally agree.
And you'll see what happens there. Like this notion that you couldn't have got more for Luka if you just had waited, I'm not buying it. I know you're not buying it. And I keep going back to the Warriors on this one. And if you're a Warriors fan, I want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. The fact that the Warriors weren't even in on this deal, and Mike Bassick brought it up last segment. You know, he asked Warriors fans, he dared them to say, you know what? If you could have had Luka Dončić for Stephen Curry in a first-round pick, would you have done that? And I'm having a very difficult time wrapping my head around saying, no, I would not have done that. I want to hear the reasons why you don't do that.
Emotions. He's a legend.
You can't do business deals with emotions.
No, I know, but this is different. So Steph is in a different stratosphere than other players. Look, I hear the emotions on a Kevon Looney. I'm not trying to say that people don't have an attachment to him. They do. But there's levels to emotional attachment. I don't view Robbie Thompson the same way I view Barry Bonds for baseball. I don't view Jeff Garcia the way I view Joe Montana. I certainly don't view, Michael Crabtree the way I view Jerry Rice. And in this particular instance, I'm not viewing Andrew Wiggins or even Draymond Green to a lesser extent the way I view Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the greatest player in franchise history. So to move him, it would take crazy consideration and compensation. And yeah, the next 10 years of Luka over whatever the next year or 2 or 3 of Steph Curry, yeah, an unemotional fan is like, yeah, sign me up for Luka, blah, blah, blah. There's no guarantee you win anything with him. And I don't want to see Steph wear another uniform. That being said, I would probably do the deal. But I don't think a lot of Warrior fans would agree with me on that.
888-957-9570. If you had the choice, Warriors fans, if you could have gotten Luka Dončić for Stephen Curry in a first-round pick, would you have done that? 888-957-9570, because that's basically what the Lakers just said. They just said, you know what? Maybe we'll take a step back this year, maybe next year. But you know what? We got our franchise guy. We got our superstar guy that's going to attract other people to come play with him. It's going to attract customers. It's attract other fan bases. It's going to attract a lot more money and eyeballs to us right now. Hell, again, we keep mentioning it. It's Super Bowl week and we're talking about this. That's the wow factor in all of this.
Yeah.
Not only is the Luka Dončić the player, but it's the teams that are involved. It's Anthony Davis, another Hall of Famer. It's the Los Angeles brand. It's the Dallas Mavericks, who are, listen, they're no slouches themselves. Dallas Mavericks have won titles.
Yeah.
Dallas Mavericks were in the finals last year. That's a major market we're talking about in all this. They have Kyrie Irving. Hell, they have Klay Thompson on the team, and I wonder how Klay's feeling about all this. Like, I know he spoke yesterday, and he was like, yeah, it was... I had to laugh a little bit. He's like, yeah, it was really good to play those 22 games with Luka Dončić. That's all it was. Played 22 games with them, and I wonder if he's left scratching his head.
But even if you so let's say from the Mavericks perspective, we love Anthony Davis. All right. Yeah, you love Anthony Davis. But do you not understand how a transaction works? He's 6 years older than Luka.
He's going to be 32.
All right. And when I look at marketability in terms of like the brand moving forward, like, I'm sorry, Luka's star power is significantly bigger than Anthony Davis's. You might love Anthony Davis, the player, right? And in this equation, hey, that's the only guy we want, and I get that. You should still squeeze more first rounders out of him. And that's why if you have more bidders, you're going to get teams throwing things at you because they understand there are other people making offers. We have to give a blowaway offer. We can't just give any offer. No. And it felt like they took the first offer.
The first offer, and yet, as you mentioned, I don't even know if there were other offers on the table. It sounded like the only other offers were from the third team. Right? Because we keep forgetting. There was a third team involved in this with like a salary dumps wise with the Utah Jazz, Jalen Hood-Schifino. No one knows. You don't know who he is. Just some nobody on the Lakers that they just needed to get rid of.
What's his name again? What's his name?
Jalen Hood-Schifino.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Not going to. No.
He could come into this room, shake my hand, and tell me his name is what?
Jalen Hood-Schifino.
And I would say, yeah. Sure. What kind of work do you do?
That guy, exactly.
Oh my God.
What is he, 6'6"? How big is he?
Let's see. His measurables on a Jalen Hood-Schifino, I am not sure. I know he's a point guard out of Indiana. He is 6'5". He's a big guy. Yeah. 6'5". Carter's still taller than him though. Yeah. Jimmy's out in Bayview. He wants to discuss that hypothetical trade. 888-957-9570. Luka Dončić for Stephen Curry in a first rounder. Would you have done that, Dub Nation? What's going on, Jimmy? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. great first show. Great. You got a lot of material to cover. In a heartbeat, I would take Dončić. We would have Dončić for 10, 12 more years. And where's Mark Cuban in this whole thing, this great businessman? I believe he still is in charge of the basketball side of things. How can Mark Cuban sign off on this? That's who we should be hammering right now.
He's only got a small percentage ownership of the team. He sold a big chunk of the team. He's kind of like, how would I put this? He's not even like a minority owner. He's like a very, very, very small percentage owner, only in name. Like, and that's really it. He's really divested his entire, share of the team.
And he was starting doing the campaign. He was going to be a part of it. Kamala Harris during the whole campaign thing. He was a part of that whole thing. So he's kind of been out on the Dallas Mavericks when it comes to the X's and O's and all the machinations of the GM side.
He's been fighting with Elon Musk online. Yeah, I mean, that's.
Look at you guys. You just lost Fonte, all NBA player, and now you've got Spadoni coming in, G League MVP.
Thank you. Hey, I appreciate. I'll be that.
I was scared. I'm sure the pay was going to go.
Hey, Jimmy, you know what? You're not wrong.
MVP.
You're
I love that.
Matt Nahigian is taking a gamble right now.
I love
He's taking a gamble as Jimmy and Bayview. I'm not going to hate it. That's a great point. And you know what? If I'm the Dallas Mavericks right now, I try to maximize these 3 years. And if I win a title this year, then it's whatever.
Well, I think the only way Nico protects himself, like this is the reality. It's like you have to win a title in the next couple of years. There's no other way. You're getting ran out of town.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just like, come on, guys, like let's just call it what it is. You have to win a champion. When you make a move of this magnitude and you move a player this popular, this young, this good, even if you hate his guts, the only way to win the deal publicly is to win a championship.
Well, just think about the last ones that have all failed with big trades, right? And I think Kevin Durant's been involved in a few of them. And you go to the Clippers with Paul George. All of those failed miserably. The Suns have since failed. Like, that hasn't worked. The Brooklyn Nets, they were in cap hell for a while with James Harden, Kyrie, KD. It didn't work. There's a good chance this doesn't work for the Dallas Mavericks. There's a great chance it doesn't work. But if it does, I think you just need to get to an NBA Finals at the very least to say, you know what, if I was Nico Harrison, we got there again. It didn't work. Maybe we lost to the Celtics again, is what it is. But to your point, there is no way, if I'm the Dallas Mavericks fan base, that this is ever going to be okay with me.
Well, no,
if I'm a fan right now, there's zero... You can't spin this at all.
Well, they're going to. Like, what we're going to hear in the next couple of weeks is going to be, look, to a small degree, it happened with certain people like Clay, for example. Like, after he left, it's like, hey, tried to come at him a couple of times and explain to him what the role might be changing. And I don't think that was deliberate on the Warriors' behalf. I just think that, people get insights and they hear things and they wait to get rid of it. You will get some spin. And there's going to be, like, that's the part I'm most fascinated about is, what do they know about Luka that we don't know currently today?
Sorry, say it one more time.
I said, what do they know about Luka, the Dallas Mavericks, that we don't know today? And what are they going to say about Luka moving forward?
Well, Mike was kind of stepping around. He's like, I heard from some people, I'm not going to say, like, certain, like, relationships with certain players, yada, yada, yada.
He must be a huge jerk.
Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, look, that's what,
But that being said, he was in the NBA Finals last year being a jerk.
So let's take it to the...
You don't have to be a nice guy. You don't have to get along with your teammates. We've seen champions do that time in and time out. Yes.
Let's take it to the extreme, right? Like, I'm not going to suggest that Luka's doing this stuff, but I never believed that the Houston Texans had no idea that Deshaun Watson wasn't the greatest person off the field. That's just my belief, okay? I have nothing other than my own intuition of just living life where you kind of got a clue of who's good, who's bad. Like, if you're with someone every day for years on end, like, you get insights into who they are. Now, you never truly know, but these are corporations that hire investigators and they have people involved with the company. They had some indication, and they couldn't wait to get rid of that guy. And then everything started coming out afterwards. Now, again, that's criminal, right? He was accused of criminal things. I don't know if it's to that degree, but I am very interested to hear what they have to say about Luka. Brian Windhorst talked about this. I don't know if we got that sound, but Brian Windhorst is basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, like, what do they know about this guy behind the scenes? Like, he must be pretty intolerable.
He said there was a quote from an NBA All-Star that texted him and said the Dallas Mavericks really must have hated Luka.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was what the quote is.
But I
Brian
guess
Windhorst,
the other part of this is, and I think in the NBA, you can be a jerk if you're outstanding. Clearly, he was such a big jerk or something that they said, all right, tolerance over talent.
Exactly. I was going to say talent versus tolerance. It's the ever-ending question right there. We've seen that many a times with the San Francisco 49ers, the San Francisco Giants. It goes on, it goes on, it goes on. And we're talking about it right here, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Would you do that deal if it meant giving up Stephen Curry and a couple first-round picks maybe for a Luka Dončić? Would you have done that, Dub Nation? Jimmy in Bayview does it. I think Joe Shasky and I both do it, but there's a lot more nuance to it. Because
I would also pause a lot. It's not a move that you make like without hesitation.
You're also talking about giving up a guy, and we've been talking about ad nauseum, a guy that's a potential jerk for one of the nicest players ever, like one of the good people, and you can't say enough about that. What he meant for the community. I'm not here to say that Luka doesn't do good things in the Dallas community, because his dad was on, I think, a Slovenian talk show yesterday. His father was speaking about all the good that he sees his son do in the community when it comes to charities, when it comes to visiting hospitals, when it comes to donating in his time. And I don't think we get enough of that stuff. I know that, the NBA cares and the NFL cares. Like, they put up commercials and we kind of do.
I don't believe the NFL cares.
Well, no, but that's what they promote, right?
No,
like
agree.
The Walter Payton Man of the Year stuff. Like, we have that. And it's a symbol of pride. You wear it on your jerseys, and they're going to be giving up that. They're going to give out that before the Super Bowl. Like, that's a big thing. And I don't know if Luka Dončić, maybe he's a bad teammate, but I know what Stephen Curry is as a teammate. So that's why I do pause. He's one of the great teammates, but I'm also learning this about Steph these last few years specifically. And we heard his comments recently when it comes to like the NBA Twitter, GMs telling him to shut up. I don't know how hands-on he is when it comes to being with Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. Yeah, he signs off on things, but I know he's not LeBron. I know he's not some of these guys. He's not Kevin Durant. When every single thing it feels like they're involved with, I am curious to see what his response would be, because I have a feeling if Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy approached him and say, you know what, Steph, I compare you with Kyrie Irving right now and your old pal Klay Thompson in Dallas, and maybe you have a better opportunity to win there. Would you do it? Would Steph say no? That's another thing in all this.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. See, just like I've talked about this, like when it comes to your profession, your algorithm is different than my algorithm, right? So, for example, people always say, Joe, if you had a chance to go to ESPN, you would do it. I would not move to Connecticut for a couple $100,000 a year over whatever I'm making now. I would not do that. No, my family is here. I want to stay here. For other people that maybe don't have their family attachment here, they might go for an extra amount of money, right? Like that's up to them, And in this one, Steph has everything you could ever want. So at this point, I don't know what his algorithm is. Is winning one more, championship, does that supersede ripping his children out of school and moving? And even though he's comfortable here and he wants to stay in one uniform, like I don't know where he's at in his career. Like Klay Thompson, for example, he doesn't have a significant other. He doesn't have children. His algorithm is different than what Steph's is right now. Like I'm just using him as a guy who kind of left.
Well, it's a good point, because the next guy in all this, the next domino people thought when they immediately saw this trade, I saw it from Warriors fans immediately, and you even said it, is LeBron available? Is LeBron,
first thing I thought of.
Is LeBron here? Well, I kind of think about LeBron. I was like, the reason he's in LA and the reason he got Bronny and his whole family's there, his son still plays high school basketball there. I would have a hard time seeing LeBron want to get traded. Just like Steph, we're talking about this. I would have a hard time seeing LeBron wanting to leave his family in Los Angeles. Sure. Is the team better right now? Are the Los Angeles Lakers a better team after this trade? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it yet. Luka is not playing. He's been hurt. I know the Lakers just won in New York without Anthony Davis. So we'll see. But here's
this trade for them, just real quick.
Yeah.
This trade is not for now. This trade for them is whatever you do this year.
It's after LeBron.
Exactly. This is their plan is we're viewing it past LeBron.
But if you're LeBron now, it's like, do I stay here to help guide the torch, similar to Steph Curry? Do I stay here in this situation?
He's been there 7 years.
I know.
He was with Cleveland a grand total of 11.
I know.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
He might be remembered as a Laker, which is crazy.
Wow.
He might be remembered as a Laker when it's all said and done. He might be. Here's the sound
you think?
He might be at the end of it all. If he ushers in this new generation with Luka and with AD, maybe we don't, but the next generation, they'll view him as that.
No doubt.
Like, we're never going to remember Michael Jordan as a wizard because that's not even close. But
no.
LeBron's sneakily been in LA for a very long time.
Is Barry Bonds a pirate or a Giant?
There you go. People in Pittsburgh would still remember him as a pirate.
He spent 15 years with the Giants, but it's interesting.
Brian Windhorst on that Mavericks quote that we all heard over the weekend. This is from ESPN.
I had an all-star, current NBA all-star text me and say, do you know how much the Mavericks must hate Luka? This is what they're talking about in the league. I've had veteran coaches text me and say they can't believe they saw this. They just have never seen anything like this. And Luka is 25 years old, okay? He is under contract for several more years, and this summer he is already eligible for a Supermax. I find it completely unbelievable that he would not sign that contract. This was not done because the Mavericks didn't think Luka wanted to be there. Even if he didn't sign that contract, you would have a whole year to figure it out. This was done because the Mavericks didn't think that going forward with Luka was best for their franchise.
That's crazy.
Which is insane. And to his point, this whole Supermax aspect of it, Luka had plenty of reasons to stay in Dallas because of the money. And the dollar bills, all of that. He's not going to make nearly as much as he could have with the Lakers than he could have with the Dallas Mavericks, Joe Shasky. So, hey, I'm still just, there's parts of me that don't believe it. Still, like, I have to see Luka play for the Lakers before. Him and LeBron next to each other, it's going to be crazy. Now, again, it is going to be funny once the basketball starts getting played, because I'm just imagining Austin Reeves, Luka Dončić, LeBron James, Jackson Hayes, and then who else? Rui Hachimura. It's not going to be great defensively to watch that game, but maybe the Lakers make another trade. They only gave up 1 first-round pick, so they can still make some action. West Oakland Sam has some thoughts on the potential, and we're bringing up the hypothetical. If you could trade Stephen Curry for Luka Dončić, would you? 888-957-9570. West Oakland Sam has some thoughts on that hypothetical. What's going on, West Oakland Sam? You're on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, first of all, Spadoni, congratulations, man. You're living it up in life.
I appreciate you. Thank you, man.
I got some love. Shout out to Deonda's in Mission, my favorite Italian pastry spot, where you could find a lot of Ethiopians on Easter for us. So, hell no, I would never trade Steph Curry. Steph Curry is ours, man. That is like the one guy that is untradeable in this scenario. I can't wait for the 30 for 30 for this trade that they pulled off, because it was like, did you guys hear LeBron after the game? The first person he said was, we had to do everything because Anthony Davis is not playing. So I kind of feel the theory where LeBron didn't know, because a lot of things have to go through LeBron. But I remember after the Knicks game, the first thing he said was we had to cover a lot of what Anthony Davis does, and he gave him a lot of tout. And in terms of the Warriors aspect, I don't think there's a bigger move that could top this for us, because now we got Jimmy Butler's out of the race, right? Mm-hmm. So the only next biggest name right now would be LeBron.
Zion doesn't do it for you?
Yeah, what about Zion, West Oakland?
Zion. To be honest, I was talking to my friend over the weekend, and we were like, yo, Zion has the same issues that Luka has in terms of the weight issue and everything. And we like to look at the Warriors as a place as like a rehabilitation for players. And maybe Zion might do that out here, but I don't know if Zion could really fit with our system, because he is ball dominant himself. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I don't think it would match with our system. You got to understand, you got to play within the system of Steve Kerr. And it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work with Zion. Now, Vucevic, now that Zach LaVine is on the Kings, That doesn't work. That doesn't work for the Kings because now the Kings, they get empty calories with Zach LaVine. What we need, the only player that I think that can match right now is probably Miles Turner. That's the only player that I think we could get, bro.
Yeah, I don't think that resonates the way. The thing with Zion and Luka, we need to dispel something. Like, I think that Zion is a tremendous talent.
Yeah.
He came in 1 year after Luka did. He's played in an average of about 46 games a year.
It's not a fair comparison to Luka Dončić.
Now, look, he averages 25 points. He's a really good player. He's been an all-star twice. All right. Luka Dončić, just to give, he averages 67 games played in an 82-game season. He averages 29 points a game. All right. 8 rebounds, 8 assists. He's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going to be 6 this year. 6-time All-Star with Rookie of the Year. Like, yes, Zion is a tremendous talent. Luka's a great player.
Yeah.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. A couple more years, he's a first ballot Hall of Fame.
I think he already is. I mean, given the Basketball Hall of Fame, you and I could play.
Sure.
You and I could play a cup of coffee and be Hall of Fames. Yeah.
And to be fair to Luka, he's dragged some pretty, I would say, mediocre to good teams pretty far in the playoffs. Yeah. Farther than I think a lot of other people would.
I mean, I'm thinking about that team that went up against the Warriors. It was him and Jalen Brunson in that series, and that was it. And Jalen Brunson didn't do anything.
And look, for all the conditioning talk, I'm going to say it again. He averages 67 games played of an 82-game season, 35 minutes a game. So, look, he might not be in the greatest shape physically for what people are looking for. Neither was Tony Gwynn. He's one of my favorite players of all time.
No, baseball a little different. You can be a little pudgy and stuff like that.
But if he was missing 45 games a year, I'd be with you on that. If he missed a full season like Zion did, I'd be with you on that. Like, as bad as it's been, like, optic-wise, he does play a lot.
God, I'd much rather do the risk of a Zion, though, than the known and older player of Nikola Vucevic, which really, at this point, missing out on LaVine. I mean, it's not going to feel like this, but it kind of does. Like, you're missing out on Luka.
But how does Vucevic make you better next year and the year after that and the year after that?
That's why this Luka trade is so fascinating because the Lakers they might be sacrificing this year. I'll wait and see. They're still 9 games over 500. They're the 5th seed right now in the Western Conference. Like, they're thinking about the future. I want the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy, and I think a lot of these players in these fan bases, they're caught between thinking about the future and the present too much. I think the Warriors have to be thinking about the future. Look at the conference right now, the young superstars. Just look at it right now, Joe Shasky, and 888-957-9570. Would you have traded Stephen Curry for Luka Dončić like the Lakers traded Anthony Davis for Luka Dončić? Exactly. It's all hypotheticals because obviously Luka's a Laker. It's all hypotheticals. But just look at the conference. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, number 1 seed, Oklahoma City Thunder.
I would put him in the quote-unquote mega superstar category right now.
And you put Chet in the rising star. Yes.
Sure.
2-seeded, Memphis Grizzlies. Ja Morant is a superstar.
He's a mega superstar. Whether he plays like one, because he's hurt a lot. Like, he's another guy who's hurt a lot. Yeah, and I'm talking about guys who sell jerseys and put butts in the seats. That's my mega superstar.
Both young.
Algorithm.
Both under 30. That's where I'm going to do the under 30.
Yeah.
Houston Rockets. God, they got a lot of players.
I don't think they have a mega superstar at all.
I think Amen Thompson has the potential to be a mega superstar.
He's not there, though.
He's not there?
Yeah.
You see that guy's body?
No doubt. And
incredible. Got body envy.
Joe, but we're a couple years away.
Yes.
Right? Like, I'm talking about, when I say mega superstar, I'm saying my mom knows who you are. I'm saying that, like, the 14-year-old kids have your jersey. That's what a mega superstar is.
You can see the future, though.
Yes.
The future is bright right now
no doubt.
For the Houston Rockets.
Look, and I don't even have Cade Cunningham there yet.
Exactly. And that's the Eastern Conference. Denver Nuggets. They got a bona fide superstar, Nikola Jokic, whose game is going to be like that for the next decade because he can just be tall and big, and he doesn't have to be fast.
Seeing Luka get traded, the first thing I thought is, do we have anything that we could get for Jokic? Right. Do they have anything that they want? If that guy's available, is Jokic available? I'm dead serious. Is Jokic available?
Right.
Why not? I had no idea Luka was available Saturday morning. Did you?
No. And then you look at the Clippers, I don't really know what the future is there, but the Timberwolves still got Ant-Man. The Suns got Devin Booker.
I would put Ant-Man in the mega superstar category.
And they've been struggling a little bit this year, although they're 6-4 in the last 10. They're 5 games over 500, current 7th seed. So we were talking about it all morning. The trade that literally shocked the sports landscape, if you're just waking up, if you've been under a rock, it's Spadonian with Joe Shasky. It's the morning roast. Yeah, no more Bonte on the morning roast, but he's still at 95.7 the game. If you're just tuning in, Bonte is going to be with us every single Friday, 9 a.m. right here at 95.7 the game. He's not going anywhere. We love Bonte. He's taking an expanded role at NBC. Joe Spadoni in here. If you don't know who I am, well, you're going to get to know who I am as the shows go on. But I know it's going to be new. It's going to be different. This whole thing is new and different today. The whole theme of today has been new and different because I can't envision Luka wearing a Lakers uniform. I'm sure for a lot of Warriors fans, they want to throw up thinking about it.
It's not just Luka and AD switching teams. De'Aaron Fox is now with Victor. Like you're looking at the next mega freak in the league who is now paired up with, I would say, an elite player. He's an elite player. I don't think he's a mega superstar. If I say De'Aaron Fox, I think a lot of, but he's much better than the name reputation. De'Aaron Fox is an excellent player.
I think he's fringe star for me, not a superstar. He's fringe star player.
Do you think him playing with the Kings has subdued his stardom?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought they were on a potential path to that in that Warriors series. I saw the future. I was like, man, you know what? Maybe the Kings can be something. And then they turn into the Kings and they might not. They might fizzle out here and not make the play-in scenario. They're 24-24. They're 5-5 in their last 10. It started off hot with Doug Christie, but we'll see with Zach LaVine. And that's something, we've also been juggling, Joe Shasky, are you more disappointed in the Luka Dončić thing or Zach LaVine going to the Kings, right? They're going to Sacramento
for nothing.
For nothing.
The compensation
we couldn't have gotten
package.
him if I'm a Warriors fan right now. It's insane. Sandman's in Fremont. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, Sandman? Y'all with Spadoni and Shasky.
Man, good morning, fellas. Would I trade Steph Curry for Luka Dončić? What is this, some sort of sick joke or something? There's no way I would trade Steph Curry because you know what? We got our 4 championships, right? And I know you talk about building about the future and stuff, but let's be a little more eloquent nowadays. The world's not eloquent no more, man. You know what I mean? Let's end it on a good note. It just I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Look at Luka Dončić. This guy's like 80 pounds overweight. Steph Curry keeps himself in phenomenal condition. I mean, this is the type of guy you want on your team right here, man. Let's end it on a good note. You know what I mean? And if you want to think about the future, maybe we shouldn't have got rid of Bob Myers because he drafted all our guys except for Kevin Durant. We were in the draft to get these guys. He built a real franchise. He wasn't trading here and there. Oh, let me get De'Aaron Fox. And let's do it the right way, right?
They did, to be fair, they did jumpstart their whole thing by trading Monte Ellis for Bogut, and then later on, acquiring Andre Iguodala. Those were established all-stars in the league. Maybe they weren't at the moment that they acquired them, but those were pretty established players, and it helped solidify what the Warriors had in place. Remember, they at one point made a move for David Lee to just be relevant.
Yeah, these are players that you need on your team. But if you're talking about superstar trade, or are we talking about are we talking about superstar trade, or are we talking about role players? You know what I mean? We're talking about superstar trades, man. Let's keep our eloquency, man. We won 4 championships in Oakland, California. Oakland, California's been deserted of sports teams now, man. You know what I mean? This is a Bay Area team. You know what I mean? I wish we could have kept Kevin Durant for a little longer. Maybe we have another one. But let's be eloquent about this, man. You don't trade Steph Curry for nothing, man.
What about Draymond and Wiggins?
League, man.
What about Draymond and Wiggins? Where are you at on them? What if the topic gets switched to them?
Wiggins. No, I understand. Wiggins is a two-way player, but he's either on or off, right? There's no consistency with that guy, but he got him a championship. Let's not, he got him one. Maybe he fell off a little bit after that championship. Who knows, right? There's a lot of hearsay on a lot of these things, but the only thing I could say, you never trade Steph Curry, man, unless Michael Jordan took a time machine and came back or something, right?
Thanks, Sam, man. Appreciate you. That's Sam, man, out in Fremont. He's not doing it. Hey, I understand that perspective, though. The question is, would you have traded Stephen Curry for Luka Dončić? I understand that, though. That was tugging at the heartstrings. That was, he's established himself. They've won 3 championships in Oakland, 1 in San Francisco. He's a Bay Area guy. He unites everyone, Stephen Curry. He has so much built-up equity, Joe Shasky, for them to trade.
Well, Steph's unique. Steph's unique. So let's okay.
But Luke is also unique.
No, I know. But let's take Steph off the board.
But he doesn't have the equity built up, obviously.
This is where I get frustrated with Warrior fans and where I envy the Laker fans. The Laker fans are like, oh, Anthony Davis won us a championship 3 years ago? Get him out of here. We want the next 10 years. Warrior fans are sitting here like, I don't know, Wiggins, he played great for a couple of months. It's got to be the right deal. I envy their relentless pursuit of what's next. That to me is the thing that when I look at Laker fans and just their organization, I feel like in the Bay Area, we get a little too connected to mediocre players. And it's kind of annoying, quite frankly. Like, can't move this guy because we like him. It's like, dog, do we want to win or do we not want to win? And I know this. Lakers are all in on winning. Like the Yankees, like certain organizations, the Dodgers right now, they want to win at all costs, and they're not caught up in the feelings. Steph's unique. I'll grant everyone that. The other guys, like, come on. You guys really want to win, or do you want to win on your terms?
Well,
do you want to win on your terms?
But that's the difference between the Lakers, an established franchise, and the Warriors kind of just establishing themselves within the last decade.
Agreed.
They're new to all this. The fans are new to all this. They're not used to having, Magic Johnson and then Shaq and Kobe. Like, that's never happened. Chances are they're going to have Stephen Curry, and it's going to be a long time before they get someone else. That's the reality for the rest of the NBA, not named the Lakers. We're up against it. Dave in San Francisco will get to you on the other side, plus your chance to win a spot at the knockout tournament. We'll have details on that. We're going to give out the keyword on the other side, plus some interesting sound you want to hear, again, from Screamin' A. Smith, as some call him. He had some interesting thoughts on who LeBron should want to waive his no-trade clause for at this point. He doesn't think he should stick on the Lakers. Maybe a team here in the Bay Area would interest him. We'll get to that on the other side, but first, the injury report. Yeah, the Warriors have a game tonight. I don't know if you guys knew this. They play the Magic. It's right here on 95.7 The Game. Coverage of that starts at 6 with the Warriors live.
Can't wait to watch that.
Hey, I love Paolo Banchero.
No, it's going to be awesome.
He's a paisan.
Well, and Franz Wagner.
Well, Jalen Suggs be on the court tonight. He is questionable for tonight's contest between the Magic and Warriors with a quad injury. Suggs has been dealing with the quad injury since January 25th against the Pistons. He has missed the last 3 games for the Magic. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. Would you have traded Stephen Curry for Luka Dončić? 888-957-9570. Plus, giving out the keyword for the knockout tournament. And the GOAT is joining us. 8:30, Jerry freaking Rice on the River Islands guest line, I should say. Jerry freaking Rice coming up in 30 minutes. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
All right, this time of the year, we're reminded of our drafty windows and doors and those costly heating bills. So the question is pretty simple. Do you put it off for another year, or do you act now while the discomfort is fresh in our minds? Well, Golden State Window and Door Design can address these issues by upgrading the effectiveness and appearance inside and out. Golden State offers Marvin showrooms throughout the Bay Area. They also partner with respected brands like Anderson, Fleetwood, Milgard, Awake, and Weather Shield. With their extensive inventory and vendor list, Golden State can offer a good choice of pricing options. Start online.
Who's this guy Spadoni? Who is this? What? Huh? Don't worry. Bonte's going to be joining us, Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni, every Friday, 9 a.m. Bonte will be here. He'll be a part of the station. You'll see him at the summits. He's still a part of us. He's taking an expanded role with NBC, and we're so damn happy for him for this new chapter for him. All right? And if you're worried about me, you're just like, I don't know about the Spadoni guy. Don't be a stranger. Dip your toe in. You don't have to take a whole cannonball. All right? And if you're a roaster, you know me. If you're a pre-gamer, you know me. And we're going to have a lot of fun here. We've been having a blast. It's a fast 2 hours, Joe Shasky, because the sports landscape has just been shifted. Not just the NBA, the entire sporting world. We had Adam Schefter having think pieces on it from the NFL. Oh, by the way, the Super Bowl is also this Sunday, and we got Jerry Rice joining us here in about 25 minutes to preview that, to discuss this Luka Dončić to the Los Angeles Lakers, Anthony Davis to the Dallas Mavericks. Zach LaVine is now a Sacramento King. De'Aaron Fox is a San Antonio Spur. Wow, what a weekend. Oh, and by the way, we have a chance to play at Chase Center with the knockout tournament. We're going to give out a keyword in the next, 10 minutes for that. So a lot's happening, Joe, and good morning to you.
All right, let's Saturday night, I'm out at the crab feed, and we're hanging out. All the girls are dancing. My wife and my niece and and her aunt, they're all dancing on the dance floor, and my nephew, Kieran, goes to me, he goes, wow, Luka Dončić just got traded to the Lakers. I'm like, well, you got Ballsack Sports, where the fake internet account that gets me every time.
Butt crack sports.
Whatever it is.
No, both of them are true.
They're both, okay, whatever. They're the same thing.
NBA Centel.
And exactly. And then he shows me this screenshot that totally looks fake. And I'm like, there's no way that happened. So what do? I go to my phone, I start searching and searching and searching and looking. And I go, oh my God, Shams is saying this is real. What? And a million thoughts went through my head. And number one, are the Warriors in on this? Is there anything that why weren't we in on AD? Why weren't we in on Luka? Wow, this is crazy. I was in shock. And then denial. There's no way this is real. And then as the weekend progressed, I'm seeing De'Aaron Fox goes to the Spurs, and it's a 3-team deal. And the guy we've been kind of linked to, Zach LaVine, goes to the Kings, and the Bulls kind of get nothing out of the deal. It's basically just a salary dump. Wow. And then the twisting of the knife, not that I wanted, Jimmy Butler, but hey, I'll take him at this point. He says no to you. All I kept thinking about last night, nobody wants any of the parts that the Warriors have. And the Warriors spent the last 2 years thumbing their nose down at not giving up stuff that they had, saying, no, this guy's untouchable. No, that's too many picks. No, that guy's untouchable. Gotta play with these guys. And all I kept thinking was, you've built a roster with a bunch of guys no one else in the league wants. We don't have the ammunition to get Luka. We don't have the ammunition to get AD. We don't even have the ammunition to get a salary dump in Zach LaVine. Damn, that stings.
At one point in this season, Joe Shasky, we were talking about trading for Giannis. How far away does that feel like? At one point in this season, we had an entire show saying, you know what? The Bucks are not very good. Doc Rivers, his days are numbered. Let's go get Giannis. We're 12-3. Let's go get him. That seems like 2 years ago at this point.
Makes me sad.
And now, if you're a Warriors fan, there is no other option right now other than taking a risk at this point, because you can't do nothing if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. Doing nothing is unacceptable if I'm a fan right now. Just judging what I've seen this weekend from the Lakers, from the Mavericks, from the Bulls, say what you will, they made a move. Was it a good move? No. And I'm not saying just to make a move, but you have to have some sort of an improvement at this deadline. If it's Nikola Vucevic, okay. Am I satisfied with that? No. They did something. They did something to improve their roster.
That's like getting Shea Hillenbrand at the deadline if you're the Giants.
Well, Come on. I mean, Vucevic has at least been an all-star at some point, right? Come on.
Vucevic is 34.
Yes, it's not a sexy move, but it's a move that can improve the team right now. And there's going to be some mixing and matching here in the standings coming up. Are the Lakers going to take a step back? Are the Spurs going to take a step forward? Are the Kings going to take a step back? So there's still something that's going to happen. What do the Suns do? Like, the NBA is going to dominate the week of the Super Bowl with this trade deadline. Like, don't get it twisted. The NBA and Adam Silver, They could not be happier with how things went down over this weekend. And talking about sticking your nose up and sticking your thumb up at everyone, they're doing that to Roger Goodell, who's just been dominating their league for the last decade plus. That is the NFL. And by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. We are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, Joe Shasky, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And again, we've been talking about it. Would you have traded Stephen Curry for Luka Dončić? Would you have done that deal, Warriors fans? Dave, Sam, Chris, KC, we'll get to you in a second.
But I think, like, just take Steph off the board here. Like, we all know how great Steph is, and he's appreciated around the league. When the San Francisco Giants got into their, what I call the Giant zone, it was, oh, we're going to make a trade for this guy, and that never materialized. Oh, we're going to sign this guy in the offseason. Oh, we're linked to that guy. Oh, we're in the running for this guy. And they just kept striking out.
Feels Giantsy.
Simultaneously, they viewed mediocre to above average players on their own roster higher internally than the rest of the league viewed them. And I look at the Warriors and I ask myself, do the Warriors value Wiggins more than the rest of the league values Wiggins? Probably. Do the Warriors value Draymond Green more than the rest of the league values Draymond Green? Probably. Do the Warriors value Jonathan Kuminga and Pods and Moody and whoever you want to throw in there more than the rest of the league does? Probably. Yeah, you're dealing from a disadvantage all the time then because you view your people unrealistic to how others view you. And so all these trades are going to be, oh, it's too rich, it's too rich. It's like, no. The league is telling you that you're overvaluing a lot of guys on your team.
Scared money don't make money, Joe Shasky. You got to be risky somewhat.
Am I wrong,
well, no, you're not. If you're afraid to do a risk, too, you're never going to move forward in the NBA.
The most risky thing the Warriors have ever done, two of them, and it spurned why they became good. They swung big for David Lee, who was an average to above average player, who was, had a career year in New York, came to the Warriors, and he was good for the Warriors. That was a big deal. Mm-hmm. Okay, they traded a lot to get him. It kind of started the legitimacy of where they're at. And the other one was trading Monte Ellis for a hurt Andrew Bogut and going all in on what they had. You don't become where you are today without those risky moves. And it just feels like they're very risk averse right now, and that's the worst spot to be in as a sports team.
We have a poll up on Twitter right now, at 957 The Game on Twitter. Would you have traded Steph if the Mavs had said yes? Hell no is at 62%, and yes is at 38%. So 60-40.
It's closer than I thought it would be.
A lot closer than I thought it would be. I think a lot of people are feeling some type of way about this, and this trade in particular, because of the brand that is Los Angeles. Like LeBron and Luka are together now. If they weren't already hated prior to that, they are extremely more hated or loved, depending if you like Luka as a player.
I should be so much more happy that Anthony Davis isn't a Laker anymore. Yeah. And this is one of the few guys in the league where I'm like, damn it. I'm dead. Luka, yeah. He's that good.
About 4 more minutes here. 4 minutes. I'm going to give you the key word for the knockout tournament. 4 minutes. Stay locked in. I'm going to give you the key word to play knockout at Chase Center. Dave, San Francisco, you've been holding on, buddy.
Dave.
What's going on, Dave? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Good morning, fellas. Spadoni, welcome.
Appreciate you.
Got a little two-parter here. No heartstrings attached. Absolutely, I would trade Steph because I'd go all in on my future and have a nice backcourt with Moody, Luka, Kuminga. I think he could unlock Kuminga. What he's doing for PJ over there with the Mavs, he's unlocked them. And it's a simple fact, he's 25, and I would have the next decade. And Steph would be basically gone in the next 2 years, no matter what you put next to him. So, yes, if I was an owner, if I was Laker, yep, I'd do it because I could market him as well to the international audience and still win on the court. My second part is, I was going to say go all in on LeBron, but Shasky brought up a good point that I think we've overvalued a lot of our players, and I think the league is also saying, like, you know what, let's stick it to the Warriors and not give them anything because they've just dominated for the last decade or so.
It's an interesting point you bring up because, like, Wiggins on the Warriors is their second best player. Everyone else in the league is like, yeah, we want him to be our third or fourth or fifth best player. right? Like if Boston was acquiring Andrew Wiggins, there's not even at minimum, he's their fourth best player.
Yeah.
Because they view Derek White a certain way. Like they love him.
I was looking at, who's my other guy? No, my guy who was just on the Olympic team. He just won Drew Holiday. I actually view him as more valuable.
I totally skipped on Drew. But you get where I'm going? Yeah. Like, no, that's a championship team. So let's level down a couple. Like, okay, the Lakers, if they acquire Andrew Wiggins, when they had 80, at minimum, he's their third or fourth best player.
Yeah, him or Reeves. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So the Warriors roster's so down bad right now, their second best player is viewed by pretty much the half of the league going upward as he would be our third or fourth best. That's what ideally he would slot in as our third or fourth best player. Like, and now do the Draymond thing. Some Warrior fans think Draymond's the second most important Warrior. Go around the league. There's no good team that's like, Draymond's our second best player. Draymond's our third best player. He's their fourth or fifth best player. That's how they would view it when it comes to roster construction. You have to acknowledge where you're at. And I think that when they make all these deals, they're dealing from a disproportionate reality.
Dave in San Francisco brought up LeBron James. Stephen A. Smith brought up LeBron James this morning as a possible guy who could get traded at the deadline.
I go to Rich Paul and I tell him I will waive my no-trade clause for one of two teams. It will either be to join Steph Curry in Golden State or to go to New York with the Knicks. One of the two. If I'm LeBron James, I either use that as an option or I go to Golden State and I join Steph Curry. And I go out with the greatest shooter God has ever created.
You do that now, Warriors fans. If you talked yourselves back in to trying to trade for one LeBron James and Stephen Curry, like, come on. How fun was the Olympics, guys?
Come on,
How fun was the Olympics?
Do I get Bronny?
Well, you'd have to take Bronny, right? Hey, and I could sell it too. It's a quick flight. Still live in Los Angeles, right? Go see Bryce's games on the weekends. Why not? Right?
If you paired up LeBron and Steph, that's something.
That's something.
I know a lot of people are like, no. Like, look where we're at. Like, we're disappointed we didn't get Jimmy Butler and Zach LaVine. That's a sad sentence I just said. And I am disappointed. Like, I'm begging for the Zion swing. Literally. That's like going into like, seriously, I have a better shot of hitting the, what do they call that thing when you have a birthday party and you put it?
Piñata?
The piñata. I have a better shot of hitting the piñata after being spun around 10 times blindfolded than Zion being healthy for 70 games of an 82-game season.
I remember LJ's birthday party, they had a piñata. Some of those kids, oh my God.
Taking healthy swings.
There is nothing scarier than a piñata with a bunch of kids. And I think we used to use the metal bat back in the day and give it to the big kids.
I was a little scared using the metal bat.
You were scared to use the metal bat. Someone's going to get concussed.
Also, we were breaking a 49er helmet guy, and everyone's like, why are we beating up the 49ers? And I was like, what am I going to get, a cowboy piñata? It's kind of ridiculous.
Well, it looked like the 49ers this season, battered, bruised, and broken. Hey, it's that time, guys. It's that time. Keyword, knockout tournament. You want to go shoot some hoops at Chase Center? You better pay attention right now because I'm about to give you the keyword. Wait for it. The keyword is Luka. You hear that? The key word to qualify for the knockout tournament, Luka. Listen between 8:30 and 9 after the Jerry Rice interview. Next segment, you're going to hear a sounder. Do you have that sounder, Carter? Play it. When you hear that, you got to be the first to call in and give the keyword I just gave, Luka, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 the game knockout tournament. Guys is dominating. Guys is dominating our airwaves. Luka, and you said it. When you go by a first name, you've made it.
Of course.
And we're never going to go by our first names because it's the most common first name in the history of ever. It's literally called Average Joe.
Well, time out. Okay.
Yeah,
Joseph was also the father of Jesus. So
his stepdad doesn't really count. His stepdad. I mean, come on.
And there's only one Joe, and his name's Joe Montana.
Okay, or Joe Namath. All right.
No one says, Joe Willie Namath. It's Joe Cool, Joe Montana.
Oh, Joe DiMaggio.
Oh, Joltin' Joe is a classic. Love Joltin' Joe.
Okay, so there you go.
Martinez, California. Stand up.
But you go by Shasky, you go by Spadoni.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, also, we had like 10 Joes in my family.
Yeah.
So there was Big Joe, who was shorter than me. That's my dad. There was Little Joe. There was Grandpa Joe. There was Joey, my cousin. Little Joey, who's Little Joey's son.
Sure.
It's a lot of them.
No, there's a lot. Well, you used to, at this station alone, I think we had 5 or 6 Joes that just work at 95.7 or the cluster itself. There was Joe Fortenbaugh. There was Joe Shasky. There's Joe Spadoni. There's Joe Sherry.
Oh, yeah.
And there's Joe Hawks walking around here. There's like 5 of them right there. Let's go out to Sammy. He's out in Walnut Creek. He wants to join the conversation. Would you have traded Stephen Curry for one Luka Dončić? What's up, Sam? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing today?
Oh, content galore, Sam.
Man, the magic word is Luka. There you go. I just I just wanted to say, I thought the Warriors would have, maybe surround Curry with some actual talent. But I'm really frustrated with the GMs in the front office. They're absolutely lazy, man. We could have got rid of Wiggins, Kuminga. They're collecting dust. They ain't doing nothing, brother. I'm just kind of frustrated. Like, why is LeBron getting Luka and getting another all-star around him while we could have had, a few other players around Curry? That's all I have to say, man. So
I appreciate it. That's Sam Walnut Creek. He's frustrated. I hear it. I hear it in his voice, the frustration levels. And listen, I'm not going to be all sunshine and rainbows, but I will say this. The week is not over. Something could still happen. As it stands right now, though, on Monday, February 3rd, 2025, the year of our Lord, at 8:19 a.m., you don't feel good about the future of this team or the current roster on this team right now.
Everyone around you is getting better.
Everyone.
Except for the Bulls. Not just for the now, but for the future.
Yeah. So, make a move, Mike Dunleavy. Is it LeBron? Is it Zion? Is it a Vucevic? Is it something? You can't do nothing. That much I do know. This whole stand pat and just hang around, that can't happen. Cam Johnson, call him up. Brooklyn, what do you want for Cam Johnson? You have to do something right now, Joe Shasky. Johnson. That's a good name, right?
No, I know. He's a good player, but
he's a good player.
He's not changing you're
not getting Luka Dončić.
Look, Thrive City. Let's imagine Thrive City, okay? Right before a game.
Sure.
Who are you here to see? Cam Johnson. No one has ever uttered that sentence. And I'm not trying to rip Cam Johnson, but that's the problem with where the Warriors are at is are we trying to just get a little better for this year? Or are we trying to find the next guy to hand the baton to?
This might be the biggest week in Mike Dunleavy's tenure as Golden State Warriors GM. This might be the biggest week for him to get a deal done or do something, because right now he is known as the guy that extended Draymond Green and got rid of Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. That's kind of what he's known for.
And then let the Chris Paul contract expire and got nothing out of it. And then, let's not forget, stapled a first-round pick to the Jordan Poole deal.
And it hasn't looked great. I would love to have Jordan Poole in this team right now. I would love to have... For everything you just didn't say about Cam Johnson, I could say the opposite for Jordan Poole and his Q rating. I think we undervalued just how important he was and how loved he was by the Warriors fan base, the pool party aspect, all of it. We loved having him on here when he joined us at the start of the season. We loved Jordan Poole until, you hate to go Hawaiian, you bring up the punch. That happened, and the rest is history. And, I kind of dabbled with trade scenarios with the Lakers and the Warriors over the weekend because I think there's a guy in the Lakers right now that they didn't give up, but his days could be numbered just given his status on the team and what he does in relation to Luka Dončić. I'd call up and see if Austin Reeves is available. He's having a hell of a year. He's having a borderline all-star season. He's young. He hits the three-point shot.
I like him.
He's not going to play great defense, but he is tall.
So he fits in.
Exactly. Why not try to get a guy like that? Someone for as much as you hate the Vucevic thing because he's older, and I get that, get someone young.
It's not that I hate the Vucevic.
Sorry,
thing.
Is that strong? But it doesn't do much for you.
It's a nice addition to be what? The 10th seed?
You're the 11th seed right now.
That's not all in. Again, it's to me as a Warrior fan, it's one of two things. I'm all in on Steph, and I'm open to anything that's mega, that's big, that can get us to where we need to go. Or it's dude, sell off these parts and just start tanking.
Well, let's
not including Steph.
Well, hopefully we get Kuminga back here in a couple weeks.
Take a direction.
Well, you get Kuminga back. Let me tell you this. You get Kuminga back in a couple weeks. He was amazing. Yes, you're going to get Draymond Green back. There's going to be a transitional period. They're going to have to get readjusted. And maybe it doesn't work. Or maybe it does. They pick up where they left off. Podziemski's been playing a lot better, a lot more confidence. You add Vucevic. Maybe you win and go on a little bit of a run. Maybe you get to the 6th seed. And then you're a playoff team.
That has been the mantra the last 2 seasons.
I hate saying this, And I know it drove you nuts when Bonte said it, but I'm going to say it too. You're only 3 games back to the loss column. Only 3 games back to the
but the
Clippers
team
loss
behind
column.
you just got better. The Spurs.
We'll see. That's going to be adjustment period for him too, and De'Aaron Fox. There's going to be adjustment level there.
I like their chances.
And by the way, Chris Paul is probably going to get moved, I would assume now. Maybe he goes to the Lakers. I don't know.
Moving Chris Paul when we weren't we couldn't do it is just.
Rich is out in Livermore. He wants to join the conversation before we get to Jerry Rice.
The more we talk about this team, the more depressed I get.
Well, we're going to talk to Jerry Rice.
We're in the Giants zone.
Hey, you need some goat fuel is what it sounds like.
I
we're going to be talking to Jerry on the other side.
I need a hug.
There you go. I'll give you one, buddy. Rich is in Livermore. What's going on, Rich? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, fellas? Double J's in the house, man.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, before I get to cooking,
What's up, Rich?
Welcome to the best radio show, period. Joe, welcome, baby. Not the Bay, but in general, the
I
best
appreciate
show,
it.
right?
I got massive shoes to I got massive shoes to fill, Rich. I appreciate you, man. No one loved Bonte more than I did, and he was a tremendous mentor of mine, man. Like, huge mentor of mine. And for me to get this opportunity, I'm very grateful and I'm excited. So thank you for saying that, Rich. What you got on the Warriors, though?
Absolutely. Hey, man, I'm going to get cooking, man. Let me say, hey, while Joe was over there enjoying crab and I was sitting at home with my son, I even DM'd him like, what? Literally, multiple teams in the same Division West just leapfrogged the Warriors, like legit overnight, right? Like, Dunleavy got to take his head out of his you-know-what and go make something happen, bro. Like, I don't care what it is, low risk, high risk. I mean, at this point, go get Zion. Pair him up. That's going to help spread the floor. Adios, Draymond. We've been losing, winning, inconsistent with Draymond, with Kuminga. So it's like, what do you got to lose? Go make something, shake it up. It might be better off, dude. Like, you, at this point, you have to. If you don't, you're just pretty much showing that you're laying down. I mean, everyone just leapfrogged you. These teams just got dangerous. Lakers, it may take some time. I mean, the Mavs were already playing without Luka for how long now, and they're still better than us. They still got a better record than us. So if you ask me, they got better than us again. So at this point, you got to go all in. You got to make something happen, and you got to make some moves, man. And another one, hey, Shafty, did you just see that your buddy on the Browns just requested a trade?
Myles Garrett?
How you feel about
Myles Garrett requested? Is that serious?
I'm dead serious.
Oh.
I just seen it.
Yeah, I'm all in on that.
I see it right now. I see it everywhere. We're going to get
all in on that.
We'll get Jerry Rice's thoughts on the other side, because I'm sure the GOAT has some thoughts on that. Jerry freaking Rice is joining us next. We'll talk about superstars. We'll talk about Myles Garrett.
I'll do it yesterday.
I mean,
and Debo.
This is just a crazy day. This is just an insane couple days of sports right now. And who better to talk to than the GOAT, Jerry Rice? And that's what's coming up next. Brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. Love you, Oreo Cookie. He was also a pre-gamer. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky here. This is the morning roast, and we got an incredible amount of content just to talk about over the weekend. Right now, we're going to be joined by Jerry Rice here in just a second. And don't forget, at some point after Jerry hops off with us, we will prompt you to call in with the keyword to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Make sure you are locked in and have that keyword ready. We're going to hit a sounder, and once we hit that, that's going to be your opportunity. I'm going to give out the number to call in with that keyword, be the first caller, and be at least 18 from California to qualify for your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. Joe Shasky.
I'm looking at this Goat Fuel can right here, similar to the Notre Dame helmet where it's got flecks of and specks of gold on it. This is a gold Goat Fuel sports energy drink, Jerry Rice edition. This thing, sick. I don't even want to open it because it looks so cool. Like, you've got to go out and get yourself some of these. And
we're going to be joined by Jerry Rice here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And Jerry, the Goat Fuel Sports Energy launched the Jerry Rice limited edition can as we're holding right now on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, January 29th. So this is new and exclusive, baby, and it's ours. And it's beautiful. It's awesome. And this is part of a broader campaign by Goat Fuel, creating unique collectible cans that pay tribute to GOATs, greatest of all time from various sports, including the Ali can, which launched in 2024. By the way, did you know this? There's a meet and greet tomorrow at Safeway at 3970 Rivermark Plaza in Santa Clara, 95054 from 12:30 to 2 p.m. Hey, Jerry's going to be signing some of these Goat Fuel cans.
No
all right?
way.
He's going to be signing these cans tomorrow. No other items are going to be signed. No NFL memorabilia, none of that. No. Get a can, get it signed. All right? And limit one can per customer. And first 200 fans there are going to get those signed. Jerry, can't thank you enough for joining us here. And we're excited, man, about the Goat Fuel, about all the trades. Myles Garrett wants to get traded. Luka Dončić is a Laker. What's going on, man?
What's up, faithfuls? What's happening? Hey, man, look, I'm so looking forward to, seeing the faithfuls tomorrow at Safeway and, just giving some love back to the fans, thanking them for supporting Goat Fuel over the years. And, man, this can, I couldn't believe when they actually sent me this. This can is special. And, another thing, too, they got so many of my records on the back. And we got other legends. We got other dogs, man. And I never look at myself like this, but, man, this is amazing. We got other legends coming on board that we're going to put them on the can, too. So, Ali started everything because we know Ali is the greatest of all time. And, so I'm excited about meeting the fans tomorrow.
Yeah, and this can is super awesome. But, Jerry, you're a sports fan like all of us. I mean, I know you love basketball. I know you love baseball, football. You love it all. You saw the trade Saturday night, and like all of us, I didn't think it was real. I couldn't believe it. I thought my little cousin was messing with me. What went through your head when you saw Luka Dončić is going to the Lakers and Anthony Davis is going to the Mavs?
It felt like the world was getting ready to come to an end, man. I'm serious. I'm like, what the F? What is going on here? Nobody saw this happening. This might be the biggest trade of the NBA ever. And, with LeBron James and Luka coming, Luka is going to be the face of the Lakers for a long, long time. This is a very, very young kid. Now, you can flip this over because there had to be something going on in Dallas. Something was not going as smoothly in the locker room or whatever, and they decided to make this move.
Jerry,
but I think it's great for the Lakers, though.
I don't mean to interrupt you there. You are known and are still known as one of the best conditioned athletes of all time. of all time. It's a very short list of players like yourself. Steph Curry, I would put, is similar to you. Like, he really cares about his body and maintenance. LeBron, the same thing. When you see all of the criticisms about Luka Dončić and his conditioning and all that stuff, as a former, you still are an athlete, but as a former top level conditioned athlete, what are your thoughts when you look at a young man like Luka who has the world ahead of him and just can't get his body right?
But you know what, man? It tells me that, this guy, he's so good, and he's not pouring that time into his conditioning and all of that. Think about if he did that too. He might be on a whole different planet. And it's unfortunate, that reputation is with him in Dallas, and hopefully he can change that when he, comes to LA and get on a regiment, get in top shape, be that, perfect role model where, you're doing it on the court, you're doing it off the court, and you're pouring time and putting time into your conditioning.
No, it's a good point. And Jerry, that brings me to this other question here. And Chasky mentioned it. You got a guy like LeBron, who I liken to you, right? The best at your sports, but the longevity factor, having that time spent on the rehabilitation, the ice baths, all of that, the cardio, all the work you guys put in the off season, all the money and time you spent investing that. Like, how do you approach it as a teammate like LeBron now? When Luka comes into the locker room, it's like, hey man, we got to get to work. Like, how would you approach Luka Dončić the moment he gets in the locker room and gets ready for training?
You know what?
Yeah, what are you doing?
He got the perfect guy right in front of him. He doesn't have to say anything. If he latches on to LeBron, then I think he's gonna, start, working out more, putting more into it, and I was always one of those guys. I felt like you led by example. And I think LeBron is the perfect role model, and I think Luka just got to buy in. If he does that, it's no telling where his game can go to.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this, but Myles Garrett, the great defensive end for the Cleveland Browns, put out on social media he wants a trade. He wants out of Cleveland. And to me, this is a guy that I would love to have in the red and gold. I mean, Jerry, Myles Garrett, you do that deal, right, if you're the 49ers?
Man, that's a dog. That's a dog. Hey, that's a no-brainer. If you can get that dog, man, you go get him, because it's only going to add to that defense, and you win championships with defense, man. I don't care how potent your offense is and how many points you're putting up. You got to be able to stop the opponent, and he would be a great part to doing that.
Jerry Rice joining us here on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky on the River Islands guest line as well. And Jerry, it's crazy. We've been talking about the NBA nonstop, obviously, and it's the NBA trade deadline this week. It's also the week of the Super Bowl. We haven't even brought that up.
Yeah,
really.
man.
It's crazy. And there's a lot of storylines to be had here. Right?
I hate the Chiefs.
I know.
I hate the Eagles.
Fans are,
Jerry, I'm pissed.
Hey, you know what, though, guys? Hey, you got to give them their props, man.
I know.
You got to give them their props, and I guess, God, you know what? This reminds me a little bit of Kendrick Lamar. He said, if you didn't come for the chili, why are you here? Or something like that. In that song. So if Philadelphia is not coming for that Super Bowl and winning it, they shouldn't even show up. They better be focused. They better be ready, and they better be ready to go, because they're going up against one of the best teams ever, with Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and those weapons that they have in that defense. They believe that they can win another Super Bowl, which will be a three-peat. But then you look at Saquon Barkley, what he done brought to that offense. It's just ridiculous, because now Jalen Hurts doesn't feel like he has to do it all on his own, because you can hand that ball off, and you know that Saquon is going to get it done. Then offensive-wise, you got those other receivers, that playmakers, to make things happen. But it's going to come down to that defense being very smart. They can't blow assignments, and they can't just let KC just hang around.
And,
if you're gonna take it, you hit them right in the mouth, in the throat, choke them out, and take it. You can't let them hang around.
It's a good point, Jerry. I didn't mean to cut you off there either. And Jerry Rice joining us here on the Morning Roast. And, I think back to that last Super Bowl matchup between these two teams, and Jalen Hurts, the one mistake he made, that was the one that cost him. Dropped the ball, fumble recovery by Nick Bolton, touchdown. And Jalen was sensational in that game. But no one remembers that. They remember the dropped ball, he fumbled it, and that was it.
Yeah. I was watching that. I was watching that, man. And, he was just trying to make a play, but as a quarterback, you got to be more protective of the football. And you can't make mistakes against KC. You just cannot do it. And that brings back bad memories of the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. We made so many bad mistakes during that ball game, and it ended up costing us. And we ended up losing that game.
Yeah, Jerry, I'm kind of glad you brought that up, because Deebo Samuel later on this year said something to the effect that, like, hey, losing the Super Bowl put him in a state of depression. In fact, we have the sound right here. Listen to this, and I want to ask you a question. I know you lost one with the Raiders, and so I want your perspective on this. Listen to what Deebo said earlier this year.
Losing a Super Bowl, bro, like, it puts you in depression. Like, bro, like, I don't think, like, bro, you go months without, like, talking to people, want to be seen. Like, bro, when I lost the Super Bowl, bro, I stayed in Vegas and hopped on I got on a Sprinter going back home. Like, by myself, 7 hours just on there. Like, bro, like, losing Super Bowl, like, that's one of the worst feelings, like, ever. You just think about it. Like, think about it in our position. Like, bro, we just went through camp. We just went through the whole season. We got here. We lose. Now you back to work in 3 weeks. And you about to do it all over again. So it's just like, God, like, bro, lose the Super Bowl, crazy. I lost the Super Bowl twice to the same team.
What do you think when you hear that, Jerry?
That's tough, man, because I remember when I went with the Raiders in that loss. It's hard because you pour everything into it, and all the hard work, the dedication, trying to win for the fans and doing all the pressure behind that comes down to one game, then you end up losing that game. And it never left me. It's still here today. And that's part of it. And you just got to know when you get that opportunity, you better take advantage of it, because you might not get it again, or it could happen to you all over again. And I understand exactly what he's going through, because I remember losing that game, going back to my room, and I was crying like a baby on the bed. Then I had to become more of a professional, go downstairs and interact with my family and my fans and stuff like that. It teaches you different things, but it's so much better on the winning side, because nobody is going to remember that team that comes in second. It's all about holding that trophy up over your head, and it's okay. It's okay for it to hurt him right now, and maybe that's going to make him more hungry. And next time he realizes, when I get the opportunity, I got to impact the game, and also I got to win for my team and the fans.
It's crazy. It's just a year ago, right? Coming up on a year, and it feels just like yesterday. And
yeah, it's like a dark cloud. It's a dark cloud.
It's a dark cloud. We've heard that a lot in regards to the Warriors too. Speaking of dark clouds, this guy's a dark cloud above every other franchise in the NFL. His name's Patrick Mahomes. I mean, this guy is. I'm actually I got a little happy this weekend because he is a big Dallas Mavericks fan, so he's a little pissed off that Luka Dončić is now a Laker. Maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing for the Eagles. We'll see. But Patrick Mahomes is going for his 4th Super Bowl. He's going for a three-peat, Jerry. A three-peat. Never been done in the Super Bowl era. What would this mean? Would this mean this is the greatest team we've ever seen if they pull this off?
Well, you got to give them props. But I keep going back to the different eras of football, guys. That plays a very important part, and I don't want to take anything away from KC. To have the opportunity to three-peat, and if they should do it, I'll be the first one to congratulate them. But it's a whole different era of football now.
Jerry, when you're looking at like what you guys did, and I think about that 1990 NFC Championship game, January '91. Joe rolling out, getting whacked. I mean, it's hard to watch. And then you guys have the lead, obviously the Roger fumble, and I'm glad that people have gotten over it. It's tough. And Matt Barr kicking that field goal as time expires. Take me through that locker room after having an opportunity to three-peat and losing on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. What was that like? And then obviously Joe was hurt. It's like really his last big moment as a Niner.
Well, it's still about one heartbeat. We don't point any fingers or anything like that. We try to pick each other up, but we realize that, the devastation of that loss. We know, but somehow you still band together and try to stay positive, and that's something that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life also. Hey guys, memories like that you don't forget. You don't forget and stuff like that. So it's like when you have the opportunity, you got to be able to, put a team away completely.
Yeah.
And we didn't finish that game like we wanted to finish it. It ended up costing us in the end. And that's what I'm saying about Philly right now. If Philly want it, they better go get it. And they better try to, really put a lot of points on the board, blow this game out, and not let KC just stick around and stay close.
Talking to Jerry Rice here on the River Islands Gas Line. And Jerry, I want to get your thoughts on the week leading up to, the Super Bowl and stuff like that. But I also want to get into the quarterback because obviously there's Patrick Mahomes on one side. There's Jalen Hurts on the other. It's the most important position in all of team sports is the quarterback. If you don't have one, you're not going anywhere. I mean, you were lucky enough to play with 3 different MVP quarterbacks.
Crazy.
Right? You know better than anyone else. If you don't have a quarterback, you're not going anywhere. The Niners feel like they have their quarterback in Brock Purdy. Now, we've seen how they've done deals in the past. And last year, and it hasn't been about the quarterback, but Brandon Ayuk, we saw it linger, right? Didn't go well for Brandon last year. We saw Trent Williams. The contract lingered. We've seen it in the past, Debo, Nick Bosa, et cetera, et cetera. Is it more imperative now more than ever for the 49ers to get this deal done with Brock Purdy sooner rather than later?
They need to get it done now. They don't want any distractions this year. I think they learned their lesson from last year. The best thing, if you feel like Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the Niners, get it done. Don't let it linger into training camp and all of that. So my thing is though, but you got to be sure. You got to be positive. You cannot make a mistake like that if you don't feel like this guy is completely what you need. Because if you do that, there's no coming back from that. I believe from just watching him, I believe he is the guy. I believe he can, he done taken us to the Super Bowls, and he has, he has taken us to the Super Bowl and done all of those things. And now the 49ers just got to make sure they get this done before training camp.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think all Niner fans are with you. Like they want to see this guy in red and gold for a long time. Watching Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes the last couple of years, it's tough because I'm watching like a version of what the Niners used to be, where like situationally it's 3rd and 5, it's 3rd and 7, and it's like not only is one guy open, like 2 or 3 guys are wide open.
Yeah,
and it feels like time and time again, they get Mahomes on the move, and either he can hold it and run for a first down, or Kelsey sits down and bang, he throws it to him, or here's Xavier Worthy making plays. I'm watching Andy Reid, and I'm watching Patrick Mahomes, and I feel like I'm watching this generation's Montana and Walsh, with no disrespect.
Yeah, you hit it right on the nose. I mean, Bill Walsh, and Joe Montana. That's it. And these 2 guys, man, they are hard to stop because of the creativity of the play selection and all of that. Worthy, Kelsey, all these guys are getting one-on-ones. And plus these defensive backs, man, they playing these guys like 5 yards off. If you are a receiver and you cannot get open on off coverage 5 yards, you don't deserve to be on the football field. Then when you got a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes that's not going to hold the ball long, because if he sees this one-on-one, he's going to get rid of the ball. So that's going to frustrate the defensive line because they can't get to Patrick Mahomes to hit him. So I want to see hard bump and run up in their face and say, hey, look, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have it. Well, you can take it like this. You can take your medicine like, okay, is it going to be a quick death or is it going to be a slow death? Pick which one you want. Which one you want. Because I'd rather see them get up, challenge them, man-to-man, hard bump and run, and get to Patrick Mahomes.
No, that's the teams that have success, right? You think of Tampa, in that Super Bowl, and Tom Brady at home at the Super Bowl was an underdog against that Kansas City Chiefs team. They didn't have their tackles, and what they do? Dominated the trenches, and Mahomes didn't have a chance in that one. Real quick, Jerry, before we let you go, and we appreciate the time. You've been amazing for us right here. This Go Feel. I'm going to have it as soon as you off.
Baby.
I need one right now. The biggest drops, right? We remember wide receivers. We remember players and players in general a lot of the times for what they didn't do. Mark Andrews had a huge drop. Dalton Kincaid had a big drop. How are you feeling after that as a receiver, right? Josh Allen did all he could. Lamar Jackson did all he could to put their teams in position to win, and you come up with a drop like that.
It comes down to that one play. You can't have it. Yeah. I mean, you have done this over and over. When your number is called, you got to make that play. You got to make that play because I think that play would have sent it into overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And you have done it over and over during practice, And I always look forward to my number being called, because I knew I could make that play because I had done it over and over again. And I think it was just a little lack of concentration, and he dropped the ball.
Do you remember your biggest drops as opposed to your biggest catches?
I remember all my drops. All of those things, because it's like, something factor into that. And I didn't like dropping footballs or anything like that. And I always try to make corrections. But I practiced a certain way that was always, like a game situation where I knew in a ball game that I could make that winning catch.
Jerry, I hate to ask you this so directly. Did you or did you not fumble that ball on the final drive of the wild card game against the Green Bay Packers before there was replay?
No, that was not a fumble. Not at all.
Please come on again.
The funny thing is a lot of Green Bay Packers and stuff like that, they like when I'm going around and I'm talking to different companies, they'll ask me that. And I'm like, no, man, that's not a fumble at all. Come on, be for real.
Oh, God, I love you. I love you, Jerry.
You're the best, Jerry.
Jerry will be signing cans for the first 200 fans tomorrow in attendance at Rivermark Plaza, Santa Clara, the Safeway there.
Very cool.
Again, buy some goat fuel, 1 can per customer. He will be signing the goat fuel cans only, people. Don't be bringing your babies. Don't be bringing your little kids. He's not going to be signing them with Sharpies, all right? The goat fuel cans.
Hey, one more for you guys. Kendrick Lamar. And then how did he say that? You say you're bigger than me. Someone got to do it.
Jerry, I didn't know you were so in on your pop culture.
Hey, man, listen. Hey.
Not like us. Not like us.
I love it.
Jerry Rice is not like us. He's
Are you going to the
above.
Super Bowl, Jerry? Are you going to be down there?
No, I'm going to be working around the Bay Area.
Nice.
So I'm going to watch it from here.
Good. Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, we appreciate it, man. Appreciate your time. Enjoy this chaos of the NBA trade deadline and the Super Bowl, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right, go. Have a good one.
See you, bro.
All right, there you go, man. That's Jerry freaking Rice. Go get your goat fuel cans today, baby. I do want this. You always see when people are doing their Zooms or Adam Schefter or everyone, they always have like their special like memorabilia in the background. I want this front and center, this goat can fuel. I want that in the back. And, Jerry, bringing up there, I thought it was very fascinating. You got to get this deal done now, Brock Purdy. We'll get back into the Warriors and everything else, but they better get this deal done now.
Speaking of deals, the deal they need to get done is go get Myles Garrett.
Are you kidding me?
If Myles Garrett he's requesting a trade, you've got to get in on it. Like, this is the guy. Do I want to surrender the 11th pick? No. But if that's what it's going to take, then you got to do it. This is a player who is plug and play. You would have 2 in their prime, all-pro defensive ends. Who are you double teaming? This changes your front 7 systematically. And this goes back to being able to afford, and this is why the Brock Purdy contract is so important. every $5 million that you don't give him, you can afford the extra $5 million for a guy like Myles Garrett. This team has got more holes in a flute right now, and they need to be able to shore things up. And if I put, what was that old commercial? Just slap it on there. Come on, what was the one?
Flex Seal.
Flex Seal. Myles Garrett isn't Flex Seal. He's a brand new boat. I mean, this guy, you would get the best season out of both him and Nick Bosa if you paired them up together. Multiple picks, get this thing going. If it costs you a player on offense, so be it. You have to be in on Myles Garrett. And here's the difference between the Warriors and the Niners. The Niners have proven to me year after year after year, they will not only make the call, they'll give them one of the most aggressive offers in the league.
There it is. That's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the key word at the number 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 with the keyword, and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. You must be 18 and a California resident. Next time, you got another chance to win. That's going to be at noon on Steiny and Guru. And again, keep listening all week long. Every single show is going to give you an opportunity to win. But back to Myles Garrett. You can get that guy. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a DPOY. He is everything you've needed alongside Nick Bosa. I'm tired of this Band-Aid that they're trying to do on this defensive line. They don't have anyone else that I could trust outside of Nick Bosa. And even Nick Bosa, you saw it. If he's just the one guy, you could scheme around that. You could chip him. He's going to get tired. He's going to get winded. Like, having a Myles Garrett there will not only unlock that defensive line, but it's going to unlock even more from Nick Bosa, because you just think of the ways to win in the NFL. And Jerry brought this up. You got to hit Patrick Mahomes. The Eagles are going to try to hit and out-physical them this weekend.
Jalen Carter, the reason why the Eagles are in the Super Bowl, it's because of someone as good as Jalen Carter. Relentless pursuit. He has been unbelievable. Why did the Niners go to the Super Bowl in 2019? Because they had a dominant defensive line.
The Eagles lost Hassan Reddick and Fletcher Cox.
Didn't blink.
Didn't blink. Why? Because they hit in the draft, which the Niners are also going to do on top of this. Or are you saying, to hell with those draft picks, some of those early rounders this year, go get Myles Garrett right now?
Well, I don't know what it's going to cost you. I would try to send like 3 or 4 twos. Like, that's what I would try to, and either Debo or Ayuk. Like, see, to me, I look at this team, and when I saw them, they were in on T. Higgins, like some reports, like, why? You don't throw the ball. Like, why would I pay another receiver? Stop it. We don't need to pay receivers. This is a team that is run first. A. Number 2, you need defensive and offensive linemen. This is the best defensive lineman available in years. Maybe since Khalil Mack?
He's the best defensive lineman in football, not named TJ Watt.
The only guy that I might consider.
But yes, Khalil Mack would be the only other one. But he'd even request a trade.
No, but the only guy in the league right now who I'm considering higher than him, there's 2. TJ Watt, Micah Parsons. That is it. We're talking about a short list. So if you have to play, like, let's just say hypothetically in this one, it's the 11th pick and a future second, third, whatever. You run that pick to Cleveland. You get Forrest Gump in the Cortezes and you run that thing over there and you get the private jet and you pick this man up. I'm dead serious. You give him whatever he wants.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We are just joined by Jerry Rice, breaking it all down. All morning we've been talking about the Luka Dončić trade to the Lakers. Are the Warriors going to do anything? Are they going to make one of these deals? The Spurs did. The Kings did. The Bulls did. The Mavericks did. What are the Warriors going to do? I think fans are freaking out a little bit right now. But the latest news, Myles Garrett, talking about trades in the NBA, trades in the NFL. Myles Garrett's demanding a trade. Go get him, 49ers.
100%.
Why not?
And again, I'm just speculating here. Like, I don't know what the Niners would have to give up. But again, if I had to surrender a player, fine. You know what I mean? Like, I look at this defense and I say to myself, you've got Bosa and I'm talking about front 7. Bosa and Warner. And what? Exactly.
Leonard Floyd?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Like, right now, you
Jordan Elliott?
You would be foolish to not be pouring all of your resources into trying to acquire this guy. Number 1, he had the helmet thing where he swung the helmet. He has been a model NFL player since then.
Mason Rudolph, too.
But he's been a model NFL, like
fine.
on and off the floor.
I want to say he's been
a freak.
Has he been a Walter Payton Man of the Year? I want to say he might have been at one point, but no, to your point, he is one of the few number one overall picks defensively that just knocked it out of the park. Hall of Famer.
We traded 3 firsts for Trey Lance. He couldn't play football.
Is he even in the league anymore?
I don't know. If I had to, look, I don't want to, but if I had to trade 3 picks for Myles Garrett, I'd probably do it. That's how good this guy is.
Well, no, I'm not trading 3 first rounders, but to your point.
But if you're good again, you're drafting in the 20s. And you know what? Like, again, anyone you take in this draft, you pray to God they have one good year close to his worst. Am I wrong?
Are you a Myles Garrett away, you feel? Because you feel this way. You're a Myles Garrett away from being back in the Super Bowl.
It's not about that. It's about you get Myles Garrett and you maximize the return on Bosa. You have the 2 best. Instantly, you have one of the best defensive lines in the game, right? Instantly, you start to make your team better. You're a run-first team, right? So when you're a run-first team, you better be able to play defense because you're not going to be throwing up a zillion points because you're not a fast-paced offense. You're a run-first team. Control the trenches. Get Myles Garrett. This is a no-brainer to me. I want to hear from the one person who would say no to this.
Right. And I'm just looking at his contract right now in Spot Track and what he's making, what he's commanding, because this is all, hypothetical. It's great that
he's going to want a new deal.
He's going to want a new deal. His cap hits right now, as currently constructed. In 2025, he's going to have a $19 million cap hit.
$4 million more than Debo.
Then at $20 million. So basically, and then it's unrestricted free agency. You can get out of it. In 2027, he's an unrestricted free agent. So it's basically a 2-year deal you're signing up for. But you're saying reconfigure it, do a reconstruction. Fred Warner last week did a reconstruction on his contract as well, freeing up some more money. Is the Purdy contract, is that going to loom in all this? We'll see. But again, biggest offseason, right? I feel like we say that every single offseason for the 49ers. This feels like the biggest offseason in the Lynch Shanahan era, though. Just judging what we've seen from this past year, injuries galore. Brock Purdy, is he the guy for the future? I think he is. Jerry Rice thinks he was. Joe Shasky, Brock Purdy, guy for the future for you at the right price point?
But I think the way the league works is it's like year and 2 and 3 year cycles, right? So he signs a deal. He's probably going to get guaranteed money over 2 or 3 years, and he's your quarterback until he's not. Like that's how it works.
Well, I saw, who was it? Was it Kawakami over the weekend saying, or maybe it would have been last week? They're liking it to maybe a beefier Daniel Jones type of contract.
Sign me up.
Okay,
Sign me up.
3 to 4 years.
I told you guys, just because freaking Trevor Lawrence got a ridiculous contract doesn't mean that I'm giving out a ridiculous contract. All of these quarterbacks that aren't of the top 4 or 5, right? I would have certain clauses to protect myself. He's a great player. I'm talking about Brock Purdy. But he does have some red flags. One of them, size and stature, which leads to some of his injuries. He's been dinged up the last couple of years. Is that exclusive to Purdy? No, right? But I also don't want to be saddled with a contract that has an $85 million cap hit in a singular year.
You sound, and maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but you sound desperate right now if you're a Niners fan. There's a sense of desperation in your voice when you're speaking, like you need to go get this guy right now.
Yes.
There's a sense of urgency, I feel. And we've been talking about it all, real quick. We've been talking about it all morning with the Golden State Warriors, a sense of urgency. We don't feel like it's there right now for this front office. Not saying they aren't calling numbers, not saying they're not doing any of these things, but the urgency factor is huge. Which team, if you had to pick between the two right now, feels like they need to make that next one big move? Is it the Warriors or the Niners right now?
The Warriors, because they're so tied to Steph's era, and there's no guarantees after that. I have a pretty good confidence, even if the Niners, even if they stink, like this year, they stunk. How many games should they have won? Like they end up winning 6. They should have won 9 at minimum. It was like worst. Everyone was hurt. You got 0 touchdowns from Ayuk and CMC. 0.
You can say that.
0.
But you can also spin it the other way and say they were the worst team in the worst division in football. Like, sorry, they kind of were. Just go my record-wise.
Cleveland is hopeless.
Yeah.
That's a hopeless team.
They're in a division.
The Niners are not hopeless.
Okay.
Like they still have one of the best shot callers in the game in Kyle Shanahan, right? They still got George Kittle, who's a Hall of Famer. They still got, a young player who I think is going to be ascending this year, and Ricky Pearsall. You got Fred Warner, who's one of the top 5 linebackers in the game at middle linebacker. And look, Nick Bosa's been down. He's still a great player. Just on the Nick Bosa spectrum, he's been underperforming.
And he needs help. 49ers, for those of you just joining us, Myles Garrett, reigning DPOY, is requesting a trade. Should the Niners be interested? 888-957-9570.
I love this text. Trading for Myles Garrett would kind of make up for trading away Charles Haley. God, I would love that.
Yep, that'd be great.
I mean, they did this with Fred Dean. They got Fred Dean from the San Diego Superchargers back in the day, and Fred Dean was a guy that was an awesome player in San Diego, came to the 49ers, helped win championships. It's one of the great in-season trades in NFL history.
I mean, they're still trying to replace DeForest Buckner as a defensive tackle, right? So we'll see if they can do that because Javon Hargrave, he ain't it. Going back to the Warriors real quick, and we can take calls and text on the 49ers, but just big trade requests, big trades, and the NBA dominating, so much so that first 10 minutes we were talking about Luka Dončić with Jerry Rice. That's just, seriously, we're talking about Luka freaking Dončić. What does Jerry Rice know about him? Well, he knows he's a big player, and that the Lakers, their future is a lot brighter, I should say, than it was prior to the trade. The Mavericks, they're trying to go all in right now for these next 2 to 3 years. We had Mike Bassick on earlier, covers the team out for 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, our sister station, knows this team inside and out. He says it was a franchise killer of a move. I'm not going to franchise killer when I talk about this, but it's franchise altering if they don't do anything this week. If you're Mike Dunleavy and the Golden State Warriors, they have got to do something. And to your point, Nikola Vucevic, it feels like an afterthought at this point. If they were to make that trade, it's like, oh, okay, great. Feels like a consolation prize, right? Do you get that consolation ribbon when you just complete the race? That's what I got, the consolation ribbon. It's a rainbow, it's sunshine, it's great. Good job, champ. That's kind of what it feels like. But if you were to get Zion Williamson, God, I keep going back to that name.
Why does Zion? Because I know why he is for me. Why for you?
Because he checks the boxes of the present and the future.
Yeah,
that's what Luka gives to the Laker fans right now.
Why can't I make the argument that Zion, seeing the Steph Curry work ethic, will do what Anthony Davis did with LeBron, or what people are hoping Luka does with LeBron? Like, why aren't we giving Steph Curry that same benefit of the doubt? He's probably the best conditioned athlete, not named LeBron, in modern sports, because Tom Brady's retired, right? Why can't he? I'm not saying he's going to make him eat better, but why can't there be some rub off between the two of them?
I think there can be. Are there people saying that there can't be?
Well, I don't think we ever give him that benefit of the doubt.
Oh, only because I think his size and stature, right? He's 6'3", so he's way taller than you or I. So I like when we say like he's small because he's still 6'3", but he's smaller compared to LeBron James. We don't think of him as a physical freak the way we think of LeBron James, who's still doing alley-oop dunks at the age of 40, because he's not doing that. And because I think we're seeing him as an old player right now because the bilateral knee tendonitis. I think fans are just skeptical about how well other players are going to translate on this team when it's go time. Because quite frankly, I don't know what Steph Curry is going to be going forward. But that's why I make this move.
Yeah.
Because I know what I have with Zion Williamson. Even if it's a risk, I go after it.
Think about this. Like,
scared money don't make money, Joe Shasky.
If they just said Zion Williamson is playing tonight for the Warriors, how many people want to go to that game?
I want to go. He's box office.
That's what I'm saying.
He is box office.
And your 14-year-old son, daughter, whatever, would want that jersey, correct?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I know our program director, Matt Nahigian.
He's not back there.
He's not in there?
We got Steven Risotto, Lucas Alexander, engineer Sam, and Carter back there.
Steven, what are you, 17 years old? How old are you right now?
He's 21. Yeah.
Zion Williamson, your group of friends, how many jerseys do they sell?
A lot. He doesn't have.
So I was just in Sacramento covering the Warriors and Kings a few weeks, about a week ago, and there's a Lids right outside, and the Lids had a Zion jersey on sale. It was on sale with the Jimmy Butler jersey. So I don't know how many people are buying them these days.
I'm buying a Golden State Warriors one. No one buys anything Pelicans related because the freaking Pelicans. I don't give a damn about the New Orleans Pelicans. The New Orleans Pelicans are going to be
buying a CJ Stroud Houston Texans.
Talking about afterthoughts. The New Orleans Pelicans are going to be an afterthought after this weekend because you know what? It's New Orleans. It's a celebration. I'm going to be talking more Saints than I'm going to be talking about them.
They need to rebrand themselves to the Blues.
And I guess that's why they call it the Blues.
Or Cash Money Records.
There you go. Cash Money. Young Money is what I'm into these days. Shout out Lil Wayne, who I actually think should be performing the halftime show, but I can't wait for Kendrick.
If it costs you Kuminga, would you do the deal?
Yes. Not even hesitating. If I get Zion Williamson, yes.
I wonder how many Warrior fans agree with you.
888-957-9570. Do you pivot to Zion right now? And what would you give up for a Zion Williamson? And also, we can revisit the other question. Would you have traded Stephen Curry for Luka Dončić if the Mavs would have said yes? 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We got one more segment. This show's over on 95.7 The Game. this week. I'm sure he has thoughts on Luka, preview the Super Bowl, all of that. By the way, if you missed last segment, we had Jerry freaking Rice on. So go ahead and download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game. You can find that interview there. And also be sure to download YouTube because we're streaming there as well all day long, Joe Shasky. And by the way, you know how we give out a spot for the knockout tournament? We got another thing to give out.
Okay.
Right? It's a national contest here at Odyssey. And I wish I could be a part of these. See these national contests we're not allowed to be? Some sort of like insider trading stuff. I don't know. Sounds like a bunch of BS to me. It's our slam dunk contest. Our slam dunk contest in Vegas is on. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 for each guest. That's $20,000 in total. Yeah, $20K. It's a lot. Could use it right now. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And winning is really easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. That's it. Just listen for an hour. It goes by, and you're going to be listening all day long and all week long because we got the NBA trade deadline. We got Luka to the Lakers. AD is a Maverick. What are the Warriors going to do? So just listen 1 hour on the Odyssey app, and you're going to qualify. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000.
So wait a minute.
What are you doing $20,000 in Vegas, Joe Shasky? What are you doing?
What am I doing with $20,000 in Vegas?
You just got $20K. You're in Vegas. What are you doing?
I'm splitting it in half, and I'm putting $10,000 on Mahomes.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
Probably. You said that winning is easy, but trades are hard, though, Joe. So you tell me.
Trades are hard.
Yeah, like
that's Joe Lacob saying it, not Joe Spadoni.
I think it was Mark Stein. I got triggered last night when Mark Stein put out a very specific tweet. And I'm going to pull it up here in a second, but it legitimately triggered me. And the reason why it triggered me is because
you don't get triggered too easily.
No, it's just what the Heat. And this is okay. Here we go. League sources say that the Warriors did seriously explore trade constructions that would have brought both Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic to the Bay Area before Golden State opted to focus on other trade pursuits. And I was like, is there some other quote unquote untouchable superstar that is now attainable? Is it Jason Tatum? Is it Jaylen Brown? Is it Giannis? There's only a handful of guys. Like who am I omitting? Like who else is it? Is it Anthony Edwards?
Ja Morant?
I mean, is Ja being paired up with Steph? What does that make them?
Anthony Edwards?
I mean, it makes them more watchable.
I mean, Anthony Edwards would probably be the guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, but why would Minnesota move off him? Like, why would Luka get moved? I don't know. So,
Luka had some work. Like, that was a legitimate thing, right?
They were in the finals.
But we know about the work ethic. And, like, you talked about it ad nauseum at the station, Joe Shasky. You hate watching this guy play.
Yes, I do.
You can't stand watching Luka.
He's a foul hunter.
And you hate
a ball pounder.
And you hate that he complains
in a whiner.
In a whiner. There you go.
So he fits the Laker brand perfectly.
And a winner, because he was just in the NBA Finals last year.
Yes.
But would you have liked watching him as a Warrior? Let me ask
you. As a Warrior, I would look past all the imperfections.
So there you go.
Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding?
Exactly. So
if Barry Bonds was a Dodger, I'd have hated his guts.
See, but you'll look past some things.
But I also admit my own inconsistencies.
Right.
Because again, like, look, when there are guys,
you're consistently inconsistent.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Someone say Steph Curry's a showboat. I say he's a showman.
The greatest showman.
Exactly.
Shout out Hugh Jackman.
Exactly.
I never
just watched
a
Prisoner the other day with Hugh Jackman and what's the other guy who's the police detective. Anyway,
that really narrows it down. Yeah.
It's an excellent underrated movie, and the guy who's the villain in the new Batman movie is one of the people that
Colin
they investigate.
Farrell?
No, the kid who plays the bad guy.
Oh,
yeah,
Paul Dano.
I guess that's his name.
I'm just giving you all the bad guys in the new Batman movie and just saying no. So I don't know.
Let me look. I don't know who Paul Dano is.
Thank you. All right, well, let's go to Jana Mountain View real quick while Joe Shasky gets these interesting tidbits.
It's Paul Dano.
Thank you. All right.
He's just an odd-looking guy.
He is. There Will Be Blood, though. Tremendous performance in that.
He was spectacular.
Also, the girl next door. That's an OG one right there. He was
What is going on
He
here?
also had a guest spot in The Sopranos as one of AJ Soprano's friends, where they go visit AJ's rich girlfriend. There you go. Anyways, I'm sure Jan in Mountain View loves all that. What's going on, Jan? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Jan.
Good morning, and congratulations, Spumoni, on your new role. That's great. But what I was going to bring up is I'm going to tie both the 49ers and the Warriors in on this. And I think Shasky will know what I'm talking about. When the 49ers had Bill Walsh as the head coach, he would get rid of a player a year too soon than a year too late. And I commend the Lakers on how they went about doing this. Now, it may not have been the right way, but they got rid of, they made this trade, and they must have done, they had a different way of pursuing how they were going to go about it. Like, instead of making phone calls, maybe send text out or something. And as far as Myles Garrett goes, this is where this thing ties in about Bill Walsh. You get, you make that trade and you pursue that, you pursue it right now and you don't wait. Otherwise, it's going to be too late and we're right back where we started. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
That's Jan in Mountain View. Appreciate it, Jan. She commends the Lakers for thinking proactively and thinking about the future. I think the Warriors should be thinking about the future and not the present. I don't think there's a move out there right now that makes this team a title contender. I know there's some out there that thought the Lakers were a piece or two away from becoming legitimate title contenders with Anthony Davis and LeBron. They're 9 games over 500. They've been playing well. If this team played the Denver Nuggets right now in a playoff series, which team are you taking? That Lakers team with Anthony Davis and LeBron. You taking the Nuggets, you taking the Lakers?
Well, it depends. Jamal Murray,
doesn't matter. Healthy? They've owned them. They've absolutely owned them. You're taking the Nuggets if you had to bet money on it.
I was higher on that Lakers team than maybe you were. I feared them. I did. I thought that Vanderbilt was a really nice addition, and I thought that if he could stay healthy, he's a guy that could really help them. I like the Lakers better than most people do. In terms of this year, before the Anthony Davis trade.
There's a way I think the Warriors can still make a move, but I don't think I have to phrase this carefully because I don't think you're not trading Stephen Curry. Draymond Green would be an interesting piece on the Los Angeles Lakers. You know his relationship with LeBron James. If you could get, say, an Austin Reeves, a young up-and-coming, not a star, but he's a starter. Really good player. He's a really good player, and he's young.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Would that move the needle for you?
Oh, I think for me it would be a nice addition. But move the needle is a seismic shift. That's not.
But that is a seismic shift in the sense that you're trading Draymond Green away. Like that's a huge move, right?
Oh, so in this hypothetical, Draymond's out the door,
and you're getting younger.
I wonder how that would be perceived. I wonder.
Because he's just enough of a name of in Austin Reeves. He's not a superstar.
I think people would be actually ticked off.
Really?
You traded Draymond Green for Austin Reeves? That would be a good move for the Warriors.
I think so too.
But I don't think a lot of people would agree with me on that.
No. But
the more and more I think about it, it makes them a significantly better team in the half court. But also, he's limited defensively, right? And so some of their deficiencies are still going to come into play.
Exactly. But he's younger. You've seen the wear and tear. Draymond's been getting hurt a lot. Obviously, the prime rib bet. Bonte, you, myself, Sam Lubman, that I introduced ourselves into.
You would agree. You can't just give up Draymond for nothing. There's got to be Clay leaving in free agency. Okay. You can't control some elements of that. There is a PR hit. From the Warriors' perspective, you can't just salary dump a Draymond Green.
No.
To me, you have to if you were to move on Draymond, it would be a consecutive moves announced simultaneously if it's not in a singular move where you're bringing in someone like a Zion. I don't think that would land well with a lot of Warrior fans. Just straight up Austin Reeves for Draymond. I don't think that would land well at all. Even though I actually think it does make them a little better.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. I want to see the salaries, not quite the same, so maybe you would add on, maybe, I don't know, a Jared Vanderbilt, something like that. My salaries place. I'm not the capologist here. I'm not Bobby Marks. I'm just Joe Spadoni. 888-957-9570. Is there a move out there that we're not talking about that you would still like to see made? Again, I don't think I've heard any rumors about Zion, but this is the beauty of what took place this past weekend. Nobody, and I mean nobody, had Luka Dončić getting traded.
So who's the name? How big can you go?
Kevin Durant?
I don't think he's good enough at this point in his career.
It's a big name, though.
No, he's a huge name.
Would you be shocked if
he's 35.
Would you be shocked if he went to the Warriors, though?
No, the day he left, I said, I think he'll still come back to the Warriors. That was me being probably in denial.
So that doesn't shock you. Let's go to...
Because he's already been linked here.
Let's go to a team again, like I mentioned.
I'm talking about unlinked. Forget being linked to the Warriors. Giannis I'd still be shocked. Anthony Edwards, I would be hugely shocked. Jokic, hugely shocked.
Paolo Banchero.
I would never see that coming.
Exactly.
That would be, wow.
Not to the names of those guys, but a young rising star.
If they got Paolo Banchero, wow.
Right.
My head would explode.
Well, it feels like, I know they paid...
that would be incredible. What about LaMelo?
That's an interesting one.
What if they did something?
You could have had LaMelo Ball.
I'm just asking.
Well,
if they acquired LaMelo, I would think that the coach is probably done at the end of the year.
I'm not as skeptical. I like LaMelo because he's a willing passer. Obviously, there's the whole knucklehead aspect, stuff like that, but he's not... What has he done that's really been...
He just gets hurt a lot.
Just gets hurt, again, but
he's good.
There's going to be risk in some of these moves, and the injury factor is a major one. The Lakers just made a risk. Luka gets hurt.
What about Joel Embiid? I mean, you want to talk about all the Zion risks? I mean, it's that and then some.
Well, but the age is a factor, Joel. How old is Joel Embiid? Is he 30?
I don't know. But boy, he's got a 50-year-old body. I mean, he should be playing O Club softball with me.
He's going to be 31 in March. I mean...
He might. If you would have told me he was 48, I would have believed you.
Did the Dallas Mavericks feel like Luka Dončić was turning into Joel Embiid and they got rid of it? Now, did they see Joel Embiid and say, you know what, that could be us?
I thought more Harden, like in terms of like, and like when you bring Harden in, there's kind of an acknowledgement, like Harden runs everything. What the team travel, the work ethic of the squad. Like I read that Luka didn't even participate in multiple training camps. Like, that's a problem for an organization when your highest paid player isn't setting the tone. Like, I can understand the frustration. I also take a step back and go, yeah, well, he does play 67 games a year. It's not like he's playing like 31 games a year.
I just wonder, when I look at the landscape of everything going on, like, is Mike Dunleavy, I'm not afraid is the wrong word, because that's too strong. I don't think he's afraid to do anything. But what is Joe Lacob saying to Mike Dunleavy right now, Joe Shasky? Like, what do you think the conversations are right now? Seeing that trade go down, how is Joe Lacob reacting to it? He said ad nauseum, he wants to be Dr. Jerry Buss. He wants to be the Lakers. That is what he wants to be. And he just saw a Lakers type of move. Joe Lacob's out at whatever restaurant, chilling, sees it on his phone. Wow.
I think he's jealous.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think and I would be too. But I think he's jealous because, look, they were on top of the world and they had all the power to make all the moves. And now like there's a shift. They're just not where they are. Like in my mind, I was like, the same thing happened to the San Francisco Giants. Oh, we won 3 championships? We're right there with the Red Sox. Forget the Dodgers. Like we're on the Red Sox realm. Reality is we're nowhere close to the Red Sox. Like we're back toward the middle, like where we were prior, to winning championships.
Well, now the Red Sox and Giants are kind of similar, but yes, now they are. But
they're back in the middle. And I'm like, oh, the Warriors, they're going to be like the Lakers and they're never going to turn back around. And like this whole trade deadline with Jimmy Butler saying he doesn't want an extension, it's like, okay, yes, we're in that top 10, but we're never going to be the Lakers who, no matter how bad it looks in Lakerland, someone always wants to go there. Right?
Yeah.
Someone always wants to go there.
Because they know what the history is. The history has shown them if I go there, chances are I'm going to win a title like Shaq. I'm going to win a title like Pau Gasol. Maybe Luka wins one. Didn't work out Dwight Howard, although Dwight Howard did end up coming back and winning a title with that team. So in a way, it kind of did work out for Dwight and the Lakers at some point. Whether you think the bubble title's real or not, I don't really care. They got a ring from it, and they got a banner that they hung. Austin's in the city. He has a trade idea that we haven't discussed. What's going on, Austin?
What's up, Austin?
Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, I'm doing good. Hey, I was thinking Embiid and Moody for Draymond, and then Moody and for Embiid. I'm trying to think about that one. That move is little for me. That's a big move.
Who for Embiid? Who? Say it again.
Moody and Draymond Green.
You think that's enough?
Or possibly Draymond, because that's Maxey's team right there. You can clearly see that. That's about to be his team. So Embiid should be on his way out. That should be the next person to leave Philly.
It's rife with risk, and he drives me crazy, Joel Embiid, because he settles for way too many outside shots. If that was all that was out there, yeah, I'd probably do it in a heartbeat.
I don't even know if the salaries make sense there. I don't think that. I think you have to have
Draymond
more.
and some combination of players.
I mean, I'd probably want Draymond, Pajemski, Moody, right?
Sure.
Whatever. But again, he's making $64 million this year. It's a lot. Like, it's him and Steph.
Joe, I went to the Sixers game where the Warriors blew them out. Might have been the best home game all year outside of the OKC win the other night. He is the massive human being.
Yes, yes.
He is one of the largest human beings you've ever seen in your life.
The Warriors are also a small team, so it makes it look even more. I'm just saying. They're also
good.
tiny.
He's so good.
Yes.
Look. He's a load. The leg is hanging by a thread. He's always hurt. He shoots so many threes. It drives me nuts. I'm like, dog, get on the block. But I tell you this right now. Him with Steph, oh my God.
Would you rather have Zion or Embiid if you can trade for one of those guys?
That shouldn't even be close.
Why do you say that?
I mean, Embiid is so much better than Zion. It's a joke. Embiid might be the biggest load on the block.
I think Embiid's one of the biggest risks in the league, too.
100%. So is Zion.
For some reason, I'm still giving Zion the New Orleans benefit of the doubt. Like, how much of it is that he just doesn't want to be in New Orleans? Maybe I'm being too lax on that.
He wanted for sure to be a Knick. That was the whole thing leading into that draft. No. That was it. The Knicks felt they were primed to get Zion Williamson, and then the lottery happened, and they got shafted.
Okay, so we all agree. Embiid's the more talented player. Who's the riskier guy? I feel like Embiid is the more riskier guy.
Yes, absolutely. He's older. He's got way more wear and tear on his body.
Yeah.
Say what you will about Zion. Same with the Luka Dončić you saw in the future.
Who's more
He's
sellable
24.
to the fan base?
Zion.
What do you think, Carter?
I think it's Embiid. Embiid has more power in his name. Yeah, I just think.
I think his Q. Okay, we're going back to Q rating. This is all-time low for Joel Embiid right now. All-time low. And I get it. You can say the same thing for Zion Williamson, but I think Zion legit has more excuses built in because of his franchise. I do.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me peel it back. How much of this desperation from the Warriors is they're just not good and people don't view them as good and they don't want their parts? And how much of this is guys just don't want to play for this organization after the aftermath of what happened in the Jordan Poole stuff? How much of that residue is still around this team?
I do think there is a little bit of...
Or am I just...
No, I think if you're a player getting traded there, you are looking at playing with Stephen Curry and how difficult it is. It's never going to be Steph's fault if you come here, by the way. If Steph struggles and the team struggles, it's not going to be Steph. It's going to be you because you're the next guy. Steph is a made man here. Similar with the Lakers with Kobe. It's not going to be Kobe's fault. It's going to be everyone else.
Yeah.
Didn't have enough help. It's not LeBron James's fault. It's going to be Anthony Davis's fault. He's never healthy. There's certain aspects of that is difficult for fans to accept. Happened with Kevin Durant. It was never Steph's fault.
Yeah.
Ended up being KD's fault. Not Draymond's fault, KD's fault. Now, there are some fans that still thought it was Draymond Green, and in hindsight, I think those probably fans are being like, yeah, I was probably too hard on Kevin Durant. But there's always going to be that aspect of it where playing with a guy like Stephen Curry, this style of basketball, may not be appealing for Jimmy Butler. And also, sure, the Bay Area, is it as sexy as Los Angeles and Miami? No, not for the national person, but there's some selling points. If you're a good seller of this market, if you're a good real estate agent, maybe we need to bring in the best real estate agents to come talk to these people because they know how to sell. God, the housing prices are ridiculous. By the way, Stephen A. Smith this morning on Get Up on if LeBron James should waive his no trade clause, where should he want to play?
I go to Rich Paul and I tell him I will waive my no trade clause for one of two teams. It will either be to join Steph Curry in Golden State or to go to New York with the Knicks. One of the two. If I'm LeBron James, I either use that as an option or I go to Golden State and I join Steph Curry. And I go out with the greatest shooter God has ever created.
So, okay, there's an argument for and against playing with Steph that you just made. How does Draymond factor into all this? Do guys want to play with him? Is he a sticking point in this?
That is a great question. What is Draymond Green? Because he has a relationship with all the top guys, right?
Like, when it's all said and done, he has a relationship with LeBron, but does LeBron really want to play with him?
I think he might.
I don't know. I think
the Lakers team right now, after losing Anthony Davis, could actually use Draymond. I think they can legitimately use him as a defensive piece on that team. If you were to sell me on LeBron, Draymond, Luka, and some other, that That's actually a pretty good team. Like, defensively, LeBron and Luka aren't giving you much. I know Draymond Green is still going to give me a lot defensively. And I know he's a smart IQ player. Say what you about Luka. IQ-wise, when he's on the ball offensively, one of the sharpest guys in the league. LeBron, one of the smartest players in the league. Just the ball IQ between those three individuals is going to be off the charts. That being said, is Draymond Green going to look like Draymond Green with the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis and Dame? I'm not sure. I know Jrue Holiday looked good, different player. I know, Chris Middleton at times looked good, different player. So there is an aspect as well as I think I would love to play with Steph when it's all said and done. I know I just listed the reasons why you don't, but why you do is he's the greatest three-point shooter. No, but you got to play both, right?
Yes.
Pros and cons. This is what we're doing with the trade deadline. He's the greatest three-point shooter of all time, and he's going to win me a lot of games.
Joe, I'm telling you, man, if they don't do anything, there is going to be a malaise that sweeps over Warrior fans. If they don't do anything and they just let their contracts expire and we don't see Kuminga for another couple of weeks and
we have the NBA All-Star game
Dre's in and out of the lineup, the worst place to be with a sports fan is where we have given up hope. It's the number one most intoxicating drug you can have as a sports fan is hope. Jaden Daniels gave it to the Washington football team. Their fan base has hope for the next decade. If you feel like you don't have hope, it's really hard. Like the Giants, I look at the San Francisco Giants, very little hope. And it has zapped the emotion and the connection to the fan base.
Dallas Mavericks fans woke up today going to work thinking they have no hope. Like, in their heart of hearts, they know this team's not winning a title.
Really? You think they're already going to give up on that?
Yeah. I think a lot of them. Did you hear what Mike Bassick had to say with us?
I know, but I don't.
He said that it was a franchise-killing move. It's over. That's how they're feeling right now. Now, I don't think that's the level of the Golden State Warriors, but man, if they don't do anything, that is just, you can't do nothing. You can't. Just listen to the Mavericks play-by-play announcer. Listen to this. Listen to the sound of this man's voice.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Followill. Devin Harris will join me in a minute. I'm sorry if I look a little haggard today, like a lot of you. I didn't sleep very well last night. We're stunned. We're shocked. We're going through it. You all know what I'm talking about. The end of one era, the beginning of another. The news came down last night in reports, officially this morning at 10:05 Eastern, 9:05 Central Time. Luka Dončić traded to the Los Angeles Lakers with Maxi Kleber and Markieff Morris for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick in the future.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
That's how Mark Followill felt right there. That was what he was giving me. He's devastated.
There's on one side, like, you, by proxy, work for the team. On the other side, though, I think it's fair to, like, have a feel with the fan. Like, you can't ignore these things when they happen. Like, I do think that can be insulting to your viewer as well. Like, not tapping into their own emotions. Look, I see both sides of it. Like, I understand how it can be a horrible look for someone who's quote-unquote connected to the team.
Oh, you think that was a bad look?
Carter absolutely thinks it is.
Really? Why, Carter?
I just don't love when, like, people who are supposed to just be broadcasting basically give their opinion. Like, I don't.
He's an employee of the team. He's an employee of the team, though.
My dad would always say, swear to God, I want a homer broadcasting my local team. He would say that all the time. I want homers. This is my dad. He was very vocal about it. He would get mad at Dave Fleming. Dave, I love you. You know I love you. He'd be like, Dave's not enough of a homer for me.
Shut up.
He calls it too down the middle. Like, my dad thought he was too critical on the team. And I'm like, really, Dave? But my dad loved a homer. Be a homer. He wanted it.
Yeah, I'm just not into it. I love homers too, but it's just like, if your team makes a move you don't like, I don't need to hear your opinion about it. Let's move forward.
Okay, I know how Carter feels.
No, that's interesting.
Well, listen.
Because I understand both sides of it, and I think it's easy for me to sit here and go like, I would do this. Bro, I'll tell you this right now. If, let's say I work for the San Francisco Giants.
Sure.
We're bringing Austin Slater back up, everybody. I'd be on the sidelines selling you, even though he's on the Baltimore Orioles right now, I would be selling you the ultimate poo-poo platter of Jung-Hoo Lee and Austin Slater in the lineup, and I would be smiling ear to ear. So I'll be the first to admit that I'd be selling you the BS.
Miguel's out in Hayward. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What moves are out there to be made that we're not talking about because no one was talking about Luka to LA? Is there something out there Warriors fans, you can get creative. Why not? Think big. No one thought Luka was going to the Lakers. Maybe something happens. Miguel, what's up, man? Y'all Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Man, I'm shocked just like you guys, man, because, when I found out about this trade, I was at work. Everybody stopped what they were doing. And, we were all just waiting for the Warriors to make a trade, but the Lakers just stunned everybody. Man, the Warriors got to do something because Curry is not going to last that long. You trying to tell me that the Warriors are going to do something in the offseason? I don't think so. You got to get Curry a big guy. Do something, because the Lakers already did their homework and they just got Lucas for a piece of change. And that's all I just got to say. You guys have a great day.
Appreciate you. That's Miguel out in Hayward. You got to do something for Steph. You can't sell me on the summer right now. The summer feels might as well be 2 years away.
If I told you 2 weeks ago Anthony Davis would be traded and Luka Dončić would be traded in the same deal, how many people think that I'm completely... You're doing it for clicks.
Yeah, I would say you're high. I would be this guy right here.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Yeah. No one saw this. It's literally the craziest deal in the history of sports. I say it right now.
There's
Give
no
me a crazier
equivalent.
one.
There's no equivalent.
There's none.
This is almost like trading Roger Clemens for Pedro Martinez straight up.
Right.
Or Lamar for Joe Burrow or something.
It's so hard because the different positions. People are trying to do it in the NFL. It's like, oh, if it was, Joe Burrow for Max Crosby. I was like, that's not the same.
No.
It's not the same.
This is the first time in the history of the NBA 2 all NBA players were traded for each other. Currently, all NBA players traded for each other.
Really?
It's crazy.
I'm trying to think about that right now.
That's what it said on ESPN this morning.
I could also argue, too, that the NBA, unlike any other sport, one player can completely take over a game.
No. It's not just the NBA. It's basketball at any level because there's only 5 people on the floor, right? So one player is very influential. I talk about this when it comes to seeding of youth players, right? I go, look, I can tell in the layup line who your best player is almost instantly, all right? No, yeah, of course, there's half court and stuff. That one player can drag a crappy team really, really far. Now, will you eventually lose to a more comprehensive, deeper team? Absolutely. You could be the greatest baseball player of all time and never get out of the 60-win zone because you're only batting 3 or 4 times. The ball might not find you. Same thing in the NFL. Look at Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, universally one of the best players in the league. The guy can't win a game all by himself at all, right?
Tries his best, yeah.
Basketball is very different. Very, very different. I'm with you on that.
We got a special guest on the line wants to join in the conversation.
Real quick, before you go to the line, which is why when a guy like Ben Simmons or whatever doesn't take their team to the tournament in the NCAA, I always have a red flag on that. How can you be that good as a prospect and not drag your team to the tournament?
I mean, he was playing for Louisiana State University. When was the last time they were with Shaq? Maybe, right?
Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons. You can't to the 64 teams make it.
Hey, I like
you
Markelle
can't get
Fultz.
to the
It's a good
tournament.
comeback story. I like Markelle Fultz. All right.
Okay.
Guy's shoulder was destroyed and he came back and all right.
You got to be able to get to at least the tournament.
Let's go to the hotline here. We got someone on the hotline. I don't know when the hotline bling. Who is this? Who do we got here on the line? Who is this?
Spadone, how are we doing with those breaks today, buddy?
Oh, is this Sam Lubman? Is this
Of course
is this
it
the
is.
producer of the show that's not here producing the show right now, calling in?
It is, man. No, I unfortunately couldn't be there today. For those listening who don't know, I'm in New York right now. Had a passing in the family last week, so out here doing business for that. But no, I'm heartbroken. I can't be there for you today, bud. And I just want to call in and just say how happy and proud I am that you got this and that you're doing it, and just very happy for you, very proud of you, man. Just want to call in and say that for you.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Shasky has a look on his face like he wants to dive in right now.
Sam, I want to hear more of your takes, but it's fast five. No, I'm just teasing.
No, we'll get to the takes in a second. Don't worry.
We'll get to the
no,
takes.
I mean, honestly, what a great first show for you. I mean, you get that atom bomb of a trade that drops Saturday night, and you get your superstar for your Lakers for the next 10 years. Like, what a great way to start. Shasky, I heard you talk about how the Warriors are becoming the Giants now, and I couldn't agree with you more there on your Ben Simmons take right there. I was like, yeah, I've always thought that way about Ben Simmons. So, no, I'm glad you guys got a very fun show to start things off with.
Hey, Sam, we appreciate it, bud. Take care out in New York City. Do your family business. We our condolences to you and your family, obviously. We appreciate it, bro. And Can't wait till you come back because that energy is definitely missed at 5 a.m. Joe Shasky was telling me that this morning.
No, I will be back later this week. Definitely miss you guys. We'll have some fun, and we'll see what the Warriors do at this deadline. They got a couple days to try and make something happen. I know we're frustrated right now, but let's not put the cart before the horse. As I like to say, let's let them screw up first before we really get mad at them. All right.
And that is Sam Lubman, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Sam. We appreciate it. Hey,
see you, buddy.
I think it's time for Fast Five, Carter. Are you ready?
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right. It's our final thoughts of the show. It's the same. Listen, I'll wait because I know this is how it works. I go to Shasta, you go to Carter, got Steven in the background. Just wanted to say, it's incredible. It's just been an incredible sports day. Everything's happening. We got Jerry Rice on today. We have the greatest football player of all time on our show today. We're talking about Luka Dončić and the Lakers. Insane. Like, Joe, I cannot think of a crazier day in sports history to react to.
As a veteran, let me just let you know,
what? You served?
No, veteran radio host.
Oh.
June 21st, when there's no basketball, and we're just reacting to a Giants loss to the Washington Nationals. Days like this are hard to come by, Joe. So just remember, it gets a lot harder from here. Not every day does the greatest trade of all time happen that we get to react to.
Thank you for your service, first and foremost.
I did not mean to disrespect
for blessing
real veterans.
Our radio
I meant
ears.
like radio veteran. I thought it went without saying.
You literally said, being a veteran.
I did not.
What does that mean? If anything, it means you served in the military. By the way, shout out the actual veterans in my family, Rob Spadoni, Mikey Spadoni, Steve Spadoni, and my brother who's currently in the Army still, Anthony Spadoni. A lot of veterans in the Spadoni side. But I'm also a veteran, too. I should tell them I'm also a veteran, guys. I talk on the radio. There you go.
A veteran radio guy. My bad. I should have said that because the last thing you're making me out to disrespect the military. It's the last thing.
We know you love the troops. It's okay.
Salute the troops.
We love the troops. All right. I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
My final thought is now I'm rattled, and that's about it. I am shook.
He's shook so bad right now.
The Lubman call kind of rattled me. I think it got to me.
Sam,
I think it got to me. Because I started visualizing him stomping around while vigorously slamming the giant spoon of oatmeal and sausage into his mouth while hammering a keyboard. And now I am shook.
I'm actually picturing him walking the streets of New York City in Times Square and Sam doing the selfies like he does with all the World Series trophies. Bubba Gump Stripco. I've never seen one of these. Let's go.
He sure fits the whole New York. You ever see these videos New York crazy people? It's gonna be Sam stomping around, just I need to find a newspaper.
I love that guy.
Where's the printer here in New York?
Carter, what do you got?
Oh, I'm crying back here. I just wanted to say today's my dad's 84th birthday. I wanted to say happy birthday to him. He's up there looking down right now, and he would be just appalled at the Mavericks trade this weekend. You're trading a guy who has been an absolute legend in the playoffs already in his short career for a guy who really hasn't shown up that well in the playoffs. And that's just one aspect of it. I think they could have gotten a lot more. So happy birthday, Dad. And this has been quite a show.
Happy birthday to Carter's dad.
Yes, absolutely.
It never gets easier. I think about my dad every single day, and there's things some days are better than others, but there's things that I'll hear. Don't listen to Cats in the Cradle today. You'll be full out bawling. Cats in the Cradle. And Steiny would know. I mean, that came out when he was, 40, Cats in the Cradle. So, when you hear that song, you get a little emotional.
Hey, I'm actually in Steiny, big Bob Dylan guy. Timothy Chalamet. Big fan of the silver.
I heard he's dating someone right now.
Well, he's also dating the silver and black because he was rocking a Raiders starter jacket. So on Timothy Chalamet.
In Paris. I think he's dating one of the Kardashian girls.
Kendall, I think, right? Kendall Jenner?
Kendall?
I think it might be. Back to the Grammys. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, shout out Beyonce, by the way. We didn't even mention that. Beyonce, the new Cowboy Carter tour.
Was Jay-Z there?
Yes, he was. And Blue Ivy, I believe, too, the daughter. Yeah, all that. So Beyonce, her first Album of the Year award. So shout out Beyonce.
Hey, Steiny. Make sure you close the page of looking at Kanye and his wife entering the Grammys last night.
Relax.
Steiny. We got action.
Steven, what do you
no
got?
clue.
Steve.
Yeah, I want to congratulate you guys on your first show, Spadoni and Shasky, two guys that went to different alma maters of mine. Shasky, a Reardon guy, Spadoni, SF State. Also, a big show to do it on. I think I remember Shasky's first show. Didn't Richard Sherman sign with the 49ers that night?
Seconds before I got on air.
So, I mean...
I told Kolsky, get out of the way, I got this.
So, kind of a similar type thing here. And also, shout out to Shams. I mean, I'm a big fan of great journalism, and I think reporting's a big part of it. And that guy had back-to-back days of just madness. So, just a big day for him. So I want to congratulate him.
Big day for all of us here. It's been so amazing. We're going to keep on doing it. Spadoni in now. Bonte's not going anywhere, guys. He's still around, but big shoes to fill. And I just can't wait to be a part of the show going forward. And he's still going to be a part of the show going forward as well. I wanted to thank all the people that, got me to this point. I'd like to thank Danny Freisinger. I'd like to thank Jade for helping me push me to get me to this point. I appreciate that. And all you sacrificed as well. I would like to thank, Joe Shasky being a mentor, Bonte Hill being a mentor, Matt Nahigian for giving me a chance. There's so many people, Robbie Sarmiento for getting my foot in the door here at 95.7. There's so many people that have helped me get to this point. And listen, might all be over tomorrow. So I'm going to enjoy it now. Why not? I think that's a lesson for life right there. I'm excited, Joe Shasky. We're going to have a great time. And hey, what's going to go on today after our show ends? We'll see. Something big might happen.
If we're going to do career eulogies, we'll just bring Sam back on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Wow. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru taking care of some business. Looking forward to him coming back. And I don't know what to start with. The big trade over the weekend with Dončić and Anthony Davis, or what Mark Stein and Jake Fisher of the Stein Line are reporting. And if you don't know, Mark Stein's been a longtime NBA writer who's tapped in. He's saying the Warriors absolutely are talking to the Suns about Kevin Durant.
Well, the one thing we learned this weekend is that anything is possible. Anything is on the table. Because if a 25-year-old generational talent in Luka Dončić can get traded, anybody can be traded. And so, in one breath, if you're the Warriors, there's a lot out there that didn't happen for you, right? On Friday, we were talking about Levine. We were talking about Butler. It seems like they're no longer, well, one of them's no longer on the board, and Butler doesn't want to sign with the Warriors. So what's next? I think we got to think bigger, Steiny. We got to think bigger than Jimmy Butler, bigger than Zach LaVine.
Well, that would be Kevin Durant.
It would be.
That would be Kevin Durant. As everybody knows, Jimmy Butler wants to get to Phoenix, but Bradley Beal has a no-trade clause and apparently very few teams on his list. So maybe the Suns are going to have to part with Durant if they want Jimmy Butler. But that's what Mark Stein is reporting. And clearly the Warriors are trying to talk to everybody about any player with any merit right now. And obviously the big trade over the weekend, the Lakers acquire Luka Dončić, Dallas gets Anthony Davis, and essentially a 2029 first-round pick. And the deal was just absolutely fascinating for a million reasons. And one of the reasons to me was it took everybody by surprise. There was no reporting on it. Nobody'd heard a word about either of those players. And then, boom, it's done. And, you know, that's and you know what, by the way, I don't think LeBron James knew. I don't. I don't think anybody knew.
And I think that's good news if you're Golden State. And the reason why is I think LeBron's also back on the board. Now, it might not be at this deadline, but again, and for people that are out there thinking, oh my, you guys are just blowing smoke, what's going on? There's no way, no how. We've been talking about this forever. Again, the Dončić deal opens the door to endless possibilities. And from that perspective, I think the Warriors can benefit from this because now every team in the league has to think about what could they do? What player can they get off of? What player can they move? To me, it's as big a trade in my lifetime as I've ever seen. It's as big of a move as I can imagine across any sport. And while it's complex and it doesn't make sense, and it also means that this deadline, a lot of teams are now saying, wow, okay, well, what are the possibilities? And the Warriors have to ask themselves those questions too.
Well, and just as it relates to, you know, the Golden State Warriors and, you know, what Dončić and Dallas did, I mean, think of it this way. You know, we got a player here in the Bay with every bit as much stature and more than Luka Dončić. And so I see a trade like this, and on the one hand, Evan, I go, oh, my God, you know what? Nothing's off the table for any team, even the Warriors. So it puts the thought in my head, maybe they could trade Steph Curry. However, after seeing the backlash that the Dallas Mavericks are getting for trading Luka Dončić, maybe that's just too negative a scene for Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. Now, I get it. Steph's 36 and Dončić is 25. So the Mavericks traded their franchise player for the next 10 years, and Steph doesn't have that long. But, boy, the backlash in Dallas has been remarkable. And I don't know. You got to have a stomach for making a trade like this. And maybe that's what Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are trying to figure out right now. What do they have the stomach for? Because clearly Dallas and the Lakers are willing to be unbelievably bold.
Perception matters. It does. I think that's And I know you might think, well, of course it doesn't matter. They just traded Luka Dončić. They traded the franchise. They don't care what people think. Well, they obviously do, because they did it behind closed doors. And they only had really one, or it sounds like two, conversations. There was a mystery team, according to Sam Amick, and there was the Lakers. And that was the team that general manager Nico Harrison of the Mavericks decided he wanted to do business with because Anthony Davis was his guy. There was no conversation with the head coach. There was no conversation with any of the players. There were no conversations between agents, Rich Paul, Bill Duffy, nobody. This was a GM to GM, old school NBA move that got done in the darkness of Saturday night, and it set the world ablaze. And it means that he did not, Nico Harrison in this case, did not want to deal with, I think, what the Sacramento Kings to a much smaller degree were dealing with, which was, my player wants to go somewhere, he's out there, I'm fielding offers, and just a publicity circuit of, well, okay, he's on the board. Now everyone gets a crack at it. But really, Dončić is the one that would decide where he wants to go. And so it's fascinating, Steiny. To me, you might read it as Steph Curry's now on the board for the Warriors, but what it means more so to me is that any other player in this league is on the board for Golden State.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. There is a ton to get into today. You want to talk about the Dončić for Anthony Davis trade? We can do that. 888-957-9570. The latest report coming out of Mark Stein and the Stein line, along with Jake Fisher, is that the Warriors right now are talking to the Suns about Kevin Durant. Jimmy Butler apparently has told the Warriors he's not going to sign a long-term extension if he gets traded here, which means the Warriors are apparently out of the Jimmy Butler business. They're also out of the Zach LaVine business, like Evan said, because he's going to Chicago. That leaves Vucevic still on the table, but boy, with all due respect to Vucevic, he compared with the names that just went out, I don't even know if you view him as a disappointment or not at this point.
It'd be more disappointing than doing nothing. Going out and getting Vucevic when you're seeing the Dončić, the ADs, the probably Butlers, the Foxes on the move, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, boy. So who's left? Well, apparently the Warriors are probably not only talking about Kevin Durant, I'll bet you they called the Lakers within the last couple days about LeBron. They did it last trade deadline. I don't know what they would hope to accomplish, but the trade of Dončić to the LA Lakers is absolutely positively a fascinating NBA development, and it feels like to me it's going to open the door for an unbelievable trade deadline week. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number to jump into the conversation. We are in week 2 of giving away another spots in the knockout tournament. So during the 12 o'clock hour, you're going to want to be listening for your chance to play knockout at Chase Center with 95.7 The Game and other listeners. It was a great event last year, and hopefully it'll be just as good, if not better, this year. So listen during the 12 o'clock hour. I'll give you a keyword, and we'll get the ball rolling on getting you out to Chase Center for a great game of knockout. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Mavericks.
Right.
Because he said he is not going to want to sign an extension with Golden State. The players are deciding where they want to play. LeBron started it years ago. It's always been the case, and I understand that. But if LeBron wants to play in Golden State, if KD wants to play in Golden State, you cannot rule that out.
Yeah, and I'll bet you any amount of money, a lot of players are texting each other right now. You know it. I mean, they have to be. And Kevin Durant is probably texting Curry, who's probably texting LeBron, or hell, even Paul George. It's just interesting. It's just interesting. But you're right. I feel like after this weekend, how can we say no way it'll happen to anything? To anything. I mean, Luka Dončić was probably among the most untouchable players in the NBA after, what, Wembanyama? I mean, I think Dončić was considered more untouchable than Giannis. Maybe Jokic, but one of the most untouchable players, and he's gone.
I mean, Tatum, Jokic, Dončić, like a consensus top 5 player at age 25 years old. It's never happened before, to my knowledge.
No. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Get us started, Tom. How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. How you guys doing, man?
Doing great.
Awesome.
So hey, I got a question. Luka and AD did not have no trade contracts in their contract at all?
No.
There's only 2 players in the league that have it, LeBron and Beal.
Wow.
Steph doesn't even have one.
Well, that says a lot. Let me just say this, guys. I think Dallas got better in the short term, but in the long term, they're going to regret this trade. The Lakers, man, I don't know. They got better offensively, but they got worse defensively. Okay? I don't see how LeBron and Luka can be on the same court because they're both ball hogs, man. How are they going to coexist with each other, man? That is just mind-blowing to me, how they're going to interact. I feel the Lakers are going to drop in the standings. Dallas is going to get better, but short term, this is a trade that blew me away. And the other thing I want to say is there's only 2 other trades that blew me away. Was the Kevin Durant with the Warriors and the LeBron with Miami, man. This trade brings me back to those 2 trades. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, Tom. Tom, and I don't necessarily disagree with it when you say, man, Dončić and LeBron, how are they going to play together? I don't think the Lakers care that much. Like this, and you're right. This is a sign that Luka Dončić is now the face of the Lakers. And whether they can play together or not, Luka Dončić is going to be a Laker a lot longer than LeBron James. And maybe that is rubbing LeBron James some kind of way. But clearly, the Los Angeles Lakers did this to get their guy, to get a guy who's a superstar into that market in his prime.
Well, it fell into their lap.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like the Mavericks approached them. That's the other part of it. This is just ridiculous. It's like, and someone appropriately brought in the text line, Kareem did this 50 years ago. Yeah, but Kareem picked the Lakers. Luka didn't pick the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, they might have been a team that he was willing to sign with after his deal was up, but the Mavericks approached the Lakers to trade their all-world 25-year-old face of the franchise. I don't remember the last time that's happened. The thing is, now this means that LeBron, like Jeannie Buss just took back the Lakers from Clutch. Yep. It's no longer Rich Paul's team, LeBron's team, AD's team. I do believe that LeBron didn't know about this. I do believe that Anthony Davis didn't know about this. And so if you're LeBron, to me, this season's moot. It's not even about can I play. They'll find a way to make it work in their pros if LeBron ends up staying through the deadline. But I guarantee LeBron's immediately thinking of, okay, well, what's next? And it doesn't look like his future's long for Los Angeles. And so that leaves a couple places. And I think Golden State absolutely is on his radar because where once a couple of years ago, you and Guru sat down with Steph and he said, I don't really think it's going to happen. I'm good. What about now? A lot changes fast. And in 48 hours, the landscape of the NBA looks completely different.
I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. and it's still going to be very safe and conservative. But I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility LeBron James could be a Warrior in the next year. Like I wouldn't bet on it happening, but there is absolutely no doubt that it's within the realm of possibility. There's just too much noise about it, and there's too much talk about it. And maybe most important, we know factually that Lacob loves LeBron and called about him last year. Let's go to Rich in Hayward. Hey, Rich, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing real good.
Good.
Hey, I was telling you guys last week about Luka is out of shape.
Yep.
I mean, he comes in every year at 260. That adds 25 on the calendar, but he's like 32 to 34. Because it's like, unless you get an attitude adjustment out of him like Barkley had back in the day, you got to be in shape when you come to camp. And he has no defense. And everybody's saying, oh, Trey Curry. Curry it's the same thing. I think we got to sell out for Durant. He's been here before. Do him, and we'll be golden. We'll win another title. Just, if you got to get, I love Wiggins. I love everybody else, or maybe some of the younger players. And because Wiggins is just like Draymond, where it's like, okay, if I get Draymond, if you're GM, you're fired. Because it's like, he's Draymond. That's our Frankenstein. Then the other guy was like, had issues, and we don't know. I ain't going to speculate, but it's like that. And I mean, I didn't want to call it, and all these talking heads know nothing. It's about your body mass index. And when you're going to camp overweight, come on now. It's like they wanted defense, and they'll probably win it now. They got Klay Thompson there because the guy can shoot. There you go.
Appreciate it, Rich. Well, it's obvious to me that whether you agree with Dallas or not, I think it shows me that they thought they had a little bit of a poor man Zion Williamson on their hands, conditioning-wise.
A better man Zion Williamson.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I meant, Zion is the big injury dude and conditioning guy. So they were clearly worried about that aspect of him. But also, they must have determined that they don't believe he's a championship level player like some other championship players that have been around. Like I don't think they think he was ever going to be a Steph Curry or a Bird or a Magic or a LeBron or a Kobe. And what I mean by that is players willing to pay the price and sacrifice to be the best player in the league. And if he's going to be your leader, they obviously had misgivings about it.
There has to be something else. There has to be. I mean, you know more about your own player than anybody else, and there had was Luka smoking cigarettes in the locker room? I mean, was he taking hookah bong hits at halftime? Like, what was he doing that made him a player that they believed could never get over the hump? Because that's basically what they said. Yeah. Nico Harrison said, we don't believe we can win a championship with Luka Dončić. That's the only reason you trade a player of that caliber, is because you do not think that they can win it all as the figurehead. And that, to me, is a wild gamble to make. Because you won't, the only way that this works for them now, Steiny, it appears as you got to win a championship. That's the only way that you could sell to your fan base that this was a move worth making. Because whether you believe that Luka was ever going to win one or not, he's going to sell out that arena for the next 10 years.
Yep.
And I know that they just went through an ownership change, and so there might be some philosophical differences there that we don't know about. But that's, again, why there has to be something bigger than he was out of shape. That's the reason.
Right. But again, they've watched him for 5 or 6 years now. They know him better than anybody else.
5-time first-team All-NBA player, get you to 2 Western Conference Finals and 1 Finals, basically on his back. The moment you got him some help with Kyrie Irving, he got you to the finals. He beat OKC, and I realize we have some pretty damning Windhorse sound from the finals last year that might explain a little bit of this. But it's like, you get to the NBA Finals and that's what tells you that he'll never get over the hump? Because to me, they were not the best team in the playoffs last year. And Dončić was a big reason why they got there.
Yeah, he was the biggest reason they got there. I mean, I think we got to acknowledge that. Shams Charania of ESPN, this is just out. This is something Shams Charania said within the last 10 minutes on ESPN. He covers the NBA. What are the Warriors up to, Shams?
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
So that's Shams Charania saying the Warriors now. And listen, we had Bob Myers on yesterday or last week and talked a lot about how front offices feel urgency and if other stuff is going on, what are they thinking? I mean, you can't be the Warriors right now and see what just happened between the Lakers and Dallas. To me, my first thought is, I wonder what Curry's thinking. Because if Steph Curry sees this kind of stuff, which of course he does, I mean, what is Steph Curry thinking? He's got to be thinking now, we got to do something. I mean, we got to do something, and now there's proof out there that anybody can be moved. So I think, the Warriors right now, I absolutely believe their sense of urgency has increased in a big way since they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder on Thursday of last week or Wednesday, whatever it was. Well, I believe that.
And this is why you kind of laugh at him sometimes. But when Goose says reacting to new information, Guru's absolutely correct. 2 weeks ago, Steph Curry, these words came out of his mouth. He doesn't want the team to make a desperate move. Okay, well, I hate to break it to you. The Warriors are coming out of this weekend looking like a desperate franchise. That report that you just heard from Shams Charania indicates they have made a call about every all-star player. If that doesn't scream urgency and desperation, I do not know what does. They are desperate to make a move. Does it mean they will? Not necessarily, because they've swung and missed a few times in the last 365 days. But to say that they're not desperate to make a move, to me would be incorrect. Because it sounds like anybody worth their salt in the NBA is on the radar for the Warriors right now.
Yeah. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. What's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on?
Hey.
Yeah, pretty sad, desperate scene from the Warriors front office.
Oh, really?
It's I mean, I'll ask you, Steiny, honestly, objectively, where would you rank this front office in the NBA at this point? They basically, their only real skill is to basically tease future sort of fantastical trade scenarios that aren't going to happen, and increasingly nobody believes them. Like the Lake-ups who cried wolf at this point. None of these deals will happen. They will not get KD. They will not get LeBron. They will not get Paul George. And that's it. That's all they're doing is just selling hope and wish casting. And when you're this close to the trade deadline, and Shams is saying they're calling every team desperately looking for a superstar, you're a bad front office. Like, a good front office gets a deal done and nobody knows it's happening. But the Warriors apparently just leaking to any reporter who's willing to take their call that they're desperate to make a move. Like, go make a move and stop selling how much you want to make a move. Make a move. Get something done.
All right.
That's my take. Well, they're losing credibility of their front office.
Well, I hear you.
To be fair,
let the deadline pass, and then I do believe we can talk about how they do a lot. They do a lot of chopping, but no chips are flying.
Well, but to be fair, if you want to make one of these big moves, you almost have to wait until February 5th. Because
that's true.
That's the day that Dennis Schroeder becomes eligible to be traded, and the Warriors don't have a lot of contracts outside of his that you wouldn't need to involve him in. So it's a small window, but if the Warriors do make one of these bombshell moves, and that's why I think we're hearing about it, like they're making calls to see if it's even possible right now, so that when the 5th comes and Schroeder becomes eligible to be traded, they can pounce.
Right. And I actually believe that the Warriors, they might be hamstrung because they can't make a move till Wednesday.
Yeah.
With Schroeder at least. So I think it's very possible. They were talking to Chicago about Levine, but they couldn't pull the trigger because it might have involved Schroeder. And then in the meantime, the Fox stuff happened, and Chicago liked what they were getting from all parties in that deal, and they ended up moving Levine to Sacramento. And maybe they took the Kings took Levine off the board for the Warriors in terms of this. And then maybe simultaneously or around the same time, Jimmy Butler was saying, yeah, I'm not going to sign an extension with Golden State. So that takes him out of the bidding. So,
and if by the way, and we have to wait for Thursday to pass, but if not getting in on Levine or Butler, seemingly by external powers that be, but they're able to get Durant and LeBron, it's like all it takes is one move. And I realize that they're selling us on this one move that hasn't happened yet.
Right.
But it changes everything. The moment you make that one move, it makes the rest of your past almost obsolete. And so, that's kind of what we're waiting for. But I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility. And to me, the first domino, again, my perfect vision for next year is the Warriors roll out a trio of Curry, Durant, and LeBron. But the first domino that would have to fall at this deadline is Durant. And it sounds like, number one, Phoenix is open to trading him because Beal, it sounds like, is not going to relinquish his no-trade clause. Number two, again, if we're looking at where players want to play, Durant, one of the few places I think he would want to play is Golden State.
He might. And here's the other part of it. Phoenix has very little draft capital. And so the Warriors, that is one thing they have. So in case you're just joining us, the bottom line is Shams Charania reporting that the Warriors are calling the Suns about Kevin Durant. They've called the Sixers about Paul George. They've called every team about any star is basically what he said. But the Durant thing is pretty much the new thing that's got wheels. How far those wheels go, I don't know. But Mark Stein reporting that the Warriors are talking to the Suns about a reunion with Kevin Durant. This from Atco Pest Control from the Super Chat, $5. This is all PR lies from the front office. Post-deadline athletic stories will be, they tried. Same thing every trade deadline. Zach went to the Kings for scraps. All right, you might be right. We got to wait till Thursday to see whether or not the Warriors will get something done or not. But in the meantime, 888-957-9570 is the number. Wow, what a blockbuster weekend in the NBA, and it's still continuing. Also, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to win a spot in our knockout tournament. That's in the 12 o'clock hour. So you don't want to go anywhere. Lock it in. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway. This from the 925. Guys, the Durant rumor is laughable. Why would Durant want to go to a worse team overall? Well, it's not a rumor. The Warriors, according to multiple sources, have called the Suns and are still trying to engage with the Suns to acquire Kevin Durant. I believe that absolutely. Whether they can get him or not is a completely different story, but I don't think the idea is a rumor. I think it's born out of reality. It's just a matter of whether it'll happen or not. But what's being reported today by various people is that the Warriors are in on Kevin Durant now. And they've made calls about Paul George. And in one report from Mark Stein at the Stein Line, along with Jake Fisher, has the Warriors trying to concoct a scenario where they get Kevin Durant in the next 3 or 4 days, and then maybe in the offseason, they go get LeBron James. Now, again, I don't know how it would all happen. It sounds far-fetched to me. The Warriors don't have a lot of talent outside Steph Curry, but they've got draft picks to dangle, and clearly they are. I don't think there's any doubt they want to make a move, even if it's really I think they're prepared now to make a more risky move than they might have thought about making 2 or 3 months ago.
Well, because what else are you doing? Like, the other part about it too, is Steiny, is all right. Let's say that you think this team could, I don't know, get its way into the play-in. Well, okay. Another team behind you just got better.
I know.
The Spurs just got Fox. If the Warriors do nothing, to me, if the Warriors do nothing by Thursday, it's because they are content with playing the lottery. Because there is no reason over the first 45 to 50 games of this season that would tell you that they all of a sudden are going to have a 9 of 10, 12 of 15 stretch like they did at the beginning of this year. There's nothing that would suggest that. Steve Kerr said last week, this is not a team that can stand pat.
Yep.
That's as much of an indication of where the front office is, as much as it is a message from the head coach that I can't win with these guys. Like, what we have right now is not good enough to compete and contend at the level that we want to. So what are you going to do? It's put up or shut up time. It's gut check time for the Golden State Warriors.
No doubt, no doubt. And I'm going to play this again. I'm going to play it a few times during the show just so everybody is updated who's coming in and out about what's being reported with the Warriors.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
All right. So that's Sham Sharani of ESPN. The Warriors now are hell-bent on getting somebody in here to play with Steph Curry. Somebody who's a higher stature player than anybody they have on the roster. Can they pull it off? I can't wait to see if they can or can't.
Well, because the other part of it too is, and I know it's a different deal, but the Dončić deal opens up like the door to Narnia. Because who in the hell would ever believe that Luka Dončić would get traded? Who? So for all the, and I get it, because I'm typically kind of glass half empty on these things. And I'm looking at, all right, is this realistic? Is it not? It's like, I didn't think Dončić getting traded was realistic.
No.
So,
or Anthony Davis.
Or Anthony Davis, yeah, honestly. And he's like the afterthought of this deal. But to me, what that means, it's like every player around the league, every front office around the league is saying there's going to be a ripple effect from this. And directly in Los Angeles, I think there's going to be a ripple effect from it. And to me, the most logical one that I can think of is LeBron James looking around and saying, I have no power anymore here. My time in LA is coming to an end, whether it be by my own retirement or because he's got an opportunity, both at the deadline, but maybe more realistically this summer, to get up out of the City of Angels and go wherever he wants. And if I'm looking at locations that he would want to go play, not in Los Angeles, Golden State's got to be among them. They have to be one of those teams, if not top of that list.
They might be. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Man, how about this trade deadline, man?
Incredible.
Oh, my God.
It's crazy.
It's better than the games.
Yeah, it's insane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
It's crazy. But I want to kind of go talk back about what Sham said, right?
All right.
About how the Warriors are calling every team about an all-star in this. If you had to pick between the three players, Paul George, KD, and Bron, who do you take?
But sorry, who?
It's a good question. PG, KD, or LeBron? Right now.
Bron.
Either
I mean,
him
if you
or
had to
Durant.
pick one of them. But also, and I appreciate the call, this is it too. It sounds like whatever the Warriors have tried to do, whether it's this summer, even the report about the Bulls. Okay, so the Warriors allegedly, or reportedly, they were in on both Levine and Vucevic.
Right.
This summer, it came out that it wasn't just Paul George or marketing. Plan A was both. That, again, indicates to me that they're not just looking for one guy. And the two guys out there, the two biggest names, are Durant and LeBron. And for the people that are asking, well, why would Durant want to go to Golden State? Or, sorry, why would Phoenix want to trade Durant?
Right.
Well, because they don't think he's going to re-sign after next. Like, he's contract extension eligible this summer. And so if you're the Suns,
right,
and A, you don't want to keep him because he's going to be 37 or 38, or B, you don't think he's going to re-up with you, well, then you try and move off of him.
And if you could acquire some picks, which you're light on,
but then it
makes a little sense.
Well, there's also a small list of teams then, because if you don't think that Durant's going to, like, you could trade him to Detroit. He ain't going to re-sign in Detroit, so why would the Pistons make that move?
Right.
If the Warriors think that they have action, that Durant would re-up with them, would sign a contract extension with them this summer, well, then that's absolutely a realistic possibility. And again, it gives some leverage to where Durant wants to go. It's the same reason why the Kings got, by a lot of people's estimation, fleeced at the deadline.
Right.
And it's because I don't think they had much leverage. Fox wanted to go to the Spurs. And so if they were going to trade him now or this summer, they weren't able to get as much back. So that's why it's like the Warriors, there are other teams that could put together better packages for Durant. There's no doubt about that. But it's where Durant wants to go. It's where LeBron wants to go. And I think LeBron absolutely would want to play with Steph. And I think if LeBron would want to go play with Curry, you could get Durant to be in on that threesome. Pause. You could get Durant to want to get in on that action. And at that point, you could sell me on that team being something.
It would be interesting. This from the 824 or 842. Why would Phoenix trade Durant to Golden State if they could get much more from another team? It would be a 3-team deal. It would absolutely be a 3-team deal. And it would probably mean that Butler and something else is going to Phoenix. And then the Warriors may actually be trading a guy, the guys they're giving up for Durant, to Miami.
Well, what was the trade that you walked in and said you could see happening today?
Which one?
All right, I'll say it for you.
Yeah, I forget.
Warriors.
Yep.
Now, this isn't perfect, and there would be different fillers involved.
Yeah.
The Warriors send Andrew Wiggins to the Miami Heat. That gives them the small forward that they're looking for. The Miami Heat send Jimmy Butler to the Phoenix Suns. They get the player that they want. Butler gets to the destination he reportedly wants to go to. Kevin Durant goes to Golden State. The Warriors get the big boy that they want. Maybe KD signs an extension this summer. I'm not so sure. That to me, and again, there's different machinations of it. But Wiggins to Miami, Butler to Phoenix, Durant to Golden State. That's a 3-team deal that I could see happening.
Yeah, and obviously it would involve a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, you'd have to make the money work.
Those would be the 3 big names. There'd be a lot of draft picks involved, clearly. But, yeah, that would be one way that Durant could get to Golden State. Let's go to Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smoothie? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. What a day. What a day.
Crazy.
NBA just smacked the NFL in the mouth. That's for the Super Bowl, but good.
Yeah, they got to do that for about 400 more days in a row.
Yeah, good call, though.
no longer is anything laughable, right?
Right.
No longer laughable. Trade machine geeks, fire it up, because right now, and somebody said something was laughable about a trade. Doesn't matter, because unless you got a no trade clause, you can go.
Great
It doesn't
point.
even matter whether you want to go to it doesn't matter if you want to go to a destination. It's all about I love this. The Empire Strikes Back. Forget these entitled players. Right now, the owners are saying, this is what we're doing. The GMs have been empowered today or yesterday, whenever that was. But I love it. This is a great time for the NBA. Nothing could have been better. Now, all these scary GMs, you're going to lose out if you're scared to pull the trigger. The logjam, moving Luka, I mean, like the producer said, the only one who's untouchable right now is Wemby, probably. That's the only guy I can see being untouchable. But game on. Yeah, Durant, LeBron. Usually when people call and say for this, you kind of roll your eyes and go, yeah, right. No, not today. Bring it. LeBron, KD, I can see it happening now, where before I was thinking, no way that's going to happen. But it is doable. And we have to understand something. I'm glad you mentioned we have to wait to see what happens with Schroeder. Because people think that these trades are just like you make a call, okay, let's do it. No, there's a lot of things that have to transpire. I know the Warriors are working on stuff, and every other team is now, because no matter what happens, every team now is positioning for the playoffs. And not only just for the playoffs, but to win it all. OKC might make a move because of what Dallas does. And concerning Dallas, guys, I think this makes them the favorites to me, because they got a defense. Don't forget Max Christie. Don't think that was a throw-in. That guy was one of the Lakers' best defensive players. And now you unleash Kyrie, and then Clay's going to get more shots. I like what Dallas has done in my opinion. I think the Lakers have taken a step back defensively, and I think this is all about getting ready for post-LeBron era. Anyway,
no
you guys
doubt.
have a great day.
Big Smooth, I'm not. I agree with you. Actually, I don't think this is a terrible move for Dallas. I think it's eyebrow raising. I think it's shocking, surprising, but I'm not sure it's a terrible move for Dallas. And there is no doubt that, to me, how Luka and LeBron coexist is of secondary importance to the fact that they've got a star now for the next 10 years in Dončić. And Dončić has clearly leapfrogged LeBron on the pecking order in L.A. in terms of importance to the team anyway.
Yeah, they just traded for the heir apparent.
Exactly.
I mean, they now have their next face, and LeBron's face is a fading one. I think that's why, again, it's trying to figure out how to get him to Golden State or Durant or both. Like, that has to be plan A now for the Warriors. And I don't think it was one before Saturday night. But the Dallas Mavericks unleashed hell upon the NBA. And Los Angeles now, all of a sudden, has pivoted with their franchise's intents. And I think LeBron James is probably going to do the same.
888-957-9570. Let's go out to, hold your horses. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Don't forget, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, that's an hour from right now, your chance to get in on the knockout tournament. We're going to be giving away another contestant in the 12 o'clock hour. Let's go out to North Carolina and talk to Tim. Tim's in Raleigh. Hey, Tim, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
hey, Stoney, if y'all listen to that radio host, I guess y'all sister station from Dallas that was on this morning, he had some very interesting things to say about some of the motives of the Mavericks ownership group. So, it was a good listen. I mean, I don't know if y'all heard it, but it's definitely some interesting things about the ownership group. But the second thing I wanted to say, Stoney, and I know, we get all caught up and wound up. And Stoney, I think we've talked about this before. And I know it sounds good for nostalgia, but if you throw those three old heads out there, they're going to get their heads beat in by these younger teams, man. You're going to throw LeBron, Steph, and KD out there at about $55, $60 million each. Guys, what's winning now in the NBA is teams with talent in every position and then a bench that's competing. Like, it sounds good, it looks good, but, come on, Sonny, we've talked about this before. Those young guys are going to run them old heads up and down that floor, and you're not going to have a bench to compete. Yeah. Sonny, we know this. Think about it. We get caught up in the Olympic thing. Steph had 2 good games out of 8. And now, granted, they were hell of a pile of games, but, guys, it's the same track we're seeing right now. He's having 2 really good games out of every 6, 7, or 8. So, listen, it sounds good, Evan. I love it, your passion for wanting to see it, but they're going to get you put them up against Memphis, you put them up against Houston, OKC, them 3 old guys are going to get their asses ran up and down that floor. And, I mean, you're not going to have a bench to go out there. Think about what they did. They got rid of Luka, a superstar, but they brought in, like the guy just said, Max Christie is a bona fide defensive player out there that's going to help. AD is going to help. They brought in some stuff, man. So, listen, it sounds good, and if we want to see it for 2 years or 3 at max and give all of them $60 million and you got a bunch of minimum players to play with them, hey, let's look at it. But the days of the big 3 and the big 2 have shifted, guys. It's all about total teams nowadays.
Tim, thanks. Great stuff. I mean,
it's a good point.
I mean, look, hey, Steiny, the Warriors, like, I look at the Warriors right now, and I think they're in a little trouble, obviously.
You don't say.
But if you're telling me they could somehow get Durant now, and then LeBron James says, I want to go to Golden State, at that point, whether I'm Dunleavy or Lacob,
how do you not?
Right. How do you not? And here's the other thing with that. If you somehow get Durant in here and you get LeBron in here, when they leave, you'll have a boatload of cap space. You would. And it would be a 2-year thing. Clearly, it couldn't be much longer than that. And it might not work. It absolutely might not work. But I guess the safety valve would be, if it doesn't work, it's only going to not work for a year or 2.
Look,
then we got to start over.
Well, but that's the thing, son. You're going to have to start over anyways. And what this does, again, this isn't a perfect world, but what bringing in Durant or LeBron or both does is it puts an expiration date on whatever this era of Warriors basketball is. And then you go from there. I don't think that any fan, I could be wrong about this, maybe Tim's one of them. Does Durant, LeBron, Curry make you a championship contender? In some people's minds, yes. In some people's minds, no. But the point is, the Warriors they've been in a holding pattern for like 2 years.
It's true.
They've been selling us on maximizing Curry in the last great years or whatever years you feel like of high-level basketball he has left. This would be that. And if they are the franchise of their word, if Lacob is a man of his word, if Dunleavy is a man of his word, I believe them to be, then this is absolutely a move that you have to pursue. This is a trio you have to try to bring together. And from a basketball perspective, yeah, there's plenty of holes you could poke in it. There's no doubt about that. But they've been, again, impressing upon us that they're waiting for the big splash. I don't know what other splash is out there. Like, with all sincerity, a realistic splash, this is now it. This is the one. And if there was ever anything to cash in all your chips for, Steiny, to me it would be putting these 3 guys together and seeing how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all against giving up multiple first-round picks for just about anybody. Butler, KD, even
individually.
And I still don't want to do it. But if you were to somehow be able to get Durant in here and then LeBron signs, or you get LeBron here somehow this summer, at that point, you have a totally new strategy because you won't have first-round picks. So the only other way you're going to be able to skin the cat is by getting under the cap. Because if you don't have draft picks, you better have money to try to get a free agent. With something like this, they would at least probably strategically could open up a boatload of cap space in 2026 or 27. And that's the way you replenish your team through the free agent market rather than the draft. Am I crazy about it? Not really. Does it sound like a lot of desperation? Yeah. But from a business standpoint, and you could probably rationalize a basketball standpoint, it would be difficult to say no to.
Are the Warriors?
I mean, I'm crazy about it.
Well, are the Warriors a desperate franchise?
I think they are now. Like, one more time, Sham Charania.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
Does that sound desperate, Warrior fans?
The first sentence is they're calling everybody. Like they're trying to find a date to the dance.
Right.
They're the last kids at prom that have not found a date. And a couple of big ones might have just opened. Someone said no to their date. Someone might be looking for a new partner. The Golden State Warriors, if they got a limo right now, they got one guy in it. And I'm trying to get another two. I don't really care that they're 37 or 38 because from a basketball standpoint, there are plenty of things you could talk about being wrong with this. But nobody in the world, because I also think public perception does matter. No one in the world would fault them for doing this if they were able to get it done. No one would say in 5 or 10 years, I think, well, that's a swing you probably shouldn't have taken. It's like, no, that's the swing you do take. The Lauri Markkanen and Paul George swing is not the swing you take. Levine and Vucevic is not a swing you take. Putting Curry with LeBron and perhaps even with Kevin Durant, that's a swing that realists, gamblers, pragmatic people, anybody can get on board with and say, why the hell not?
Yeah, a couple things here. 919 on the text line. Curry, James, and Durant will sell tickets, but they won't win anything. Let's be real. I've been following the league for 50 years. This is crazy.
What are you winning now?
You're right. It's crazy. It is crazy. 925. Steiny, what happens when you get those guys? What does it do for JK, Jonathan Kuminga?
Well, he gone. Does
it slow down his future? I mean, one of the things that we haven't talked about in this scenario is if you could somehow pull it off. And look, we're not pulling this out of thin air. Mark Stein is a respected reporter, and he's been right about the Warriors before. And he's saying that the Warriors would love to get Durant and then eventually LeBron. Does it sound like pie in the sky? Of course it sounds like pie in the sky. But the reality is the Lakers getting Luka Dončić was pie in the sky. It's clear that anything can happen right now, and it very well might. But the other thing is, if you try to go down that road and you're successful, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm sorry, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't matter. He's gone. Like, he's gone. Draymond's gone under this scenario. You would completely tip over your team, put it in the hands of these three guys, try to do whatever you can around them, but it won't be a ton, and you roll like that for a year or two, and eventually you get a boatload of cap space when those guys are too old to compete, if it's not too soon. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also sponsored by MB Jesse.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Tim. Thank you very much. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. And let me reset what is going on around the NBA, or at least what's being reported.
Everything.
Because you ain't kidding. All right. If you've been under a rock, Luka Dončić is now a Los Angeles Laker. He was traded to L.A. for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a number 1. So Dončić is now a Laker, Anthony Davis a Maverick. Jimmy Butler has reportedly told the Warriors that if they traded for him, he wouldn't sign an extension here in the Bay. And so what's being reported around NBA circles is the Warriors are out on Butler at this point. When we left on Friday, the Warriors were engaged in conversations with the Chicago Bulls. Zach LaVine seemed to be the target, and there seemed to be a lot of smoke around Zach LaVine. He's now off the table. He was traded to the Sacramento Kings in the De'Aaron Fox deal, which we didn't talk anything about. De'Aaron Fox going to San Antonio. The big news is what's being reported today by Sham Charania, by Mark Stein and Jake Fisher, and it's that the Golden State Warriors are engaged with the Phoenix Suns about trying to reacquire Kevin Durant, and that they actually have this dream scenario. Again, it's put as a dream scenario, but it's being reported. The goal would be to get Durant in here, and then could you possibly go find a way to acquire LeBron James? I'm not reporting it, but there are NBA reporters that are saying that's the Warriors' world-class number 1 plan if they could somehow pull it off. Does it sound realistic? It doesn't. It doesn't. But the Warriors are clearly trying to do something to get somebody in here to help Steph Curry.
But let's just look at LeBron. Let's take LeBron first, right?
All right.
Last year, the Warriors tried to trade for him, or Laker made calls, didn't happen. If I remember correctly, what was the biggest reason why it didn't happen? Because of LeBron.
Right.
LeBron wouldn't even let it get to the point where there was an offer, there was anything on the table. Are we sure now that LeBron wouldn't be open to moving out of Los Angeles?
Well, Brian Windhorst on the Lakers after they acquired Luka Dončić.
Every year of LeBron's career, 21-plus seasons, everything that the teams have done when he's on it has been about him. That is no longer the case. Everything the Lakers will do going forward will be about number 77. They are now Luka Dončić's team. That is a complete different situation. So seeing how the Lakers address their roster, because the roster is now messed up, they don't have any big men, and whether they make moves for this LeBron era this year or to this year or maybe next, or whether they make moves for the next 3 to 5 years will tell us a lot about what they're thinking.
Right. So to me, that opens up the door to LeBron saying, well, my time in LA's done.
For every single year of his, 20-year NBA career, it's been about him.
Yep.
This is the first time in his career where a team has made a move or done something that's not about him. Okay, so what's he going to do? His response is, well, if it ain't about me, then I got to figure out how it can be. And if he wants to go somewhere, I do think that's going to happen. LeBron has always been where he wants to be. And I just find it hard to believe that with the Lakers saying basically we're all in on Dončić, everything we do from here on out is because of him, that LeBron's just going to be okay with that. And who's the guy that he said he's always wanted to play with? It's Steph. He did it this summer. He probably thought in a realistic world that was the last time. But now, again, 48 hours changed everything. 48 hours ago, Luka Dončić and the Lakers, they became a pair. Why not LeBron and the Warriors?
I don't know. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Look,
you excited?
There's so many thoughts, so please indulge me here. Look, Gideon, first of all, both on Saturday and Sunday, I stepped into my car around 11:55 a.m., so I was sad that I missed your weekend program because I'm sure it was chock full of content.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to do I'd like to do some GM role play, but before I do, look, I'm generally a fan of the player versus the team. I don't think players have enough power in sports. In football, I think in baseball before 7 years, and especially in hockey, players have no power. I mean, the max contract in hockey is like a superstar contract, like $10 million a year. It's laughable. But basketball, there's way too much player power. So, in my opinion, I don't know why Santa Claus put Jeannie Buss at the top of the nice list, but this trade just gave the team back to ownership and management. I would say probably, you know, over the weekend, all the Fox Sports guys are like, on the radio are like, LeBron had to know. I actually don't believe that at all. I think under 98% of all scenarios, probably LBJ would have had to given his approval. But for this trade that fell in the Lakers' lap, I think it's just amazing. And I think they tried extra hard actually to keep it from him because, like I said, Jeannie Buss and Pelinka, I guess, just got the team back. And it was handed to them. So I don't believe he was part of it. And I'm with you. He's like fuming mad.
I'm with you there.
Now, thank you. So GM role play. I don't know, is Kurt Lakeup still a GM, assistant GM or something? But I'm going to be Kurt Lakeup.
All right.
Steiny, you can be the Spurs GM, and then Giddens, you can be the OKC GM.
Oh, I'll be Presty. Thank you.
Is that still R.C. Buford? Yeah. Am I still R.C. Buford, the best in the business?
You are.
Nice.
Sure. Whoever the best in the business is, you is. Okay?
All right.
So, hey, this is Kurt. Stein. I mean, R.C. Giddens, whoever you said, right? Hey, yo, this is Kurt. I want to let you know, if you're thinking of trading Wemby, I want to let you know we're interested, okay?
I'm sorry, who's this?
Yeah. and now, what did you say, Presty?
Yeah.
Hey, Presty, I want to let you know, if you're thinking about trading SGA, we're interested, okay? So, hey, Champ, yo, it's Kurt. Dude, we're calling on all teams, man. Seriously, we're trying to get an all-star. Yeah, you can post that. You can put that on your Social Truth account. Yes, that's right. We are leaving no stone unturned. What kind of garbage is this? What kind of garbage is this? Like, why do you keep repeating that, Steinmetz? It's such garbage.
Which part?
They're putting out there. They're not actively trying to get. And
you don't think they're trying to get Kevin Durant?
Look, I think they're trying to get Wemby and SGA, but unless that clown from Dallas comes calling and some other idiot gives their franchise asset away, I don't think anything's going to happen. Now, if somehow, Kurt Lakeup trumps Jeannie Buss on the Santa Claus list, then LBJ, KD, and Steph, I don't know who is saying that they're too old, but those three are winners. To say they're too old to win a championship versus young kids, that's crazy talk. It's the playoffs. I mean, how did the young kids do in the playoffs last year? How did OKC do? They fell apart. How did Minnesota do? They fell apart. Yeah, maybe they're faster, but KD, LBJ, and Steph, they're winners. And look, I don't care about the NBA until the NFL season's over, but I do recall reading that on Christmas Day, LBJ and Steph, LBJ called out Steph and said, "Hey, we're special. We own the NBA, Christmas or whatever garbage they said." But the point is, I think they definitely would like to work together, play together, and they did so on the Olympic team. It would be a dream come true. And, JK development, he's not on the team anymore. Nobody's on the team anymore. It's those three and then a bunch of G Leaguers, and then maybe you, me, and Giddens are the 13, 14, and 15 men, but we'll still win the championship.
All right, Bobby, appreciate it. I mean, here's what I would say. And it sounds like Bobby would absolutely acquire KD or LeBron, but he just thinks it's all a joke.
Yeah, that they're not actually.
Yeah, it'll never happen. I'm not so sure. I feel like if you had to ask me right now if the Warriors are going to make a move or not, I would bet that they're making a move. And even if it's a smaller move, I think they're going to make it if they think it's going to help them. But, I don't know. Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. I mean, do you think the Warriors are setting you up for a big trade, or are they setting you up for a big letdown?
Well, I
think they'll bring Vucevic in here if they can.
Yeah.
And some of the other bigger guys fall off the tree. But I think they're ready to make a move, and if you want to call it a desperate move or a big swing, feel free to do it. I think they are trying.
Well, that's a desperate move that I could wrap my mind around of why they would do it, how it would work. But I think a lot of people, to give credence to Bobby's call, I don't think it's that they're maybe they are anti-LeBron and KD being in Golden State, but I think it's just more that you're right. Like, people, I think, are set up for disappointment, and so they don't want to open their hearts up to be broken again. Like, the Warriors have kind of set a precedent of being teams that are in on guys or close to getting guys, but then can't get the guy.
Right.
And we just saw at the deadline, or right before the deadline, that trades might actually not be as hard as they're making them out to be. Luka Dončić just got traded. Anthony Davis got traded. De'Aaron Fox has gotten traded. Levine's on the move. There are a lot of names. Jimmy Butler looks like he's going to be on the move. This is shaping up to be one of the most intriguing trade deadlines in the history of the NBA. And I think the Warriors want in. And I don't know if that's going to be for Durant or for LeBron. Probably not for both. But I do think that they're desperate enough that they know they have to do something at this deadline.
Yeah, and the other thing
they've been trying to.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is if you're, I get it. We've been talking trades now for a couple weeks, and nothing's happened, and it's easy to say, well, they're not going to do anything. But keep in mind the very tangible issue of Dennis Schroeder's contract. They can't trade Schroeder till Wednesday. So any deal that would include Schroeder can't happen until then. So they're probably just biding their time, hanging in there with dialogue, and then Schroeder's obviously a guy that they could easily move, but if another team wants Schroeder and is expiring, you can't do the deal till Wednesday. So maybe that's one of the reasons that they haven't done anything yet. Let's go to Anthony in Oakland. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Awesome.
Hey, I hate to burst the bubble of Warriors fans, man, but I think the Dallas and LA trade happened because both teams are on equal footing in a way.
Yep.
And the negotiation went well. Everybody knows the Warriors are desperate to get back to a title. Everybody knows that and that's going to be making really hard for the Warriors to get any kind of deal done. Also, I think there's an X factor for the Warriors. Why would Jimmy Butler say he doesn't want to sign an extension to play with the Warriors? I think that there's a lot of players that may not want to play with maybe Draymond Green. That also will make it really hard for the Warriors. But nobody really wants to talk about that. Anyway, I got to go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That could be one factor, one of the factors. 415, I'll try to answer this on the text line. So they don't have the assets to get Levine, but they have the assets to get Durant. Well, again, what I think might have happened with Levine is the Warriors were very engaged in Levine, and it probably involved Dennis Schroeder in some kind of deal, and they might have been close. But the reality of the situation is when Fox became available and everybody knew he was going to San Antonio, the Bulls got what they thought was a better offer than anything the Warriors were offering at that point. Or maybe it was a wash, but they said, let's just get it done now because we got to wait till Wednesday to deal with the Warriors. And you know what? Too much can happen in a few days right now with the trade deadline. And that's why maybe they lost out on Levine, not necessarily because they couldn't get it done, but they couldn't get it done fast enough.
Yeah, the assets thing is interesting. I mean, like, again, so Kevin Durant is contract extension eligible this summer. If he doesn't want to be in Phoenix, then there is some pressure to move off of him, like to get off him. And now is a perfect time to do it. So and also too, like, yes, you're right. Assets do matter. But I have to imagine that on an open market, Luka Dončić is worth more than one first-round pick. I I thought that De'Aaron Fox might be worth more than 3 relatively meaningless first-round picks. Like, not all firsts are created equal. The Warriors have legitimately valuable unprotected picks. Like, if you're the Phoenix Suns, you're telling me you wouldn't want the Warriors' first-round pick in 3 years or 4 years? After all of this that they're trying to construct is going to blow up, perhaps spectacularly? That's not something that wouldn't intrigue you. So to me, you're just because you don't have the best package, that's another thing we learned at the deadline. Just because you don't have the best asset allocation doesn't mean you can't get the deal done. Luka Dončić didn't, and Anthony Davis is an all-world player, don't get me wrong, but they didn't even get every single one of the Lakers' firsts. You know, the Utah Jazz, I know they were seconds. The Utah Jazz got more picks in the deal than the Dallas Mavericks did, somehow, some way.
Yeah.
The San Antonio Spurs basically traded Fox for 2 protected firsts, a first-round pick for a team that's going to be good in 6 years, and Zach LaVine. Like, I know that we don't think that the Warriors have much to offer, but it might not be that much to offer can't get it done.
Possible.
I mean, look, what I've learned this weekend is doesn't seem like a lot of people know anything, and everything's on the table.
Well, that's true. I mean, for all we know, LeBron has told the Lakers, "No, now get me out of here. No, not over. I'm not like. What if LeBron says to the Lakers, "Oh, by the way, I'm opting out." Guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm gone.
At the end of the year.
You can trade me now or I'll walk later.
Exactly.
And they might say, that's fine. That'll free up $50 million in cap space or whatever.
Yeah. Let's go out to, got a guys in order here. Vince in Austin's been waiting the longest. What's up, Vince? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are y'all doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
You know, I want to make a reference to what Mr. Charles Barkley said last night on NBA TV. He said, in 40 years of basketball, rarely do you see teams trade a star for a star. And I think that's amazing. I think that's kind of opening up the platform a little bit. I would love to see Kevin Durant back on the Warriors. And the reason why I'd like to see that happen is Kevin's a guy who can run your whole offense around. I think right now, the Warriors are a little scrambled on offense. They try to push the ball, which is great. I love when they run hard and push the ball, but create so many turnovers. And rarely do I see the guards like Schroeder or, Steph sometimes look over to Kerr and run a set. One thing I want Kerr to do is I want Kerr to be more enforceful on the sidelines and put up his fingers. Let's put up some sets, slow the play down 0.5%, and just keep boxing out on defense. Everyone wants to speculate on the development of young Warriors players. I think Trace has been developing great. I think he needs a couple more years to him. Looney's been aging like fine wine. They just need to figure something out, because if they do get Durant, that certainly opens up LeBron coming. And one more thing I'll say before I leave is I'm gonna put on my crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy. But my thing is this: LeBron loves Steph. LeBron loves playing with Steph. They played in the Olympics. It was an unforgettable experience. Those two guys embrace each other like brothers. And LeBron and Draymond, forget about it. Draymond's LeBron's best buddy. So one step at a time, I think, and again, not everyone knows what's going to happen, but let's make it happen. Right. All right, fellas.
Thanks, Vince. Appreciate the call. Well, the one thing I guarantee you, and I get it. All these names out there, the report from Shams Charania that the Warriors are in on everybody. They're calling about every star. They're calling right now about Paul George. They're calling right now about Butler. I'm sorry, not Butler. They're Kevin Durant. They're in on virtually every name. Like, I get how if they don't, like, they're not the Giants, but if they go through this all this week, and this is the way we talk about the Warriors, and they don't do anything, then those are going to be kind of the Snickers. That how long has it been here for them saying they were going to get a big boy and they haven't been able to? What I'm getting at now, Evan, is if you go out and get Durant, okay, you do that move and then you see where the chips fall. But if you can't get Durant and you don't get Vucevic and you don't get Paul George, and now it's Thursday after the deadline, well, now you have put pressure on yourself in the offseason. Like, there's going to be so much pressure. Think about Steph Curry waking up on Friday morning, and the Warriors have sat tight, and he's seen all the stuff that's going on around him. That's going to be a problem. If they don't make a move at the deadline, the talk about Curry here in the Bay, it's going to get way louder than it's been right now.
And let me tell you when it gets louder. 13 days from now, when the All-Star game gets hosted at Chase Center.
Good point.
That's another part of this, too. If you don't do anything, or, God forbid, you sell, you send an expiring out to get under this tax to sell fans on this idea that you're going to make a run at somebody this summer, you're going to have to answer for it in a little less than 2 weeks, because there's going to be a lot of questions from people not named Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Guru Johnson or Evan Giddings. It's going to be the Tim Bontemps. It's going to be the Stephen A. Smiths. It's going to be all these bigwigs. It's going to be the Charles Barkleys.
Yeah.
I think they're on TNT. It's going to be the Shaquille. It's going to be everyone is going to have their eyes on Chase Center for the lonely, borderline forgotten about Steph Curry in the midst of all these moves. And I do think that matters to the Warriors, to Curry. If they can't do anything, they'll sell us on this, that, and the other. But, Steiny, that's why last Friday I told you, and I still believe it, we're a trade deadline away, which is in 3 days, from us talking about Mike Dunleavy like he's Farhan Zaidi. And I know that it's crazy talk to a lot of people, but the false promises now for the last 2 seasons of something that's going to be done, this is a chance to erase all of that. And if they don't do it, they're going to have to answer for it, and they're going to have to do it on a national stage.
Yeah, that's a good point. The one name we haven't talked about today is Zion Williamson. I mean, after you saw what happened this weekend, do you think any differently about the Warriors trying to acquire a player like that, even though we all acknowledge how big of a risk it is? I just feel like from all the reports, it does sound like the Warriors are more prepared now to make what they'd consider a risky move than maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see full lines. We're going to get to everybody today, so don't go anywhere. But there's a lot of news happening. We'll keep you updated right here on 95.7 The Game. Also, coming up in 20 minutes, it's going to be your opportunity to play Knockout at the Chase Center with 95.7 The Game and other listeners. We did it last year. It's a great event. It's a lot of fun. You get your opportunity at 12 o'clock, or I should say in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you just sit in your car. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. There's action around the NBA. We haven't even talked about De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio, who right now is what? About a game and a half, 2 games behind the Warriors?
Dude.
I mean, now the Warriors, is San Antonio better than the Warriors?
Yes.
They looked like they might be on paper.
Sonny, this is how you know that
Certainly
the
a better
NBA
future.
deadline is all that anyone cares about. Maybe the best defensive player in football requested a trade this morning. And I don't know anybody who wants to talk about it because Luka Dončić got traded this weekend. Fox got traded this weekend. The Warriors are apparently in, according to Mark Stein and Jake Fisher and Shams Charania, on everybody under the sun. It's like the Super Bowl is on Sunday, and it's completely on the back burner because of everything that's going on in basketball right now.
You know, I have seen a couple texts, and one thing we haven't gotten into with the Dončić trade to the Lakers, and everybody's talking about why would the Mavericks trade? I'm going to play you 2 clips, and this one's worth remembering. This is from Brian Windhorst of ESPN. This is after. Do you guys remember all this? This is after Game 3 in Dallas.
This is a legendary rant.
And the Mavs had just gone down 3-0, and Luka fouled out of Game 3. And this is what Windhorst said about Luka Dončić last year in the finals.
I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
That was an all-timer.
Damn.
From Brian Windhorst from last year. But it gets better. Listen to what he said today about that.
I had an all-star, current NBA all-star text me and say, do you know how much the Mavericks must hate Luka? This is what they're talking about in the league. I've had veteran coaches text me and say, they can't believe they saw this. They just have never seen anything like this. And Luka is 25 years old, okay? He is under contract for several more years, and this summer he is already eligible for a Supermax. I find it completely unbelievable that he would not sign that contract. This was not done because the Mavericks didn't think Luka wanted to be there. Even if he didn't sign that contract, you would have a whole year to figure it out. This was done because the Mavericks didn't think that going forward with Luka was best for their franchise.
All right, I want to add a little addendum to that. Windhorst told a little story. So after he ripped Luka after Game 3, he was in Dallas for Game 4. He was there 2 days, and he said he stood on the court, and he walked into the Dallas arena.
No, it's also his job.
Yeah, true. He walks into the Dallas arena, and he said that Mavericks fans are ripping him. They're jeering him, and I guess they even chanted Windhorst.
Yeah, they're calling him every name under the sun.
So Windhorst is taking all kinds of heat from the fans before Game 4, and what he said was he was on the court. He was in the locker room. He was in the media room. He saw every member of the Dallas Mavericks front office and coaching staff, and not one person on the staff criticized what he said about Luka Dončić. Nobody in the organization, according to Windhorst, said to him after that, dude, you are so wrong on Dončić. He said nobody said a word about that. I found that interesting.
Well, again, it's, 10 months later?
Yeah.
And the supposed reasoning behind trading Dončić is they don't think his conditioning's great. They don't think he's a championship player. They don't think he does things that are going to elevate the Mavericks franchise to where the Boston Celtics were last year. It's basically everything that he said. He just said it after Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
Right.
Fast forward, it sounds like that summer that they were going to use to try and change Luka, it didn't work. And so they made the choice to pull the plug on a 25-year-old, 5-time All-NBA player. I mean, it might be the biggest gamble I've seen in my lifetime in sports, honestly.
And it's funny because I guess we had this baffles my mind too. I'm going to jump back into calls in a second, but this baffles my mind too. So I guess, 95-7, the game had a poll up. And I guess, obviously it wouldn't work like this, but when you see that, Luka Dončić was traded to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, our boss put out a poll and said, would you trade Steph Curry to the Mavericks for Luka Dončić? Would you have done that? And I got to tell you, I'm blown away that 2/3 of the respondents said no. They said no, they wouldn't want to trade Steph Curry at almost 37 for Luka Dončić at 25. And you know what struck me about that is trading Luka Dončić at this point of his career is infinitely more risky than trading Steph Curry at this point of his career. I mean, Curry's almost 37. If Curry got traded, I think, and the Warriors got something back that everybody was okay with, Warrior fans might not like it, but I think they'd understand.
Yeah. Yes. Now, because the boss came in and posed the same question, and you and I both said, I would trade Curry if I could get Luka Dončić.
Right. And I get it if you're a Warrior fan or Mavericks fan and say, well, they wouldn't have traded for Steph. And you're right, they wouldn't have because they wanted a defensive player. The point is that there are still it sounds like a majority of fans that still don't want to see Steph go, which I understand. But man, if you ain't trading him for a guy like Dončić, fans, I mean, then you're not trading him.
Well, this is okay. So, but again, those franchises are in different places. Like the Lakers and the Warriors are at the end of their eras or whatever. So they're both looking for the next face.
Right.
That face fell into the Lakers' lap because the Mavericks picked them. The Mavericks, I could also see being a team saying, we were in the NBA Finals last year. What's a move that can get us over the top? Now, I would have never guessed that move would have been trading their best player, but maybe they really believe that Anthony Davis is the guy that's going to get them to where they need to be. The thing that I found fascinating, to bring it back to the Warriors, that Nico Harrison mentioned, because Kerr said the complete opposite on our airways last week with Willard and Dibbs. Kerr was saying that the Warriors have to prioritize talent over culture. Nico Harrison said the Mavericks traded Luka for culture, that he wasn't a piece that could be a part of a winning culture, essentially. So I think it is crazy that, and again, it puts into perspective how many ideologies there are in the NBA, but that a team that's in the finals could say, well, we want culture over talent. And the team that wasn't in the playoffs last year is saying, we want talent over culture. I just don't get it.
I mean, the way I look at it with Luka is Dallas, okay, look at who are champions. All right, Steph Curry's a champion. LeBron James is a champion. Jokic is a champion. Kawhi Leonard is a champion. I'm going back like the last 4 or 5 superstars that led teams to titles. And what I'm left to believe is that the Dallas Mavericks flat out did not think Dončić could get him to that level because there's something about he doesn't work as hard as a guy like Steph Curry. Yeah. He doesn't pay the price. He doesn't pay the price to get his body like LeBron James or like Kawhi Leonard used to. Or we could even use Giannis. Like, they clearly thought that there was going to be something preventing him from being the best player on a championship team, whether it was conditioning, work ethic, attitude, something.
Or maybe they thought his body is close to breaking down.
Yeah,
which
that's
is strange to think about.
That's actually what I do think's part of it. I'm wondering if they're not worried that he's going to be an Embiid or, has shades of Zion in him. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's get to Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's going on, Trevor? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? I just want to say one thing. As a dude would say, this aggression will not stand, man. I'm going to tell you right now, I definitely – let me say two things before you guys cut me off. One, I agree with you 100% about Luka. I don't think he has the killer instinct, and because of that, I think they moved off him because it would have cost them a ton of money to find that out later. He's a very, very good player and maybe will be a champion, but he just doesn't have that killer instinct in his eye like Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Curry has. So I just want to say two things. One, if we can get Durant back, that would be let's finish the story that we started finally and end it that way. I think that would be a perfect storybook ending to Curry and Durant's career together. That'd be awesome. I've never said that I want to go get LeBron James in my life, but right now I feel like the way those two guys are this year on the court, they are both kind of disheartened, and putting them together on the Warriors might bring something out of the both of them that's needed to get this Warrior team over the top. I really think that. I never thought that about LeBron before, but you know what? Him on the Warriors might get Curry a little bit out of his funk and might get LeBron a little bit more motivated, and it could be awesome. So all I'm saying right now, I have never been more excited or anxious about this trade deadline just because it's put up or shut up, guys. Like, the Warriors are being attacked on all ends. The Spurs are making moves. The Lakers are making moves. If you look at the Mavericks, they made moves. And now bringing Klay Thompson into the Mavericks makes a lot of sense that they were thinking about might be moving off of Luka in the first place to bring another shooter in, because those three guys can't all exist with one ball, and they all are kind of isolation ball kind of guys anyway for the most part. Anyway, bottom line, I think Warriors have to make a move. They have to right now do something because they are under attack by everybody. And knowing Joe Lacob, he's going to, die trying. And I really believe a move is going to be made. And it should be a big one. It's quiet right now. There's got to be a move to be made.
Appreciate it, Trevor. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And if you just joined us and you're wondering why a caller would be bringing up LeBron James right now, it's because Mark Stein and Jake Fisher of the Stein Line, two guys who are very tapped in, say the Warriors right now have a dream scenario. You go ahead. I get it. You can, if you're out there laughing under your breath, rolling your eyes, I understand it. I'm just passing along what two NBA writers have reported, and that is that the Warriors are absolutely talking to the Phoenix Suns about reacquiring Kevin Durant. And in their dream scenario, they're going to find a way to get LeBron James at some point. If not at the trading deadline this year, then maybe in the offseason. He can opt out of his contract like he always can. Does LeBron really want to play with Steph? If LeBron really wants to play with Steph and get to Golden State, he can probably do that. The question is it really within the realm of possibility? And while I wouldn't bet on it in a million years, I wouldn't put any money on it not happening either.
This is the most realistic it's ever been. Of those three players playing together in the NBA, obviously they did it during the Olympics, but LeBron was never going to join the Warriors when KD was on the Warriors. I don't think he has ever wanted to leave Los Angeles. Like, there's never been a reason for LeBron to leave a destination until he decided time was up. Well, time's looking like it's up. They just traded for their next star. LeBron James is no longer the focus of the Lakers.
Right.
So, and this is why I understand it. It seems like it's a fool's errand to go and pursue Durant and pursue LeBron. But if those three guys, Curry, LeBron, and KD, decide that they want to play together or that they could play together, and I think it's something that might have arose in the last 48 hours, because I don't think LeBron knew about that trade that was coming.
Right.
maybe that's enough to have KD say, I want to go there. It's enough to have LeBron say, I want to go there. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that those three players try and put together some sort of old man big three. What I do believe is, like, for example, I don't know if it's going to happen. I have no doubt about it that the Olympic group chat's been fired up.
No doubt.
I mean,
no doubt.
There has to have been communication between those three guys in some way, shape, or form.
I would completely agree. This from the YouTube chat from DG. He says they're just trying to save face. When nothing happens, they can say we tried. See, I think that's risky. Not risky in terms of basketball things, but no, I disagree with you. If they come out after the trade deadline on Thursday and all they have to show is we tried, they are going to be looked at as a franchise that maybe can't get anything done right now. Or because now it's been, a couple years of this, we're going big game hunting and you have nothing to show for it. So we are going to get into a scenario on Thursday, if the Warriors don't do anything, of saying, quit talking about doing something. You clearly can. Like, that's what they risk by not making a move.
Well, also, when you involve yourself in all of these deals, like, how does Curry feel about that if you do nothing on Thursday? How does... And he's been as great of a superstar as there is, and hell, he even defended the franchise for not wanting to mortgage the future. But if the future is Markkanen and George, or just Markkanen, I get it. If the future is for Levine, I get why Curry wouldn't want to do that. But I think if you asked him if he'd be okay with mortgaging the future, same with Kerr, same with Draymond for that example, mortgaging the future for LeBron James and Kevin Durant, that's a completely different conversation than the guys that we've discussed. And I do think that they've opened themselves up to, if you don't do anything on Thursday, or if you send an expiring to duck the tax and save, if you make a money-saving move on Thursday, there's going to be hell. Like, people are going to riot. Maybe more so than the ones that parked outside the Dallas Mavericks arena wanted to get Luka back.
I think you're right there, but
not literally, but
what I bet you the Warriors would say, they've traded Kevon Looney, all right, to get under the luxury tax.
Or a second-round pick.
You know what they're going to say? We're setting up to get LeBron because now we got under the luxury tax. Doesn't mean they're going to have a ton of money, and it would have to be probably a sign and trade, but they would have a little more flexibility. That said, if the Warriors come out of this deadline intact, I think the fans are going to be very disappointed, if for no other reason than the organization seemingly has promised something it can't deliver. But I do also think this is where these trades come into effect. Do they affect the Warriors? Not really. But you can't tell me that Steph Curry seeing LeBron go to the Lakers, and Anthony Davis go to Dallas, De'Aaron Fox go to San Antonio, Zach LaVine go to Sacramento. If they don't make a move, I do think that accelerates Curry's, like, WTF, guys. Yeah. What are we doing? So let's jump to some people have been waiting a while. Let's go to Scott and Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man?
All right, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey,
awesome.
Obviously it'd be nice to have Steph playing with LeBron and Durant. I mean, that's a pipe dream. I mean, I know it's great. It's nice talk, but I don't see it happen. I don't know how they make the money work. I mean, does anybody actually looked at that? What would be required? Would they just basically shed the roster of all contracts or to load these guys at making $50-60 million a year? And I don't think they would win anything anyway, because you'd have to gut the rest of the roster. I mean, look, I am more in the camp of I would rather be a smaller move and keep my picks. I'm keeping the picks this time. I'm not going to, Dallas did what they did, and I understand actually what Dallas did, because Anthony Davis, I always said that Anthony Davis could be the best player in the world if he had the brain of somebody, the 1-2 brain of somebody like Draymond or Steph, or he just doesn't have that in his head, but he has the talent there. And I think that team's going to be, in the short term, is going to be a good team. But, and I think look, this is a writing is on the wall. Everybody's right about that for LeBron. They got their marquee guy. That's all LA wants. They want their marquee name. They got that now. LeBron's he's going to be out of there. Where he goes, I don't know. But he's 41 years old. He's going to be 41 next year.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, in no way do I think Lakeup. He always inquires, but I don't think he's the kind that makes just a snap move because Dallas decided to swap with AD. We don't have that kind of asset, and I keep my picks. I don't care.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Scotty. Appreciate the call. I mean, look, Kevin Durant's making $51 million. That's, you know who that is? Wiggins and Draymond. That's who it is. It's Wiggins and Draymond. So, like, the money could work, and Jimmy Butler would obviously probably be a part of this. It would probably be a three-way deal. So then it just comes down to draft picks and who's got to give up what and whether that can be agreed to. Let's go to Reginald in Houston. Hey, Reginald, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I want to thank you for allowing me on the show today, and I've always prided myself to use intellect over emotion, and we have three elephants in the room. The first elephant, I want to start with Joe Lacob. His ego has been one of the biggest detriment to one of the dumpster fires that we're experiencing right now, because he is basically single-handedly handcuffed Dunleavy from doing anything. And I want to expand on that a little bit more. You have Jonathan Kuminga, who is a restricted free agent. They've already made it abundantly clear they were not going to agree with his terms as far as the money that he's looking for, okay? You have to deal with that situation in the offseason. They could have easily traded J.K. and got the gentleman from Brooklyn. They could have got him. It was asinine to sit up here. Why would you sit up here and try to even attempt to trade or get Jimmy Butler? Wiggins is a better player, and he's younger than him. You're just swapping out a position, the same position. Butler plays the same position as Wiggins plays. Wiggins is younger. He's more athletic. He's a better defensive player. So why would you make that move? You see what the Bulls are doing. They're a dumpster fire. They're practically giving players away. Last year, Dunleavy could have easily got Zach LaVine with that CP trade. Could have easily got him. But the Warriors decided not to. See, this falls on Lacob and his ego. And now they're sitting up here and they're looking incompetent. And you said, both of you have said, all the things that are being said on Twitter and all the other quote-unquote novelists that know so much about basketball, the Warriors front office looks incompetent. And I'll leave it at this. The whole damn shame thing about this, Curry has been nothing but a gentleman. He has backed his organization. He has not complained once. He has stood by this organization, and it's so blasphemous that you would sit up here and treat this man who has been the face of this organization for almost close to 15 years, and this is how you treat him. You know what the Warriors need. And lastly, if Brandon had played up to his potential this year, the Warriors would have never went out and got Dennis Schroeder. Never. That's the only reason why they got him. Yeah. Brandon was struggling.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, Reginald, that's a great call, my man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for giving us your opinion, because it had a lot of validity to it. All right, 888-957-9570. We got some more sound from Brian Windhorst about what's going on with the Warriors, which quite simply is everything. Also, coming up on the other side, I'm going to give you your keyword to be registered in our knockout tournament. That's on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. knockout tournament, and the key word is assist. The key word is assist. Not now, but later on in this hour, you're going to hear this sounder. And when you hear that sounder, you call the contest line. I'll have that number for you. And a certain caller, maybe 2, 3, or 5, is entered in the knockout tournament. The key word is assist. When you hear the sounder, call and give the key word to the person who answers the phone, and you will be in the knockout tournament. One more time, keyword assist. All right. Here's what's going on in the NBA, ladies and gentlemen. Luka Dončić is now a Laker. Anthony Davis is a Dallas Maverick. Jimmy Butler has told the Warriors he's not interested in signing an extension here if he were to be traded to Golden State. That effectively has taken the Warriors out of the Jimmy Butler game. Zach LaVine was a guy who was targeted by the Warriors late last week. He's now off the board. He's with the Sacramento Kings as part of the De'Aaron Fox trade. The Warriors, according to Shams Charania, have called every team about every all-star player to try to get help for Steph Curry. They are leaving no stone unturned, according to Shams Charania. Mark Stein and Jake Fisher of the Stein line have taken it a little bit further. They said the Warriors are right now talking to the Phoenix Suns about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is the new name for the Golden State Warriors, and apparently they're also re-sniffing around Paul George. So the Warriors, it seems, are trying to do anything they can to get somebody in here to help Steph Curry. So that's where we're at now. And then the last part of it, and not the least, Fisher and Stein have suggested that the Warriors actually have what they call the dream scenario set up, where they acquire Kevin Durant and then acquire, believe it or not, LeBron James. Whether that would happen before the deadline or this offseason, I'm not really sure, and I don't know how realistic it is, but Mark Stein's been tapped in for a long time, and so has Jake Fisher, and the Warriors apparently are trying to put together a Hail Mary that would be worth 2 touchdowns.
You know, yeah, it'd be a game winner. I mean, you're throwing up a 75-footer at the end of the clock, hoping for overtime. I don't know. The Warriors are. It does feel like the Dončić door has just opened so many different possibilities, and whether they're asking about all-star, hell, it could open up the Zion door. It could open up the Curry getting traded door. Most certainly could open the Draymond getting traded door. Everything is on the table now because a team that by most estimations had the checklist player, right? Dončić, face of a franchise, check. You can win with him. He got to the NBA Finals last year, check. In his prime, he's 25 years old, check. They just traded that player. So anybody can be traded now, and it feels like it's setting a domino effect that the Warriors are trying to get in on. They're trying to see how they can capitalize from this move that has stunned everybody across the league.
And here, I'm going to read this verbatim. This is what Jake Fisher, via the Mark Stein Substack, has reported. Sources say the most ambitious idea being tossed around among Golden State's decision makers. Is there any feasible pathway for the Warriors to pull off the dreamiest of outcomes and find a way to bring James and Durant both to the Bay? That's Jake Fisher of Substack. So there you're caught up on everything that's going on around the league right now.
Well, it does seem like the most likely way to do that, I think, is you try and trade for Durant now, and then LeBron opts out of his deal this summer and comes as a free agent or a sign-in trade, something along those lines. I think it's far easier to do that than to say try and trade for LeBron now, and then you would have to try and trade for KD this summer.
Right. Or LeBron this summer.
No. I'm saying if you try to do it in reverse, I think it'd be much more difficult.
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
And I don't think there's a realistic way they could trade for both of those players by Thursday.
Right. And I think, this is an assumption, but I'm but it's very safe. And that is, if the Warriors are trying to get Kevin Durant, it means that Jimmy Butler will end up in Phoenix. And that means the Warriors would essentially have to do business with both Phoenix and Miami, and clearly draft picks would be involved, et cetera, and obviously other players. But there it is. There's what the Warriors are trying to do. Whether they can do it, we'll see. But you got to admit, everybody, this is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
It's why this league is, what was the old tagline?
Hanging by a thread.
The NBA is about drama. It's like, this is it.
Yeah. Let's go to Steel Toe. Steel Toe's in San Mateo.
Thank you, Steiny Evans. Yeah, it's pretty exciting in the NBA right now. And I have an idea that might do the same thing as the Lakers did, like trade your future draft picks for a future player. I think this person can actually help Steph Curry now and be part of the future for the Warriors. I think they should try to go get LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges over here, because Charlotte Hornets is a dumpster fire team. They're willing to take all our draft picks, give all away your draft picks, and you got the players for the future. You can even still get Cam Johnson on top of that. Steve Kerr is not a very good coach for the young players, so you got to get smart, savvy guys to compensate for Steve Kerr's ignorance, and I think LaMelo Ball is that guy. What do you guys think?
Well, if they get LaMelo Ball, they may as well get a new coach.
Yeah.
That sounds like, I think that's almost less feet. I don't think they have interest in those guys.
But here's what I'd say. It's like 3 days ago, you'd probably laugh that call away and say, how are they going to get LaMelo? Now it's like, you know what? Why not? It sounds like they're making a call about literally everybody under the sun. But what I also believe about now is if the dream scenario is Durant and LeBron in some way, shape, or form, like almost if they made a move for Vucevic, which it sounds like they're out on, that would be a disappointment.
I think it might be.
Even someone as supposedly great as like Cam Johnson, that wouldn't really excite me. Like you asked the question last week, Steiny, what's a move out there that would excite you as a Warriors fan? This would excite me more than any other thing that they've been linked to, by far. Durant and LeBron.
Well, I think it would be the most exciting for sure.
It could flame out spectacular.
I would put Zion below that even. So you're right in terms of the excitement level. I don't know what would happen on the court though. You know what's making the rounds today? And I got to admit, when I saw it last year, I was amused by it. But there's a video of Luka Dončić after a game, and he's drinking a beer outside the locker room. And Michael Finley, who works for the Mavericks, walks up to him and takes the beer out of his hand and says, like, no,
Finley,
don't drink this. You're not drinking this. And it was funny. And Dončić looked a little surprised, but now that Dončić is traded, you start asking, I wonder, maybe that takes on added meaning.
But it sounds like all of these concerns, which clearly were internal, and it sounds like they might even be aligned on the front office, no one else knew about them. Or no one else knew about them to the point where it would get to the place where Luka would get traded. Now, the one thing that is a little fishy, shout out Jake from Steinline, is the Miami Heat were rumored to be creating cap space for Luka Dončić. Or that was the guy they had targeted in mind. But like that's the only breadcrumb that I can think of before this that was, Luka might be available, Luka might be this or that. Because we were looking at, all right, who's a free agent? We did this a couple weeks ago. Who's a free agent? Trae Young, Luka Dončić, De'Aaron Fox. Well, Fox wants to go to San Antonio. He works his way there. Trae Young will be a free agent. I don't know. Luka Dončić, no chance Dončić. Like, Mavs are going to re-sign him. And then all of a sudden, it's the trade heard around the world.
Yeah, the other thing, I think, we're talking about the Warriors being linked to all these big names, and what if the Thursday deadline comes and goes, and they don't make a move, how's it going to look? Well, it's not going to look good. I think we can all agree on that. But I think if they go through the deadline and don't make a move, there's going to be something worse than the disappointment that people feel. And I think that would be the stone cold reality will be that the reason the Warriors couldn't make a deal is because their players aren't good enough and that they don't have enough players that other teams want.
Well, it's funny you say that because before the rumors came out today about Durant and LeBron, the biggest takeaway that I had from this weekend was, like, how come Dallas was able to get the guy that they wanted? Like, if Dallas initiated this deal, they got AD because they had someone that the Lakers wanted.
Right.
That was good enough to get Anthony Davis, and he's not as maybe as attractive as Dončić, but he's a damn good player. Why did Butler say that he didn't want to sign an extension in Golden State? Because he didn't want to be there. Why did Fox get to go to San Antonio? Because he wanted to be there. So the first thing that hit me like last night thinking about all these deals was the issue that the Warriors will run into if they're unable to make a move at the deadline or even this summer for one of these big name players, which is also why I think they might work. It's nobody wants what they have badly enough, and no player wants badly enough to be in Golden State. That's the biggest problem the Warriors have right now, which is why if there are names out there that would want to be in the Bay, I think the two most likely big boys are LeBron and Durant.
And keep in mind, Durant, they don't need Durant's approval to make a trade, to trade him to Golden State.
No.
The Warriors just have to know he'd be willing to come here, which I can't imagine why he wouldn't. And for people that are saying, the Suns, what do we have, the Warriors that the Suns want? Clearly, it has to be a 3-team trade where Butler goes to Phoenix, Durant goes to the Warriors, and what the Warriors are sending is going back to Miami and then to a lesser degree, the Phoenix Suns. But I listen, if the Warriors acquire Kevin Durant, I don't think there's any doubt somebody's getting at least one of the Warriors' first-round future picks. I don't think you can get Durant by just trading players from this roster without the incentive of some picks down the line.
No, but I think that if the Warriors, because Bobby Marks said this a couple weeks ago of ESPN, that the one thing that's attractive about the Warriors is their picks. It's not Kuminga, it's not Pajamski, it's picks. So for me, if there's an all-in move, that means those picks have got to go. And if they have 3 that they can trade right now, those 3 picks, if you could tell me that I'm getting Durant, and even if it's in a couple months, I'm getting LeBron and I'm pairing up that threesome, I'm putting that threesome together, then that is something I'd be willing to mortgage my future for.
Still risky.
It is.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, where are you at on all this? I know it's overwhelming. It's hard to keep track of, but I think the key sentence is that the Warriors are trying everything and anything under the sun to make a move. And once again, this is, for those of you just joining us, this is Sham Sharani of ESPN.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
All right. We had a caller from Houston earlier, Reginald, and he said the fact that the Warriors are just making all these calls, he used the word incompetent. It's making the Warriors front office look incompetent. Now, that's a strong word. But how do Warrior fans take the fact that, the Warriors are, maybe they are a little desperate. Maybe they're trying everything under the sun. Maybe they are sniffing around Paul George and Durant and Butler and Levine and all those guys. Does that mean do you guys look at that as a desperation and kind of a negative? Or do you look at it as though, look, They're doing their due diligence. Or does it simply show you how desperate they are?
Well, it does. Yeah, I mean, but they should be desperate. If the Warriors don't make a move, I talked about people being mad, but I also think that, well, number one, if they don't make a move by Thursday, they have to be willing to face the backlash of that, not just that day, but also in a couple weeks when the All-Star game comes to Chase Center. I think they also have to be prepared to potentially, I don't know if pulling the plug is the right phrase, but they have to be prepared to be a lottery team this year because the Spurs just got better. And with the remainder of this season, I think it's absolutely within the realm of possibility that the Spurs, who are 2 games back, catch the Warriors or maybe catch the Kings, who are now out, are probably going to take a step back. So the Warriors right now, if you're trying to make up ground in the West, you just got another runner alongside you in San Antonio. And if you don't make a move to get better, you risk not only not making the play-in, but just being a bottom basketball team. Like, you're essentially putting in a lottery ticket.
Yeah. All right, everybody, there it is. There is your sounder, your chance to get into the knockout tournament at Chase Center. You know the keyword. Here's the number, 415-523-4652. Call the contest line right now. Give them the keyword I gave to you last segment, and you're on your way to play knockout at Chase Center. Caller number 3, 415-523-4652. And that is your opportunity to play knockout at Chase Center. You give them the keyword that I gave the previous segment, give them that keyword, and you are playing at Chase Center. Caller number 3. Number 3. All right, there's another spot up for grabs. Lucas. Lucas is in San Francisco. Hey, Lucas, how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Luke.
Hello from Dog Patch. I live next to the Chase Center, so I'm the epicenter of everything.
All right.
Couple of points, guys, and I really appreciate having me on this call. I love you guys. I just follow this radio just almost forever, and I love you. Couple of points. I don't really understand how we can be excited that Warriors potentially could get Durant and LeBron. I mean, we're talking here about 2 older stars. I thought we were thinking about the future and not about 2 gentlemen that, who are closer to the retirement. And then we get one of them for $60 million, and what? They will stay here for a season and then they will leave. Doesn't make any sense to me, honestly.
Well,
the Lakers can be actually excited, whether we like it or not. Lakers can be actually excited, whether we like it or not. They get like a superstar. How old is Luka? 25 years old?
Yep.
I think so. Despite all the issues with, his shape and beard and whatever, he's still a superstar. And if he stays with the Lakers, whether we like it or not, as I said, he is the future of this organization. And we just simply became hostages of this roster with Warriors. And we missed on every star, on Markkanen, George, Levine, Butler. And we sound really desperate. We call everyone, every star, if that's true, what, the press and all the media is saying. It looks very depressing and incompetent.
All right.
But now,
thank you, Luke. Lucas, appreciate the call. We got to get some other people in here. But, yeah, I asked the question, and Lucas gave the answer. Do the Warriors look desperate? You know what? Yeah, they do look desperate.
They are.
Incompetent, I'm not going to say that.
No.
Yeah, you're right. I think they're desperate.
No, but I think this is the kind of desperation move that you could legitimately get behind. Like a desperation move, again, for Markkanen.
It's a good way to put it.
Is not something that I am interested in. A desperation move for Levine and Vucevic is not something I'm really behind. I'd be willing to be desperate for Kevin Durant and LeBron James. Now, there's a piece of news that just came out while our caller was on, and that's, again, so what I mentioned is, if there is a realistic path, to me, it's that you acquire Durant at the deadline by Thursday. You have to wait till the summer to get LeBron, because I don't think you could trade for both of them at the same time. How about this? This is from Shams Charania of ESPN. The Lakers want LeBron to be a mentor. They don't plan on trading him at the deadline. And I don't think he's going to waive his trade. Well, either way, they don't want to trade him. That, to me, indicate that's more of a reason for him to get out of there. You think LeBron wants to be a mentor? That doesn't sound like LeBron James to me.
No, it doesn't. And if everything we heard about LeBron is true over the course of 20 years, he's probably not feeling great about the fact that they just acquired the future face of the franchise, which probably doesn't bother him as much as him not knowing.
Yeah.
But him not knowing is probably rankles him a little bit. But LeBron, as always, has an opt-out clause for the end of this season. So if he is unhappy, I mean, I could see a situation where he'd say, all right, let's give this a run this year, but if it doesn't work, then I'm probably out. And then all of a sudden LeBron James is available despite the fact that he's 41 years old. 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors trying to make a move. I think we can all agree on that. The question is, all this talk, do you feel like it's likely or not that they're going to make a move? I find it hard to believe at this point, with all this noise, that they're going to have Mike Dunleavy come to the podium on Thursday afternoon and say, we decided to sit tight.
No, Steiny, congratulations. Apparently, Oreo Cookie is the one who has won a spot at Knockout today.
All right, congratulations.
Get your next chance at 4 o'clock, and, of course, all week this week.
There you go.
Congrats, Oreo.
You got another shot at 4 today, and then 8 tomorrow, and noon again, and it keeps going like that. All right, download the free Odyssey app. I see Antonio and Christian, so don't go anywhere. I'll get to you on the other side. The number's 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Don't forget the Warriors have a game tonight. Magic in town. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. All kinds of things are percolating here right now. Don't forget, Warriors play the Magic tonight at Chase Center at 7 o'clock. And I'll tell you what, maybe they should send a thank you card to the Lakers and the Mavericks, because if it weren't for that Dončić trade, we might be talking about the game against Phoenix on Friday.
Oh, boy.
Yikes.
You mean the team they're trying to now do business with?
Yeah. Boy. Here's the other thing I was thinking. It was the spring of 2016.
That was a while ago.
The Warriors were 67-7 on their way to a 73-win season. It was the spring again of 2016, and that's when Joe Lacob uttered that famous phrase, "We are light years ahead of the NBA." 9 years later, it feels like the Warriors could be left out again from being in on action. They're trying to make something happen. That's obvious. Whether they can or not, we'll find out in the next few days. But I think they've put themselves in a position where if they do nothing, it is going to be extremely disappointing. But if they do something, it's no guarantee that success is going to ensue.
Well, they're in an interesting place. I don't know if they're in danger of, because whenever you have Curry on your team, I think that there's going to be publicity and there's going to be people that want to talk about you. But when you brought up that year, like that might have been the top 2016, the year 2016, because it's also the summer they acquired Durant. They were the team. They were in the spotlight. They were the sun. Everything revolved around the Warriors when they acquired Kevin Durant on the heels of blowing a 3-1 lead and all the rest. Now they're at a point where they're in danger of becoming the worst thing, which is irrelevant. Like they're in danger of not being terrible enough, certainly not being good enough, but not even being mediocre or average enough to be involved in these conversations. Like the Warriors, if they move into the summer and have nothing to show for it, why is the national media going to really care about them outside of wondering maybe what Curry decides to do in his last couple of seasons? I mean, they're in that kind of danger zone, and I think that does matter.
No, I do too, and I think, what we're also seeing is, okay, we know Steph's getting up there, all right? We know that. But now we've watched him play, the Warriors play 50 games this year, and we know that Steph's still got next year and the year after that, okay? And we've been watching this team for 50 games with Steph Curry. So I don't know anymore that Steph Curry alone will be able to generate excitement at Chase Center. Because I'm looking at this year, they're 24-24, and there seems to be more angst and disappointment than, well, we still have Steph Curry, and he's still a hell of a show, and that's good enough. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be good enough when you see all these other teams making all these kind of moves, and every team is seemingly sitting with a young star.
Well, also because it's like, I think people are going to wonder if Curry himself is the show anymore. I mean, he's had 6 straight games now in which he has scored 21 points or less. That's not an insignificant amount of time.
No.
And a lot of it, I do think, is because he doesn't have much help, but also because he's getting older and he can't do it by himself anymore, and he does need help. And I'm here to tell you, I know they're old too, but Durant and LeBron, that's help.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Boy, how does the biggest optimist stay happy when things look dire? We'll ask him. How you doing, Antonio?
Oh, man, worried and concerned, man. Oh, man, we need to make a trade. We do. I mean, the only guy I could think of with some upside is Brandon Ingram. He's like 6'9", pretty good offensive play. He's kind of like a Durant, but poor man's Durant. Or we can wait till the offseason, wait till another disgruntled star comes out, like a Giannis Antetokounmpo, somebody like that. But at the end of the day, man, we got to maybe be bad this year, miss the playoffs, and get a high pick. And maybe like around 5th or 6th, I got this guy in mind. His name's Caspaneris or something like that, but he's a hybrid 2 guard, a point guard. Oh man, he's like a Luka Dončić, but he actually cares about his weight. He's like that, and at the end of the day, man, that's just what we need. So, but Steph, he needs another guy to help him, just like Jerry Rice needed T.O., just like Tim Duncan needed Kawhi Leonard. And Tim Duncan and Jerry, they're the goats at their position. They still need help at the end of their career. So Steph got to get that guy. Come on, Kuminga, Curry back. We need you.
All righty. Thanks, Antonio. Appreciate it. 510, Steiny, what do they have to give to get anyone impactful without giving up their draft picks? Nobody wants what we have. The moves so far in the NBA prove that. I can't disagree with you. They do have picks, and they might be willing to deal them.
That's what they have. Yeah, they have, I would say they're, the 2027 and 2029 picks might be the most valuable at this point, but...
And I think 2025 would go too.
Well, and again, yeah, and we're talking about feasible ways to do this. It's a lot.
They are,
but to me, the most feasible way to do it is you can't. It kind of reminds me a little bit. Hang with me for a sec of OKC trading Paul George to the Clippers, or I should say, the Clippers acquiring Paul George, because what they did is they gave up an ungodly sum of assets for Paul George. But there was with the understanding that Kawhi Leonard was going to sign with them in free agency. So you basically gave up the 4 or 5 unprotected first plus Shai Gilgeous, not just for Paul George. Like on paper it's PG, but you knew you were also getting Kawhi. And that was a move they were willing to make. So to me, the way I look at the Warriors now is all of your picks that you can trade, I think it's 3 of them, plus whatever else you need to get it done, Wiggins maybe to Miami, maybe you send a young player. You find a way to sweeten the deal a bit, but the picks are the big part. Those all go to Phoenix to get Durant, with the understanding that this summer the Warriors will be good enough of a locale and team to then go get LeBron James, because he can opt out of his contract and essentially sign with you as a free agent. That, to me, is the most realistic path to this, as much of a needle as you have to thread.
888-957-9570. Christian in Fairfield's been hanging in. What's going on, Christian? How you doing, man?
I'm good, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I was watching on Twitter, the live stream. Evan, Cam, and Mace would be proud of you for the pause moment earlier.
Thank you, man.
And you're welcome. And then Kendrick Person tweeted out he thinks the Warriors are going to do something powerful. And I think it's along the lines of what Evan's been talking about, the Durant and LeBron James. Because no way Joe Lacob goes to that podium and Mike Dunleavy during All-Star Weekend as the failed ownership of Steph Curry. He doesn't want to. And Clay's in a better situation. So he doesn't want to be that guy. So I think something big's going to happen. I think it's what you're talking about.
Thanks for the call, Christian. Appreciate it. How many of you out there think something big is going to happen? It feels like it's split a little bit. Like, I kind of feel like they're going to make a move, too. And I find it hard to believe at this point the move will be a small move. I mean, I think it's 50-50 almost. I really do. And I don't know how they'd pull it off, but clearly they're trying everything under the sun, and they do have future first, and they can give those up to get in the ball game.
Yeah, I mean, they've told us that they're not willing to give up firsts or Kuminga. Like, that's another part of it, too. It sounds like if they were able to get KD and LeBron, I mean, I don't know how Kuminga wouldn't be tradable, unless, for example, a team didn't want him. But they didn't want to move Kuminga to get, like, Cam Johnson, for example. I think that's still the case. I don't think that they would give up multiple first-round picks for someone like Johnson. Maybe they would do it for Zion. But I'm keeping those picks to try and get a Durant, to try and get one of those guys. I'm not trading even a protected first to get Vucevic. That, to me, is... If you're going to swing big, you got to go for it all. And it feels like that's what they're trying to do. And I do think the fan base sounds split. Like, half people think, this is fool's gold. This is another smoke and mirrors game. Warriors ain't going to do nothing. and we're going to hear at the press conference from the executives on Thursday that they tried real hard and there wasn't a move out there. But going back to last week, it does feel like there's fire near the smoke. And last week it was Levine or it was another guy, but this week it's something bigger. And I don't know, Stoney, maybe I'm wishful, but I think they are going to make a move. I just don't understand how they can stand pat at this deadline, especially when Steve Kerr sat at the podium last week and said, we're not in a position where we can stand pat at the deadline. A head coach doesn't just say that.
No, you're right. You're right. And not that definitively, that's for sure. Let's go to Matt in the city. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, guys, good. Hey, I just wanted to chime in about, there's a lot of talk about getting out in front this weekend. You had the Dallas GM say that. You had they're talking about that in San Antonio. And I think, as a Bay Area fan, we're seeing the consequences of not getting out front with the Niners, with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. And I think we need to get out in front with this whole Kuminga situation. We don't want this to drag into this. Either you get to trade him or you're going to sign. You have to sign him. You can't just do this. Leave this open ended. So, and I think the Warriors don't need to mimic what other people are doing. They should just do what they address their needs. We've been saying for years, man, they need a big man who can shoot. Go out and get Miles Turner. Figure it out. Figure out how to get, at the very least, Valanciunas or somebody. I don't know. They need to get some size in there. And with the way the league is going, people are running with two bigs. You look at the Cavaliers.
Right.
They run with two bigs. And I think Dallas is going to run with two bigs. And I think that had to do a lot with why Dallas went big, because I think they're looking at the teams like the Cavaliers, and I think size is actually coming back.
It might be.
And size and athleticism.
Certainly size with
versatility. The Warriors need to kind of address that.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Certainly size with versatility. I think you're right about that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. There's a report from Mark Stein. Oh, by the way, the latest, Shams, right?
Yeah.
Shams Charania are now reporting the Warriors are not out altogether on Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler apparently still in the mix. So, no, I'm sorry. That was not Shams. That was Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater of The Athletic says the Warriors are not altogether out on Jimmy Butler. Doesn't sound like they're out on anybody who's under contract right now in the NBA.
No, they're keeping their options open.
They sure are.
This is from the Slater piece, though, about Jimmy Butler. He's long preferred Phoenix as his next destination, in part because of an awaiting extension offer that is longer and more lucrative than the one the Warriors would be willing to make if they even offer one at all. So with the Jimmy thing, it's about money. It always has been.
Right.
But that's going to be the domino that I think decides or determines if Durant's in play. He also mentioned during this article, which was probably the only notable thing to come out of Friday's blowout defeat to Phoenix, is that Joe Lacob and Rich Kleiman, Durant's agent, were seen talking together. That's
Joe Lacob and Rich Kleiman.
Yes.
When was that?
On Friday.
Okay.
At Chase Center.
All right.
I have to imagine a possible reunion comes up. Now, Durant is also in this report. They're saying that Durant is not. The idea of a reunion isn't something that he absolutely wants. It sounds like something that he could be open to, but that's going to be determined by if the Suns can get Butler. And that's going to be determined by if the Suns can get him the extension, and more importantly, if Bradley Beal is able to waive his no trade clause. So there's dominoes that have to fall, but that's why last week, Bob Myers came out and said it Thursday. It's like there's so many different things that have to happen for this trade to get done, and it seems like we're going to find out in the next couple of days if they do.
Yeah, and the other thing that's being reported by Mark Stein and Jake Fisher of the Stein Line. Mark's a longtime not Bay Area reporter, but a longtime NBA reporter, and he's saying that the Warriors have a dream scenario out there where they somehow acquire both KD and LeBron James. And yeah, I get the smirks. I get it. And the first thing I thought of was, oh, you want both. You mean like you wanted Paul George and Markkanen. How'd that work out? Oh, you wanted them both. Okay.
Yeah, they tried to get
you got
both
neither.
Levine and Vucevic.
Yeah, so
reportedly.
Let's see if they can pull this off, or I kind of hope they can, because if they don't, I think they are going to get criticized in a big way. And I don't know how big a factor the All-Star game being here about a week after the trade deadline matters. But look, all eyes will be on Golden State, and the way it works is every media outlet that covers the NBA is going to be here. Steph Curry's going to be here on a team that's floundering a little bit, and there's going to be a lot of talk about the Warriors possibly of letting Steph Curry down, or what are they going to do, this franchise that's fallen out of favor. They might not want to deal with all that stuff. I don't know how it factors into making a move or not, but I wonder if they're aware of that or not. I'm sure they are. Pat in Foster City. How you doing, Pat? What's going on, man?
Good. Hey, interesting show and all this stuff going on. But, a couple of things. One, I think sometimes the best trade you can make is no trade at all. And I'm feeling like the Warriors are starting to get close to desperation, and that's not really a good mindset when it comes to making trades in general. It's not a good place to be coming from. That's number one. Number two, I think the idea that the Warriors would want to get, or would be even willing to get older than they are, to me, that is crazy. Yeah. Unless they can get Durant or one of these guys at a super bargain basement price, which I think is highly unlikely, but unless they can do that, the idea that we're going to trade the future draft choices and maybe some of our young talent now to get another 37-year-old or another 40-year-old or 35-year-old, what are we going to think about what that team would look like in 2 years when Steph is gone and Draymond is pretty much gone and Durant's gone and LeBron's gone and we don't have any draft choices? Are we going to depend on, and maybe Kuminga's gone? Who are the Warriors going to be in 3 years if we did that? I mean, that to me, that's just you're mortgaging 5-7 years in the future for 1 or 2 years of glory, and maybe the kind of thing that maybe Kerr is looking to leave the Warriors in a year or two, so he's like Curry. I only care about the next year or two. Maybe Lakeup's looking to sell the team in a couple of years, and all he needs is another championship behind him to do that. I don't know. Maybe that's where some of this urgency is coming from, but I just don't think making a desperate trade right now makes any sense at all. I think it's mortgaged the future way too much, I think. So I think they can make a good trade. They get this guy for the center, maybe from the Bulls, that would help them with some outside shooting. I think they still can wait a little bit more with the talent that they have to develop, but I just don't see getting older. I mean, San Antonio was smart. They got younger. The Lakers just got younger. I think that's the way to go. It's not an old man's. It's not a senior league in NBA, right? It's a 20-something league. It's not a 30-something league. It's definitely not a 40-something league. So that's my take on it.
Appreciate it. Here's the way I would answer that, Pat. And I completely agree with you. But I'm looking at the Warriors' salaries right now. Their salary structure.
Yep.
They've only got 2 players under contract for 2027. Buddy Hield and Moses Moody. Okay? So if they somehow put together something for KD and LeBron, and it cost them 3 or 4 future firsts, and everyone's saying, and listen, I think that would be awful. I mean, I would not do that in a million years either, if we're talking that many. But at that point, if you decide to do it, then you're making a deal with yourself that in 2 years, Curry will be gone, KD will be gone, LeBron will be gone, and in theory, you would be able to be a free agent player, which you would have to be if you had no way to build your team through the draft. That's incredibly risky because then you're banking on being a franchise where players want to come. And maybe after Steph's gone and those 2 other guys leave and it doesn't look good, then maybe they'll have trouble signing a free agent because people will look here, stars will look here and say, well, that's just too much work. But that is the one way they could rationalize doing what the Lakers do, which is not worry about picks, but they do have a track record of getting star after star after star.
Well, but the Warriors would also, again, they put an expiration date on it, which we don't currently know. Like, that's one thing I think that's a little frustrating about watching the Warriors now. It's, you don't really know how long this is going to go on for. You don't know if they're going to continue to spiral downward. You don't know if they're going to continue to be 500 for the next couple seasons. You don't know if they're just going to let Curry limp into the sunset. Like, this puts an expiration date on it. That's why I would be in and be willing to mortgage, quote unquote, the future, is because I know what I would be in for. And if you're in for a penny, you might as well go in for a pound. Like, those two guys, along with Steph, I don't think it's the Dunleavy adage of going all in to be slightly above average. I don't, while they're certainly not at the peak of their powers, and they might be over the hill, I don't think those three guys together make you a slightly above average team. I think that's a team that you could imagine sneaking in the back half of the top 8 seeds and legitimately being a problem, or winning a series or two. And again, well, I don't know what they could be. My point is, Curry has stated that he just wants a chance. Those three guys, you have a chance. You have a hell of a more of a chance with those three players than I think you do now, and what it looks like your future is going to be for the next 2 years.
And, I do think, while it's ridiculously risky to try that, to try to get those guys in here, you also have to look at Steph Curry. And I do believe that when Steph Curry sits in that locker room right now and looks around, he's not crazy about what he sees. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, he's lost Clay, he lost Iguodala. I know it's been a long time, but he used to play with Livingston and Barbosa and Bogut and all those guys. I think he looks around this locker room right now and says, I mean, you kind of got to be kidding me thinking we're going to win with this team. The one thing that making that kind of move, Evan, would do, if the Warriors make a move and it's, hey, got Kevin Durant, and they gave up draft picks, all that, at least we will know at that point what they're trying to do. Even if we think it's the worst possible way they could go about it, we're at least going to say, okay, this is it. They're doing one last thing for Steph. If they don't make a move, or they make a peripheral move, or they make a move to get him under the luxury tax, the reality of the situation is that up until free agency, we're all going to be saying, what are they going to do? How are they going to get over these last couple Steph Curry years and try to have success? If they don't make a move, then nobody knows what direction they're headed for another 6 months, essentially.
It's another frustrating part about the season so far is we talked about this a while back. It's one of my biggest issues with this team has been the messaging around pods, the messaging around Kuminga, the messaging about the future. Now they have a chance at the deadline to, I think, address their direction, which is something else that's kind of in flux. And I think it's an opportunity for them.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll come back for one more segment. And also, I'm going to tell you how to win a trip to Vegas in our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. I'll tell you about that on the other side. Your chance to watch the tourney at Circa with $20,000 in your pocket. I'll tell you how to do that on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on the roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's the winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 for each of the guests, $20,000 total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. You'll stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament, and you can win easily. Here's what you do. Just download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and then listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. In other words, you do that, and you're entered. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas with $20K. We're talking about an NBA season. It's going off the rails. Luka Dončić to the Lakers. Anthony Davis to the Mavericks. De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs. Zach LaVine to the Kings. The Warriors, it is being reported, are still in talks to try to acquire Jimmy Butler, and Kevin Durant is the name that is surfacing today. The Warriors are talking to Phoenix about trying to figure out a way to get Kevin Durant back in a Warrior uniform. So there's a lot of things going on with Golden State. At least they're trying to do something. I think that much we know. Whether they can get something done or not, we still got about 3 days to wait to see if that happens. But here's what, and I've played it a lot, but not everybody's been listening all day. But this is basically what's going on with the Golden State Warriors right now, according to Shams Charania.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
All right, so that's Shams Charania. And, I mean, I think it's clear the Warriors are a little bit in desperation mode here, talking about Kevin Durant, and somehow the LeBron James name has come up too. And Mark Stein of the Stein Line, along with Jake Fisher, reporting that the Warriors have a dream scenario concocted in their minds where they come away with Kevin Durant at the trade deadline, and then eventually LeBron James. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's what's being reported right now by a lot of the NBA media,
Yeah, and Anthony Slater's added something to the Durant side of things. Because that one seems to be, if they're going to make a move at the deadline for one of those 2 players, I think Durant's more likely because LeBron has shown no indication, according to reports, of lifting his no-trade clause. And the Lakers, according to Shams Charania in the last hour, prefer LeBron to be a mentor. Take that for whatever you want. But on Friday, when the Warriors played the Suns, Rich Kleiman, who's Durant's business partner, longtime agent, was courtside sitting next to Joe Lacob. They saw, after the game, there was reports of Bob Myers being spotted at the Bridge Club, who was calling the game for ESPN, going in there where Kleiman and Lacob are. Myers obviously helped bring Durant here back in 2016. It sounds like a lot of this is tied to what the Suns have going, and that's where the Warriors are kind of at the mercy. I mean, they're at the mercy of a lot of people, but they're at the mercy of the Suns, and it sounds like Bradley Beal, because in a perfect world, the Suns would like to bring in Durant or bring in Butler, ship out Beal, and then have Booker, Butler, and Durant be their big 3. If that doesn't happen, if Beal doesn't waive his no-trade clause, then there is speculation that Durant might not want to be in Phoenix. He's contract extension eligible this summer, might not be long for the desert, and in that case, the Warriors, sometime between February 5th and February 6th, would have a chance to pounce. But again, they're waiting, and they waited. They lost out on Levine, who was someone they were legitimately interested in, and it's a risk, and they might be left standing at the poker table with no chips again. But it's like that's kind of where they are.
To me, I need to know from Slater if Dunleavy was in the Bridge Club with Kleiman, Myers, and Lacob. I got to believe he was.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
but what if he wasn't? Myers coming back into the fray, trying to save the franchise.
Well, who was it that...
From a consulting standpoint, he's very good at consulting. Standpoint. He put the Commanders back on the map.
Yeah, not pro bono. Well, I guess Phillies got their eyes on Myers, right? That's the other rumor out there for him?
Yeah, because they got to figure out if they're going to go forward with Daryl Morey.
I'm so glad. This name's been brought up a couple times, and I was thinking about it yesterday. You know who's like the happiest guy right now in the world around all of these rumors? I think the biggest bombshells coming down. The guy who's looking around and just saying he's probably on some desert somewhere thinking about St. Bonaventure basketball, wondering what it's like to not have to sleep anymore.
I'll tell you what. I guarantee you're talking about Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, and I guarantee you,
he's
wherever
so
he
happy.
is, he's thinking though, I would have broken the Dončić to the Lakers story. So it didn't get broke, right? It got announced. Or did Shams eventually break it?
I mean, Shams was the one who broke the news.
Okay.
Yeah, Shams broke it. It would have been Woj.
Gotcha.
But Woj he's probably fast asleep thinking about the Bonnies.
He was under the covers at the Four Seasons.
Yeah, you keep saying that.
Just like the Magic were yesterday. All right. I meant to get around to playing this. So I'm not going to play them both, but last year, after Game 3 of the NBA Finals, Brian Windhorst of ESPN went on the air and absolutely eviscerated, might be a little strong, but was highly critical of Luka Dončić and his defense and his approach to the game. It was after the Mavericks lost Game 3. They went down 3-0. Dončić fouled out, and Brian Windhorst went to town on Dončić. And the next game, in Game 4, he had to come back. Windhorst wrote or said what he said, and he's coming to Game 4, and he adds a little nuance and detail to the whole thing, and I find it fascinating. So this is after Windhorst absolutely ripped Luka Dončić.
When I ripped the hell out of Luka after Game 3 of the finals last year, which
that tunnel.
The reason I was so frustrated in the moment was that he basically torpedoed his team, and I'd seen him do it before on the international stage several times. And I showed up the next 2 days, and I got jeered by the fans, said all kinds of crazy bleep to me, chanted my name or whatever after Luka was great in Game 4. I heard nothing from the Mavericks.
No.
And from ownership through the front office to the coach, I was standing in the arena for 2 days on end. I wasn't dodging anybody. I went to the press conferences. I was in Luka's press conference. I was standing on the court. Nobody said anything to me.
Because everything you said were things that they had complained about repeatedly, were things they had.
Right, but that happens all the time. You say things all the time that you think are true, and agents and teams, they come to you and they, they defend their person.
So what Windhorst is saying there is that after he criticized Luka Dončić, the fans were really upset with him, and they were tormenting him and teasing him or whatever and chanting his name. But not one member of the Mavericks went up to Windhorst and said, dude, you're way off base with that criticism. And he's right. If somebody in the organization felt he was way off base and it was completely unfair, they would have pulled him aside and said, yo, that was BS, bro. But nobody did, which the next logical thought is that's what they were kind of dealing with in that organization, and that might have been one of the reasons why he was traded. They just didn't like all the baggage that was coming with Dončić.
And it sounds like this is not anything new. as much as we know. Now, there could be more information that leaks out, and I'm sure there will be, but there was an article written by Tim McMahon, who you heard in there, and Ramona Shelburne, who obviously is as tapped in as anybody. And one of the lines in this story was about how Luka Dončić gains weight during the season. And the quote was asking how someone gains weight when you play 40 minutes a night. Like, it's almost unfathomable. And so that could have been a concern. Maybe his off-the-court antics or activities were a concern. But at the same time, it's not as if the Lakers, I think, gambled in acquiring Luka Dončić. The Mavericks gambled by trading away Luka Dončić. As much as there could be concerns all you want, all right, let's say Luka put on 20 pounds last season. He still averaged 34, 9, and 9.
Yeah.
You still got to the NBA Finals. And let me put it this way. I think the Warriors would love to have the problem of deciding whether or not they were going to trade a Luka Dončić.
Right. And, I see on the text lines a lot of people kind of marginalizing Brian Windhorst and saying, big deal, that's what he said. I mean, to me, it's an indication he was on the money. Not because nobody said anything to him, but because less than a year later he got traded. I mean, it's undeniable that the Dallas Mavericks had concerns about Dončić, whether it was his weight, whether it was his attitude, whether it was something we don't know about. But clearly, the Dallas Mavericks were not all in on Luka Dončić leading them to their next championship. They wouldn't have traded him otherwise. So there's absolutely some validity to what Brian Windhorst says, as far as I'm concerned, or said. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Good, guys. Good to talk to you. I think that Steiny, I called you. I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I called you and Guru, and I keep saying this. I just think that they need to trade Steph. They need to bite the bullet and rebuild. There's no way around it. You're not going to bring anybody in here to clean up this mess right now. They have to bite the bullet and look at what Dončić, with the Dončić thing. Dallas was not going to pay him $69 million a year to come in out of shape, do what he wants. I thought Windhorst last year was right on the money after that final game, that game 3. I thought he was right on the money. The guy sits there and complains about the refs, and it's just and he can't play defense. I thought Dallas did the right thing. I wouldn't want Dončić on my team. He's a black hole. He's a great scorer. He's a great player, but he's a black hole. The ball goes to him and nobody else. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't build a team around a guy like that. I think if he's going to do better in his career, I think they should move him to small forward and learn how to play a team game. I'm 70 years old. I told you I was a ball boy for the Warriors. I saw the best basketball ever played in the 60s. The Boston Celtics came, the team that won 11 championships. They played team game. They moved the ball like crazy, and nobody, there was none of this superstar BS that we have in today's game, and they were a team. They played as a team. The beauty of basketball. Basketball is a joke now. I think the way the refs call these games is terrible. It's horrible to watch. I don't like watching it. The only basketball I watch is the Warriors because I love the Warriors. I love basketball, but it's watered down compared to what it was in the 60s. That's just my take on it.
I appreciate it. We can all love Luka Dončić's game, and we can all agree he's a star, and we can't deny he's a 5-time first-team All-NBA player, but that begs the question, why in the hell did Dallas trade him? And to me, the defense is another thing. I do, and they got Max Christie too, along with Anthony Davis. They got a great two-way player in Davis and a good defensive player in Christie. I mean, Nico Harrison said, we believe defense is what wins championships. And sure, it was a shot at Luka, but I believe him that that's why they made the deal.
David Aldridge of The Athletic wrote, I thought, an interesting article about, he was taking the temperature of all the executives and kind of threw it in a gumbo pot and spit out what I think is absolutely correct. It comes down to relationships. Nico Harrison's relationship with Luka Dončić was clearly not the relationship that maybe Mark Cuban had when he was on the ownership group that drafted him. Nico Harrison has a relationship with Anthony Davis going back to when AD was just joining Nike, Kentucky and coming into the league. Nico Harrison's got a relationship with Rob Pelinka because they were Nike representatives when they started with Kobe back in 2005. Relationships matter in the NBA, and clearly Harrison's and Doncic's were not as strong as we all believed. And that's why I think, to bring it to the Warriors, I think the relationships between Curry, LeBron, and Durant, that's what makes it a possibility. I don't think it's just a pipe dream because they have built-in relationships. And I think the relationship between LeBron, for example, and the Lakers, it's probably soured in the last 48 hours. If the Suns can't get Jimmy Butler and move Bradley Beal, the relationship between Kevin Durant and the Suns might sour to the point where he doesn't want to be there beyond next season. And that opens up a door of possibility for the Golden State Warriors. So it comes down to relationships. And that's why Dončić is in Los Angeles, why AD is in Dallas, and why we might see the Paris Trois next year in Golden State. You're welcome.
By the way, for anybody out there that's asking or wondering, well, what is Mark Cuban's role in all this? I mean, it's very little to none, quite frankly. I mean, he is not much of a factor. He's still a very minority owner. He's still got a small piece in the Mavericks, but he is absolutely out of the day-to-day in Dallas. He was no factor. And in fact, of all the things that really intrigued me about the trade, the one that I kind of really think is, I don't know if it's impressive or just it's unique, is that this trade was absolutely, positively kept secret. Jason Kidd didn't know. I mean, the players didn't know. LeBron clearly didn't know. This was orchestrated by two guys who kept their mouths shut. And you say, well, what did that matter? You know what that matters? There was never one day where we're watching ESPN and they're talking about, did you see the report? The Mavericks are open to trading Luka. I mean, that report comes out, and the next thing you know, we are talking about how can you trade Luka Dončić for 3 or 4 days, and whether people believe it or not, that kind of fallout and that kind of blowback that would have happened would have been an extra dynamic to making the trade happen. If for no other reason, then the Mavericks would have started getting calls from everybody under the sun, and maybe they didn't want to do that. It sounds to me like Nico Harrison targeted Anthony Davis. If we're going to move this guy, let's get this guy, Anthony Davis, and those two guys kept their mouths shut. And to me, this was an old school NBA trade where nobody knew anything about it. Even all the insiders, that's why they're kind of a little upset, and I get it. But nobody knew anything about this trade, and it was almost as though we opened up a newspaper the next day and said, oh my God, Dončić has been traded for Anthony Davis, and that's when all this talk about it started. When it was done, the trade was done. So I look at those two guys and say, man, it takes a lot of guts to make that move, knowing that very few people gave their input to it, and they just said, we're doing it. And Nico Harrison said, I'm doing it. And he did it. And there's something I respect about that. Like, he was willing to do it without sending out trial balloons first.
He's risking his job.
No doubt.
He's putting his job on the line if it doesn't work in the next couple of years, because the Mavericks have already made moves to basically strip themselves of any help through the draft, I think from 2027 now through 2030. So if you don't win or if you don't come close in the next couple of seasons, Nico Harrison's probably going to be looking for a job. And I don't know many people that are willing to do that. You know, do you think Mike Dunleavy Jr. would have been willing to pull that trigger? Do you think Bob Myers would have been willing to pull that trigger? You know, you know them perhaps better than I do, but that's whether you feel strongly about it or not, whether you like Luka or you don't, that's a pretty ballsy move to make, especially when you're not guaranteed to even get back to where you were last year with the player that you just traded. I mean, I have to respect it because I don't know many people that would have done it.
Right. No doubt. And the other thing that's clear is, again, the Dallas Mavericks didn't call the Warriors, hey, you interested in Luka? They didn't call the Bucks and say, hey, you interested in Luka? They called the Lakers. They had been talking, the Lakers and the Mavericks, and that's when the names came up, Davis and Dončić, and it went from there. But what purposely happened is Dallas didn't talk to any other teams, with the possible exception of the Miami Heat, which Sam Amick reported as he didn't report that the Heat were a surprise team, but he did say that they were at least contacted about Dončić. So they didn't want this out, clearly, and they succeeded in not getting it out. And no, they didn't call the Warriors to see if the Warriors could put together a package for Luka Dončić because Nico Harrison didn't want any of the Golden State Warriors players. He wanted Anthony Davis because Davis is a great two-way player. Still only 31. I don't give up on the Mavericks at all this year.
No, they didn't tank their chances to win it all. But what I'm saying is it's a gamble to know that this player can get you to the NBA Finals, and you trade him away because you assume that the guy coming in, AD, is. I have to imagine you think he's the difference. You know, if Luka can get you to the Finals, but you can't win it with him, well, then I'm assuming you're trading for a player you think can get you over the top, and it's a big gamble.
All right, coming up on the other side, we've got crossover time with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Looking forward to seeing those guys. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. It is the crossover, and what do you guys think?
Where were you when?
Well, I'm assuming you're not coming into the show cold today and saying, what are we talking about?
No.
I mean,
I was surprised to walk into the debate that I just heard, which was you two talking about like
Myles Garrett,
golf clothing, and whether you have more of it. I was like, that's the debate we're having.
That was during the break.
I know.
Yeah, we dare not do that today on the air.
No.
Well, and I came in today after a week away, and I was just thinking, thank you. Like, what did I miss, guys? Catch me up. I mean, anything happened while I was gone?
Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Did everyone have the, how many times did you have to be told it was real before you realized it was real?
5.
Was it 5?
It was 5.
I took the under. For me, it was 3. My son gave up after 3 tries. He called from downstairs. Just imagine the voice.
Nice.
The voice, and I don't mean
Which son?
The older Abe, the older 18-year-old.
Dad, I normally don't call you, but did you see this?
Dude, Saturday night, I had taken Christy to dinner. We had had a cocktail. That's
a lot for you.
It's a huge night. So, I'm half asleep on the couch. Dad, they just traded Luka to the Lakers. And I'm like, whatever stupid game you're trying to launch right now, I'm too tired for it.
Go to your room. I'm already in my room.
I'm never not in my room.
Exactly.
He tried 3 times, and I'm like, I'm not doing this. And he gave up.
Well, come to think of it.
But then I was like, dude, give me my phone.
Yeah.
What? And then you're like,
whoa.
Well, Saturday I wasn't watching the game, so I went to bed Saturday night, knew nothing. And then I woke up and I checked we have a golf thread.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And I was seeing if everybody was playing today, but in the golf thread, somebody said, well, I don't know what's going on. Luka's a Laker. And I just read it, and
you're like, whatever.
You know what I said? I said, what's Craig talking about this time?
Lauderdale.
So I didn't even do anything. It didn't really register.
No, it's so absurd that it's like we don't need to do this exercise.
Right.
It ruined, it almost ruined a comedy show I was at because you were allowed to bring phones in and you could hear people whispering about it. I knew everyone was talking. You could hear first round picks, blah, 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 blah.
Who was on stage? Because whoever that comic was,
Poor guy,
I feel terrible for
Alex Moffat. He used to be on SNL. He's really, really funny.
He's up there killing it, and everyone's like,
he was hilarious. And you just hear Lakers, blah, 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 blah. How did the word fleece was thrown around a lot. And it's like, I'm looking at my phone. Yeah, well, if everybody's talking about it, then this must be real. And I didn't get got. So, yeah, sorry, Alex. The attention was off of you and apparently on Shamsharani.
Did he pivot the comic? Like, hold on, everyone. What's going on? Or did he just keep going with his bit?
He was doing a really funny piano bit where he was singing Piano Man, but he didn't know how to play the piano. And so he was terrible, and he was hitting all these off keys. And so that's why you could kind of just hear whispers because he was playing really loudly. But then finally after the show ended, and thank God it was his last joke because after that, everybody just took off and started, oh my gosh, what's going on? Luka to the Lakers, all the rest. And he was waiting to sign autographs, and I felt like the line would have been 3 times as long if people weren't concerned with what's going on in the NBA.
No doubt. We were watching some programming that is more spousal friendly, and so, I have the phone out or, the laptop usually. I'll watch a game, and she'll watch her show, and, we're there together, but not really. And I saw something cross on Threads or Twitter, and it was Shams, and it's like, okay, let's make sure it's really Shams, and you click on it, and it's like, this is 1,000% true, and you look at it, and you go, oh my God, and I think I went, she's like, what's wrong? And I said, Luka's been traded to the Lakers. And she said, what does that mean?
She's like, what did you just say to me?
He had to qualify it with a tweet. He had to qualify it by saying, this is real.
Right. This is 1,000% real.
Yeah. The first one the reason I double got is you open it up to see if it's real. And for whatever reason, I don't know how Twitter aggregates who gets to be at the top of your feed. The first one I saw, and you'll know this name, or most of our listeners won't, Dan Wojcicki.
Oh, yeah,
now,
sure.
Dan has been covering those two teams in L.A. forever, for as long as I can remember. So super legit, but Dan as Dan would want to be, has not paid for his blue check mark. And so I'm looking at it and I'm going, I trust Dan, but I don't trust that that's actually Dan. And I don't trust that Dan didn't get hacked.
Yep.
So my first thought was, my guy downstairs doesn't realize that Dan Wojcicki got hacked. And so that's why he thinks that Luka's a Laker. Poor guy doesn't know how social media works. I'll go teach him a lesson. And then you scroll, and it's everybody.
Right.
Everybody. I still don't fully understand what the hell happened.
Well, let's jump into the Warriors, because there's a bunch of news about the Warriors. Obviously, the most intriguing is Mark Stein and Jake Fisher of the Stein Line, a Substack. It says the Warriors have this dream scenario concocted where they're going to somehow find a way to get Kevin Durant and then eventually LeBron James. I don't know what the timing would be, but like Mark Stein ain't no joke.
Oh, God, no.
You know, and so...
Did you all catch what Slater just dropped within the hour?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't you repeat it, though?
Well, and again, I'll summarize it without any quotes, but there were two things that popped. One of them was Slater said when Windhorst put out that thing about Butler had no more talks about Butler because the Warrior, he doesn't want to sign an extension with the Warriors. Slater pointed to, I think at the end of that was for now. So Slater was like, the Butler thing's not done yet. That's not done. The Warriors are not 100% out on Butler. What I found to be even more interesting, though, was his blow-by-blow of what Friday night looked like at Chase Center, which was that Joe Lacob had plopped down right next to him, in the seat next to him, Kevin Durant's longtime agent.
Yep.
Is that Kleiman?
Rich Kleiman.
Rich Kleiman,
yeah.
And that they went to the Bridge Club at halftime. And that they went to the Bridge Club after the game. And that Bob Myers, who originally brokered the acquisition of Kevin Durant and was in town to call the game, also then joined them after the game inside the Bridge Club. So I haven't even gotten all the way through everything he wrote, but it really lays out a scenario that I think legitimizes the idea that these conversations are happening, have been happening.
Yeah.
They better be happening. And, you and I talked about it in the green room, Mark, about what has changed in the past, 48 or 72 hours, because now it's not only should they go big game hunting, but you better be big game hunting because, Dallas and Sacramento and San Antonio and the Lakers, and they're all swapping all-stars, and that's basically what's going on now. So if the other report is true, and I think it was it Windhorst or talking about how they're calling on every all-star.
That was
Shams. Yeah.
Shams.
I'm getting confused by all the different reports that are coming out, but if they're calling on every all-star out there, you can start checking off who is like hanging up on them. Hey, is Gilgeous Alexander? Hey, can we get Victor Wembanyama? So they're getting hung up on a lot, and so you can start to narrow down like who might be available, and KD is among that.
Well,
and you guys mentioned it earlier about like the now and later, shout out to Candy, aspect of a Steph, LeBron, KD reunion. If you could do KD now and get LeBron later for like in the summer for next year, that would be an unbelievable
great.
Last dance kind of feel.
I do want to point out, though, let's be careful with the who might be available, because someone might be available that there's no chance is available, because that's what just happened.
Yes, but
Luka was not available.
Jokic is not available. And
you wouldn't think.
I mean, based on the way Milwaukee collapsed yesterday, maybe Giannis is now available.
Yeah, ruled out tonight.
Right. And that's a game that, I was watching it.
No, but they stink. Their record is not very good. I don't know what Milwaukee's thinking.
Well,
I don't know.
I tell you what the problem is. The problem is me. I can't coach this team. It's a 2 for my Mock Rivers, but I missed the goo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hopefully be back tomorrow.
I don't know who's available. It appears that more people are available than I thought were available.
I think that there's a small number of guys who aren't available, and I would say that Wembanyama and Gilgeous Alexander would be among the short list of guys who are truly, truly not available.
Jokic is probably another good guess.
Right. Yeah, guys on the best. You're not getting Mitchell.
Tatum, Jaylen Brown.
You're not getting Tatum or Brown.
Yeah.
But
the list is shorter today than it was last Thursday. It seems,
also means someone like Zion might be back in the fold. I don't know.
For sure, but yeah. I mean,
but KD and LeBron, he's right. Like the key word is dream, but that dream appears to be certainly more of a reality than it did last trade deadline when they called about LeBron. and he apparently nixed the deal. So I don't think we can rule anything out. The bigger thing is that you're probably going to have to wait till the 5th, just because that's when Schroeder's deal becomes available to trade.
That's fine.
So at this point, we are talking about just the different possibilities until then.
Yeah, and that's only 40 hours away. Yeah. That's like, I do want to, like, Warrior fans, the deadline's not here yet. You want to like unload on the organization for malpractice? Just wait till Thursday afternoon. Yeah. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet just because they weren't first to the party.
I mean, there's a chance that the Warriors did have action with LaVine, but it involved Schroeder. And if it involved Schroeder, it couldn't have been done till Wednesday. And the Fox thing happened in a hurry, and the Bulls said, you know what, we're going to take it.
Maybe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just interested kind of in the Bucks a little bit. They're 26, and they're kind of the opposite of the Warriors a little. They're 26-21. They did start out 2-8. So they're 24-13.
Right.
So, you could say they're still a 50-win team. But is that enough there?
Did you watch them last night?
No, I didn't.
I watched the whole game.
I know they're not. I know they're not who they're
lifeless.
Yeah.
They're absolutely lifeless. The John Morant-less Memphis Grizzlies went into Milwaukee and just scored whenever and whatever they wanted.
Late in the game. I mean, Milwaukee was up 12, and I put baby girl in the bath, and we're splashing around, and I go back in the bedroom to watch, and Milwauke's down 8.
They're lifeless.
It's like, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah, like, I've never seen Giannis and Dame Lillard, players like this, pop off the screen less. They're just...
Well, they're both out tomorrow against OKC.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
They're lifeless, man. I don't get it. It's not it's not working.
Well, and I'll say it because nobody else will in this market, but Damian Lillard does not play winning basketball. He is like Jordan Poole plus.
It's funny you say that.
He's Jordan Poole plus. He's not quite empty calories, but he's better. He's 6 pieces of pizza and a tummy ache is what he is.
Yeah.
I mean, they just won 6 of 7 before this. I don't know.
What's he ever won?
Lillard?
Yeah.
He dragged C.J. McCollum to the Western Conference Finals.
I don't know what he's had an opportunity to do.
Well, that was 9 years ago?
Don't blow that off. We act like Jimmy Butler is got a bronze statue already because of who he dragged late into the playoffs and never won.
They were an 8 seed.
Yeah, so what? Like
Lillard might not be what he used to be, but he's pretty damn good.
He's a great player.
Who?
Lillard.
Damian Lillard, yeah.
He's actually, his numbers are pretty good this year, which surprised me. I would have thought opposite, but you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's quick talk about, they're linked. The Warriors have been linked to every big name in some way. Thursday's the deadline. First of all, what do you think the odds are that they make a move in this area, which would be a big one, as opposed to not making a move? And if they do or don't, what's the reaction going to be?
Well, I think the odds are very high because of what your second question is. I think that now it becomes not just basketball, but there's some PR involved. That's kind of what changed for me over the weekend, is the realization that half this fan base was worried about Kuminga in the future. Those people have all gone away. In 24 hours, nobody gives a rip about the future anymore. Everyone is demanding that the Warriors get in on that action right now. I've not heard one person say, the dynasty's over. We should probably just not even play but everybody wants in on the action. I think the Warriors know that. I don't necessarily know exactly what deals are going to present themselves perfectly for the Warriors, but after this much talk, if they do nothing, you're going to be dealing with a livid fan base.
I agree, and I would not want to be Mike Dunleavy having to come do his press conference after the trading deadline and say, well, listen, we moved Kevon Looney to get under the luxury tax, which is going to give us more flexibility this offseason. He'll be right. Yeah. Nobody's going to want to hear it.
Nope.
Well, the fan base would rather have him be aggressive and wrong than passive and right. That's where the fans are now, I think, on this day, as opposed to last week where, and I heard you and Mark talking about Cam Johnson. It's a good, sensible move, and it's an incremental, and it's this and that.
Still love it. I still love it.
But honestly, the fan base today, if that was the move, or if it was a Vucevic move, would be like, big deal. Meanwhile, you have your Western Conference rivals out here throwing haymakers, and you're trying to snap a little safe jab.
Do you know what's interesting about that? It's obviously really placating the drama side of the NBA. I don't think anything happened over the weekend that changes the race for the trophy at all. Nothing.
For the trophy, no.
Absolutely nothing. I think the Lakers got worse.
Oh, I disagree. The Lakers absolutely got better.
No, they got better as a franchise.
I thought they got better this year.
Oh, my God.
And, you now have two offensive weapons, and now you've got a healthy Luka, because now he wants to play again, and maybe he'll put down the darts and put down the beers. But he's going to play now. Now that he's in a place that he wants to play.
He's not playing now. He's not playing this week.
Well, he'll play in about a week.
Yeah,
he's going to be back. So he's going to play now.
Yeah,
right.
All I'm saying is, if you want to match this team now, I get how wonderful Luka is, and I would have made the deal too, and all of that. But if you think the Lakers are now suddenly going to do something to the Thunder or the Nuggets, no. Jokic
but three teams that were already better than the Warriors are still better, and they might be. I think the Lakers got better, personally.
I think there's a chance both teams could be better in the short term.
I don't know who they're stopping. I
actually think Dallas has
player.
Dallas might have gotten better this year.
Maybe.
I mean, hell, they've played more than half the season without Luka.
Right.
And Max Christie's not a bad player at all.
No, and
they got two really good defensive players, Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis. They got Lively. They still have action. I don't know how much action, but I don't think they're going to fall off the map.
You forgot about Clay. Don't forget about Clay.
You forgot about the Spurs. They're 2 games back of the Warriors. I think that's the team that would scare me as far as you're not playing, with all due respect, the Warriors aren't playing for a championship this year.
Right.
So you're playing for the play-in or bottom half of the 8.
Yeah.
The Spurs are now a team that you have to contend with. And whether you think the Lakers are going to fall off or the Mavericks are going to get better, it's like, I think if they don't make a big move by Thursday, they have to be okay with the possibility that they're not even a play-in team.
It's fascinating, though, because I always feel like whenever these moves happen, and this is for all the teams involved that we're talking about, it takes a minute.
It does.
I remember when Luka got Kyrie. And I got into it with so many people about, no one's ever going to stop them on any possession ever again. And I'm like, it's going to take a minute. They're going to have to figure each other out and all this. And what they end up doing at the end of that year, literally tanking themselves out of the playoffs entirely. Then they went to the finals the next year. But De'Aaron and Victor, for example, Let's see.
Take a little time.
But those guys are healthy. Like when they traded for Kyrie, I don't think he was healthy.
But I just think all players. That's kind of my take on it.
Like Schroeder.
AD,
and
Kyrie,
it's taken
Schroeder,
2 months for him to actually try to start to fit in.
LeBron and Luka. I don't we'll see. I don't know if that's just snap your fingers amazeballs right away.
Well, I don't know how fast it'll take, but I think the Spurs are
they're a problem in the future.
Like a really big problem because
they kept Castle.
If Fox, I know they didn't give up anybody. They actually made by far the best trade.
I couldn't agree with you more
so far.
I couldn't agree with you more
because they didn't really give up much. But also the idea, like I don't think De'Aaron Fox is a bad guy at all. I think he just wasn't crazy about Sack. He gets to San Antonio and starts getting coached by those guys with Wemby. That could be a problem.
And this, to me, is like the big underlying part of all of this is the idea of culture. And you heard Dallas talk a lot about culture, and the GM, Nico, said, I'm not going to speak bad about any player, but the guys we brought in are going to add to our culture. And, Luka was a guy who didn't necessarily add to the culture. And you guys had Steve Kerr on this week, and the idea was talent versus culture. And the Warriors are thinking, forget culture, we want talent. And it's because your culture is already good. In San Antonio, it's the same thing. Your culture is elite, and so you're looking more about talent than culture. In Miami, you look at Jimmy Butler, and he's not a part of their culture, so they want him out. And they want talent back, but I think that they're more like what Dallas is thinking, where we want culture.
Yeah.
I think culture is something they believe can get them over the hump. Like, they already had talent. They tried that, and so this is the alternative. Meanwhile, for the Warriors, I think talent's kind of what they're resigned to because the culture isn't good enough anymore. And so...
Just the culture, yeah.
Yeah, just the culture. Yeah. Like, I don't think this team has a problem with one another. Like, I think the locker room's pretty good. I think people have good relationships. There's not anything behind the scenes that we don't know about that would blow this thing up. But it's clearly not making that big of a difference. Whereas in Dallas, they obviously saw something that they didn't like that was eventually going to come to a head, whether it was this year or maybe next year when his contract is up. And so they just decided to get out ahead of it.
Steiny, you'll like this. I thought of Guru when I saw the deal for Luka and AD. And this is kind of what I'm along the lines of what you just said, E. We don't know what we don't know with regard to that relationship. The Mavs and Luka, whether it's his weight, his drinking, if they're projecting that by age 30 he's actually going to be like 34.
Right.
Who knows? We can all speculate on that. But because they moved in the dark and made this deal when no one saw it coming, I will forever not understand how they didn't get more than one first-round draft pick. Mikal Bridges got 4 or 5 of these 8 months ago. And so the reason I thought of Goo is like when we talked to him about his Chiefs bet. And I was like, now the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl this weekend. So he might be right. But remember what we said to him that day? You might be right. The Chiefs might win the Super Bowl, but you should get more than a drink for that.
3 beers.
You should get 3.5 drinks.
Yeah.
So that, like the Mavs, that's what they just did.
Yeah.
If you want to move him. But one pick 4 years from now? I don't understand that.
I think that when those two guys were talking, and then would you ever Dončić, I think that Nico Harrison at that point thought, okay, if we're thinking about trading Luka, who would we want? And this is another part of it. Miami had been clearing cap space for Luka. And there's a report out there that Dallas may have known he was going to either Miami or the Lakers in 2 years. So those were the only 2 teams they dealt with. What I'm getting at is they didn't want a bidding war. And the other thing they avoided was 3 days of Dončić available and everybody going nuts.
It lowers the value. And look what Sacramento just had to get for Fox.
It also, makes people a little more introspective and I think a little less aggressive. And these 2 guys were willing to say, let's just do it. Nobody will know about it. And then we'll deal with the fallout.
And if you'd have that as your scenario, the 2 teams, and you're Dallas, would you rather have Jimmy Butler or Anthony Davis?
To me,
it's not even close.
Davis.
He's younger, and he's a much better culture fit. And that's why I think about the Warriors and Jimmy Butler. And we can do the dance of they're still maybe in on him, they're out on him, and all the rest of it. And Nick Friedel coming in here at 3:15 to hash a lot of this out with us again.
Sweet. Nice.
Cousin Nick, love to see him. But for me, that is a bad culture fit for the Warriors. And so, if you are Dallas and you have your choice maybe in that scenario, of course it's Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think this is kind of just the start. I think we're going to see a bunch of moves in the next 3 or 4 days.
You'd hope.
All right, Nick Friedel at 3 o'clock. Guys, have a great show. Keep it locked to 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's do this. Oh, my God.
Yeah?
Oh, my God.
Yeah?
Oh, my God, Dibs.
What do you think?
Well, a lot of things. A lot of things. And that's why it's good that we got 4 hours to hash this out. Unlock those lines right now. Please, people, here we go, okay? Trade deadline week is here, and it feels unlike anything I think we've ever felt before, quite frankly. We didn't expect it to be like this. We knew this was a big week. Believe you me, we all sat in a room last week together and went, okay, let's take a look. What does Monday look like? Tuesday, Wednesday. The deadline is Thursday at noon. We're going to be live at Splash for one of the kind of the soft launch. If you don't know what Splash is, the brand new sports bar that's going to be opening up right there at Thrive City at Chase Center. We're going to be there doing our show there Thursday, and it's literally going to be in the shadow of the deadline. And so we're planning every day out. And there's no way in hell any of us thought that Monday would look like this. No chance. And so my first observation is this. What happened to all of you who were worried about the future? Where did you go? By the way, I am on Team Now, not Team Future.
And you have been on Team Now.
Absolutely.
And I've been on Team Future, and I can honestly say I'm less on board with Team Future. I'm not saying F them picks and ship out Kuminga, but I'm less interested in an incremental move. And you guys did a 4-hour Cam Johnson, and I was in and out doing my thing over the past week where I had a lot of personal stuff to deal with. But by Friday, it was like, okay, I can clear my head. I can tune in. And I heard your tease during the crossover. Coming up, Grandy and I have our sights on the same guy. And Grandy had a PowerPoint. He had a PowerPoint presentation.
And it was powerful.
It was, and I actually missed the next segment, but I caught up to it later. And I was like, you know what? I can only imagine what that PowerPoint presentation was. And I know it was astute and solid because that's Grandy. But here we are 3 days later, and you can go ahead and take your PowerPoint and you can tuck it away and all your Vucevic and all your other incremental moves. Let's go big game hunting, my brother.
There's something in between big game and incremental. I mean, we're talking about players who average just around 20 points a game.
I get it.
That's not incremental.
I don't want to re-adjudicate Friday's show, but what you're saying is true. Like, after what happened with the Kings and Spurs and the Lakers and Dallas, it feels now like more Warrior fans than ever are saying, F them picks.
Yes.
Let's do whatever we can to bring in fill in the blank.
Welcome to the week of February 3rd, 2025. There's no room for rational. There's no room. I'm sorry. It's often the role that I try to play here. It's gone. There's no room for it this week. We're not doing rational. And I would actually support that in this particular case. I think we've finally come to a head with the, quite frankly, seasons-long debate that Warrior fans have been having. 2 timelines, now versus the future. It's over. All of the stuff that we've been talking about for months and months and months and months is absolutely out the window, and it should be. And that doesn't mean I want to be irresponsible. It doesn't mean just make trades at all costs, all the things that everyone's been talking about. But here's what it does mean. Franchises that constantly talk about the future are crappy franchises. I've watched it in multiple sports. It's all over the place. The San Diego Padres did this for 30 years. They kept telling their organization and their fan base, just wait. Wait till you see this dude that's coming. And now, unfortunately, there's pieces of this happening across the parking lot from the Warriors. Bryce Eldridge, he's 20. Wait till you see him. Well, I did this for 5 years already, and guess what? Marco Luciano can't pick up a ball. So I really don't want to do this again. The bottom line is this. Now always matters. If you are a good organization, it's not about rational. It's not about whether or not it'll be perfect and it'll work and it'll win a championship. We're doing entertainment here. This league, for crying out loud, has become a bigger deal in the offseason than it does in the regular season.
Steiny had a great line earlier where he's like, man, all this trade talk has been better than the games.
Of course it is.
Better than the games.
It's not even close.
How sad is that,
It's a blowout. This is the NBA's best weekend in 3 years, and none of it had to do with a game. So
I had one person tweet me, hey, how's Mark's 10-game prediction going? And I was like, oh, my God, that actually is still going on?
It's going pretty good.
It is.
The record,
I'll look it up later.
The record is correct. I think we've missed 2 games, yes, one in each direction.
But the point is, like, the very fact that one person was like, hey, how about that on-court product?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's like, pew, pew, trade machine, and all these, stars flying everywhere. So I guess I'm asking you, what do you think in this new landscape of the Warriors and everything that's going on? Like, who do you want them to go out and not be reckless for?
Right.
But is it just KD?
Well, that's a nice one. I like that. I'm going to resist the urge to answer that the way I think a lot of people will answer it.
Don't resist it. Just dive into it,
because
bro.
I don't feel that way. But I think the number one answer on the board, if we're playing Family Feud, when you said who do you want him to go get, most Warrior fans today will do a Mark Grandy, and they'll say, anyone. Just do something. But I don't think that's it. That doesn't do anything for me. But I will at least say this. They do have to do something. They have to do something. And that, unfortunately for the Warriors, is a weak position. That is a weak position to be in. When the whole world knows that you have to do something. It's why the Luka thing was brilliant, if they had gotten a better package, because they went out and did this in the dark of night. Nobody knew that they had to do it. They didn't have to do it, but they did it. That's a powerful position. That's a leverage play. The Warriors are now, like, Shams is sending things out that make the Warriors sound like the guy at the bar at 1:55 a.m. The Warriors have called every team who has a good player. They call them all. Anybody can want to come be a Warrior. That's a terrible look. That's a terrible look. If I'm Lacob and Dunleavy and crew, I'm calling Shams right now. Stop. No. Well, you can't stop the story if 29 other GMs are like, if Shams calls a GM and says, well, yeah, they've called. But don't do that. You call all these GMs. But don't call all the GMs. Well, you have to call all the GMs. You don't have to call all the GMs. You could just sit tight and be 41-41 and be the 11th seed and then off to the lottery for the second straight year. I'm not saying sit tight. I don't want to sit tight. But don't just start hucking stuff like throwing a net out into the ocean and being like, let's get some players. Let's see who we get. Whatever, doesn't matter. It's almost like video games right now where you click on the little package that you want to see who you get. You don't even know who you got. Like, are we really doing that? Do you really want the answer to be anyone? I don't. Kevin Durant is a good answer. Right. Jimmy Butler is not. I do not want Jimmy Butler. I know. If you can, so you ask me, who do I want? I can give me the list. I'll say yes or no. Durant, that's a yes. Sure. Giannis, that's a yes. Cam Johnson, Paul George, that's a yes. Paul George, no. Let's go with the big fish. Okay. Like Cam Johnson, sure, and Vucevic, great. I mean, those to me are tier 2, probably not tier 3. I don't want to disrespect them in case they're future Warriors, but let's deal with the tier 1 guys who might be available. We mentioned earlier, Jokic, no. Gilgeous-Alexander, no. Donovan Mitchell, no. There's a certain number of guys who are no's, like Tyrese Maxey. I don't think that they would trade him. Maybe. But as you go through the league, there are probably, in light of the Luka bombshell, you went from maybe 24 untouchables down to about 6 or 8, which is what makes this so dramatic. But the big ones are Jimmy Butler, Paul George, and Kevin Durant. Let's just start with those 3. Kevin Durant. Paul George is a no. Out. Butler. Out. Bradley Beal. Out. I mean, who am I missing? Well, I'm again going to point to the fact that there might be people available who we don't know are available. Right, but I'm thinking about the big names. If you want to call Philadelphia, and this will make you barf in your mouth a little bit, if the deal is it's a no. Not for me, it's not. For Joel Embiid? Let's go. Oh, come on. I thought you just sat here and said, well, Luka's going to play now. Well, maybe Embiid would too. Yeah, for now. But, I think that he has real injuries. I believe that Luka had I don't want to be here anymore injury. I don't know if we have the ability as NBA fans anymore to worry about who's going to play because none of them do. There's nobody who doesn't have injury concerns. Yeah. Anthony Davis goes one way, Luka goes the other. Neither one of them were playing. They weren't playing. Zach LaVine got traded. He's not playing. We're getting notifications on our phone every 5 minutes right now. Of guys not playing. Giannis is out. Dame Lillard is out. He out. Embiid, he's out. Paul George, out. They're all out. Draymond, he's out. They're all out. So I'm not worried about that right now. I can't be because it's just take your pick. Right. They're all out. Well, and out doesn't necessarily mean you're hurt unless you're like Kuminga. He's hurt. He's been out for 5 weeks. He's actually out, and Draymond was out, but you look at the salary list and you got Embiid and Durant and Bradley Beal. I don't think that Jaylen Brown or Karl Anthony Towns or Booker. No. I mean, Paul George and Kawhi are making 49. You want either one of them? No. Jimmy Butler, we know, is going to be on the move. I'll give you a list of names that would interest me. And these are players who have been reported as available, others who have been reported as maybe, and those who have not been reported at all. I would be interested in Kevin Durant. I would be interested in Joel Embiid. I would be interested in Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yep. I would be interested in Anthony Davis. Tradable.
Still?
Absolutely.
Nothing like a quick retrade?
Well, I don't know what the hell's going on there anyway.
Right.
I don't know what the hell you were doing in the first place, so why not call?
Well, he's going to play the 4, which, I like that for them. I like the front court in Dallas.
I would call Dallas. I'll tell you, and I don't know if this counts, I would call Sacramento and ask about DeRozan. He was on a podcast last week being like, if Fox is out, I don't want to stay here.
Well, the reports were he and Levine actually got along very well when they both were in Chicago.
Great. I'm also done with the reports are. Yeah. Because Luka got traded and there were no reports.
No reports.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, that's probably my list. I'm just scanning.
I get Sabonis in Sacramento.
I don't think
everyone wants a big man.
Right, but I don't think I'm guessing he's not available.
Right.
I'm guessing he's not available. So
well, nowadays and after what happened this weekend,
maybe
the whole idea of not available, I do think has been thrown into a wild state of unknown.
You're right. You are absolutely right. So sure, call Minnesota about Anthony Edwards.
Like Devin Booker is probably unavailable.
Well, he's got to be the cornerstone of whatever it is they're doing next. And the Phoenix Suns are a perfect target because, quite frankly, they are now reported, and of course, who cares about the reports? Yep. But at least the rumors are out there that they're getting ready to do what you and I, we had this conversation last offseason. I tried to tell you that the Suns were up a creek. And remember, they doubled down. They had a press conference to kiss Kevin Durant's butt. And then they went and got Tyus Jones, and they're like, see, now we've got our point guard. Well, now you're again around 500. You're trying to acquire Jimmy Butler. You've turned Bradley Beal into a non-starter, and the rumors are back. And you should trade Kevin Durant for a bunch of draft capital. It's what you should have done in the offseason, because you probably would have gotten more draft capital than you're going to get now. But you should do that because what you're doing doesn't work, and it's time to reset because you are financially the most top-heavy team in the entire NBA. So it's realistic. I thought it was realistic in the offseason. Didn't work out. That would be target one for me right now, absolutely.
Yeah.
The Warriors would be an amazing show. I don't know how well it would work, but they'd be an amazing show.
And I wonder if you wouldn't have to include Draymond Green in that in order to make Kevin Durant feel like he wants to be here.
That's a good question.
Count that. It's good to be back.
But I don't know if we're making an assumption there, at least.
It's a wild assumption.
I don't know that it's true at all.
I don't either.
I know a lot of people feel that way. All right, so let's talk this out. 888-957-9570. Who are the names you want? And what about the future people go? Where did you all go? Now everybody needs a deal this second. Want to claim a spot in the knockout tournament? We'll tell you more about it coming up next, but the 4 p.m. hour is what you need to know and what you need to be thinking about. That's when we're going to give out our key word for today as we start week number 2 in giving out spots to the knockout tournament. We're glad you're here. We're thankful you're here. Nick Friedel is going to be here for a full hour, about 45 minutes from now. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will take your calls next. Hey, everybody, Dibs is back. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Nick Friedel in 45 minutes. We'll give out today's keyword for knockout at 4 o'clock. Be with us. Dibs is back, kids and campers. Say hi to Dibs.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Great to be back.
Yeah,
Thanks.
It's good to have you back. 888-957-9570. Here's what I just noticed about this whole thing. And here's what I want to say. And I've lived my life this way, and it's gotten me in trouble a time or two, and it may get the Warriors in trouble a time or two. That's certainly a possibility. But if all of the sudden everybody is in favor of the idea of risk, then this is the risk you take. I don't care about the future right now. I just don't. I have faith that the organization is going to figure that out, and they will have ways to do that. That does not mean that I am in favor of an irresponsible deal. And let's change that word, because the whole responsibility thing makes it sound like, well, we've got to invest. And no, it's not about responsibility. You just don't make a bad deal. Don't pay too much for whatever. And I believe in the Warriors' ability to do that. But everything that we've talked about, Dibs, for the last couple of years about now versus the future comes to a head this week. Now is officially here. And I don't think there are that many people who aren't on the same boat. The Warriors have got to do something now, as much for PR as for basketball.
I get the PR part of it, but if you're going to do something now, for me, it's either Kevin Durant or you resign yourself to the reality that it's going to be a smaller, incremental, safer move, a Cam Johnson, a Nikola Vucevic type of move where you get rid of a couple of expirings and maybe you send a second-round pick. I don't want to get reckless with the future, and you and I differ on the future, and I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga, and it seems like they don't want to either. I don't want to give up multiple firsts just to swing for the fences for anybody. Now, if you get the idea that you want to bring in and have Steph, KD, and LeBron by the time you start next year, if that is your dream, well, then maybe I'm more open to having this big swing and parting with future assets. But to bring in KD now, and then the idea would be LeBron would opt out in the summer and he would sign a deal that would work, because you can't pay KD 50 and Steph 58 and then LeBron 63 and still have Draymond and Wiggins. I mean, none of that would work. So there would have to be some other maneuvers that happen. But if that's what you really want to go for, then at that point, sure, we can go ahead and trade a couple of picks. You could even trade Kuminga if you want for one last swing, but just know what you're looking at in the future. LeBron will be 41 in December. KD's old. Steph is old, 37. If you want to relive the Olympic dream for a year and you want to give up multiple firsts and Kuminga and Wiggins, all for that, just know that you're looking at 5 years or longer of pure misery.
Maybe, maybe not. See, but that's my point. I just don't understand why we think about one move and then we decide that automatically means X. There's 17 ifs in there. And you're watching teams right now who have given up picks and then they replenish them. Do you know that Sacramento yesterday, in one of all the assets that moved, you know what they got?
They got their pick back.
One of their own picks.
Yeah, and I think
they
Chicago did too.
Back.
Or
Dallas
did. One of the other teams involved in those trades got their pick back.
Exactly. So one move just leads to another. So if you do push some chips into the middle of the table today, it does not mean that you can't get some of those chips back down the road. I'm not saying that you for sure can, but think of the parlay you're actually playing if you're concerned with the giving up of picks right now, especially if we're dealing with like Dallas and LA did, 2029. For that to actually become a thing, I hear people do this. Oh my gosh, 3 years from now, you're going to need that pick because that's when Steph is going to leave and you're really going to need that pick. Well, who's on the team by then? So I don't even know. I don't know. Well, what's the rest of the league look like? Have you gotten the pick back? By the way, what if you do keep that pick? It's like, if we're bad by then, it'll be a good pick. And if the lottery goes our way, and if the draft has good players in it that year, and if we make the right selection, and then if we develop that player, then I tell you what, Dibs, 7 years from now, we might have a good player on our hands. That's what you're going to hold on to, rather than going to get something that you know could entertain and potentially move the Warriors up the standings.
In the short term, yeah.
Yes, that
so
makes sense.
You're going to bring in a 37-year-old to go with your 37-year-old, and you might have a year or two, and KD's got this year and one more, and if that's the player, or Jimmy Butler, and you're going to give up future assets, and this all ends, and however it ends, probably not in a championship, but it might. It's allowed to. And then you turn the page and you realize in 2026, boy, we don't have a lot of picks and we don't have much to trade because Steph is 39 and KD's a free agent. And so now we're going to just hope that we're a lottery team in 4 years when we actually have our pick.
But that's all ifs.
I know, but it's also an if when you bring in Kevin Durant at 37. There are ifs involved in any of this.
I mean, there's anything is an if, exactly. I guess. But you're still dealing with somebody who's averaging almost 28 points a night.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So I you know what I mean? I just...
And you're pretty confident that he will fit here because he has fit before.
He would totally fit.
But you wonder what you're left with if you do bring in Kevin Durant making 51. You're going to have to get rid of either Draymond or Wiggins and Schroeder and more. And Phoenix is in a spot where they can't take any more money, so you need a third team. Maybe you even need a fourth team.
Well, this would probably involve Butler getting to Phoenix somehow if it happens.
Right.
So, yeah, I would imagine.
It probably would involve a fourth team as well to make everything balance out because financially you and Phoenix are both in the same spot.
Yeah, no worries. Again, if a move doesn't work, you make a new one. That's the way I look at it. Again, I'm not saying make bad deals. But I think I speak for a lot of Warrior fans right now. This week cannot be nothing. It can't. It just can't. And in fact, I think that's what Shams is saying here. Listen to how he characterizes the Warriors on Pat McAfee today.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
I mean, by the way, I forgot that on my list. LeBron. Yes. LeBron is on the list.
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's a yes for you. So your list is basically Embiid, KD, LeBron,
Giannis,
and right. And
I mentioned DeRozan,
Zion in there. DeRozan.
Zion, I would say yes. At least intrigued, interested.
Yeah, and that would be a buy low kind of a deal because I think that his contract's not fully guaranteed, so you may not need to part with as much, and he might be more in that second tier, but you're out on Paul George for sure.
Yep.
And you're out on Bradley Beal, and you're out on Jimmy Butler as well.
Correct.
On guys you're out on. So there's some guys you're in on. I don't think DeRozan would happen. Sacramento trading with Golden State, to me, seems like a non-starter for them in terms of a match. I don't know if Vivek would greenlight a trade with Golden State, a team that he was formerly connected with.
It's a little different with DeRozan, I feel like, than how I would have answered it with Fox. Fox was
the hot commodity,
he was
no doubt.
Well, he's a homegrown king. He's a homegrown king who is in his mid-20s and is going to have an imprint on this league for a long time. DeRozan is a hired gun who showed up 6 days ago and you know is in the twilight of his career as well. I don't think that's nearly as difficult for Sacramento to part with. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that, but I do think that the trade with Golden State would not be something that would be looked upon favorably by that fan base.
Maybe
as we
not.
talk about fan bases. You know, I don't think Sacramento would want to do Golden State any favors, even though that they're in a spot. It looks like they're not totally rebuilding, but they're certainly kind of churning this roster over a little bit.
Depends on what they get back, don't you think? I mean, like it's not send DeRozan to Golden State because they're doing the Warriors a favor. It's send DeRozan to Golden State because Sacramento is yet again rebooting and would probably like to replenish young assets. Like that's what they largely got for De'Aaron Fox. This Zach LaVine thing cracks me up. How many Warrior fans that I hear being like, oh my God, Sacramento beat you to Zach LaVine, and we could have had LaVine last year. Nobody wants LaVine. Nobody wants that contract. I understand that he scores the basketball, but for 2 years, the Chicago Bulls have been trying to send LaVine anywhere that would take him, and no one would take him. And then you finally had a team that literally, for salary reasons, is totally up a creek, has to get rid of their star. Everybody knows it, so no one's going to give you a prime player for it. And then you're like, all right, we'll do LaVine, and we'll get a truckload of picks attached with LaVine because we need something to match De'Aaron's salary. The Sacramento did not beat Golden State to LaVine.
They just took LaVine.
They finally were the team that Chicago needed to offload their bad contract.
Right, and Sacramento's got him for, I think, 2.5 years. 2.5 years total.
Yep.
So Sacramento will have him be a good scorer for them until they can trade him. Just looking at the DeRozan trade idea, DeRozan for Wiggins straight up would work with Sacramento. The Warriors, according to the Hollinger analysis, would lose 13 wins.
Oh, wow.
With that trade. 13 wins.
DeRozan is 13 games worse than Andrew Wiggins?
Straight up. According to the Hollinger analysis.
That doesn't make any sense. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not proposing that would be a straight up deal.
I just put that in as a one-for-one because they're making close to the same amount.
Yep.
And, for me, any of these trades that we talk about involves Andrew Wiggins. And so thinking about
not
that.
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, if you're going to get KD, how do you do it?
Yes, KD. But DeRozan, to me, that's a level down.
If you're looking at Vucevic or Cam Johnson,
that's a keep Wiggins, and DeRozan could be a keep Wiggins.
That's a GP2 and Kavan and maybe a Gee and picks. Right. To bring in another player. And, that to me would be, and I wonder what the fan base would think about that today. Like last week, you and Grandy, you were all hot on it, and fans were excited about he's a good young player, and he gets you about 20 a night, and Grandy ran down the stats. I don't need to bring all that back up again, but in light of everything that happened over the weekend, that would feel more like a disappointment than it did last week.
Well, I agree with you, but I do want to caution, it's not like the Warriors get to go get a star just because they want to.
Of course.
These are not deals that just come together because you
can say it.
What?
Trades are hard.
Their trades are hard.
Turns out trades are easy.
Well, they're not.
Based on what we found out. Pelinka and Dallas met for coffee 3 weeks ago, and no one else knew about it?
Right, except for everyone's calling it the craziest thing that's happened in the history of the league. The De'Aaron thing that's the story we've heard before. Star player does not want to be on team anymore, makes them trade him, they do. That's the way it usually works. And I don't really know who else is out there like that other than Butler. And that thing has gotten so toxic that I don't even know who the hell can touch it anymore or what's going to work. But you don't just get a star because Shams is telling Pat McAfee that the Warriors are very, very motivated. Yeah, you can be motivated all you want, but you don't just get a star. So, I would prep myself for maybe this isn't going to feel the way you want it to feel on Thursday. I think that they have to do something. I don't know that they're just going to be able to land Durant or LeBron because they want to.
Right. Well, look, the LeBron one for me feels much more like an off-season move.
You're probably right.
Seems to me more like all eyes on KD, and that is where it gets really fascinating for me. Not only could they, but would he want to come back and play with Draymond? And I know I'm kind of speculating on the way that all ended, and it's water under the bridge now, and it's been, 5 years since he was here, and everyone grows up, and people change, and you can evolve and all the rest of it, but, you would have to get rid of a lot of player and picks to Phoenix and probably facilitate it through Miami, Wiggins to Miami, Butler to Phoenix, Durant here, other pieces flying around the country.
I don't know how many picks you'd have to give up. Turns out you can get Luka for one.
Basically, yeah.
I don't know. And the Butler situation is a mess and unique and all of that. Yeah, that's one that I would absolutely do. I don't know how viable the whole thing is. Let's go to Gil and El Cerrito. Hi, Gil. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Explain to me, please. I don't understand your fascination with acquiring these older players whose best days are behind them. I got that deal. Why don't we upgrade the scouting department, scout, draft, and develop our own talent? I know that the Golden State Warriors don't have a stellar record of developing talent, but guess what? How old is KD? About 35 or 36 years old?
Correct.
And I don't understand Jimmy Butler or just talk about Jimmy Butler or Paul George at all. The Warriors cannot do this anymore. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for making it, Gil. It's a very fair perspective. It's not one that I share, but I get it. And I think that every fan gets to come from their own perspective with regard to what we're trying to do here. If what you're trying to do is be, again, to me, there's no room for rational this week, but if you want to be rational and you want to say the era is over, and so you need to start drafting and developing and doing the Oklahoma City model, I think you've got a lot of people in your corner. Totally get it. Just not signing up for it. And there are a few reasons why. Oklahoma City does that because they live in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Ain't never going to get a free agent ever, period. So the Warriors live on the coast, and they at least fashion themselves as more of a Lakers-Knicks type of Miami franchise. And if that's the case, I do think you look not as far into the future and not as far into the draft and development as other franchises do. I'd argue for a second about the whole Warriors track record sucks as far as developing. Bunch of players on their roster that they developed that actually won some rings and all that stuff. I think their record is not perfect. It's better than people give it credit for.
Yeah, but those players are, it's a long time in the past.
Right, but even a Kuminga and a Jordan Poole and people that fans like it's not like they've never developed a player before.
Agreed, and the idea of draft and develop to me is much more of a crapshoot than the other approach, which is either trade for a star or get a star to come in free agency. And I'm just looking at the 2021 draft when they had Kuminga and Moody both in the lottery, and you have 4 guys in that first round who've gone on to be all-stars, and the rest of them, you've got Davion Mitchell, James Bouknight, a guy named Josh Primo. You've got a bunch of misses among hits, and so you can draft and develop, and Kuminga and Moody were drafted, and their development is maybe slower than most people would want, but drafting and developing is not as easy as I'm just going to take a guy and we're going to make him be good.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely. And then here, the other answer to that question is this, and I know that, again, a lot of Warrior fans will agree with this, and there'll be plenty of you who disagree. But the bottom line for me is this. The Steph Curry story is different. It just is. Okay, there's been this question that's been running around 95.7 The Game all day, which is if the Mavs had called Joe Lacob and offered Luka for Steph Curry, what do you think he would have done? Or what would you have done? I think he would have told them to kick rocks. I think he would have told them no. And I think a lot of basketball minds go, that's absurd. Of course you take the star who's 25 years old versus the star who's 37 years old. What are you, crazy? Right, but I'd argue the second you do that and Steph Curry wakes up in a Mavericks jersey today, more than half the fan base is literally in tears. So the bottom line is...
And the other half of them have pitchforks and torches.
I'm not sitting here trying to tell you this is the perfect basketball thing to do. I am telling you that this is the perfect entertainment thing to do. And by the way, that's what just happened. Don't get it twisted. I do not believe that over the weekend, teams made moves that suddenly are going to get them a ring or are going to be about draft and development because things aren't going well. I think stars all change teams that are all not going to play in June this year. None of them. None of them. The Lakers can't play defense. The Mavs have got to figure out that pairing. De'Aaron Fox will go to the Spurs, and they're a bunch of pups. The Kings got stuff, whatever, bunch of picks. They weren't relevant. They still won't be. And right now, the Warriors aren't either. But if you did get Kevin Durant, and then that potentially even led to something further in the offseason, I do think you further the story of Steph Curry and the Warriors and relevance.
Agreed that the story would be more interesting, but even if you just get Kevin Durant here in the next 3 days, I don't think that vaults you anywhere where you're going to be a real threat in the Western Conference. And you could say that about the Lakers. I do think that the Lakers got better, and they're already in a playoff spot. San Antonio got better, and they're sitting only 2 games behind the Warriors, so you feel like they might jump you.
Maybe.
Sacramento, I don't think, got better. They might have gotten a little bit worse, but you still have to pass them to even get into the play-in. So your point about what these trades did other than entertainment, as far as the standings go, it didn't do a lot. Oklahoma City's 38-9. Did they wake up on Saturday morning and think, oh no, we're in a precarious spot?
Right, but that's what Warrior fans are doing right now. Nobody thinks the Warriors need to make a move to go win a ring. You want to be relevant.
You want to be excited.
You want to be fun and exciting and interesting and relevant.
Dennis Schroeder for DeAnthony Melton, while a good, sensible move to trade an injured guy for somebody who might help you, that didn't really thrill you. That didn't necessarily make you a whole lot better, but at the deadline now, the calculus has changed among fans. Fans now want to be wowed.
Okay, and they're going to be because Nick Friedell's going to be in here in 20 minutes. How about that? Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians, check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More on the knockout tournament in a moment. We'll keep this going. We're taking your calls. It is a hell of a deadline week already. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Glad you mentioned Fremont Bank because I'm happy to be able to talk a little bit more about the bank. It's my
NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to know what Stephen A. Smith said about LeBron?
Oh, yeah.
After this weekend? Real quick, if you want to claim a spot in the knockout tournament, Chase Center Court, we can't wait to see you there. It's so much fun. Honestly, it really is. And we've been giving out the spots all last week, this morning, and then in the midday, and now again in the 4 o'clock hour. If you want to win your way in, you need to be listening in an hour for today's keyword. At that time, we'll tell you what the keyword will get you, what you need to do with it, all of that. All you need to know right now is make sure you're with us at 4 o'clock for your chance, for today's chance, this afternoon's chance, to win a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center, which will be on March 3rd. Other than that, phone lines wide open, 888-957-9570 on your reaction to the weekend and then where it leaves the Warriors. It's funny because, and we've already had some callers on this, again, I could sit here, we could pour a glass of wine, and I could hear about how making any big swing for the Warriors today is stupid. But just call, I'll be the dumb one then. Like, that's fine. I'm willing to be the stupid one. I just don't think that this is a moment for your broad view, smart basketball take. I get it. I hear it. You're allowed to feel that way. But the sense that I get in my belly is that most Warrior fans, even the ones who have been kind of trumpeting the idea of, dude, don't give up all the picks and don't give up Kuminga, even you feel like, well, crap, they got to do something now. Like, that's the number one feeling of the day, isn't it?
I wonder what it is.
That's how I'm feeling.
I would love to hear from people.
You got to do something.
But why? Why do you have to do something? Because if you either do something big, something small, or nothing at all. And I wonder where people weigh in on those three options at 888-957-9570. Something big would be LeBron, KD, Jimmy Butler, Paul George. Something that involves $50 million out, $50 million in, Joel Embiid. Something big. We saw it over the weekend. I think most people were of the mind of do something small. Cam Johnson, Nikola Vucevic, some unnamed guy making 15 or 20 million. Or you could just sit on your hands and wait until the summer and see how this plays out, which to me becomes less sexy after what we saw over the weekend. And I wonder if, fans and you and I and most people are getting just colored by what we saw other teams do. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the right course of action.
Again, does it mean the right course of action for now or into the future? Again, my 2-pick parlay would be this. Go for it now, and if it doesn't work, there's time to fix it. There's time to fix it.
Like, how much time, to fix what?
Again,
if it's Kuminga and Wiggins and 2 first-round picks,
you're not dealing with anything that's all that great now. It's not like you have a lot to lose. You're sitting in the 11 hole. So there's nothing, you're not risking now by trying to get better now. And if what you're worried about, I hear from most people, is like this post-Steph era, there's a lot of time between now and then.
But it's harder to fix when you don't have picks. And that was an unintentional rhyme, but I'm happy I did it.
No, it was good.
Thank you.
It was good, but you can get those back.
You cannot fix if you don't have picks.
But you can get them back.
It's harder to get them back, though, when you're dealing with a 39-year-old asset. But
there are other assets. Jonathan Kuminga could be extended and then traded or whatever. Or I don't even know how many, quote, picks they'd have to give up or how near in the future they are. The Lakers gave one up that is in 2029. So I just think you give that stuff up, and if it doesn't go well, you can reboot at a later date when Steph Curry's not sitting here breathing down your neck.
It's tougher to do when you have the picks now and you have Jonathan Kuminga now and you think that he might be a great player. It's easier to keep that and hold on to that and, draft and develop. Well, you already drafted Kuminga and you're hoping that he continues to develop, and he has developed. So the earlier caller who talked about draft and develop, I think Kuminga has developed. Hard to look at him as an 18-year-old rookie to now and not think that he's better. I mean,
a lot of people
he was on the cusp of maybe 18 or 20 a night before he got hurt, and Moody's under nice team control, so you have developed, but you want to give up multiple picks for a big swing. It had better be the right swing, and I hope you don't have to give up so much now to where it doesn't make your team any better.
Yeah, I'm not all for a bad deal. I'm not all for any deal, but I do think you have to play the game a little bit. And is it the smartest thing in the world? I mean, I made this comp earlier. If you're sitting there in your fantasy draft, and in the back of your mind, you're like, I'm not doing quarterback until round 6. And then in round 4, 7 quarterbacks in a row get drafted. And you're sitting there like, I don't have one.
Yeah.
Are you still just like, that's okay?
I took C.J. Stroud in that spot.
How'd that go?
It was good early. Okay. It was good until it wasn't.
You know what I mean, though?
And I played Jared Goff the wrong weeks.
Again, you can play the board. I can hear you if your answer is, well, man, if everybody goes in that quarterback run, that's the time to go grab a wide receiver because that means you're getting value. You might be right. But sometimes I also think you got to play the game. You got to play the game. This is a chessboard. The Warriors are a part of this. And the other risk is this, by the way. You've made this point a number of times last 3-4 years, Farhan Zaidi era. The Giants, whether they meant to or not, trumpeted to the world every offseason. We are going big. We're in that talk.
Yeah.
Right? Bryce, and then Arson, and then Correa, and then Shohei. We are in on all comers. And then when you don't get one, you feel completely disappointed. Doesn't mean it was going to be the right move anyway, but when you don't get one, you feel disappointed. Make no mistake, whether the Warriors meant to or not, they're in the exact same spot. I can't tell you how many times we have listened to Shams and Wendy over the last 6 months tell us that the Warriors are shooting at the stars. They're shooting at nothing but the stars. So what do we get if we get to February 7th and there's no stars?
You get fan disappointment.
Anger, livid fan base, I would argue.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because they have delivered 4 titles. I know Mike Dunleavy was not the GM for any of the 4, but he's been a part of it, and Steve has, and Steph and Draymond and the rest. So there's a little bit more of a recency bias toward success as opposed to the Giants, where it's now quietly been 10 years. It'll be 11 this year since they won a championship. So the impatience has grown a little bit more exponentially. I look at what the Warriors have done more recently, and the 2022 title is the one that kind of, I think, throws a lot of this into almost like the lunatic fringe, where you just won one 3 years ago, and it was unexpected, so you shouldn't be that thirsty for it, but yet you see everything that happened this weekend, and fans are getting a little bit itchy.
Yeah, listen, here's the only other thing I'd say, so it doesn't sound like, we're just swinging wildly all over the place. When you say that, for instance, Cam Johnson or Vucevic or other players out there would be, quote, small, I get what you mean. Those are not shoot for the moon type names, but I think something north of small is the right word. I would
medium.
I would still feel good. I would still feel good if the move that the Warriors made was Schroeder and Looney and throw in one more player and a first-round pick in the future for Cam Johnson. I would not be mad at the Warriors if that's as far as it goes. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. I think that'd be a good move. Gordon in Atlanta is next up. Hi, Gordon. Thanks for calling.
Hi. I just wanted to call and talk about the trades from the Warriors. I agree with you about the Cam Johnson, Nikola Vucevic trade. I'd rather have that instead of having nothing. But I don't want to trade Kuminga or none of our young stars. I'm good with trading Dennis Schroeder, Moody or Kevon Looney for a star player. But I just got a feeling that the Warriors just may not make no moves. They just may ride it out for the season, which I'll be mad because, I want to see them compete, but I don't know at this point.
Gordon, I get it. And all I'm saying, and this is me getting my own mind ready, I'm ready for that possibility. I know today it feels like, and I agree, they got to do something. But I'd be ready for they might not. They might not.
The trades are hard.
They might not be able to.
Schroeder, Looney, and Santos for Cam Johnson. Trade machine.
Loves it.
Works.
Okay.
It's a -10 in wins.
I don't care.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
So don't think that you're getting Cam Johnson and suddenly now we're an 8 seed and here we go. We're cooking with gas.
No, they could move up. I think
they're allowed to.
I think it's a better team.
Without Schroeder, Looney, and Gee?
Well, again, I might change those names a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do think that a Cam Johnson acquisition is both good now and for the next 2 years.
It's probably better in the future.
Maybe.
And I do think that Schroeder is a centerpiece to any of these medium deals, but he can't be traded until Wednesday.
Right.
So, and that might have been a sticking point with the Zach LaVine sweepstakes
Those
because
reports are out there.
Schroeder couldn't be involved in it until Wednesday.
Right,
So,
and the Bulls didn't want to wait.
Right.
But I still chuckle at that a little bit. That's just me. This idea that Zach LaVine, who the Bulls have been begging the NBA to take, in fact, willing to attach a first-round pick to him to get him off of their books for a year and a half, suddenly this week became the dude that everybody wanted and someone beat us to him. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Zach LaVine for $100 million for the next 3 seasons? I mean, come on. I did not shed a tear there. I actually felt a little relieved when I saw him go somewhere else. Warriors and Magic tonight means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings starts at 6. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We'll keep taking your calls just because Nick Friedel is jumping on in here, Odyssey NBA Insider, and our good friend. Just because he's coming in does not mean the calls stop. We'll keep taking your calls on all of this. Deadline week is here. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're going into San Francisco, headed to see the Warriors at Chase Center, that game starts at 7 p.m. Looking excellent on
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
What a guy.
Yeah, and he's here. Not like in here. He's about to be in here.
We're here, and he's
down the hall. He's down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He's talking to Chicago right now. He's doing another hit, and then he's going to come in here, and then he's going to talk to us. But we got plenty of time to talk this out in a bunch of angles. It was one of the most, I don't know, man, tree-shaking weekends in the NBA that I can think of in a long time. I'm also interested in the fact that this all flew down at about 9:30 on a Saturday night.
It was crazy.
Absolutely crazy. And everyone's got the story of like, where were you? What were you doing? And then how long did it take you to believe that this thing had just gone down and that Luka was a Laker, Anthony Davis was a Maverick, and then there are other pieces to the puzzle as well. But one first-round pick 4 years from now is all it takes to get that deal done.
And that, to me, is the big miss for Dallas. I do like what they did in getting, Anthony Davis, a guy who is a much better defender, and Luka, not a good culture fit. And I do think that the Lakers got better than Dallas did. But to answer your question about how many times did it took me 5 times to check it and make sure, because about 8 years ago on this station, 2 buildings back, I was burned on the air by Rap Sheet, RAPPSHEET, and our old program director, came to me. He's like, "You gonna break this? Are you gonna break this?" And he's like putting his phone in front of me, and I just looked at it, and I didn't do the checking that you need to do. And so I went on the air with some erroneous crap.
You remember what it was?
I don't, actually. I blocked it out.
Really?
I blocked it out.
I really want to know.
8 years.
But come on.
It was one of these, Myles Garrett has been traded to the Rams.
Oh, don't bring that up. Now I guess send us off into that rabbit hole.
I don't mean to do that, but it was something like that.
Yeah, the answer is yes. The Niners should absolutely give up their first-round pick for Myles Garrett.
Because he's asked to be traded, but it was something like that where a player requested to be traded, and then a fake account put something out there, and I went with it on the air, and within 18 seconds, the text line was like, duped, fake account. And so Saturday night, when it breaks that Luka's been traded to the Lakers, after I went, and my wife said, "What's wrong?" And I told her, and she said, "I don't even know what any of that means." I said, "All right, I'll go back to my phone," and I checked the Shams, and I checked it again, and then I looked at his account to make sure it wasn't Shams Shamia or Shams, Narnia, or you know what I mean? All these fake accounts, they can get you now.
They can get, yeah.
So after 2 or 3 looks,
if I were going to do a fake Shams account, it would be Sharania. Just take the S out.
Right.
That would be perfect.
I like Shams Narnia.
Oh, that's fine.
Playing off of that's not J.R. Tolkien. That's the other guy.
Now you're confusing me.
C.S. Lewis
now
or whatever.
I feel like your wife. I don't know what you're saying.
Fantasy authors. Anyhow. It took me about 5 checks and rechecks to finally let it settle in that this was happening. And then my initial reaction was, "Hey, Dallas, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
Mark Willard voice.
Well, I don't get the deal at all. And I don't mean that for basketball reasons. I mean it for asset reasons. It feels like they could have gotten more. Maybe there's more that we don't know that's still coming down the pike. That's absolutely possible. And I'm also willing to admit that there may be a part of a lot of our opinions today that are actually based on FOMO, not roster building. Like, we don't run the Warriors. And I personally, this is just my opinion, I think that a lot of you out there are probably smart when you say the Warriors should not be reactive and desperate here. You're probably right. But I'd like to be over here in the fun zone saying I don't care.
You want reactive and desperate.
Well, there's a little FOMO here. Because as I said, when people are like, the Warriors aren't going to make a move and win a championship, well, neither did the Lakers. Neither did the Spurs. Why can't whatever deal they make be about next year and the year after also? Like the Lakers just did. It just makes you want to go to the party more. Okay? Did the Lakers just put a picture on Instagram? It's possible. Put a picture on Instagram and you didn't get invited to the party and it makes you feel a certain kind of way. Maybe there's a little bit to that. I'm willing to admit it. But by the way, this is also flanked with the backdrop of we've been hearing for 4 months that the Warriors are like, they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. So, like, it's not my fault if they don't make a deal by Thursday if I feel disappointed. I will. I absolutely will. We have been force-fed with the idea that the time is now and the Warriors are going to do something to shuffle the deck around Steph Curry. And
well, they did. They brought in Schroeder instead of Melton.
Man.
That's a shuffling of the deck.
Not. No, it's not. It's a card that fell on the floor and you picked it up.
Well, and you shuffled Klay Thompson. You turned Klay into slow-mo and Buddy
that was led
and
by
Melton.
Klay. But that was led by Klay.
Right, but you can shuffle all you want, but it still isn't going to lead you anywhere of any significance, I don't think. So you can have FOMO and you can feel like a big move is what you want because everyone else is doing it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have a good trip. Just because everyone else is taking edibles doesn't mean you got to start taking edibles.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm also here watching Warrior basketball, and I'm not like you must win the championship every year or else I'm leaving. Like sometimes I'm just here for basketball. I'm here for Friday night not looking like it looked on Friday night. Like, can that be the request? Can you have something more to offer the Chase Center crowd on a night in and night out basis than what you have right now? Because right now is not enough. And that has to be a part of this conversation. Not everything can just be about can you win a ring or not. You got to be a better product.
Now you win some and you lose some. You know? Literally.
That's 24-24. Slogan?
That's kind of what it is.
That is.
You know? Giants baseball, nobody likes us.
Guess who's here?
Just laugh into the mic. We love your laugh.
I didn't want to mess up your
Giants. You will never mess up anything.
You lose some.
You win some and you lose some.
That is pretty classic.
What? You beat the Thunder. Oh my God, this Warrior team.
All right, it's happening. The turn is upon us.
And then Phoenix takes you over their knee, and it's Spank City.
I mean, that could be the slogan. Put a big billboard up.
There's another slogan waiting to happen.
Spank City, USA.
Oh, there we go.
We got a lot of billboards to put up over there in that parking lot in between these two arenas. That is the unmistakable voice of Nick Friedel. So out to the River Islands guest line we go. However, we're not on the line. We are in studio. Odyssey Sports NBA Insider and our very good friend Nick Friedel and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Hi, friend.
Guys, I've missed you. I have been listening from a distance. I couldn't stay away, and now we're only a few days away from what the hell are they going to do?
Well, the beauty of this, Nick, and Nick, who obviously covered the Warriors for a long time, did it for ESPN for a long time, and now Odyssey NBA Insider here with us. You were just in here with us about 3 weeks ago. So my first question is, what's different today than 3 weeks ago, other than the fact that Luka is a Laker?
Not one damn thing.
Okay.
As far as we're concerned.
As far as the Warriors are concerned.
In the moment. I mean, Mark, they are going to call and call and call. That is an ongoing process. But to actually pull off a difference-making move where you take them from where they are right now, which is a completely mediocre team, to some other place of which everybody out in the Bay expects them to be, that is going to be very, very difficult to pull off. And as we're looking at the possibilities, again, I think they'll make some kind of move, but I don't see them being able to vault from 10, 11 where they're at in the moment to some sort of, oh, well, we're going to potentially make some noise in the postseason.
We talked about, like, big move, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, Jimmy Butler. Medium move, and I said small move before, but you're right, Mark, like a Vucevic or a Cam Johnson. It's more medium move. A small move would be we're getting rid of a guy so we can take on no salary and get under the tax, or no move at all. So big, medium, small, or no, like based on what happened this weekend, are you leaning more now toward the big move?
I'm still leaning towards some sort of smedium. Somewhere.
Look at that.
Somewhere in the.
That's what I'm wearing now after my Abundant Life weight loss.
I am proud of you, Mr. Gibbs. You are rolling.
Friedel, yeah.
I love it.
Rocking that medium.
I'm never getting back to a medium, but
we'll get you there.
You know, whatever it takes. I think the Warriors will probably make some kind of move, but it would surprise me as we sit here right now if that move is, all right, we're gonna bring Kevin back or Jimmy's gonna appear. I've told you both though this, and I hold to it. I think Jimmy would fit here. I know there's so many different conversations about what would happen in the locker room. I think Jimmy would fit in the moment. Of course, my friend Brian Windhorst comes out with the report. He doesn't want to do an extension. Okay, if that's the case, then it might all well be done. But I just don't see that magical player being able to ride in on some kind of trade and for everybody to suddenly look at this team that much different from where they're at right now.
I got so many questions. Can I start with this one because you just brought up Jimmy Butler and Wendy's report that talks are off because Jimmy Butler doesn't want to do an extension with the Warriors. When I read that, I'm like, good, the Warriors don't want to do an extension with you.
Absolutely.
Or maybe they do, and I'm wrong. But, Jimmy, you're not Mr. Right. You're Mr. Right now. So why, right? Do the Warriors want to extend Jimmy Butler?
Mark, it would shock me.
Right.
If he got to the Warriors and the Warriors were like, and Mike Dunleavy, who was his teammate in Chicago, has a relationship with him, is like, yeah, hey, at 36, we're gonna trust that those knees can get us through the next couple years, and you can be the piece. That would just stun me. If you could get Jimmy for 3 months and say, all right, we think you can be the piece that gives us a chance in the playoffs, I am all for that move. But if I were the Warriors, hell no, I wouldn't want to extend Jimmy because he has played for so many years, so much. I feel like those knees are just about to go, and you don't want to invest, as we all know, in past production. You want to invest in what would happen in the future.
So why would that report come out that way?
My read on it, and that's all it is, because I haven't talked to Brian, and I'm curious to see what happens in the next couple of days, is that it was somebody within the Jimmy circle who's saying, we want to get to Phoenix. We want Phoenix to end up being the place. That's been my read all along, that Phoenix was ultimately where he wanted to go. I would tell you guys, I still don't believe that team with Jimmy and Kevin and Booker is enough. It sure looks good on paper, but I don't think they're going to have enough to get through 4 different rounds of the playoffs. But the Jimmy stuff, I mean, he's such an interesting personality. He is absolutely going to make that team better. But again, I'm not paying for future Jimmy knowing what he's already put onto his body for all this time.
But if Phoenix is in the Jimmy sweepstakes, and let's just entertain that reality for the moment, they're going to have to part with either Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, or Kevin Durant. You're not parting with Devin Booker. Bradley Beal's got a no trade. So now all eyes on Kevin Durant. So is there a scenario where it could be Jimmy from Miami to Phoenix, Kevin from Phoenix to Golden State, and then Golden State shovels $50 million worth of detritus, no disrespect to any actual human beings involved in this, but I thought you'd like that. The vocab is back.
I've missed you.
It would be, yeah, I missed you too. It'd be Wiggins and Schroeder and whatever other expirings would make it work. Would that be something that could be palatable for Miami?
If I'm an executive hearing us even get to detritus,
you're welcome.
I gotta look that one up. I'd like to think I have the context clues, but all I'm thinking in my head is hell to the no. Hell no.
But we've got picks.
Picks. That clearly didn't matter enough to Dallas that there are picks.
Seriously.
But
detritus is debris or trash.
Well, hey,
technically.
the more you know.
Yeah. Thank you.
You could have said anything right there, and we would have believed it.
Whatever you say, Mr.
You could have been like, detritus is Kevin Durant's middle name. And I'd been like, oh, I didn't know that.
The interesting turnoff in the conversation with Phoenix would be if they, 2 years later, whatever it's been since that initial deal went down, would say, all right, we're just going to break this thing up. And I don't see any way that Matt Ishbia, the new owner out there, is going to say, we've waited long enough, it's not going to happen. The thing that I think would not only be the best story, but would actually work is if Kevin reappeared here. I think that the marriage could work again. I think they could find the love again between the two parties. The problem is that what are you going to give up that's going to make Matt Ishbia and that Suns front office go, okay, yeah, we'll do it. That one, again, it's fun to go through the process of, well, could this happen and could that happen? Out of all the scenarios, that would be my personal favorite. I just don't buy that the Suns are going to break it all up this early.
Okay, let's peel that orange, though. So I want you to crystallize what you just said as someone who covered that locker room when Kevin Durant was here. You believe Kevin would play with Draymond again?
I absolutely believe that Kevin, Draymond, Steph could make it work.
Okay.
Because the key with all of those guys, on top of being Hall of Fame players, is they want to win, and they've been around enough spots in their career to know that in order for them to win, they need players who understand them around them. So I've never bought into this idea that Kevin could never come back and it could never work because of all the bad blood that happened at the end and that maybe lingered for a few years. I think everybody's in a different place, and that's life. People change, and there is that evolution of what's going on. But Mark, to your question, I don't see any reason why Kevin and Draymond and Steph, being the leader that he is, couldn't look at each other and go, okay, we know what this was and what that provided for us. We know what it still can be, and all three of us are on two teams right now that just aren't good enough. So why not come back together?
Okay, so and Nick Friedel is with us here in studio, Odyssey NBA insider, covered the Warriors for a long time. So the next piece of that orange to peel then is what you said about the Suns and their owner, Matt Ishbia. And I get it. A lot of people will say this is a big ego and big money, and you're not going to peel this thing apart. That said, I've heard that things with the Suns are very bumpy and rocky right now. That's number one. Number two is I sort of was of this opinion last offseason that you can have all the ego and money you want, but this isn't working. And the Suns have totally ripped apart their future draft stock. Is there any chance that they're looking at a record that is barely north of the Warriors and going, all right, yeah, we need picks.
Mark,
and the Warriors are a match there.
The answer to your question is there somebody within Ishbia's world, whether it's within the Suns organization or around him, that can tell him we are not good enough? And I don't have that answer. I've heard the same things about Phoenix in that, hey, it's not really been a smooth ride. Budenholzer comes in, he's going to wave the wand, and it was all going to be good. No, that's not the case. The Suns are not good enough. Right now, the Warriors are not good enough. So if I'm Mike Dunleavy sitting here with a couple days left, I'm going, hell yeah, I keep calling and I keep seeing. But as far as Phoenix goes, the key words to me are ego and money.
Right.
And if Ishbia can accept that what he wanted to build and the moves they made, getting Kevin out of Brooklyn, I mean, I was there for the end of that too. That was a mess on Brooklyn's end, and Phoenix thought that they were just going to keep contending for a while. They really haven't even been heard from that much. They win the headlines, not the games. That's never what you want. I still think Kevin will stay there at least for a little bit. But the whole reason Kevin left Brooklyn is because he knew they were on the way to a rebuild. He didn't think they could win. Kevin knows and follows the game more than any person I have ever come across covering the league. I know he's honest with himself. I'm sure he knows that team probably isn't good enough either. So I'm sure he's looking around going, all right, what's next? I would still be surprised. Forget if Kevin came here. I mean, if Kevin were to be moved in the next couple days.
Is your surprise, though, lessened by what has happened since the weekend, since Friday? Because, Mark and I have been talking about players who might move and what could potentially happen. And then the weekend happens where De'Aaron Fox is on the move, and Levine, the long-awaited trade, and, of course, the Luka Dončić move for Anthony Davis. So, for me, that kind of changes the calculus in all these moves. And Mark actually said it in the summer, Phoenix absolutely has to do something. And I was saying, well, not necessarily. And they tried to make this work, and here they are at 25-23. So I guess it still is more possible now for me on a Monday than it was on Friday that something big could happen in Phoenix.
I think my big takeaway is the NBA has changed, and anybody can be moved. If you're moving a guy in Luka who's 25, who is the next one of the faces of the league, who fills up every arena seemingly that he goes into, then yeah, Mr. Dibbs, anything could be possible. But you could also have the perspective of, well, the Mavs are just insane, and they made a move that a ton of other teams probably wouldn't have made, and they were only dealing with one team when they could have actually put the offers, collected them, and then seen what was better and got a zillion more draft picks. So I think the NBA is kind of in shock at the Dallas move itself. I don't think that's going anywhere for a while. I don't believe that the domino effect will be such, though, that we see a bunch of other really crazy moves. No move's ever going to be crazier than that move. It would just surprise me if now, oh, well, everybody's going to be moving all over the place because, again, I go back to ego and money.
Yeah.
And when you have that in play in all these decision-making ideas and offers that appear, it slows down a little bit after the first huge domino falls.
Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel, you recognize the voice, is in studio with us. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your new home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. We're sponsored by the Tides Wharf Restaurant in Bodega Bay, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Nick's not going anywhere yet. We'll loop in some of your phone calls. Also, remember, we're about 20 minutes away from establishing the key word for the knockout tournament for today, so make sure you're with us for that. And among the questions coming up, Nick, you're an insider, so that means you need to be able to answer what the hell was really going on in the relationship between the Mavericks and Luka Dončić. And we haven't also even brought up LeBron James' name yet, and what does this mean for him? Is there any way he might end up on another team? Is there any way he might end up here? So all of that is coming up with Cousin Nick. This is Willard and Dibbs.
They're back. Legendary.
There's no hostility, bro. It's the dark side. Embrace it.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Nick Friedel is here. Trade deadline is here. 2 huge deals have already happened. Nick, how many more are there?
Yeah, where's our big deal?
Yeah.
I mean,
the
come on.
three of us have been wondering that for a long time.
If I put the over-under at a half in terms of blockbuster deals the rest of the way between now and Thursday at noon.
And you're talking about an all-star caliber player.
I'm talking about like what we just saw. Like,
because those are 2 blockbusters, right?
I'm talking blockbuster here. I'm not
the video.
I'm not talking Vucevic.
Yeah.
Get your card.
Yeah, and you get that third video for free on Friday nights. But anyway, throw that back.
By the way, real quick, knockout tournament keyword, the knockout tournament, Chase Center, March 3rd, be with us, shoot hoops, play the game, all of that. The keyword is coming just after 4 o'clock, which is 11 minutes away. Okay, over-under at a half of another blockbuster deal. You take the over or the under?
I would probably take the under.
Wow. No deal.
And
that's no fun.
I say that because I was feeling like it would be one of those trade deadlines where you had a couple moves but nothing that was insane. Then we all know what's happened the last couple days. So I would still lean under. The funny part, though, Mark, is I think the Warriors will make some kind of deal, but what everybody wants is for the blockbuster to hit.
They want Kevin Durant.
And I just don't see that being what ends up happening. But it is really intriguing always to watch how other teams' moves make other people feel within the league. And if that does change anything up, I would still be surprised, though, if we're at a half as the line. I wouldn't feel comfortable throwing it back on the over.
Yeah, and I guess if you want to talk about who would be the most likely of those players that Mark's talking about, and we've got, Jimmy Butler, you've got Paul George, Kevin Durant. These are the players of that ilk. Certainly LeBron James, I guess, would be another all-star caliber. Bradley Beal could be on the move. Are there any of those names that you think? I know Jimmy Butler would be the most likely just because he's begging to be traded out of Miami, but anybody else on that list tickle your fancy in terms of possibilities to be dealt?
I think it's Jimmy on that list, Mr. Dibbs, and everybody else. Could we see some sort of scenario where Kevin gets moved? We've kind of outlined that. Paul George, whoever the name is, it's fun to kind of think about the possibilities, but in reality, there is so much hype around Jimmy getting out of there that he would have to be the guy you would look at and go, all right, this is probably the one. But every time that we've ever seen the NBA lean on one guy that we're sure is going to get moved, how many other times do then we get 3 or 4 other corresponding moves where you go, well, nobody saw that happening. Where the hell did that come from? I still think the odds are pretty high that Jimmy is dealt. The issue that I would see there is that Pat Riley is a stubborn old dude who's been in the league pretty much his entire professional life. At some point, maybe he just looks at Jimmy and says, you know what? Get out of here completely. I'm not giving you what you want. We're not getting back what we need. Have fun sitting out for 4 months.
I mean, it's always felt that way, quite frankly. We're down to about 50 hours.
Yeah.
And he's still there. So I totally get that. Nick, what does this all mean for LeBron James? And what do you think is going to happen next?
I think at least for this year into the summer, he's got to feel like, all right, I'm going to stay and let's see how this plays out. But Mark, if there ever was a time to try and think through the scenario of, well, would LeBron go somewhere else? And this goes back to when I first got here in 2018. Oh, what about LeBron? What about LeBron? What about LeBron and Steph? If LeBron was ever going to move, you would think it would be after this season where he thinks, all right, maybe I have 1 year left, because that's what it's always felt like to me. I can't speak for anybody else. That he was going to play out this year. He was going to see where he was at and play one more season. if he enjoys playing with Luka, there's no reason for him to go. He's talked about how comfortable his family is. Bronny's there. You can say whatever you want about Bronny. It's LeBron James's son. He gets to play with his son, travel with his son pretty much throughout the entirety of the season. I don't think he's going to end up leaving Los Angeles. But if the partnership between Luka and LeBron doesn't look very good over these next few months, now that the deal has happened, if ever there was a time to get LeBron, whether it was here or anywhere else, now's the time to start thinking about that. The issue, though, guys, is LeBron, for all his greatness, just isn't the LeBron of even 4 or 5 years ago, which, of course, he's not, because he's still a human being. It would be fun to watch LeBron James and Steph Curry play together. I just don't believe, after all the different machinations here, especially with Bronny in tow, he's going to go anywhere else other than LA.
But the pipe dream is that you trade for Durant before the deadline on Thursday, and then LeBron opts out and comes here in the offseason, so you run back that Olympic dream team. I don't know what would be left of your roster.
Didn't Kevin say they call it the Avengers?
Exactly.
The text chain?
So you'd have Steph at 37, KD at 37, and LeBron at 41, and you'd give it a go for 1 year. It would be fantastic theater. I don't know if it would translate to a winning team, especially when you talk about an 82-game slog, because as you know, I didn't mean to hit you with slog, because having been on the beat, like, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere, and you're not even out there playing. And these guys at 37, and 41 years of age, trying to get through 82 and then trying to win 16 more over 2 months, it seems unbelievably daunting. It's one thing to go to France and hang out at the Eiffel Tower for a couple of weeks and beat South Sudan in a nail-biter. It's another thing to play, 24 back-to-backs and play all the marquee games and all the national TV games and all the rest of it. So,
Mr. Dibbs, that would be the most intriguing team, I think, of my lifetime if those three guys were to somehow ever get together. I don't see it happening for all the different reasons that we've all discussed for a long time. It would really be fun, but it's interesting, because the question to me would be, is that better or worse for the league? Obviously, it's great in the short term and would be, but it's like you have these three guys who are all about to fade away off into the sunset, and who else do you have coming up behind them? It's the same question that the NBA is trying to figure out right now. All I know is, if ever there was a moment to actually try and find it happening, it's now for Mike Dunleavy in that front office. Sadly, though, even as we're talking about it, as fantastic as those three guys are, and certainly they would be rejuvenated in this pipe dream scenario playing together, I don't even know if they're good enough to get through, Dibbs, 4 rounds of the playoffs after an 82-game season, even if you're resting them and doing everything you can.
Probably not. Probably they would not be favored to do so, I don't think. Nick, you just brought up this front office. You know this front office. You know how they operate. So after Luka and De'Aaron Fox go, I wonder what you think about this. Over the next 2.5 days, are they being driven more by basketball or PR?
I think that is a really good question, Mr. Willard. And I would tell you that.
Thank you, Nick.
I knew you'd appreciate that one. I was waiting for our little our drop on there.
Yeah, there needs to be some sort of
there's some recognition something. But I think it's still basketball. I really do.
Okay,
because
they're not afraid of the fan base being mad Thursday afternoon.
No, this group, especially with Joe Lacob at the top, they want to win. I have always believed that. I've always seen it with their actions in how they put everything together. I know the fan base is frustrated. All I have to do is click on the app and listen to you guys' show every day. People are really, really upset. Having said that, I'd much rather have this ownership and this front office than a vast majority of the other ownerships and the other front offices in the league. They'll do what is best for their team long term. I don't believe that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, and when they talk to Steve Kerr, are going to say, all right, let's just demolish the roster that we do have around Steph right now for something that we think maybe could get us into, the second round. I just don't think that makes sense.
And that brings us back to Nikola Vucevic and Cam Johnson. And it's interesting because last week I was out, Mark Grandy did basically the whole show on Cam Johnson and what you could do if you got him, what you'd have to give up to get him, and how that would make you better. And next year you'd have a good young scoring wing as well. And it feels like now, after everything that happened this weekend, that would be a disappointment. Is that something that fans just need to get over? Because if you got Vucevic, everyone's been wanting a stretch five forever. Shout out Quentin Post and his brief little stint as a player, whatever. He's been kind of fun for a week and a half, but if you got one of those guys, you'd be better, right?
You'd be better.
Wouldn't be sexy.
Yeah. Oh, no. It wouldn't be. I just love that we're in the year of our Lord, 2025, talking about Quentin Post.
Yeah.
I mean, what a moment in time that this is coming together. And
I think between he and Lindy and Gee, they got something there, Nick.
I mean,
they got something, cousin Nick.
It's like the backup band that plays at the Holiday Inns on the weekends. Out in San Bruno somewhere.
It's Bruno Mars with Lindy, Gee, and Quentin.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mr. Dibbs, do I think that they can make a move? Yeah. Again, Vooch, as he's known in Chicago, he fits. He's going to make them better, but it's all on the margins. That, to me, is the larger takeaway for such a frustrated fan base. This team just is not good enough. You watch them, you see it night to night. Can they beat the Thunder? Yes. Do you really think that they can beat any one of these teams over and over in the postseason, given what it would take? No. And is Nikola Vucevic the guy who is going to be some kind of game changer for a roster that really needs a lot more help than that? I don't think so. I like Cam Johnson. I covered him when I was in Brooklyn. He was part of that deal with. There we go. I've been waiting. I had it drop 15 times last time I was here. There we go. But Cam Johnson is a hell of a player. He would fit into the system. He's a really popular teammate. He would get all the free shots you think he'd want off the bubble that we know Steph provides. The issue is he's just a nice player. He's not the type of guy that takes you from, again, the middle, where they are right now, to the front or close to it of the West.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And remember, the key word that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center is just moments away, in about 10 minutes or less. So stay right where you are. Keep listening. You guys want to take some calls? Let's get this in here. Jake in Lafayette, you're on with Willard Dibbs and Nick Friedel. Hey, Jake, what's up?
Well, I'm kind of agreeing with what you guys are saying in terms of what's out there. But I can't. When you think about our defense, most of the deals have made the teams worse on defense, especially the Luka moving to LA. Where we could get a little advantage is kind of go for a defender, and somebody like Cam Johnson is at least an athletic wing who can also shoot a three. And maybe we could use a rim protector, and maybe not anybody great, but just somebody who can play some defense, take a little bit of load off of Looney, because he's he's amazing, but I don't know that he can hold up the whole season again. So it just seems like that's where we should go, because we're not going to be able to make a big swing this summer either. That's my guess. I think things are going to get harder to do, not easier. And personally, I don't care if we keep Kuminga or not. I don't see him being a much more than maybe a number 2A or 2B, not a strong number 2, because he doesn't handle well enough to get his own shot in the half court. He needs an open court to really move, and in that situation, he's amazing. But I'm not sure he could anchor next to Steph
the kind of offense that we need to run.
Jake, thanks. Appreciate it. The Kuminga thing is so interesting. You hear everything from, and this is even just within the walls of the Warriors, everything from this could be a future all-star to it's been frustrating in terms of inconsistency and, quite frankly, for an organization that's focused on the biggest prize, just a guy. You hear everything in that spectrum, and you've heard it the whole time.
And, Mark, what I have felt all along, now watching him more from a distance in the last year, is I think he is a talented player who's going to get better. But this was my point to you guys 2 weeks ago. This is certainly my point now into the trade deadline and beyond. What fans feel about Kuminga now is going to change whenever that next big deal comes through.
That's a good point.
The perspective that you have on him as whatever the player he is and will be is going to change based on how much money the Warriors or somewhere else is going to pay him. It's why if you were asking, do you believe enough in Kuminga to give him 30, 40, whatever the number ends up being, we'll see. I mean, we don't know what it's going to be, but do you believe in the ceiling enough? I never have. And this goes back from watching him in the beginning, and I know he's coming along more. But if you have Draymond, and I know it's been a topic of conversation on the station for a while, but Kuminga is never going to be able to kind of spread his wings the way that you would want him to. So I don't buy that Kuminga is the next great player for the organization. Maybe he is. Maybe I'll be wrong, like the Wiggins trade. It happens. The issue to me, though, is as you're trying to break down what is coming in the next couple days and in the next year or two, once you sign Kuminga, if you keep him, and that goes to the caller's point, you are who you are. There's not too many other.
Well, unless you give him the Jordan Poole treatment, which you signed.
You sign him and then he's gone.
Right, you signed him and he became a much more tradable piece, and that's why I think about if you trade him now between here and the deadline on Thursday, he's a throw-in because he's only making $7 million. But if
the
you sign him,
numbers are a lot tougher to make work.
Right,
now.
If you sign him for 30, and then you get into next year at the deadline or even preseason, that 30 becomes a real valuable piece. And especially if you find a team like Brooklyn that thinks he's worth more than 30, and if you sign him for 25, and then the contract becomes much more valuable. And that, I think, is partly what we see with Andrew Wiggins. Yes, he's a good player. He's never going to be any better than what you've seen, but his contract is really team-friendly. So if you are a suitor out there, you can take on Wiggins and not feel like you're getting a Zach LaVine contract, which is an albatross. You're getting a good, solid player and a really team-friendly deal, so he becomes more attractive because of what he's making.
Mr. Dibbs, the point is very well taken. The issue to me, though, is if you buy that Kuminga is going to develop to that level that you're going to pay him, you have to believe that he's going to continue to improve at some different level year after year after year. That's in the eye of the beholder. I'm watching Kuminga, and I'm saying, talented young player, will get better, not worth the value that you'd have to place on him into the future. The question, though, and I think the Poole comparison is very good, can you trust that Kuminga is going to get that much better where there would be a market for him, that not only that you could make a trade, because I think we've seen anybody's tradable in the league somehow, it's that you're going to get back enough in return where it's going to make sense for you to continue building up your team to get to that next point. That's what would worry me, and that's in any conversation with Kuminga or any other player.
Yeah, that's the big one for me, because the willingness to deal picks now, to me, has to be attached to your belief that if things don't go well, you could replenish them down the road.
Exactly.
And Jonathan Kuminga could be the guy, if you think he's going to develop, he could be the guy that could bring that back to you if things aren't going well. Filmo Mike is on the line. Filmo Mike, do your thing.
Oh, man, y'all out here, y'all tripping. First of all, nobody wants to see old-ass KD, Steph, and LeBron on the same team. We got that. It was cute. Nobody cares about that. Are we trying to win a championship? And like I said earlier, we're trying to do PR runs. I don't care about the PR run. I care about championships. With that being said, it's no player out there, buddies. Bruce. Oh, my God. Dibs, Mark, and Nick. There's no player out there that's going to do what y'all talking about. And meanwhile, y'all keep talking all this about Kuminga and what he can do, but the things that he can do, we need. Why would we get older? Like, what are y'all talking about?
Filmo, let me ask you a question. No, because I got the question for you. Because what I see is something that doesn't match up. I will hear people say this. You just said, I'm all about championships, but then the next sentence, you said there's no player out there that's going to do that for Golden State. So if that's how you feel, then what's the move, Filmo? Do you just want to sit here and wait and hope and think that Kuminga might someday be a generational talent that'll lead you? Like, if you think that no player out there makes you a contender, but you're only here for contention, then what's your play?
My play is this, Mark. I'm glad you asked that question.
Thank you.
Sit my ass here. I would sit down. First of all, what's a generational talent? Anthony Davis? Anthony Edwards? Define that to me.
I will.
We need to sit down.
Steph Curry is one. Steph Curry is one, Filmo.
Okay, that's one in how many players?
Well, but you said you're only about
one in how many players? You're not gonna find no generational talent.
Well, then
don't cut me off. Do not cut me off.
No, Filmo, hold up. I'm not gonna hang up on you, but it's our show. We'll cut you off when we want. The point is that if you're only about rings, but you don't think you're gonna find those ring players, you've boxed yourself into an impossible scenario. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're saying that you box yourself into a scenario in which it's for this year. I don't care about this year, buddy. We got 4 rings. First of all, you got to remember this. We're trying to have more rings than LeBron. We want Steph to have more rings than LeBron. I don't know why I don't know who thought about teaming them up together and sharing a legacy. That ain't cool. And then Nick Friedel said one thing, and I'm going to get off the phone. We're not mad at the Warriors. We understand the Warriors, it is what it is. I hate to bring this up. It is Super Bowl week. We're mad at the Niners. You had a squad, and you didn't trick off 2-3 Super Bowls. That's who we mad at. We not mad at the Warriors, Nick Friedel. In all due fairness to a real Frisconian, real millennial player guy out here, we don't care about that. That's cute, but we're mad about the Niners. God damn, we got the Eagles and the Chiefs. God.
Yeah, that's rough. Filmo, you're welcome here anytime. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't understand why we go here. If we're only about rings, but there's no way to make this season about rings, but what we care about is Steph getting more rings than LeBron, but there's no way that we're going to get Steph a ring. We're talking in a circle that it's a Rubik's Cube. There's no answer.
Mark, that Filmo call really is perfect because it's an encapsulation of where the fan base is right now.
Yep.
He's saying in one breath, we're not that mad. They've won 4 titles. They've done what they can. And in the next breath, he's saying, well, it's all about championships. The sad reality for where the Warriors are at right now is the high probability that there's not another championship coming. And it's not coming with Steph or anybody else because of all the different moves that have led up to this point. That is a full stop. People have to start to accept the fact that a team that has been so proud and has been so great for so long just isn't able to get back to that point. If people would accept that, it would be easier to just ride off into the sunset with Steph and say, all right, let's just go watch number 30 every other couple nights at Chase Center and enjoy it. But people are competitive. The fan base has been spoiled in the best possible way. The problem, though, bringing it all full circle, is there's not that move that puts them in a different place than where everybody wants to be. I just don't think it exists.
That's a wonderful launching point for us and everybody who wants to weigh in on it. Is it actually really all about championships? Is it? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next. We've got the keyword coming up in mere moments. Anthony Slater's going to join us in a half hour. He just dropped something big on the Warriors on The Athletic. And damn it, Nick, we love it when you're here. What time are you coming tomorrow?
I will always be there if you need me. Whenever you need me, I'm there.
All right. 3:15 tomorrow.
All right.
We'll see you then. That was Odyssey Sports. NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Your calls next. The keyword next. Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're going into
D was in town, so his agent's going to be here too. But Joe Lacob makes the play, the baller play, which is, Rich, why don't you sit next to me? I happen to have an extra one courtside. If you can find a better seat, you go ahead and take it. But I'll be the dude top of the key or just above the break, as Tim would say, courtside. So, yeah, Rich, let's go grab a drink at halftime and let's talk post-game. And, yeah, it is the season to get all the rumor mills going.
Oh, man, absolutely. So, look, we want to weigh in on something that we were just talking to Nick about, Filmo's call. We see a lot of your calls. Couple pieces of business first. Number one, there's another tree shaker in the NFL that just came down. You may have heard earlier today that Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns officially requested a trade. The answer, by the way, is yes, the Niners should be in on it. We'll see. So that's out there. Now there's this just moments ago. Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp tweets out that, quote, I was informed that the team will be seeking a trade immediately and will be working with me and my family to find the right place to continue competing for championships. I don't agree with the decision and always believed it was going to begin and end in L.A. He goes on with more, but bottom line is Cooper Kupp has not requested a trade. He says he's been informed essentially that he will be traded.
Yeah.
From the Los Angeles Rams.
There you have it. It sounds like a bit of a surprise to me, but when you get Puka Nacua doing what he's done on a rookie deal, and I guess you don't need two great wide receivers, although the 49ers seemed to think that they needed two great wide receivers, and Debo had a down year, and Brandon Ayuk had a season-ending injury. So where are you sitting now, Niners? You want Kupp or Coop?
Well, I don't think the Rams, and the same reason I didn't think De'Aaron Fox would be a Warrior. Right. I don't think the Rams and Niners are going to get on the phone likely to for a major sort of draft compensation swap for Cooper Kupp. He's very expensive. He's got a big deal. Niners have a bunch of those already. But, you know, this is the week that I guess crazy happens. So I can't turn anything down.
And the NFL is trying to steal a little thunder from the NBA, which has stolen the thunder from the NFL. I don't know if you know this, Mark, but it's Super Bowl week. And yet, I don't think that anybody, well, in the sports world, like, this is kind of the quiet day anyway to the run-up.
It is, but for me, this is just me talking now. This is perfect that the rest of the world is like, let's do other stuff because everyone hates the Chiefs and Eagles, and we don't want to watch you anyway.
Yeah.
So go have your media day. We'll be over here talking about Luka Dončić.
And neither of those teams, or neither of those markets, rather, has an NBA team. Neither Kansas City nor Philadelphia.
Philadelphia has a... Oh, yeah, I guess they don't.
Thank you.
You're right.
It's kind of the bit right there.
Yeah.
19 and 29.
I apologize. It took me a minute.
Neither of those markets, Mark, has an NBA team. Kansas City had the Kings.
Yeah, didn't the Kings used to play there?
Sure did.
Man. All right. And also, some of you are waiting for the key word. So, the wait is over. Okay? It's time to give out the key word that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament, Chase Center floor, March 3rd, and you get to meet Dan Dibley. Okay? And Steiny and Goo and Shasky, I assume, right? And Spadone and Bonte will probably come back.
No doubt.
Right? Okay. So here's the deal. Here's the key word. It's a good one today. The key word is trade. The key word is trade. Sometime in the next 25 minutes, you are going to hear this sounder. This sounder. Yeah, all right. Don't call now, but when you hear that sounder again, that's your cue to call. 415-523-4652. Put the number somewhere safe. 415-523-4652. And the keyword trade. But do not call now. When you hear that sounder again, be the first person to give us the keyword on the contest line, and you are in. So just keep listening. All right, we're going to go to the phones. Let me just say this really quick. It'll be an unpopular opinion because Lucas will probably tweet it, and it'll be totally all out of context and all that.
That's what we do.
It's not all about a championship. It's not. It's about Warrior basketball. You don't get to just walk around and say every year is about a championship. It's not. The Lakers didn't just make a move about a championship. They made a move about the face of their franchise for the next 6 years or more. but they got markedly worse defensively. They also upset their apple cart, and I don't even know if they were a real contender in the first place. We've got, this is what I mean. I don't mean that they shouldn't try every year and that we don't demand excellence. It's not about that. But not every move can be about a ring, because 99% of moves are not about a ring.
But you can make a move to be at least in the mix.
Yes.
And you're not even close to in the mix right now.
But like, do
And
you
that's
mean,
the point.
and do you mean in the mix now, or do you mean like keep your assets to potentially be in the mix down the road? And I think
I want to be in the mix every year.
Exactly.
And right now you're not. So if you don't make a trade at all and you just stand pat with what you have, you might get the 10 seed, and now you're going to win 2 play-in games, and you've never won a play-in game in your history of play-in games. And so if you make a trade, I just want your team to get better. I want you to get better now, and I also don't want you to make a trade now to where you won't be able to get better in the future.
Agreed. And by the way, we've used the word entertainment, and I know it bothers people because it's as if we're just here for some sort of sideshow. Let's change the word a little bit. If that bothers you, that like I do think the Warriors need to be entertaining. It's not just that. Here's a better word. The Warriors need to be relevant. Okay? And you don't have to win a ring to be relevant. You really don't. Okay? Last year, the Dallas Mavericks became relevant. They did not win a ring. They did not win a ring. And Luka is a relevant player, and he's never won a ring. And Anthony Edwards is a relevant player who's never even come close to winning a ring. And look at who the Mavs have given up in recent years. Jalen Brunson is now a relevant player on a very good team with the Knicks that has never won a ring and probably won't, because it's at the same time as what the Celtics and the Cavs are doing. And then here's the Oklahoma City Thunder. Can they get it done? Maybe, but maybe not.
They've never won a ring.
They've never won a ring. So, like, to me, it's about relevancy.
Well, the Warriors aren't that.
Correct.
So,
which is why I would be in favor of them doing something to try to become relevant again, even if it doesn't end up winning a ring. And the hope is that you got a smart front office that won't crater the next decade in order to do it, and will keep their flexibility to replenish their resources if things don't end up where you want to go.
You just don't have to be desperate just because other teams made big moves. And if you can't make a trade that protects you for the future and also helps you in the short term, then I'm not interested in that sort of a move. And I think that's what Phil Mike was talking about. And it's not like compete for a championship. Sure, if you're in the playoffs, you're going to compete for a championship. And this team right now can't even think about the playoffs because you're not even in the play-in. So, yes, you want to be relevant, you want to be competitive, but you have to be able to get in the mix for that to happen.
Chris in San Jose here on Willard and Dibs. Let's get through as many of these as we can. A lot of you want to weigh in. We want to hear from all of you. Hey, Chris, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? Couple of things. Just wanted to kind of touch on the Warriors situation from my perspective, and then touch on the Luka thing.
Yeah.
Whether it's Luka Dončić, that was a surprise to everybody. So you want to talk about Fox, you want to talk about Levine, some of the guys that we were actually, speaking about being traded. Not a single one of those. You could have given up, a fringe piece that isn't one of our top 5 players. Not a single one of those players would have brought the Warriors into championship contention. Again, just my opinion. So while what Fillmore was saying is true, there is a certain aspect to it. We want Curry to win more championships than LeBron. And then at this point in time, when you've won 4 championships, really, who cares about getting to the first? Who cares? I mean, seriously, first round of the playoffs, maybe you win and then you get bounced in the second round. Nobody cares about that.
I do.
That's not going to hurt.
I do, Chris.
Well, you might.
And Steph,
you might.
And
you
Steph
might,
does. And Steph does.
Steph does. And I get it. They want a chance. They want to get in the dance. I totally understand that. It's like the quote for baseball, hope springs eternal. You never know who's on April 1st or March, whenever they start now. You never know who's going to be the dark horse teams. All the years the Giants won the championship, you never thought that they were going to win the championship entering the season. So I get that. You get in the dance, you got a chance. This is just my opinion, Mark.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a chance to win a championship no matter any of those moves that they made. So the pieces that we have of value are Steph Curry, to me, Steph, Jonathan Kuminga, and picks. Nobody's gonna want Draymond for anything more than an incremental, maybe a second rounder, not even a late first to me, a fringe guy. So Draymond's off the table. We don't want to trade Curry. We don't want to trade Kuminga, and that's who people want. So you guys keep floating around this idea, they can trade Schroeder the day before the deadline. We got Schroeder for nothing. They gave him away for literally nothing. So we think that we're going to be able to package Kevon Looney, Schroeder, and some other guy or a pick for what?
Yeah, see, so
that's
Chris,
not going to.
Chris, we want to get to a few other people. Let me just say this, and Dibs, I don't know where you're at on it. Chris, I see it differently than you as far as assets. I totally get where Chris is coming from with regard to how much other teams might want the Warriors players. But when I'm looking around the league, I don't see this as often being a player-for-player thing. The Luka AD thing is obviously weird. It's
rare, incredibly rare.
It's eyebrow-raising. I still don't really know what happened there. But let's take the Kings, for example. Do you think that they were like, let's trade De'Aaron Fox because we can get Zach LaVine? No. They had to take Zach LaVine so that money could match.
Yeah, they had to trade De'Aaron Fox.
Exactly. And what they actually wanted were picks. And so when we talk about Schroeder and Looney, don't look at them as Schroeder and Looney. Look at them
as
$13
million and $8 million.
It's money that comes off the books. And what a lot of these teams do want, not all of them, but a lot of them want expiring deals and picks. It's literally, if they could do the deal without having salaries match, they would. They don't want the player. They want the flexibility and the picks so that they can reboot. I think that's more often the norm, is all I'm saying.
Yes, especially for these teams that are looking to stack picks and, acquire as many assets as possible. And that's where San Antonio was. They had 9 first-round picks that were tradable, and so they could still go out and make another trade because they built up this war chest of draft picks, and so they're able to make these moves. Oklahoma City's done the same thing. Now Brooklyn is going about it in the same sort of a way where they're arming themselves with all these picks so that they can take 3 to 5 years to get better. The Warriors are never going to be that team with Joe Lacob as the owner. They don't want to be a lottery team. They don't want to sit back and wait for 3 or 4 years. So from that standpoint, yeah, the picks become a little bit more movable because I don't think that Joe Lacob is going to be the kind of an owner where after Steph and Draymond and all this era ends, I don't think he's going to want to sit with 8 first-round picks over 3 years and just slowly rebuild the team. He's going to want to go out there in the free agent market and get the best player available and pay him top dollar and try to prolong what this has been.
Let's get through as many of these as we can. Is it Coron in Walnut Creek? Coron, what's going on? Thanks for the call. Coron, are you there?
I'll check it. 1 second. I'll check it.
All right. He's talking to somebody else. He's ordering a burger or something. See if we can get Coron going. Let's go to Chris in Fairfield. Hi, Chris. Thank you for the call.
Hey, right on. I'm glad you switched them. So I'm actually actively busy. I'm taking care of my mother and 4 kids, and I'm running around. But I do have something I'd like to say. Like you just stated, championships aren't everything, but changing the narrative and God, I've grown up here my whole life, and what the Giants have done, I haven't had someone special since Barry Bonds. And what Barry Bonds brought was never championships. He brought hope. And what I want right now is there's an opportunity to get hope in and you may not like this, Willard, because I've heard your take on this, is Zion. He's a number 1 pick in a draft that had Ja Morant, Tyrese Halliburton, and if he pops, well, that makes us amazing and does wonders for us. If he doesn't, it's like any other trade. It just doesn't work. And I don't find the fact of us going in for it, the fan base. If we go for it and we try and we get an number 1 pick, a Zion Williamson who blew out a shoe, who is blockbuster, and we fail, well, who's to blame on that? Zion, not us. That's what you're talking about. Perception is reality. You know, just because we don't win the championship and we go for it, that doesn't make that a failure. But what makes a failure is the San Francisco Giants that don't do anything, grab the most minuscule person and say, no, watch, he's going to be amazing. And he's not. Go get Zion. We see he's amazing. The only thing that's not amazing is the fact he can't stay on the court. So change the environment. Maybe he does. Maybe this is the diamond in the rough. But after watching Luka go to the Lakers for basically a Draymond Green, come on now. Do we have to do better than that?
Well,
De'Aaron Fox goes go ahead.
No, Chris, we want. I honestly do just want to get as many callers in as possible. Thank you very much. I don't disagree with at least a lot of the core of what you're saying there, Chris. As far as specifics to Zion, I've always been a little, I don't want to say back and forth on that. I'm not high on the idea. I would never dismiss the idea. I'd love to know what is actually going out for Zion. I'd love to know if Zion is even actually available. Like, he's kind of a confusing one. I hear people bring the name up. I don't even know if he's actually available. Does he represent going forward a little bit more? I think you can make that case. I do. I think you can make that case. At the same time, though, I hope that the motivation for going to get Zion is not just because the Lakers made a deal. Again, like, I don't want it to be reactive. But, I can't dismiss the idea of Zion. And in an age...
No, I can.
Well, I know
I can, and
but
I have.
In a day where Bob Myers came on last week and said, leading up to the deadline, you do overreact sometimes to a great win, I think you can also react to a bad loss. Like, Friday night, unfortunately, is a part of this story. We walked into that arena thinking, man, all right, beat the Thunder, let's start cooking with gas.
Yeah.
And you couldn't even put on a show.
No.
You got to be able to put on a show, man.
You had that down as a win, and I was just...
I know.
I was checking your record. You've lost 3 of the last 4. You're 5-3 in your 10-game look. Warriors are 4-4 over that 8, and you had them going 6-4 over that stretch. You have them losing to Orlando tonight in your 10-game
I better be wrong.
look ahead. Yeah.
I better be wrong.
Well, and I think you're right about the overreaction, and I also think you can overreact to trades that are made, and that's where I think a lot of people are with Zion Williamson. I don't think that he is fit enough. I don't think that he's motivated enough. His contract is one that you can probably get out of, so you might not have to give a ton of assets to bring him in. I don't think that he fits with the way he plays basketball. There's almost nothing I like about the idea of bringing Zion in other than the idea that his contract is one you can get out of.
He's still been a concept in the NBA, quite frankly. You know what I mean? Like, Grandy said this a few weeks ago about Zion, where he's like, he helps you now. And I'm like, he might. He's literally never helped an NBA team in his life.
Right.
It's never happened. I'd love to see it. I can't dismiss it in this moment of Warrior basketball, but it feels like a flyer.
Yeah.
To be honest
when
with
he
you.
plays, he's amazing, but he doesn't play and it doesn't lead to winning.
I know, but that's
so we paint Jordan Poole with that.
I know, but it feels like all of them. When you do the he doesn't play thing, I'm like...
when he does play, and he plays well, it doesn't lead to winning. And we do that with all these other players, so we should do it with Zion Williamson as well. And he's got more talent on his team than Jordan Poole does in Washington.
Coron in Walnut Creek is back, we think. Coron, what did you just order?
Oh, no, I didn't order. I was actually talking to one of my managers. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Do they not want you calling radio stations during your shift?
Oh, no, I was actually clocking out.
Attaboy. All right. Thanks for calling, man. Go ahead. What's up?
All right, so 2 things. One, I'm at peace with knowing that we're pretty much at the end of the dynasty with Curry, Green, Looney, and I really like the young guys we have, but we do have to have at least some kind of level-headed player. And my wife just texted me a picture, and it was ESPN talking about Nikola Vucevic.
Vucevic, yes.
Yes, I think that would be a good piece, a good asset. I mean, we're doing terrible with rebounds and giving teams the second chance points. And I think if somebody like Vucevic was able to clog up the paint and get us rebounds, then I think we have a better chance of maybe making the plans. But like I said before, I'm pretty much at peace at where we're at. I enjoyed, the 4 rings and the dynasty, but I mean, all the trade rumors about Jimmy Butler and everything. I mean, they got to be making trades to do something, right? Like they got to believe that they're making the right choices.
I do think, Coron, that there is going to be a deal of some sort, at least a deal of some sort. And all right, there it is. Let's rock and roll. That's the sounder. That's what you need. All you need to do now is call the contest line, 415-523-4652. It's 415-523-4652. You got the keyword earlier this hour. First person to call with the correct keyword is in the knockout tournament, Chase Center Court, Monday, March 3rd. Again, 415-523-4652. We are so thankful that you're listening, and we wish you the best of luck, and we hope that we get to meet you at Chase Center. And if you don't win, there's always tomorrow and the rest of this week and all of next week as well. And so it happens every single day, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. So good luck to each and every one of you. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs is back, everybody. We're taking your calls. And Slates just dropped something hot on The Athletic with regard to what the Warriors are talking about, how they've been doing it. And he joins us live coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about the new year. And every time you get to a new year, it beckons those new beginnings. So it's a good time, no time better than now, to consider upgrading your home's exterior and your property. Thankfully, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials works with your contractors and also professional builders to satisfy homeowners' desires to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and other attractive features. We're trying to harden our home against fire, so we're looking at new fencing options, and Golden State's a great place to start for that. Quotes are coming in right now for your job to get done by the spring or the summer, and you can build better with Golden State brands such as TimberTech and Trex. And for attractive rot and mold-resistant siding, Golden State also partners with AZEK Exteriors. They offer great, durable trim and siding and molding products for timeless beauty without any additional maintenance. To increase the value of your home, just go to goldenstatelumber.com, talk with your builder or your contractor, and get that New Year project started soon. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, while their parents are sharing videos on...
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's a hell of a day. It's going to be a hell of a week, man.
That's how the week ended right there with Kurt from Hayward Hills calling in.
You were listening.
I was listening. And I actually was going to call in and be not Kurt from Hayward Hills.
I know. We got this thing. Go ahead.
No.
Finish what you were going to say, and I'll tell you why.
I was on hold, and I was ready to do my bit. Hey, my two boys. It's the two Marks.
We've kind of got this. I've never been at a radio station before that has this thing where the call screen, and for those of you who don't know what a call, so it's this little board that's in front of us.
Yep.
And it basically, it's a grid, and it'll tell us who the callers are, where they're calling from, and what they want to talk about.
Yep.
But first time in my career, when the phone rings, the phone
caller
number,
ID.
the caller ID,
Yeah.
which sometimes just comes up as random words, and then other times not so much. And it kind of ruins surprises when the producers are trying to do surprises.
Like your birthday show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like Bruce Bochy, when Bruce Bochy called in, call screen flipped up and all it said was, Texas Rangers. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know who that is.
Yep.
And then when you did it, your wife's name came up on the call screen.
Really?
Your wife's name,
Supper
not yours. Yes, didn't quite say supper.
That's right, because
I was like, oh, that's guys, that's Dibbs. That's Dibbs on line one.
Hey, my two guys. I had a whole thing, and as he's doing his thing, I'm like, you know what? Sometimes you pull the plug on the bit before it even happens.
Why didn't you stay on hold?
It was a gut
You just
reaction.
Wasn't feeling it?
I had rehearsed it too. I was in the car and I got home and hey, my two boys, the best show on town.
Oh man, I love it. Well, and I love this. It's a game night. It's the deadline, and our guy Slates right here on the River Islands guest line, our Warrior Insider. Great work on the Athletic. Anthony Slater, kind enough to squeeze in a few minutes for us because there's just a lot going on. Slates, how you doing tonight, man?
How are y'all?
We're doing great, man, and I really love what you wrote and dropped just a few hours ago. Can you share for our listeners the scene on Friday night with Joe Lacob and Kevin Durant's agent?
Yeah, Rich Kleiman, who, I mean, you guys probably remember him from the Durant days. He's been with KD since Oklahoma City, actually. He was very much at the forefront of moving Durant from Oklahoma City to the Warriors, and he was seated next to Joe Lacob. You guys see it. Joe Lacob always has guests, right? Sometimes it's Niners players or, various, minority owners, stuff like that. It was Rich Kleiman on Friday night, and that, it was very obvious to see to anyone looking that, conversing throughout the game, bridge club, halftime, post game. And I mean, I put it in the story. I don't have any type of details necessarily on the conversations taking place, but I did find it interesting that Bob Myers is 10 feet away doing the game on ESPN and did go into the bridge club post game.
Yeah, and he and Rich, I'm sure, were just catching up on old times. Remember that time where you had your player come to our team, and if we think about the dream scenario, Anthony, and they're having a conversation about what would it take, and would Kevin want to come back? Would he want to come back, and what would it take?
There's a Jimmy Butler domino and a Bradley Beal domino right now that is creating this scenario, right? I think we all know some of the dynamics at play, most of the dynamics at play. But, I mean, if you're the Warriors and you're willing to play this kind of waiting game right now, Miami's got to make a decision by Thursday afternoon. Phoenix has obviously been Butler's preferred destination for extension purposes. It's pretty well known Kevin Durant would like Jimmy Butler to be there. But the only way for Phoenix to get that done while keeping Durant and Booker is to get Bradley Beal somewhere. Bradley Beal has an Oak trade clause. Again, this is knowledge everybody knows, but I just kind of want to go through it quick. And he's probably the least desirable contract in the league at this point. So if Phoenix cannot get anything done there, where's Jimmy going? Is he staying in Miami? That seems unlikely at this point. I mean, certainly Miami could take this to the summer and prefer, otherwise. But if it is to the Heat, if it is to the Warriors, there's other teams that you hear are kind of on the fringes of it, Milwaukee's, Memphis, something like that. Then the Warriors kind of gain a level of leverage if Bradley Beal's unmovable by Thursday.
Anthony Slater with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. I think that's the other thing to really kind of point out. A lot of people went to bed this weekend after the Brian Windhorst tweet thinking that the Warriors and Jimmy Butler are no longer a match. But you say there is still a window. So what would you say is kind of the current situation and the likelihood of a pairing there?
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's clearly still trying to get to Phoenix, and Phoenix is still clearly trying to get that done. And I would say the Warriors are kind of like, the third in this tango, looking around going, will somebody come get Beal? Do they think? Could they get in that mix? What's Durant's future potentially? I mean, I think it's obvious to talk about Kevin Durant's contract situation, right? He did not sign an extension this summer. He's at the same point Luka Dončić is, which is 1.5 years left. He's at the same point De'Aaron Fox was at, where he really kind of muscled his way out of Sacramento. Obviously, that's almost become not the new free agency because there is a level of team control. Obviously, you could take it to the summer if you want, but you guys have noticed, right? Free agency isn't what it used to. Like, big name players don't really get there. They try to get somewhere and sign an extension. So there's always like ticking clocks, and I think that's some of the dynamics at play. And again, I think if somehow Phoenix finds a place to plant Beal and can get Butler done, then the Warriors will probably have to look elsewhere. But that has not happened at this point.
And if they end up looking elsewhere, and maybe it's to a lesser player, no disrespect to Vucevic or to Cam Johnson, what do you think the perception is among the fan base? Did what happened over the weekend, did that change everyone's expectations outside the building to where fans now, you think, are clamoring for a really big move like the other teams?
I mean, you'd have to ask them. I'm sure it certainly painted this idea that, hey, the biggest rival down in Los Angeles just picked up Luka Dončić. Why didn't you get Luka Dončić? Warriors don't employ Anthony Davis. Clearly Nico Harrison identified who he wanted to trade Luka Dončić for, went and got him. I mean, I guess theoretically he could have asked for Steph Curry. What do you say if you're the Warriors in that situation? Because he certainly wasn't going to come target another player on the Warriors. So that was like an impossible situation. Again, I don't know what the fans feel about it, but that's just reality. LaVine, you can almost kind of say the Warriors passed up on a little bit. I mean, that Sacramento and San Antonio wanted to get a deal done at a point. The Warriors, it seems, weren't ready to get a deal done. I don't know how big a domino you view LaVine as, but that was out there. He was on their radar. If you do go to a lesser level, I think my sense is fans would still like to see them get something done. I do think if they go, medium game hunting, then it's probably going to be somebody that is, under contract next year. It's reflippable this summer. They're not giving up too many assets. And we can go through, a few possible names there. I mean, you guys, I'm sure, have been talking about it all day, but, that probably would be better to the fan base than getting off some money and ducking the tax. But that's probably the options we're talking about.
Slates, these guys. If they had called and asked for Steph Curry, what would they have said?
My guess, again, educated guess here, very interesting. We'll probably have to have a meeting that you could never leak to the public, but I mean, probably no, right? I mean, it's a fascinating conversation, and it never had to actually happen because, look, Nico Harrison has a relationship with Anthony Davis, and he clearly wanted a big, and he wanted that big. But, man, I mean, we could go team by team right here. What does Oklahoma City say? What does Minnesota say with Anthony Edwards? What does, name your team out there.
Yeah, it is interesting. Okay, and then sort of like piggybacking on what Dibbs just asked you, whether it's about what happened last weekend or not, there's been so much smoke about the Warriors and trades for months now. Where would you place the current likelihood that something happens by lunchtime Thursday?
Yeah, I think something happens. I think they're just sorting out the degree of something. Can they get something seismic done, or does it have to be more minor around the edges, repositioning themselves for a dream of the summer? That, again, I understand the frustration of the fan base, especially if Steph Curry is about to turn 37 years old next month, that by the time you maybe strike on something, it might be too late. It might already be too late, right? We've had these existential conversations for months now. But yeah, I do sense a desire by them to shake it up. And again, I think I've reported, I know that they've kind of shopped around their 2025 protected pick. Like, what could that potentially get on the market? And if that does get a guy that helps you now, maybe helps you next season, or helps you get to another guy this summer, it would make sense. What doesn't make sense, as we've talked about, is just, flinging everything at, a player that's only going to kind of marginally up you. But at this point, that doesn't seem to be what they're thinking.
Are they thinking at all about the possibility of including Draymond Green in the trade? And I wouldn't have thought about this last week, but the Lakers deal their second best player, who's clearly better than Draymond Green. But have you heard anything about them changing their approach about, who else might be somebody they would part with?
I would just put it this way: like nobody around the Luka Dončić situation, reporters, best in the world, was aware that was happening. And I think it's a lower level scale, but similar. Like I don't think I would know that Draymond Green is being shot because I don't think they can have the world know if that was the case, right? Would I be, absolutely floored if it happened before Thursday? Not necessarily, but it's going to have to be done somewhat quietly because of the ramifications and the figures involved in the political nature of it. But have I personally thought about, if you're looking at the Wiggins contract, you're looking at the Draymond contract, you're trying to stair step. Certainly, I imagine it's a topic that's been broached, but again, nobody's going to tell me that right now.
Anthony, you said that we could go through some of the names, so I'm going to hold you to it. Let's go through some names and just get your reaction to the situation right now. How about Zion Williamson?
Big risk. I'm curious. I don't know. The Pelicans seem like a team that they're way out of the playoff race. They got all these very intriguing players. I don't know what they're necessarily doing. What about Brandon Ingram? What about C.J. McCollum? What about Trey Murphy? And Zion is obviously a name there. He's got this interesting contract with a lot of outs, but he's still this potentially spectacular player. To your question on the Warriors, I think it's worth exploring, but I don't know what the asking price is, and I would group him in a lower tier, more riskier than Kevin Durant, or even in some ways Jimmy Butler.
And then what is your read on what is and is going to happen with LeBron James?
I mean, all the reporting out of there, including at our place, Joe Varden, who's known LeBron and everyone around LeBron for a while, said he's not waiving his no trade clause. So I just expect he controls his own situation at least until the summer. I expect he's going to play it out. And while the Anthony Davis departure probably shocks him in a lot of ways, I'd be kind of intrigued if I was him to see how him and Luka work. So why not play it out? Obviously in a place he prefers to live. His son is there. I mean, not that couldn't necessarily get solved, but all signs, and again, I'm a little bit more outside reading the people who are there and know them, is that he's just going to stay for the rest of the year.
And when you look at the summer, would it change the calculus at all? And the other piece of that, I guess, would be if he wanted to opt out and the Warriors were interested, he'd have to take a lot less money to fit him here, and that doesn't seem like that's been a part of the LeBron playbook.
Yeah, he's made it pretty clear, over time that, he's that the max is too little money, right? What he's worth to a franchise. And I think, Steph doesn't necessarily say it, but I think it's kind of a similar opinion on that. So, yeah, I don't think something like that would happen. Maybe, again, I know everybody's kind of talked about this Avengers scenario. Sure, I think it would intrigue a lot of people, but that's LeBron coming upstate, moving away from his family to play on Steph Curry's team. I still kind of have trouble seeing that materialize.
Anthony Slater is with us. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What about some of those other sort of smaller names out there, though I think they're still pretty big-time players? What about Cam Johnson, and what about Vucevic, now that the Bulls have shown they will be active?
Word for months now is that the Brooklyn's asking price on Cam Johnson is much steeper than it was for Finney Smith, than it was for Dennis Schroeder. So, I don't know that they're going to hold to a 2 first-round pick type thing, but I think at minimum they would get a high-value first-round pick. I know the Kings at one point were in discussions with them. I'm curious. The Kings got a 2031 Minnesota unprotected pick in the Fox deal. Could that get something like Cam Johnson done? We'll see. Anything could happen, but I don't sense from the Warriors that they view Cam Johnson as the type of piece that they should, kind of splurge, 2 first-rounders or an unprotected future first-rounder. So if you're not going to do that, I assume there's going to be somebody else out there that would.
Other names that are just, kind of random and maybe unreachable for the Warriors, Joel Embiid and Paul George for Philadelphia. Any idea about the potential that they'll be dealt?
Boy, we going down the list today.
Well, you said you could go down the list, right?
Yeah, we can. These aren't medium-level swings. These are big swings. I think Paul George is interesting, right? They, however many months ago now, 6-7 months, help me do the math, but they sat in the room together and pitched him on it, and Paul George wanted to do it. Obviously, we know the dynamics that split it up, and at this point, Paul George's contract looks a lot less appealing. So I do wonder, if that, backs the Warriors off in a sense. I would say the only word I've gotten, this wasn't too recently, was that, Philly planned to keep him, at least through this cycling through this season. Again, I would have told you the other day that all indications were Luka Dončić was going to stay with the Mavericks. So I don't want to guarantee anything, but I did hear that Philly preferred to keep Paul George.
Anthony, the Shams report this morning, I don't know if he meant it this way, but when he said the Warriors are literally calling every single team that has an all-star, to me, it made the Warriors sound desperate. Would you characterize it the same, that the Warriors are calling every and any all-star?
Every and any all-star, I don't know. I'm sure we could find one that they weren't. I'm sure they didn't make a Luka Dončić call. I don't think they're making a Shea call. Yeah, I don't think they're making a Shea call right now. A Wemby call, how about that?
Yeah.
So they're surveying, they're canvassing, and they, to a degree, yes, they are desperate. They'll even kind of, hint at that. Now, does desperation raise their price to an unwise level? We'll see. I don't think so. They've kind of messaged out they don't want to do that, but clearly, they're not only trying to gather info on the landscape now. I do think there's a belief, again, as much fervor that the fan base might have Thursday if they don't do something big. I do think there's a belief internally, even from Steph's side, that there's still a chance this summer when other guys might potentially come available and it's easier to be flexible. We'll see, but you want as much info as you can now to know what might even be up in the summer. And like I said, I think right now my sense is everybody, is waiting on this Jimmy, Kevin Durant, Phoenix, Miami, Bradley Beal type dominoes to fall over.
Last thing, Slates, is we got a game here in 2 hours. Bob Myers sort of insinuated that sometimes you let things around the deadline affect you too much. Like, is there anything riding on tonight and Wednesday in Utah or no?
I do not believe so. Mike Dunleavy, had plenty of conversation with him over the years. I'm sure you guys have had a few also. He's very level-headed, and I think he's kind of understood who this team is. And I do think Joe Lacob maybe rides the roller coaster a little bit more, understandably. It's just the personality, and maybe that ups the motivation level a bit, considering what happens in the next two games. Generally, I think that they have a pretty firm belief of who they are and who they aren't this season, and they'll make a decision based on the full scope of the season and what they are and what they are not. And I don't think a win over a Magic team without Jalen Suggs tonight or beating Utah, for example, on Wednesday will change that.
Anthony, thank you for hopping in on game night. We appreciate it.
All right, fellas.
Okay, there he goes. That's Slates with the latest.
Yeah, he said we can run down the list, and so we ran down the list.
Let's go. I was going to do every NBA player.
Seriously.
And be like, what do you think?
We go around the association.
Okongwu from Atlanta. Are we getting him?
Don't know. Don't know what it would take. I like the player.
Yeah, I mean, the summary is, I guess, probably how we were already feeling, which is, and it's kind of funny, because if you do go person by person, it's almost like, probably not, probably not, probably not, probably not. So are they going to do something? Oh, definitely.
Right. But
okay, well, so which probably not is the one that's going to happen?
Vucevic, that's going to be the one that happens.
Is that your prediction?
Yes, that's my prediction. Okay. I think that Cam Johnson, having heard him describe the Cam Johnson price, it feels like Brooklyn's going to ask more than they did for Dorian Finney-Smith, and certainly more than they did for Dennis Schroeder. If they're asking for an unprotected first, do the Warriors want to give up an unprotected first for Cam Johnson and a couple of players? That might be more than they want to give up. And if another team is willing to give up their unprotected first, a team that might be worse off than them, he mentioned Sacramento, a team that looks like they're heading for the lottery. If you're Brooklyn, you'd rather have Sacramento's pick than the Warriors' pick.
I guess, although they're sitting right in the exact same spot right now.
Yeah, they're both in the lottery right now.
Sacramento's still got a bunch of good players. Even with the Aaron Fox leaving, they still got a bunch of people who can put the ball in the bucket.
Yeah, you're tied for 10th with them right now. So, neither one of you is really making much headway.
Yeah, they got more bucket getters than the Warriors do, I think.
Yeah, certainly.
Even without De'Aaron.
Yeah, it gets closer. You've got Steph Curry, who's the bucket getter.
And DeRozan and Sabonis.
And Monk,
and Monk, and even getting down to the knockdown three-point shooters that they have that are surrounding them. And anyway, 888-957-9570. Let's dive further into it. The Luka trade got this all started. De'Aaron Fox, obviously, as well. And for me,
It's not a FOMO thing. It's not a now you have to act, but it does get your juices flowing. And for me, what sort of crystallized over the weekend is the idea of now versus the future, and the answer is now. All I saw and heard all weekend long from Warrior fans is, well, now we got to do something. And maybe that's not the greatest reaction to a trade that really has nothing to do with you. I understand it's your rival, but like, whatever, okay? They got Luka. Does that now suddenly mean that you've changed your thought on the Warriors' chances this year and how much they can help Steph Curry and all of those things? It's not really that. I just think it helped sort of crystallize the desire that might be hidden inside all of us. And that is, now is more important than then. It's not to say that then is not important, but there are so many ifs with regard to the idea of 3, 4, 5 years from now. I don't want the Warriors to be stupid. I don't want them to be irresponsible by no stretch at all. But if you make a mistake in the moment, there's time to make that right and recalibrate and all that. The bottom line is you are on the border of irrelevant right now. And what is very important to Warrior basketball, whether it means title contention or not, is relevancy. And so I very much would like the Warriors to be aggressive in the now. And if that means some draft capital, it means some draft capital.
But to do what? And to get whom? And this
to get
is where,
relevant.
Right, but how? And who do you get? I mean, it's great to just say you're going to get relevant, but
there's a lot of ways to do it.
Right. There's also ways for you to do it and for it not to work. So you talk about all the ifs of the future, then you can talk about the ifs of the present. And the ifs of the present are as iffy as the ifs of the future.
But do you not want to take any risks?
It's not about not taking any risks. It's about taking a foolish risk just because other teams made big moves over the weekend. And so now we come back on a Monday, and now we want to make these big, grandiose moves and send picks and send players just to make one big swing?
I'm not saying that.
Well,
not at all.
I'm wondering what you are saying.
Well,
what's the trade? What's the move?
I'm saying, no, I can't give you a move. There are many moves.
Right.
I gave you a list off the top of the show.
Sure. And so, I mean, you're going to part with picks and you're going to part with players to bring in Zion.
I also can't tell you what I think about a deal until I know what's going out.
Yes.
Like, I mean, if you sat here, right, if you sat here and said, well, Luka, I'd be like, well, what the hell did you get? And if the Mavs had gotten 5 first-round picks, I'd have been like, well, okay. Obviously, you had some reservations. You didn't want to pay him. Okay.
Well, what they got back.
But what they got back was ridiculous.
What they got back was players who can help them now. And
That's true.
And maybe they actually got better because you took a guy who isn't playing for you and maybe doesn't want to play for you, and you got an all-star center who you can now play at power forward.
Who plays even less. But anyway.
Anthony Davis has played probably more than Luka this year.
But not probably through the last 5 years. And I don't even think you would argue. I'm
not a huge Anthony Davis fan when it comes to toughness and durability.
Anthony Davis leaves more games in the second quarter than anybody in the NBA.
Right, but Anthony Davis on that team now can play 4. He doesn't have to be their center, so he can maybe be more durable just based on who he's playing against defensively. He's a much better defensive player than Luka, who's one of the worst defensive players in basketball. So I don't think it's easy to just look at Dallas and say it was a total punt. And so, again, what would the Warriors be sending out? What would they be getting back? And no matter what they get back, I don't think that it makes you relevant enough to make it worth what it's going to cost you to make a big swing.
I don't know how we can assess deals that haven't happened yet. There are a number of players out there in the NBA who would interest me depending on what it took to get them. And I don't run it through, and it sounds like a lot of people do, and that's fine. I don't run it through this lens of, does that make you a contender? Well, if it doesn't, then what's the point?
What's a contender? To me, a contender is you might be able to make the playoffs. If you're a top 6 seed, you're a contender. Now, you can look at the Lakers and you can say they're not a contender. I would say they're absolutely a contender. You're the 5 seed, and you could go on a bad streak and fall into the play-in, but you're 9 games above 500. You're on pace to win 47 or 48 games.
Yeah, they're a good team.
You're a contender.
That's a little bit of a stretch.
You're in the mix.
I think that's a stretch. Do you think the Clippers are a contender? Do you think the Indiana Pacers are a contender? They're a 4 seed right now. Like
absolutely.
I hear what you're saying.
If you're a playoff team, you got a chance.
You've got a puncher's chance, but if the Pacers are playing the Cavs or the Celtics in a playoff series right now, nobody's giving them a shot.
You're heavy underdogs.
Yeah.
Certainly, but
and
crazy things can happen in an NBA playoff run.
Right, but to do it 2, 3, 4 times, like to win that many series.
Right, but you can catch breaks along the way you get into the 4 seed or you get in the 3 seed, and maybe you go up against a team that gets knocked out, and all of a sudden your road gets lessened. But
I hear you.
If you're not in the playoffs, then you're not a contender.
Obviously, I just think that it's a little bit more layered than that, and I'm not offended by the Warriors doing something, even doing something aggressive that still only just makes them better, makes them more relevant, makes them more fun, makes them more interesting, makes them more watchable. Like I put value in all of that.
I do too, but I also put value in young players and future draft picks.
I'm not saying do it irresponsibly, but you do have to risk it biscuit. Like you got to play ball a little bit. And my point about the Luka thing, you can make it all about AD does this, Luka does that, and I could totally hear you on that. Yeah, Dallas might be better today than they were over the weekend, and the Lakers might be worse. I don't know. I got to see it. But no matter what, even if Dallas got better, they're still stupid for only getting 1 pick. My opinion. You have a 25-year-old budding star, all NBA player, and you're shopping him at a time when no one knew you were shopping him. That tells me you are driving a very hard bargain. To walk out of there with 1 pick that's going to happen hell, are you going to be 60 by the time that pick even happens?
Let's stop talking about me being 60.
Okay,
just because you're now 50.
Right, am I going to be 55?
You're all eager to make me 60.
No, I'm not. My point is like this pick is not anytime soon. So, like, what did you get, Dallas?
You got a pick down the road.
Yeah,
and, you could have shopped Luka Dončić, and you could have waited till the summer when this was a whole 3-ring circus. They chose to do it in this fashion, and I'm not gonna blanketly defend Dallas because I do think they should have gotten another first-round pick for Luka Dončić, but clearly there was something going on behind the scenes that we don't yet know about, whether it was him not wanting to play for Dallas anymore with this calf injury, or him in bad shape, or him being a bad culture fit in Dallas. There's a lot more that was going on, I think, that led them to 3 weeks ago start pursuing a trade with the Los Angeles Lakers.
We want to take some calls and also sort of reboot this. Shams said this today on the Pat McAfee show, and there are a couple of questions about it, especially in this moment with what we're talking about right now. How reactive do you want the Warriors to be? And does this make them sound desperate? Listen to Shams' Pat McAfee show.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
I mean, does that make him it sound desperate? Or maybe you're just okay with that word. We threw it to Slater, and he's like, well, they kind of are desperate.
I don't know if it bothers me if you want to call it desperation. For me, it's due diligence. If you want to get better, how are you going to get better as a front office? You're going to call and you're going to try to check on the availability of every player that you think might be somebody who comes in and fits. And so you do that. You make the calls. And if you're calling every team about every good player, does that make you desperate? I don't think so. I think that's you doing your job. And do they call about Gilgeous-Alexander? Probably not, but you might anyway. Well, hey, what about Chet Holmgren? When he gets healthy with that bad hip, might you trade him?
No, there's no problem with calling, I guess.
For me, it's not desperation.
Well, I guess my point is this. It's the same as my point about the Mavericks and Luka. It's like this is being bandied about in a public space. If I'm the Warriors, if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I want to be placing calls, I don't want this to be what everybody hears before I call. Oh, by the way, you've got an all-star. Warriors are flat out desperate. They're nut jobs. They will do anything for your star, and then the phone rings and it's the Warriors. Well, it's going to make you be like, no, sorry.
Well, the price goes up.
The price goes up.
But what's Dunleavy supposed to do if Shams is talking to other teams, and other teams are saying, yeah, they called us.
I don't know.
He can't help that getting out.
I mean, I think he can. What did we just learn over the weekend?
Well, that was one person talking to one other person.
I know, but
if you're calling every other team, that's going to get out. And it's like, read any report. All the reports are the Warriors are seriously in on this guy, and they're in on that guy, and they're in on this player. They're in on everyone. So the report that Shams, the sound that you played, the Warriors are calling on every All-Star. Well, yeah, we're getting that. They've kicked the tires on Ingram. They wanted Lauri Markkanen. Paul George, they had a meeting. They're in on Zion. They wanted Jimmy Butler.
Yeah,
every single player, the report, even Levine.
It's just a little loud. That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, did you ever hear the idea of Levine and Sack? Like, no.
No, but even the Levine in Golden State, I thought was
I didn't
nonsense.
buy it. Yeah, I didn't buy it either. Although I do I'm sure that they had some conversations.
I also think that what Steph has said and Draymond and the head coach and the owner, these are all things that are on the record where they talk about how they need to get better and we need to add another player for Steph and we need this and I will not have my team in the lottery and all the rest of it. The noise is coming from more than just a Shams report. It's been noisy from all of them.
Right. It doesn't need to be. That's all I'm getting
it's
at.
The tack that they've taken.
It's not helping them. That's all.
Well, we don't know that yet. We should reserve judgment until Thursday.
Well, no, they can make a move, and I can still feel like that doesn't help them. I don't know how it would. Maybe it's not a death blow. I just don't know how it helps you to scream from the mountaintops to every reporter for the last 4 months, boy, we're desperate for a star. I just don't know how it helps you.
And they've been doing it all the way back into the summer.
Exactly. I don't. And look what it's gotten them so far.
Yeah.
Big old pile of nothing.
Little Farhani in their swings and misses.
I mean, if you're Danny Ainge in the summer and you know that this is like, why wouldn't you be like, how about 18 first-round picks?
I don't even know if that's legal.
You know what I mean?
Every other year, that's a lot of picks.
We'll give you our 2068 first-rounder.
Yep.
Bystander, Freak Mott. What's going on, Bystander? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Enjoyed the show. So I just wanted to make a comment and was wondering what you guys think about this theory of mine. So after hearing about Jimmy Butler refusing to sign a long-term deal here and then the Warriors calling everybody to come play for the Warriors, of course, I'm just, I've been a long-term member.
Oh, we lost you for a sec. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I just couldn't remember a team, a dynasty, where a marquee player and a superstar was willing to go to that dynasty when it's on its last stages, let's say. Just that if you're a superstar, you wouldn't want to go to a dynasty that's about to end. It's practically like going to a wasteland rather than going to someplace new where it's going ground up. It's going to achieve bigger things. Because when you think about it, like the Bulls, the Celtics, the Spurs more recently, the Heat, I couldn't remember of a player aching to go to those teams after their dynasty run was over.
Bystander, I think,
that's what...
Yeah, go ahead. I think it's very interesting.
And I think that's where we are at this point. That's why when we hear about free agents, we hear about these players that we'd like to land, their first reaction is, why would I want to go there? Those guys are over. So I'd rather go someplace that's new, that's, I didn't even want to see Jimmy Butler in a Warriors uniform, and to think that he didn't want to come over here, it's really interesting.
Yeah, a good call, Bystander. I mean, I'll say this. When I saw the whole idea of Jimmy Butler doesn't want to sign an extension with the Warriors, my first thought was, good. We don't want to sign an extension with you either.
Exactly.
I don't know why the story was sort of pitched that way, but whatever. I think there's a lot of jockeying going on between the Heat and the Suns and the Warriors, and everybody's trying to leverage everything. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at Twitter right now, and Jake Fisher, this is just within the last hour, Jake Fisher, who is a reporter underneath Mark Stein, who is very, very legit, said, breaking news, the Suns do have a level of interest in Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, next, Chris Mannix, who also very, very legit. The Warriors are indeed serious about reuniting with Kevin Durant, and with efforts to acquire Jimmy Butler stalled, rival execs believe the Suns are strongly considering Durant deals before the deadline. So this is all out there, but the thing that Bystander brings up, I think is a really, really fair one. And I wonder if Joe Lacob sometimes leans a little too far into the idea of, hey, I built this, as opposed to, no, Steph was here and things went really, really well for you, and you've made all of the right moves since then. And I don't mean all of the right moves, but you get my point. He's done a wonderful job of building this into a massive, iconic sports brand in America. But in this moment, with the outlook that this roster has, is this where a star would want to go?
Depends on which star.
De'Aaron Fox, well, how about one in his 20s?
Well, one in his 20s, a star in his 20s, they're usually not going to be on the move. And De'Aaron Fox, for example, if he's looking at where he wants to go, and you see Victor Wembanyama, younger than you, and 7 foot whatever, 7'5", you've got a culture there that is strong and is built on winning, that becomes a natural place that you want to go. And it's, to your point, or to the caller's point, you're not chasing a dynasty. Now, if you're an older superstar, Kevin Durant, for example, you might come back here because you've already been here, you won 2 here, and you already had the scorn of chasing a championship. So if you chase a championship again with Steph Curry, what are they going to say to you that they haven't already said?
I'm totally with you.
And let me just ask you this then, piggybacking on the caller, or piggybacking on what you were reading from Mr. Fisher.
Yeah, Jake Fisher.
Jake Fisher, and their reported interest in Jonathan Kuminga. If you had to trade Kuminga, and I just ran this through the machine, Wiggins, Schroeder, and Kuminga for Kevin Durant, that's a successful trade. If you're the Warriors, would you do that?
Am I giving up picks too?
Probably a pick. Probably a first-round pick in, let's just say, 2027. Top 5 protected. Ugh. Just as a hypothetical way to throw this out there.
I'd be interested to know the draft compensation. The players that you're talking about, you said Wiggins, Schroeder,
Kuminga. Yep. And you get back KD.
I think in this moment I probably would.
Yeah.
I wonder what
what callers would do at 888-957-9570. You have to give up Kuminga if Phoenix is interested in him, and heck, Phoenix would pay him, right?
And what is, I want to keep stressing this when it comes to the Kuminga conversation, because what happens every time we bring up his name is like you have to go to one of 2 parties, and you're either the Kuminga hater or you think he's going to be a future All-Star. I think there's a third party, which is the people who
the Green Party, Mark.
Well, they want to look at the Warriors and go, what do you think about that extension, Warriors? Because if they, on the inside, don't want to sign it, then you'd be smart to deal him.
I do think that they want to sign him, but there's a number where they want to sign him.
Sure, and I agree with you.
And if it's, let's just say it's 25 a year, it's 5 and 125, I think that they would, if they knew that they could get that to me is a number where you're comfortable keeping him, and you give him another year or so, and if he still isn't getting to that next level, that's a tradable piece, and it becomes something that you could work with. I do think when you get into the 30s and the 40s, that I'm out on that, but he's only restricted, so you can kind of sit back and let the market dictate what he's worth. But I'm kind of with you. If you don't think that he's going to be able to take that next step, trading him now actually has benefit.
Next up, let's go to Carlos in Napa. Carlos, appreciate your call. What's going on?
Hey, fellas, long-time listener. Mark, I even listened to you on the weekend, so thank you for the line.
Thank you, Carlos.
No one is mentioning the fact, Mark, that the Warriors, as of right now, they're not worth the price of admission. I've been wanting to take my daughter to a game, but I'm like, let's wait to see if they make a trade and it's a little bit more competitive, whatnot. So that's one point. The second point is the fact that we can even potentially assemble part of the Olympic team here in the Bay Area. Dude, that's going to bring people here. We're going to fight for seats. Prices may go up. It creates energy. And that's what we're lacking here. We're void of delivering product that kicks butt. You know what I mean? That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time.
Yeah, Carlos, I get it. Listen, I know it's hard to hear. I do think this is part of the story. I do think it's part of the way the Warriors are thinking right now. You have to balance both of these things. I don't want the Warriors to be a circus. I don't want them to be a clown show. Like, come see us. Look at the crazy old guys all get together and see if they can make some magic for a night. Like, let's not be silly about it. You have to ride that line. But yes, that is a part of the conversation when I talk about relevancy. Like, you have to be a show. And these nights that Steve Kerr called demoralizing are starting to increase.
Oh, yeah.
There's these like, oh, okay, it's the fourth quarter. It's Lindy Waters time. We're down by 32.
Lindy, Gee, and Quentin.
It's just it's getting a little too often for my taste.
I was joking around when cousin Nick was here, Nick Friedel, about you win some and you lose some. But when you're sitting at 24-24 and, you come out and you lose to the Lakers and you beat Utah, then you beat OKC. All right, like you were saying earlier, you're cooking with gas, and then you get hammered by Phoenix at home. This team is so wildly unpredictable that you win games you shouldn't, you lose games you should win, and all the rest of it. So it's just, I know it's a make and miss league and all the rest of those cliches, but you got to do something to get fewer of these games that are just like unwatchable.
Yeah, that was, especially coming off that win over the Thunder. I'm not going to make the deadline all about Friday night, but that was crazy disappointing.
You were there, right?
No.
Oh, I thought you were in the house.
No. I was in my house. Yeah. But we made food, Dibs. Like, I had Christy come over. I'm like, come on. They're going to have like a winning record, and they're going to beat the Thunder and the Suns in back-to-back games. Let's make food.
Yeah.
And then everybody went home in the third quarter. Hit the showers, Jude. The Warriors didn't show again.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
It's super annoying.
Yeah, and it's just, the level of inconsistency and also the emotional roller coaster where they surprise you with an impressive win over AKC, and then they let you down by getting absolutely motorboated at home, and just is, back and forth.
Before we continue with the calls, real quick.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr has just spoken pregame, and he declined to comment on anything related to Luka Dončić and Anthony Davis.
Okay.
He declined to comment. That was number one.
I like that.
Number two, got a starting lineup for tonight's game. Would you like to do our traditional guess the lineup?
Oh, sure.
Go for it.
Oh, you want me to guess?
Sure.
It
won't be fun if I guess because I'm looking at it. So I'm going to do real well.
Yeah. I'm going to guess that Steph is in the lineup.
Steph is in. That's one.
You probably go with Wiggs.
Wiggins is in. That's two.
It gets tough. Draymond's still out, right? With injury. I'll go with Draymond Green. Is he back? He's back.
That is correct.
Okay.
Very good. Draymond is in, which is part of the development.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
so
exciting.
Draymond is in.
Yeah. Probably starting go with Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield is in. That's four. And for a perfect 5 for fighting, can you name that center?
I want to go with Quentin Post so bad, but I'm not going to. Kevon Looney. Oh, no. It's good to be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was Quentin Post.
It was Quentin Post.
It was Quentin Post.
My God.
Curry, Hield, Wiggins. Draymond is back just in time for that trade deadline, and Quentin Post will also start against Banchero.
Dub Nation, it's Quentin Post.
Yes, it is.
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Yep. They did. Dude. I mean, isn't that perfect?
Hey, Dibs, your lineup stinks.
Yeah, he's like, you could have picked me, but you didn't.
Yeah.
You picked stink.
Man, that's tough. A little rusty.
Good job, though.
Yeah, 4 out of 5.
I love that you guessed Draymond when both of us, most people thought he was still out.
I thought he was still out.
I never got the word that I knew he was coming back at some point this week. Didn't know it was tonight. So
I'm looking at the report day-to-day with the calf as of last Friday, but apparently the calf is better.
Today is the day on the day-to-day. All right, back to the phones. Josh 580. Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday. Couple things I just wanted to point out. One, I see a lot of news on Twitter, or X as they call it now, all about the Warriors. They want this guy. They want it in on everybody. But I think it's just because it's the Warriors and it draws headlines because they got that guy Steph Curry there, right? I think all teams are calling all players and making calls before the trade deadline to see what they can do with their teams. I just think everybody is so focused on the Warriors because of Steph Curry, right? He is the guy that makes the headlines, that makes the NBA its money for the last 10, 12 years, and they got to get as much out of him as they can before he's gone. So he's going to continue to make headlines. So I just don't want fans to get too carried away that they're in on all these guys it's only because of Steph Curry. All teams are trying to make deals. A second point that's kind of not Warriors related, but semi, I think it's interesting where the NBA is going in regards to star players, because I think with this new CBA and the aprons and whatnot, teams don't want to pay guys that they don't really think that could really be superstar talents, right? You look at Luka, they don't want to give him the Supermax deal. You look at De'Aaron Fox, great player, but they probably wanted to move on him because they knew that Supermax is coming. So I just think that's interesting what that means for the league coming forward with a lot of guys who are star players, but not necessarily star guys that you would give a lot of money to that necessarily aren't championship type of guys that could win you a ship, and what that means for the league, going forward. And then kind of just the last final third point, I think the Warriors are at where the Lakers are at with Kobe Bryant, that they're just going to have to ride it out until Steph is good done, because nobody wants to come after Kobe right now, right? So the Lakers are at nobody really wanted to go there until Kobe was gone, and they didn't get anybody, so they got a bunch of assets, and LeBron wanted to go there, right? I think that's where the Warriors are. Steph is the franchise, just how Michael Jordan was the Bulls. They've been struggling to find a star because nobody wants to go after that legacy, and it's going to be hard for the Warriors to do so until Steph leaves. They just got to wait till they get a bunch of young assets to kind of go find another young guy. That's just kind of the reality that I've accepted where the Warriors are at. It's hard to watch on the court. I was at the game on Friday. Oh, my bad, man.
Yeah, Josh. I think those are great points.
It's a super call.
You should probably assess your young people. Don't be like Steve Kerr and ignore the young people who are in the back of that car.
Super call on the Supermax where
I think he went 3 for 3 with those points.
Because all these aprons now, and the Supermax was created to let teams keep their superstars, but because of these new aprons and the escalating salary when you give a guy a Supermax, he had better be a superstar, somebody who you can bank on and win with. Otherwise, this is going to happen.
You're limited in terms of how many players you're going to pay, for instance, over $30 million. Yep. Now, I would argue Luka is one of those exceptions. However, the Mavericks must have felt a certain different way. Like, there's things that they know that we don't. I don't know about weight, conditioning, beer.
Cigarettes.
I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with the Mavs. So he's absolutely right that that's a big piece of it. His first point was the reason that the Warriors are, quote, desperate and you don't hear about other teams is because they're the Warriors. And it's funny, Grandy asked a question last week when you were out. He's like, what do the Warriors do well? And I'm like, get talked about. That's literally what I think they do best.
Yeah.
And so, yes, they are a brand. They are a big, big deal. And until Steph is gone, it's going to stay that way. And so this does skew toward making them sound like the desperate team, even though probably everybody's calling everybody right now. But the Warriors make good content, good headlines. People love to tweet about them, put them on their debate shows. It gets people to watch and listen. I understand.
And it's also really, really important, I'm sure, for Joe Lacob and the other investors for them to continue to be good and continue to sell out that building. I don't have the exact number of consecutive sellouts, but it's around 550 consecutive sellouts for the Golden State Warriors. This goes way back to like early Oracle days. It's been, and Raymond Ritter, I'm sure, will text you by the time I'm done speaking, but it's about 11 or 12 consecutive years where they just sell out every night. And eventually it's going to come to an end. And if you trade Steph and everybody and you start this thing over, it'll happen sooner rather than later.
Let's go to Christian in Oakland. Hi, Christian. Thank you for the call. What's up? Christian, you there?
Yes. Hey guys, how you guys doing?
What's
Sorry
up?
about that.
That's okay. What you got?
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I've been a Warrior fan for a very long time, and my feeling personally is that I don't feel like, other superstars want to come and play for the Warriors. I don't remember the last time any superstar or any free agent openly said, hey, I want to go play for the Warriors, or hey, I want to go play with Steph. I've never heard that. We've heard of Jimmy Butler wanting to go to the Suns, but I've never heard anything about the Warriors. So my feeling is that I don't think those superstars that we're looking for, they want to come and play for the Warriors. Jimmy Butler has conditions to come and play for the Warriors.
Yeah, but you know what? The Warriors probably got conditions on Jimmy Butler, too. Like, Christian...
And does Kevin Durant count?
Yeah, I think... Very good point. Christian, I think you have a point, but in my opinion, it's being overstated a little bit. The Warriors are not the hot spot right now. De'Aaron Fox wants to go play with Victor Wembanyama, and now he will. So, like, sure, if stars are going to pair up with one another, they tend to do it in their own age group. That's both in basketball and otherwise, for that matter. But when's the last time a big-time free agent wanted to come to the Golden State Warriors? Yeah, it was Kevin Durant. And I know that feels like ages ago, but it's really not. Like, how many big-time free agents switch teams in an offseason? There's maybe one per year that's that big of a deal. Plus, we've heard LeBron James literally openly fawn about the idea of playing with Steph Curry for years, even though it's never happened outside of the Olympics. So I think there's a point there, but I don't think it's because of anything bigger than Steph's age. I really don't. I don't think the Warriors are a negative place. I don't think that people think that their future is dead. I just think they're looking at it right now going, it's unknown. Steph is about to turn 37.
And the other piece of it, though, I do think if you are a younger free agent and you're looking at destinations and all things are equal, no matter what the city or situation is, you'd rather go somewhere where you can get that first chip in an era. Like De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio.
Ideal, yes.
If you can get them another chip, or you go to Memphis, or you go to OKC, these are places that have never tasted it. You come here, you're kind of chasing a chip.
More of your calls coming up. We see you. We're coming to you as we head toward Warriors Live. 888-957-9570, the number. Draymond is back in the starting lineup. Sham says the Warriors are calling every all-star in the league. Steve Kerr will not comment on Luka and AD, and the trade deadline is coming at us like a train. Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. A Warriors game starts at 7 p.m. Very minor delays on the Bay Bridge westbound Yerba Buena Island into San Francisco, and no backups on 280 if you're headed toward Chase Center. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants.
They're surveying, they're canvassing, and to a degree, yes, they are desperate. They'll even kind of hint at that. Now, does desperation raise their price to an unwise level? We'll see. I don't think so. They've kind of messaged out they don't want to do that, but clearly, like, not only trying to gather info on the landscape now, I do think there's a belief. Again, as much fervor that the fan base might have Thursday if they don't do something big, I do think there's a belief internally, even from Steph's side, that there's still a chance this summer when other guys might potentially come available and it's easier to be flexible.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I've got breaking news. Don't hit the thingamabob. No.
Yeah.
I do, though. I've got a development. The Mavericks are in Philadelphia tomorrow night, and they have announced that Anthony Davis is out for the game.
He's out?
I'm glad that they made this new acquisition. They get to do the same thing they did with the guy they sent out, and that is send out tweets 24 hours in advance to let you know he ain't playing. He ain't playing.
Just this one game. He'll be back.
Yeah, and then he'll leave in the second quarter of that game. He's Anthony Davis.
He's pretty skinny. I mean, he goes through a lot down there in the post.
He's a big man. Did you see the video of him arriving in Dallas? It's so hilarious when we watch these guys on TV, but then if you watch him get out of a car with a bunch of NBA team employees, you're like, my God, this is the craziest human beings of all time. Like, who built you? You're just gargantuan.
Yeah.
Absolutely gargantuan. But always hurt.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Speaking of absolutely gargantuan,
yes.
When you watch Memphis and you watch Zach Edey, and it seems
That's
like
a big boy.
Everyone in the league is coming for him. I mean, they had that play over the weekend where guy just runs down and just charges right into him as Edey's trying to box him out. I don't know how these guys survive. And, shout out Chet Holmgren, who took that odd fall trying to block Wiggins' dunk. Another guy north of 7'3". And Florida University's got a kid they're redshirting who I think is 7'8".
Oh.
Yeah, I want to say he's 7'8". I'll get the exact measurements, but
and they're redshirting him.
Yes, he's not ready.
He's not ready.
He's not ready. He's a project.
You got to grow a little bit more. Let him get to 7'10". Then we'll see. Okay, back to the phones. It's been an active day. Thank you all so much. And before we go to the phones, I want to mention again, Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. If you haven't heard about this, you're going to want to. Travel and accommodations for 4 to Vegas. Okay, so that's you and 3 guests. So we'll take care of the plane. We'll take care of the hotel. And you and each guest, you all of you individually get $5,000 each.
Man.
20 grand. You're going to be staying at Circa, okay? Premium sports viewing destination in Vegas. So the stay at Circa Resort and Casino Las Vegas, premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And all you got to do to win is listen on the app. That's it.
That's it.
Just listen for at least an hour a day. Every time you do that, you get a daily entry. So multiple entries are welcome, but you got to listen logged in to the app at least an hour each day. So download that Odyssey app right now. You can go to Vegas in March along with friends and $20,000.
Yeah, major. And Dan Dibley, who will be there as well. And just one quick correction.
Hopefully he'll be one of the 3 people.
He is 7'9".
Oh, he just grew.
Olivier Rioux.
Okay.
The world's tallest teenager. He turned 19 yesterday.
He's not even 20?
He's 19.
Okay.
7'9". He was 7'5" as a 15-year-old.
How big are his feet? Has he got some more growth in there?
I think he wears a size 26.
Good Lord. Well, who birthed this person?
Mrs. Ryu.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Let's go to Vishal in Calgary. Hi, Vishal. What are you doing?
Not too bad, but how about you?
We're just hanging out.
First of all, I love your guys' show. I really appreciate you do this. Fans across the world can listen to you, enjoy it. And I do it a lot.
Thank you, Vishal.
My only thing is, let's say, for whatever reason, right, even Warriors would have got Luka, it would still not would made us a title contender. The team is so unbalanced because we don't have a solidified center, right? And I think Warriors have done previous year the trades which have made our team weaker and weaker, especially where we lost Siakam when he went from Toronto to Indiana. I think we should have definitely got that trade, would have made our center position really, really strong. That's all my take is. And I think Warriors should not rush and do a rash trade like Zion. No, my pronunciation is bad, so sorry about that. But like Zion William, and it's a really bad trade because he has never been healthy. And whenever he plays good, as mentioned by one of you, team does not win. And my lastly thing is, it's so sad to see Steph battling this hard and there's no help on the scoring side. So I don't know what to say, to be honest. But again, don't make a rash trade.
And Vishal, if it makes you feel any better, Steve Kerr literally said that tonight. He said, we're like, things are ramped up. It's sped up. Mike is doing his job, but we're also not chasing bad deals. We want to look at every deal. We're not chasing bad deals. But Steve has openly talked about deals enough that it does feel like the Warriors will do something. But, you know, kind of interesting. I know that it's easy to look back in history and say the Warriors, quote, should have done that deal. And my mind always goes here. I can agree with you. I like Pascal Siakam, too. I don't actually know that a deal was on the table. You know, we always think about deals through the perspective of our favorite team. And I have no idea what was even offered to Toronto. I don't even know if there was a deal that was there. Look at what the Mavs did. They reportedly called nobody else.
Right.
You know, so sometimes those teams have their walking orders and their desires, and they chase those, and they may not include the Golden State Warriors. I don't think it means that nobody wants the Warriors' assets. I don't buy that. I think Kuminga's an asset. I think there are other young players who are assets, and I think the Warriors have a bunch of first-round picks and expiring contracts, and those are assets too.
They are assets, and the only thing about it is there's competition always in this marketplace when it comes to trades, except when it's a Luka Dončić and it's just a one-on-one conversation, and it takes 3 weeks, and you keep it hush-hush, and then you pull the trigger. And I'm thinking about Nikola Vucevic as a target, and Warriors are not the only team who are rumored to be inquiring about the Bulls stretch five. The Lakers are another team that are rumored to be looking to bring him in as well. So as much as you want to just make a trade, you have a player, you have a target, you want to make the deal, it's just not that easy when there's other suitors.
Christian in Fairfield next up. Hi, Christian. What's good?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
What's up?
I think the Warriors got to go all in on Kevin Durant. Everyone's worried about the future. Worries like a rocking chair, gives you